She's a gal with the bright red hair. Now she stands out from all the rest. You know her anywhere. Where she's mine. Yeah, she's mine.
Alrighty, good morning to day 2 of the Gage Roads Pro here at Port Stephens at Biribu Beach. This is the second stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. I'm Nathan Riverland and I'll soon be joined in the booth by Chris Enever. And we've got a cracking day on offer here. We've got women's round 3 starting us off heats 5 to 8, followed by the men's round 3, and then men's round 4 will be on standby. But we've got a cracking heat to start off the day. We've got Freya Prum in the red, ex-championship tour surfer Paige Harrib in the blue, Rosie Smart and Safi Vetti filling out the spots in white and green, who were both on fire in the first stop of the series at Boomerang Beach for the Carve Great Lakes Pro. So super exciting first heat to start this one off, and we've got the last 4 heats of the women's round 3 draw to run, heats 5 to 8. Yesterday we saw Dimity Stoyle, Sarah Baum, Gia Lorenzen and Jay Wheatley take heat wins in the round of 32, and we'll see who can join them here. But we've got an absolute cracking day on offer. The waves are really good again, and it's going to be an absolute epic one. So really looking forward to seeing how today's proceedings pan out, but it's certainly going to be epic, and the surfing on show's just been absolutely second to none. It's been really, really strong, and I heard we were talking about it on the beach the last comp at Boomerang, but it's probably one of the stronger QS 1000 draws we've seen in quite a while. It's really good to see the Australian Oceania region really getting around these regional QS events, and it's going to be a really, really great day. So. And it looks like we're just been joined in the booth by Chris Enever.
Hey Nath, how are you doing? How are you, mate? Very good morning.
Good. It's good to be here once again. We've got some pretty great waves on offer.
Yeah, lovely. Welcome down here. So it is VISSLA, stop number 2 of the VISSLA Pro Surf Series, and here's the Gage Roads Brewing Co. Port Stephens Pro. And what a heat we've got in the lineup right now. This is an absolute doozy. A couple of veterans versus some younger up-and-coming competitors. Freya Prum, Paige Harrib, Rosie Smart and Safi Vetti. 2 of the Kiwis doing battle.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool to see that. I was just talking about how we've had a good amount of variety of surfers representing different countries and states in these events. We've got people from coming all around from Australia and New Zealand, Portuguese surfers, Brazil. So yeah, it's great to see the variety and a couple of veterans here against a few of the youngsters. And Rosie and Safi both did really well at the first stop of the series at Boomerang, so they'll be hoping to continue their good run of form.
Yeah, looking to bounce back, and well, obviously ex-CT surfer in Paige Harrib in the draw, and Freya Prum, she was also in the Challenger Series last year, so she had a really good run through the QS last year. Freya from all down on the south coast of New South Wales, loves charging big heavy waves. Freya,
yeah, she's an absolute gun. She's been doing the QS for a very long time, and has been super close to qualifying on multiple occasions, and has had a couple of QS wins and podium finishes. So she had 4 of those from 2017 to 2020, and been told she's actually quite a good musician, and she's studying a Bachelor of Pharmacy. So
yeah,
she's obviously a very smart lady.
Yeah, she is. So lots of things going on behind the scenes with Freya, and she's I think she's finished her Bachelor of Pharmacy now, so she's a pharmacist.
Unreal.
Yeah, so great brain, also, and a great surfer. But we see out here. So obviously you were here yesterday as well, Nath. Got to see the conditions, and big day of surfing. Give us a rundown on the conditions today compared to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, so the waves are probably, I reckon it's dropped off a tiny bit. Was probably in the 3 to 4 foot range. Had nice offshore winds for probably 3/4 of the day. It did get a little bit windy in cross-shore in the afternoon, but it's dropped off a little bit. The banks are still looking prime, and they're in really good nick. So I'm looking forward to seeing these ladies take on sort of this split peak. We've seen a lot of lefts come through as well, and yesterday a lot of the good scores were going on the rights. And Freya Prum here, is it going to get us going in this Heat 5 of the round of 32 with that float? So she'll get a start in this heat. This is her Paige and Freya both surfing for the first time in this draw, seeded straight through to round 3. So they're hitting the water for the first time here. Freya Paige was the WSL wildcard for this event as well, along with Maddie Job in the men's field. So with that championship tour experience and getting the wildcard in here, and she would have hoped to have made a few more heats at Boomerang. She certainly showed glimpses of it, but it was a pretty slow heat. I remember when she surfed, and she just got eclipsed by a couple of the younger girls who were rampaging.
Yeah, you touch on that. So that's a great opportunity for Paige, and she's a very, very strong surfer. Spent many years on the CT and always thereabouts. Right at the top of the game, the forefront of New Zealand surfing, and she's a big asset coming out of New Zealand for sure. And coming to this event, stop number 2 of the VISSLA Pro Surf Series. For everyone out there wondering what this is, so this is the men's and women's WSL QS 1000. Here's Freya Prum up and riding. We'll get back to that in a second. This is a 4-stop series within the Australian Oceania QS series in 2022. We just brought us up in Boomerang. Had a great event up there. Now we're in Port Stephens. We're going to roll down to Maroubra. Finish up this series at Avoca for the 3000. Here's Paige Harab, the Kiwi, up and riding. There's that really crisp backside that she can possess. Watch out for her on any steep right.
Yeah, she's definitely a danger in the draw. Obviously, with that championship tour experience. Obviously she didn't have the best result at Boomerang and bowed out early, but obviously she's an amazing surfer, very powerful, gets really deep on her bottom turn, and does some really crisp surfing. So the girls in this heat ladies in this heat would be pretty, I wouldn't say scared, they'd be keen to take her on, but it's certainly going to be a great one.
Yeah, definitely. And so what we're touching on before is this is a 4-stop series here for the VISSLA Pro Surf Series. This is Rosie Smart up and riding, the Boomerang competitor, coming off a good event up there around her home area. Now just a few hours down the road. That looks like Safi with a quick in and out. And so we're rolling through right now the Australian Oceania QS Series, Nath. So for everyone out there wondering what that is, WSL done a great job in regionalising the QS throughout the world. Every region around the world has its own kind of internal QS series, which is really cool. Obviously, everyone adapting to COVID and everything that happened, but I think this type of series will be here to stay for a long time. People like Nathan the Hog Hedge, big advocates of this type of format, giving lots of underground surfers that work as well, that don't have the time or the funds to spend to go to international QS events. A lot of the 1,000 events that people had to go to just to get ratings to get into the bigger rated events were international. So you're spending a lot of money to go to these small rated events just to try to get points up. Now those events are in your local region, so you can just travel around your local region, do all the QS events, and obviously try and gain points to go into the 5,000s, and then hopefully lead your way to the Challenger Series. For everyone that doesn't know what the Challenger Series is, that is the series, and you'll have 7 women and 9 men qualifying through the regional tours. Out of every region around the world, it has different qualifying amounts. In Australia and Oceania, it is 9 women, 7 women, 9 men, and then roll into the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and one W, so I think it's one wild card into each as well, so we end up with 8 and 10 in the respective divisions. But I talked to Hedgie at length on the beach yesterday after his heat win, where it was very reminiscent of his championship tour days, putting on an absolute clinic out there on some bigger lefts. But spoke to Hedgie yesterday just about that, how the Australia-Oceania region sort of all banding together and really starting, because he told me, in the 90s and when he was trying to qualify for the championship tour, by this time of the year in late Feb, you'd already flown overseas 3 or 4 times just to try and chase that dream of trying to qualify for the championship tour. So he was just saying how amazing it is to just do this tour and be on the Australian East Coast coastline.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously, hopefully lead towards that berth on the Challenger Series. And yeah, if you're on the Challenger Series, then you're competing for a spot on the Dream Tour, which is everyone's goal, and I guess in the sights of all of these top competitors looking to get on that championship tour. And we've seen it kick off in Hawaii, 2 great events, Pipeline and Sunset, and rolling into Portugal pretty soon. So very exciting times in the world of competitive surfing. And out in the lineup right now, we do have a pretty close heat to kick things off. First 9 minutes, we've seen Safi Vetti locking a 3.65 and just a small 0.30, holding the best number of the heat. Rosie Smart with a 3.5 in the second, just one score. Freya Prum, a 3 and a 0.5. And Paige Harrod, which is a 2.5. We can see the lineup there. Girls all sitting out, the women sitting out the back there. Some nice north lines rolling down the beach here at Biribu.
What a beautiful part of the world too. I don't know about you, but this is the first time I'd ever come to Biribu and the Port Stephens area, and I was absolutely gobsmacked at its beauty. You know, you've got all the sand dunes and the desert on one side, and then there's the waves, and it's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and there's camels
what is
trotting
this?
around. Have you seen them? They do camel tours in the sand dunes. It's literally like something out of the Sahara.
Yeah,
it's
unbelievable. Me and a mate went up sandboarding on the day off in between the events, and just being up there in the dunes, you can see the ocean, and just riding down these hills, just bombing it. It's unreal. So definitely, if you're around the area, there's so much to do around here. Plenty of great activities, and the surf obviously pumps. So get down here.
Yeah, it's a rad spot. Really, really cool. And then if you go more north, there's just crazy little nooks and crannies and beaches, and yeah, all these little hidden spots. You can go four-wheel driving on the beach. We almost got bogged there last year. It's wild, all the spots up there, and you just feel so secluded from I guess society. There's lots of really remote areas, which is really cool to find. And we're only a couple of hours away from Sydney and Newey, so on both sides. So
easy to fly in.
Yep, easy to dart in here and have a look around. Great part of the world, and big thanks to Destination New South Wales and all the crew for bringing us the lovely imagery of everything around here and things to do.
And you can fly into Newcastle as well. Newcastle Airport have jumped on as a sponsor for this event as well, so you can fly into Newcastle. It's nice and close as well, so there's really no excuses. Get down here. It's a beautiful area, and like I was saying, we had some epic waves yesterday, and the forecast is going to remain pretty good for the next couple, so keen for this. So we're down to 9 minutes. Safi Vetti's currently in the lead. Freya Prum with priority, only needing a very small score, so in a good position to advance at this stage. And you just be waiting. Obviously, she's a seasoned competitor. She just wait for a good opportunity to strike and hopefully get that score to put some scoreboard pressure on with 8.5 minutes remaining. Yeah,
that's right, Nath. And we'll come up in the next heat number 6 of the round of 32. Will feature in the red Alyssa Locke, in the white none other than the Australia Oceania ratings leader after a win up at Boomerang, Nixie Ryan. Brittany Nicol in the white, Amelia Burke in the green. So that's a great heat there, and we saw some of those. Amelia Burke put in a good showing as well up at Boomerang, and that's going to be a cracker heat.
Yeah, can't wait for it. Britt Nicol in there as well. It was good to see her return to some form and put the jersey back on yesterday. She had a couple, I think, 7s. So she was on fire. Definitely one to look out for.
We'll have to pick her brains when she gets back in the booth.
100%.
Yeah, definitely. What it is about Biribu that she's loving the most, and get some inside knowledge to the lineup. It'd be really good to understand that. Here's Paige Harrod, ex-CT surfer up and riding, looking to get back to where she was a few years ago on the championship tour. And there we see that little wave down the beach.
Free surfers have certainly been enjoying the banks that the comp hasn't been on, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think I know who that was. That's a pretty recognisable style. I think that was Jacob Wilcox there, just really just ripping into that one. He's just so powerful, Jacob, and obviously coming off that win down at Phillip Island to kick things off. So he's right up there in the ratings too. But he wasn't at Boomerang.
He wasn't, no.
Yep, so coming up to this event, I think. We'll have to double check that.
There's a couple of pretty dynamic, goofy footers.
Yeah, there is.
Sometimes hard to pick it, but yeah, Jacob had a good win down at Philippe. I was down there for the event, and just from the outset of that draw, he was looking super dynamic and spicy. So yeah, he's if he is in the draw, he's definitely going to be a threat here at Biribu.
Don't think he is. So it wasn't him.
He isn't.
But there's so many good surfers up here. It's wild. So
Freya Prum getting a couple of nice turns in on this one.
yeah, just ripping that one through to the inside.
So yeah, we'll see. She only needs a 2.20 to go into second place. So I'm not a judge, but I reckon that's going to easily get that number. It's come through at a 5, so she's jumped straight from 4th to 1st. So she's got a 5 and a 3. We saw Paige Harrop score a 2.7 for that left, just prior to Freya's wave. So Freya's now taking the lead with just under 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was a nice little link together of combination turns for Freya. Just ripping into that rail, that forehand carve, and that one was nicer. It offered a few more sections on it. And there's a nice deep right-hander. This early morning, first heat of the day, the competitor's probably still figuring the lineup out. It's probably changed a little bit, like you said, dropped a little bit from yesterday. So sometimes it can take a few heats just to kind of really figure out that lineup, where the best scoring waves are, what's on offer. But like we said, hopefully this swell can keep pulsing through. There's lots of swell in the forecast for the back end of this week. So from here and into Maroubra is going to be pretty exciting. Hopefully we can see a lot of that swell kind of show up.
And I thought that was pretty smart surfing from Freya on that one. She didn't do like anything super extravagant, but knew what she needed to do. She only needed a small score and got those 3 wraps in for a 5-point ride. So a mid-range score, and I feel like she was just showing off some of her lengthy experience there, just getting that score. So she's in a good spot. Safi Vetti's in second, needing a 4.36. Paige Harrop in third place, requiring a 3.75 to move into second and advance. And Rosie Smart's got priority in the white and has a 3.50 single wave score, and then needs a 2.96. So still very open with a couple of minutes remaining.
Yeah, that's right. We see Rosie out there with priority, just in quite a slow heat for her, just one score, a 3.5. So, I mean, this heat could flip on its head at any moment. Just 2 surfers, if Rosie and Paige picked off, a half-decent wave each, they could flip this heat right on its head and you put themselves right up in the advancing positions.
100%. We saw so often at Boomerang with the Mad Max minute, just surfers sneaking through in the last minute or two and getting the scores. We haven't really seen too many heats that have been full blowouts, which is exactly what you want to see. You want to see really close heats, and we've definitely got another one on our hands here. Yeah,
definitely. Well, the level of surfing is so high across the board from everyone, so you're going to expect everyone to show up and put on a good performance. Here's Freya, look for a big closeout blast there, and that was a nice kind of drifting finishing manoeuvre there for Freya. We'll see where that falls in. It's probably going to be really close to a 3. It might just break the 3 bank, but we'll see where the judges put that one. Nice speed. And here's Rosie Smart. This is a very important wave with 3 minutes to go. She's looking for a score. Tags that one through the lip. Unfortunately, comes unstuck.
Getting hung up. So she'll be spewing with that one. We saw Paige Harrop had a 4.05. Must have been a sneaky one down the beach, so we didn't see that one, but a 4.05. So she's moved into second place to QS veterans at this stage with 2.5 minutes to go, looking like they're in the advancing positions.
Yeah, that's right. And in third, her New Zealand country woman, Safi Vetti. So Paige has just got the upper hand. I'm sure she'll be hopefully would love to see Safi and her progress through this event and this round into the round of 16 after this. So they got a job on their hands. Freya Prum in the lead, holding down the lead with a 5 and a 3.2. Paige Harrop second, looking for a 4.16. Safi Vetti in third, holding priority. So that's very important coming into the last 2 minutes of this heat. Looking for only a 3.11 to move into second. And Rosie Smart in third. 3.26 required. just under 2 minutes on the clock, Nath.
Yeah, still very open. And might have a free serve here. From this view, sometimes hard, I'm thinking, is that blue? Is that a blue? It's surfer in the blue, but Paige Harab in this one in the blue, so she's a goofy footer. That was a natural footer, so easy to
And here
tell.
she goes. Up and riding. Here's that very recognisable backhand attack of Paige Harab. Gets so low on the bottom turn, and she's able to really rotate so hard and just jam that back foot as well. Puts a lot of power into it. Rosie Smart rolling this one down the line. This is a longer looking wave. Tags the one through the lip. Will she get a bonus section on the inside? Looks like she will. So she's going to ride out of that one. Maybe even one more.
It's going to be interesting. We didn't see the start of that one, but the end, she got some damage done on the inside as well. So she needed 3.26. We'll wait and see if she gets it.
Well, that requirement's been pushed up now on the back of Paige Harab's last score. She just locked in a 4.11, and Rosie was needing a 4.2, and well, it's looking like the score just came in, and it's under at a 3.95. So Paige Harab, very smart surfing there to up her requirement, or up her kind of her low score on that last one with that big backhand turn, and put the requirement just a little bit higher for Rosie. She would have got the number had a Paige not caught that wave, and well, that's the veteran, experience we see coming through for Paige. So here's her 4-point ride. We'll see if we get this replay to play. There it is. Nice dip off the bottom. Tags it tight under the pocket.
Nice controlled finish too. Got nice and low. So that's what we want to see. So wave replay powered by New South Wales Government and Volkswagen. And looks like it's going to be all she wrote in this heat. So
yeah, that looked like Safi Vetti up and riding. We're not sure what happened out the back, and Freya on a wave too. We'll see if Safi got anything out the back. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait for the judges to lock in. She was looking for a 4.5, but currently unofficially look like Freya Prum and Paige Harab rolling on through. We'll get the official results for you right after this. We're going to go to a short ad break. Myself, Nath in the booth. We'll be right back with heat number 6.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Very good morning. This is the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022, and this is the Gage Roads Brewing Co. Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 1000 event, and we are into the round of 32 of the women's draw. Heat number 6 in the water, and right now we have a cracker heat. We do have Alyssa Locke in the red, Nixie Ryan coming off the back of her win up there at Boomerang Beach, and Brittany Nicol in the white, and Amelia Burke in the green. So this is going to be an absolute cracker heat. looking forward to this kicking off. And, well, there it is. Very quickly, Nixie Ryan on the board, which is a small score, 2.25. And myself, Chris Hanover in the booth, joined by none other than Nathan Rivland. He was down here yesterday, got to see all the action unfold. How was it, mate?
Yeah, it was unreal, mate. Surfing on off has been absolutely second to none. It's been a really strong performance from all our surfers in the men's and women's draws. So, yeah, really looking forward to seeing us roll into today. And we'll crown our champions tomorrow here at the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. So I'm super, super excited for it.
Yeah, that's right. And, well, in the lineup, like we said, Nixie Ryan having a bit of a breakthrough year this year. She had a great result at Philippe Anderson, picked up a 5th. And then her maiden QS win up there at Boomerang for the Great Lakes Pro. And that has landed her in the number 1 spot on the Australia Oceania QS ratings. And all those points very valuable leading into the Challenger Series later in the year.
100%. We got a wave replay here of Britt Nichols' last one. Just digging in with the 2-turn combo. So should be happy to get the feet in the wax and get a couple of turns in on that first wave. And
that looks like Amelia Burke on the inside, ripping through this one. And behind her, well, there's that pink board that we all learnt to love up at Boomerang. Nixie Ryan ripping through this one with some smart surfing. She's going to get a little bonus section on the inside. And there she goes. Finishing off that one on the inside, Nath. And I think that'll be her best ride. So all the girls getting busy in this one. Good to see. Britt Nicol, 3.75 to kick things off.
And with priority as well. So yeah, we had pretty much all the surfers.
A couple of back-to-back scores here. Nice combination of manoeuvres. Nice rail carve there from Nixie. Holding the rail right through the turn into the power source. A nice slash. And then works her way through to the inside. So some lovely waves on offer here up at this beautiful place, Biribu Beach. And, well, Surfing New South Wales also wants to acknowledge the Wurrumai people, the traditional owners of the land and beaches that we surf on today. We pay our respects to the elders, past, present, and emerging. So, obviously, all the original custodians of the land. Great place, and it's an amazing place on this country. And huge thanks to them and everyone else for down here for getting this event underway.
Yeah, super honoured to all be down here on Wurrumai country. So, yes, thank you very much to them. So, this is the round of 32, heat 6. So, we've got a couple more heats to go in the round of 32. We've got 13 and a half minutes to go here. So, Nixie Ryan currently looking like she's in control. And
yeah, she is. And coming up after this heat will be heat number 7. Oh, a few experienced competitors in the draw in this one as well. This is, like you were saying, this is one of the harder 1,000 events you'll ever come across in the women's QS. You know, you look at the likes of some of the surfers that have already progressed through. We've seen Sarah Baum, Sierra Kerr, Dimity Stoyle, Charlie Hurst, Elise Cooper, Gia Lorenzen, Zali Kelly, names like that. Freya Prum as well. And now, this heat now with Nixie Ryan, the current ratings leader, we're rolling to the next heat, heat 7. Piper Harrison, True Starling, Arabella Wilson, and Angela Ball. So that's an absolute doozy.
yes, looking at the back end of the draw, Philippe Anderson's in there as well. So just it's talent everywhere. It's probably probably the top QS 1000 draw I've seen in both the men's and women's for a very long time.
Yeah, that's right. And out in the lineup, doing just what she did up at Boomerang, getting off to a quick start and holding that lead and being very hard to chase down in every heat. It is Nixie Ryan in the blue. 4.75 for those combination of turns on that right-hander we saw just before. So that has her in the lead with a backup of a 2.25. There she is again, under priority. Nice little dismount. Brittany Nicol in second, 3.75. Looking for a 3.26. Take the lead off Nixie. Amelia Burke in green in third. Looking for just a 0.76. Holding on to a 3. And Alyssa Locke. A bit of a slow start for Alyssa, but no, give her any chance of one of those rights. And her backhand attack is absolutely deadly. We've seen her in CTs back in the day up at Snapper. She's got wild cards into them and, didn't disappoint. And I know she's dealt with a lot of injury over the years. Wow, that was a searing forehand carve from Britt Nickel. That board's looking magic. And also from up north, close to where Alyssa lives.
Britt's in, Cabarita.
Yeah, Cabarita way. Alyssa's, I think, just over the border there at Snap Up. So,
that first turn from Britt, absolutely searing.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Very impressive. Obviously, some of these rights are not very... They don't have a lot of substance to them. They're quite small in the face, some of these waves. And to fit a turning like that, a full rail carve on, 1 to 2 foot, 2 foot wave is really impressive. Get this replay here. I love this. Not a lot of speed either, and there's rips through that carve. Finishes right back in the power source.
It'll be really interesting to have Britt back in the booth after a heat too, just to hear that view of the competitor and what her tactics would have been going into this heat, because obviously it has been pretty slow. There's not a massive amount of waves coming through, so what sort of tactic you go with out there. So that's Alyssa Locke just throwing it up there on her backhand.
Yeah, they're those backhand hangers that can just give her a couple of sections. She's going to be throwing down excellent numbers for sure. And like we said, we saw her at one time up there in the CT up at Snapper, and she had a great showing up there. And
she was just a grommet when she was in the CT, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. She got the wild card through Snapper. Actually, might have been a Roxy wild card getting into that event when it was the Quickie Pro and the Roxy Pro, and she's got great rotation on her backhand. Just throws it up really high and vertical. Gets the board right above the lip.
Yeah, she's an absolute powerhouse in the juniors. I remember just constantly she was taking out event after event after event. From the age she was probably like 13, 14 till she got to about 18, and she started entering into the pro juniors and the QSs. So
yeah, I know she went through a really tough time for a while with a lot of injury. She had some pretty chronic back problems, I'm pretty sure, and scoliosis. It was really hard to see her. It took a, she was struggling to even go left a lot of times. So she could go right, but really struggled to go left and turn with all that rotation. And kept her out of the water for quite some time. And obviously now she's back in the Rashi, and hopefully she's at full health. Would love to have a chat with her and see how things are going, but obviously a huge talent that came out of Snapper, made big roads into kind of her CT berth, and it was really cool to see. And she was like you said, a standout junior. Through a junior career, it was almost unbeatable on a right-hander.
100%. Yeah, she was just taking event wins like it was nothing.
Yeah, she was just... I remember seeing her in the CT. She was tiny little blonde grom, just frothing at the bits to get out there, and just had such a good showing in that event. Her backhand was so electric for being so small. And
lower sensor of gravity. Sense of gravity. Sensor. So Green having a look here. This is Emily Burke. So she started off with a 3. She's using priority here. It was a nice crisp backhand snap, but unfortunately just bogging the nose in and going down on that one. We saw Britt Nickel get a 4.4 for that really nice forehand hanger on the first section, and Nixie Ryan with the best score of the heat, a 4.75. Alyssa got a 3.6 for that backhand turn. So it's still pretty close once again. Alyssa needing a 3.41 to advance, and Emily just with the small score there, she's needing a 4.01 to go into second. So yeah, super close once again.
Definitely. Well, Amelia Burke, just from down the road at Merriweather. So end of this beach, we're at the north end of Stockton. For anyone out there doesn't know the exact location of Port Stephens, and so that's just up the road. From Stockton is just on the north side of the harbour there at Merriweather and Newcastle. You got Merriweather Beach on the southern end of Newcastle. Up the end, you have Newcastle, the port, and then on the north side of the port, that is Stockton Beach, and this runs all the way up, a long beach that runs all the way up to the north end where we find Biribu in the corner. It's a very unique facing beach. It's we do have quite a bit of swell out there at the moment, but it's all coming out of the north, and this almost faces dead south. So when you get a southerly, it's almost like a straight easterly, and a north is offshore here. So with the winds, so it's a very unique facing beach. Picks up a lot of south swell, and obviously the north swell. It's still getting in. It's actually more of an east swell, but it actually looks so north because it's the way it's facing.
Yeah, it's such a funny spot, so different and unique to everywhere else. Here we go with Nixie Ryan. So coming off the bottom with some power and jagging that first section, and there's that really strong forehand wrap. And she gets the bonus section on the inside, so wait and see if that's going to be potentially her best number of the heat. She did get a couple more turns, maybe not as powerful in that first section on the first one as opposed to that one, so we'll see how that comes in, but you would think she needs a 3.4 to go to first. I reckon she'll go into the lead.
Yeah, I dare say she'll be getting that. I think it'll fall in right next to her other number, and well, there it is, just above it. So Nixie Ryan can't put a foot wrong at the moment, just putting heats together really smartly. You know, even whether she's got priority, she's under priority, she's finding the right waves, and I mean the surfing on the waves is phenomenal as well. So it's hard to beat someone that's in such good form, isn't it?
It is. Well, yeah, prior to this year, her best result at a QS had been a 9th. So
Yeah.
she had a 5th at Phillip Island and then took out the event at Boomerang. And she's looking like she's in epic form here. And I think she's really matured as a surfer and as a competitor. She was pretty good through her juniors, but just epic to see her take on all these top seeds in the QSs, all these amazing surfers that we've got entered in the draw, and banking some good results. So
Yeah.
awesome to see the progression between juniors and full QS surfers.
Yeah, but she seems unfazed as well. It's like it's not like there's any nerves creeping in. It's not like she's coming up against some bigger names. She just looks so unfazed, so confident in her approach, and you know, it looks like she's just kind of in the present moment out there, kind of in a flow state. Just everything's happening for her. Like every time she moves into the other place, the waves are coming to her. She looks like she's in great rhythm. It's the type of place you want to be in, especially on these type of series where you got back-to-back events. You can get on a roll and get momentum going, and if you got that rhythm in the right place, things that seem to happen, and it is happening for Nixie Ryan, currently in the lead, 5 and a 4.75. And well, Britt Nickel, a fellow commentator, out there in the white in second, holding it on to second right now, looking for a 5.35 to take the lead. Alyssa Locke is in third, surfer in red, looking for a 4.55. And Amelia Burke in fourth, looking for a 5.15. So very attainable scores for third and fourth.
Yeah, I reckon it's going to go down to the wire once again here. And,
Yeah.
See the ocean. You can see the view of the ski out the back. It's Crispy and Jonah on the ski, so they're doing a great job at keeping us safe out here at Biribu. We've seen plenty of dolphins in the lineup out here at Biribu, and so it's always good to see that. And it's been sick. So we've got 3.5 minutes remaining. So Nixie's in the lead. Britt Nickel looking to continue her form from yesterday. She's currently in second in the qualification area, so she's got priority as well, so it's obviously a great position to be in going into the back end of the heat, so she'll most likely get another opportunity to try and get a strong score.
Yeah, she will. Just under 3 minutes to go. And, well, like we said, we're going to be rolling to heat number 7 after this. 8 heats in this round, and we're finishing off the last 4 this morning. So, heat number 8. Heat number 7, the next one will feature Piper Harrison in the red, True Starling in the blue, Arabella Wilson in the white, and in the green, Angela Ball. Then rounding out the round after that will be Philippe Anderson in the red, Ellie Clayton Brown, the local, in the blue, Ellie Harrison in the white, and Coco Cairns in the green. So another cracking matchup to finish off the round. And then, well, rolling into the men's draw.
Yeah, can't wait for that as well. So, yeah, just with the next heat, Piper Harrison, she's had a couple of QS victories before in the last 3 or 4 years. So she definitely knows how to make a couple of heats. She took a win at NIAS, I believe in 2017, 2018, in one of her first QSs ever. And then she had a win at Phillip Island down in Victoria as well a couple of years ago. So she's definitely one to watch out for. She didn't probably get the result she wanted at Boomerang, falling out pretty early in the draw, but she's definitely one to look out for. And obviously True Starling and Angela Ball, great competitors as well. And Bella Wilson made the quarters at at Boomerang and as well she did as well at Philippe Anderson, so she's in some really strong form as well. So can't wait for that one.
Yeah, there's Alyssa Lock up and riding. That really crisp backhand approach. And looking for a 4.55, so we'll see where that one falls in.
I used to always think it was so cool that Alyssa Lock was sponsored by Weet-Bix.
Yeah.
I used to see the sticker, I'm like, oh my gosh, that is so cool.
Yeah, Steph was too.
That's right, yeah. I was just like, I'd see the board, I'm like, Weet-Bix, that's so cool.
Yeah, they were big time sponsors. And another great food sponsor, Mad Mex. We're into the Mad Mex Minute. Great supporters of this event and the whole series. And we're going to roll into the Mad Mex Biribu Pro after this event. That's stop number 3. So we've got to get through plenty more heats here before that's happening. And looks like Brittany Nicol is motoring out the back. She must have spotted something, and she's holding priority and second place. So looks like Alyssa Lock's last wave didn't.
I think it's coming in a 3, yeah.
Yeah, I think it came in a 3. Obviously, a bit of a flatter wave. Great surfing on it, but just hasn't really been able to find those steeper pockets. We've seen Nixie Ryan and Britt Nicol find those steeper pockets and get those big rail calves. You know, Alyssa Lock has the firepower with her backhand approach to really, go vertical. And this is going to be maybe the last roll of dice. This looks like Amelia Burke. That won't eventuate into anything. And we're going to count this heat down, and that is going to wrap up heat number 6. And it looks like there is your heat winner, just on a little victory lap. Rolling on through, Nixie Ryan taking it out, continuing her stellar form from her last event win up at Boomerang, and now into the round of 16. She'll be moving on through with none other than Nixie Ryan and, Brittany Nicol, commentator.
Keeping the form running, both of them. So good to see them both making it through, and hopefully we'll see Alyssa and Amelie at the next event, the Mad Mex Biribu Pro.
Yeah, we will. And we'll be right back with more action from the Gage Road Port Stephens Pro in just a second. We've got a short ad break. See you soon.
What makes a place your place? Is it a place to play, learn and watch your kids grow? A place to have fun, laugh and belong? A place to work, kick back and share a beer with your mates? You can't touch it, put a price on it. You feel it. It's not about houses and cars and stuff. It's about people. The people you live with and share your dreams with. Your place might be big. It might be small. But finding your place, well, that's the most important thing in the world. Port Stephens is full of special places. We're planning for the future of our places in a way that makes it easy for you to understand and get involved. Coming to your place soon. Find out more on our website.
Welcome back to stop number 2 of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. This is the Gage Road Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 1000 event, and all part of the Australia Oceania Region QS Series. Myself in the booth, joined by none other than, well, here he is, Cooper Chapman. Welcome back, mate. And how's it looking out there this morning?
Yeah, waves look really fun, Chris. It's good to be down here at Biribu again. Waves have really turned on. Yesterday was incredible for opening day of competition. Today we've got really clean conditions again. A little bit different of a story to last week. So, yeah, nice to be back in the booth. Big day ahead. men's action coming up right after the women's action. So getting into that main seat of the men's, I'm looking forward to coming up and getting to surf a heat in some good conditions. So yeah, excited for the day and what it brings ahead.
Yeah, obviously you would have been down here yesterday. Give us a bit of a rundown this morning, how the conditions may have changed from yesterday a bit. We saw some great heat scores locked in, none other than, your old roommate, Hoggy, getting a big win yesterday, some of the biggest numbers of the day. So run us through the difference from the conditions yesterday compared to what we're seeing out there today.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we'll just watch this Destination New South Wales replay. Surfer in red, up and riding here. Bit of a straight hander on that one. Throws up one turn. Nice turn. Did well to get the completion there. But yeah, yesterday the conditions maybe a little bit bigger, but I think today it's a bit cleaner. Yesterday was maybe half a foot to a foot bigger. But today it seems like the conditions have really started to clean up a bit. Looks like later on today we're going to get a little bit of east wind coming in and a southerly wind tomorrow. But for the morning right now, super clean conditions. Great for the women out there to get the day kicked off. We got through 4 heats of the women yesterday afternoon and finishing off these 4 heats of the round of 32 for the women this morning. So nice to see them out there while the conditions are really clean and lots of good opportunities out there.
Yeah, and talking about opportunity, we just saw Surfer in green, Angela Ball, experienced competitor of Angela, finding that quick start and one of the best scores in the morning so far, a 5.75. We saw that left running down the beach. It looked, very Biribu-ish, that one. Those big long lefts you get. Any east swell here, it actually looks like a north swell, we're saying, because the direction of the beach here faces so south. We've got an east swell at the moment. We've got a fair bit of swell, but quite protected in here, and it is running down the beach. We see those lines marching kind of down, offering those longer lefts and more punchy rides. Very similar to what we saw at Boomerang up there.
Yeah, like you said, we do face very south here, so as you said, it looks like it's running down the beach like we'd normally see in a north swell on this beautiful east coast of New South Wales, but we do have quite a nice little east swell. Clean lines here. We saw last week up at Boomerang, it was a bit more broken up, a bit more of a wind swell, where we do have a bit more of a solid ground swell, as we see. Surfer in blue here, True Starling, North Narrabeen, old local, residing up in the north coast now. One nice backside turn. She's no stranger to backside snaps, growing up on those beautiful waves of North Narrabeen, just like me and you, Chris.
Yep. She's a great advocate for women's surfing, True, and they're living up north now, enjoying more of the right-hand point breaks up around Cabba and that, but like we said, she spent her whole life growing up at North Narrabeen, so no stranger to some long-running lefts. That is True Starling. One nice backside hit, landing her a 3.25. So we're seeing the scores coming in very similar. It was like this at Boomerang because, you'll have that one breakout score here and there, but with the tide the way it is now, that the swell, the direction it is, we're getting those short, punchier rights. And it seems the bigger sets, are more so just landing one big turn on them. They're quite a lot quicker. I guess it's in that funky range of that 3 foot range, 2 to 4 foot range, and it's just hard to kind of find the waves that really break the scale open.
Yeah, I was just down there having a chat with Matt Banting, who's coming up in the first heat of the men's round of 64, I believe it is. And both of us were kind of having a look at it, saying it's almost a little bit like Sunset. Obviously not quite the same size as Sunset, but the playing field is quite wide. With the high tide right now this morning, we're getting peaks kind of all over the place, and you can see from the beach, it looks like it's really, really good out there. But the women right now are having a bit of trouble finding that nice takeoff spot. If you're sitting a bit further out waiting for the sets, there is a really wide playing field as to where you can take off. So all of the women seem to be sitting in on the bank. That tide is quite high. As we see it drift out and it get a little bit shallower on that bank, we will see it a lot more predictable out the back on those outside sets. So I think just that sleepy part of the morning sometimes, we call it the guinea pig heats, just trying to work out the lineup a little bit. We do have a high tide about 40 minutes ago, so very close to the tip of the tide right now. You're going to see that drain out a bit, and as the day progresses, as we see True Starling up and riding, a little ride here. Nice first turn, up in the lip. Second one coming around the section, and polishes off a nice third one. So great surfing there, a little alley ride almost.
Yeah, that's a vintage alley ride for True Starling there, and some great quick turns. I love the way she didn't overcommit to the first turn. Have a look in the replay. Looks like she's pumped with that one. Those turns were really quick and whippy, almost like jabs into the pocket of that wave. Very quick in transition, and got 3 in. And here is Piper Harrison up and riding. We're going to go to the replay of True Starling real quick. Look at this one. nice quick whip. Doesn't overcommit to it, Coops. And then kind of tags the second one, and then she sees it again. And the last one was kind of the money turn, I feel, there. Got the fins a little bit, released the fins, and got nice and tight, and finished that one off.
Yeah, she did really well to get 3 in there. We've seen that score come in as a 4.75. As you were touching on before, judges keeping that scale quite low right now. There is some really nice set waves out there, like I was just touching on. As we see the competitors start to work their way out the back, sometimes beginning of heats, they like to get the scores. As we can see one out the back there, there is some nice 3 to 4 foot sets coming through. So scale staying quite a little bit down with the smaller waves, but nonetheless, that wave of True Starling, really nice first turn. I like the way you pointed out she didn't overcommit to the first one. If she went any more up into the lip, or if she brought the board back any further, she wouldn't have been able to get down the line and keep that speed to really attack that third turn. I think the third turn was the money, really pushing hard through. So we can see the girls copping a few on the head here. That was what I was just touching on. There is some bigger sets out the back, so once we see them position a little bit better, once we see them find that spot in the lineup, but as I touched on, it is quite wide. It is quite difficult to find that spot out the back. So we'll see as this heat progresses. Now the women have got a bit of a start. They've caught a few on the head. They might have got a bit of a wake-up call to start their morning off, and we may see them drift a little further out the back and try and get those ones that the judges are really looking for, those steeper, bigger walls.
Yeah. It is that tricky situation, though. We saw it, we saw it, a lot of people fall victim to it at Boomerang Beach with the more broken up swell. The bigger sets breaking further out, but a lot of time we saw people, drop anchor out the back, and then the other surfers got busy and caught waves underneath them. It was really hard to find those sets, and like you said, with a pretty big playing field and the sets kind of breaking in different spots, it's can be a bit of a risk sitting out there and dropping anchor to try wait for one of those sets. We saw the likes of Reef Hazelwood go down, waiting for those sets, and yourself go down as well. And and then the people with kind of the heat management or those kind of tactics to stay busy at the start and then, get those numbers on the board. A lot of the time, it ended up paying dividends for them. Yeah. So out here, maybe the women kicking things off like this, trying to get those few numbers on the board, kind of build the foundation, and then maybe start moving out to the back.
Yeah, with 20-minute heats too, it does really condense the action. It makes you get a bit trapped unless you can pick something up. I like to split it into 2 little 10-minute blocks and make sure in that first 10 minutes you have something at least up in that high 4, above the 5 range is kind of ideal. And that way, in the back half of the heat, you're only looking for one more wave. Whereas if you wait out the back and nothing comes for 10 minutes, it makes it really difficult to fight your way back into these 20-minute heats. So a bit of heat management is definitely crucial out there this morning. And all the women are just trying to find their feet. It is the first time we have seen the top seeds, True Starling and Piper Harrison, in competition. We saw up at Boomerang, top seeds had a bit of trouble because there was that little bit of momentum coming through those earlier rounds. And like you said, that heat management really shone through by the women and the men who had those extra rounds up their sleeve and really got to work the lineup out, work out the lineup, because it is quite tricky out there. It is beautiful, it's very clean, but yeah, it can be quite tough to find the right spot, as we see True Starling coming down the line and jumping off the back of that one.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe a bit of the chicken tactic, the get busy, stay patient out there, Coop, eh?
Yeah, get busy, stay patient. The old Chris Enever special with Laura Enever.
It's a good tactic.
Yeah, now we've got the 2 ultimate commentators. We've got World Surf League World Tour commentator Laura Enever, and in the booth with me now, Chris Enever. So right. Maybe stepping stones to catch up to Laura on the World Tour one day.
Yep, that's it. As we work through this one, 8 minutes to go on the clock. That looks like Arabella Wilson up and riding, and she quick in and out there, holding a good number of the 4.25, so not looking for much at all. And we see True Starling now in the lead on the back of her last right. That was a 3.25, so currently in the lead, True Starling. We're going to be rolling them through the draw. After this one, there's 7 minutes to go. We're going to be going to the next heat. That's a doozy to round out the round. Philippe Anderson in the red. Clayton Brown, the local, in the blue. Ellie Harrison in the white. And Coco Cans off a great result up there at Boomerang. Will be in the green.
Yeah, tough one out there right now in the water. We've got Angela Ball with that 5.75. She's got that score like we're touching on. It's nice to have something big up there, but it can get very tricky at the tail end of the heat unless you can find that backup. So we'll see how she manages. We've also got Arabella Wilson with the 4.25. So she's down in fourth right now, but not looking for much to catch up. As we see, bit of a paddle here. Piper Harrison trying to fight her way into this heat. Bit of a sleepy start. Smaller wave, big first snap though. Really aggressive and throwing it up hard into the second turn. So she's going to put one up there, I think, in that 4 to 5 point range. Don't quote me, I'm not a judge. Oh, True Starling. Nice fin ditch on that section. So Piper Harrison throwing her hat in the ring. It's been a bit of a sleepy start for her, but now we're going to see all four of the women with something in that 4 to 5 point range, dare I say, and we're going to have a really hot last 5 minutes on our hands.
Yeah, we said this. It always tends to happen when you have those heats where the scores fall in the 4.4 to 5, 3 to 5 point range. The back end of the heat has fireworks written all over it, because anyone has a chance to really kind of solidify that number one spot, and those heats can flip on their head in a heartbeat. So up and riding, Piper Harrison, nice first whip, eyes off the second section, a nice quick jam, just really put some pressure into the back foot there. So that was a good wave for Piper. And then we saw True Starling with that nice vintage fin ditch she's got in the bag of tricks. We see her go to that a lot.
Yeah, she does have a very strong front side, as we see Piper Harrison locking in the second best wave of this heat, beg my pardon. 5.10 for Piper Harrison, and True Starling locking in her backup score, 4.55. So she's edged out in front, consolidated her lead with just over 5.5 minutes remaining. It's going to be a tight finish, as we see Angela Ball. We missed that wave. Hopefully we can pick up a replay, but she's locked in a 4.25, jumped up into the lead, 10-point heat total. So it's all changing around here with the women down in third and fourth, not needing much. We see Arabella Wilson in the white with priority out there right now, looking for a 5.05. Piper Harrison, after locking in that 5.1 on her last wave, looking for a 4.2 if she wants to advance. True Starling holding on to second place right now. Pocket fours, 4.75 and a 4.55. If she wants to jump up into the lead and get herself off that hot seat, which we call second place, she's going to look for a 5.25. And out there in the lead, Angela Ball.
Apparently she's down the beach heaps far.
So I've just been told by my amazing Fresh Air Comms team, Angela Ball has repositioned herself further down the lineup. We missed that wave, but 4.25, and judges have picked it up. Yeah, so she's gone up into the lead, and she's controlling this heat now.
Yes, obviously just out of view of the cameras there for that last one of Angela Ball, repositioning herself down the beach. And like you said, Coops, it's a big playing field out there. Lots of area that can be covered. I think there's a quick shot of her down the lineup. So we'll wait and see if we can find away from Angela in the back of this heat. She's currently holding the lead, and wouldn't be surprised to see this heat shuffle up like a deck of cards in the back end here, because everyone's not looking for too much. True Starling looking for a 5.26 to take the lead. Well, there's a little shift in numbers. The last of Arabella Wilson locking in at 3.7. So she's currently looking for a 5.05 to take second off True Starling. And Piper Harrison looking for a 4.20. So no one is safe right now in this lineup. And as we roll into the final 3 minutes, 35 seconds, we'll say a big thanks to our supporting partners, Port Stephens Council, Newcastle Airport, just down the road. You can fly in, come check out this area, very close. Destination New South Wales, of course, the World Surf League, and all the setup crew and the staff of Surfing New South Wales for putting on a great event here and getting everything and the site looking absolutely perfect. The PRD, Port Stephens, and the Chaos Surf Shop, and obviously our webcast partners for getting our mugs on the TV, Mad Mex and Volkswagen, and bringing all the live action to you of the surfers and athletes around the world, live on World Surf League and KO.
Yeah, how good's that? So good to have live surfing on the screens. It's a great way to inspire the youngsters to realise what there is out there, but also for the families and friends of all these athletes to tune in, get to appreciate the hard work and the dedication that goes in to be coming to these events. It is a lot of travel that is required, but it is great that the World Surf League have implemented this regional qualifying series, and we used to not really see these smaller rated events. This is a QS 1000 event be televised, but now getting to show off and showcase all of these surfers is a great way to get some marketing points for the sponsors, and yeah, great for the surfers to get to watch back their replays too. As we see down the beach, that was
Angela Ball.
Looks like Angela Ball. She's going to consolidate the lead with that one. 2 big turns. That was one of those bigger sets that we were talking about, Chris. There is some solid waves out there. and it's taken a little bit for the women to find it in this heat, but there we go. Backing up her 5.75 with a 5.3, the top 2 waves of this heat. Angela Ball off to a flyer in heat 7 of round of 32 for the women.
Yeah, that's right. And just, she surfed a picture-perfect heat so far, hasn't she, Coop? She's, started off with that big number and then, waited her time, waited until, around the 7-minute mark, locked in that 4, about the 5-minute mark actually, locked in a 4, and now she's obviously set the foundation, gone back out the back and found another one of those lefts. She's just taken ownership of those lefts in this heat. And, well, True Starling holding priority now. She's in second, looking for a 6.30. So you dare say it could be a battle of second place here. But, True Starling, I'm sure she'll be keeping a very close eye on Piper Harrison. And, well, speaking of the devil, she's let her go this one. So we'll see what this does here for Piper. And body language wasn't too strong there. Maybe a little bit of a catch as she came up. That wave went a bit funky on it.
Little bit of a bobble off the bottom, as we call it. And unfortunately, that one's not going to be enough for Piper. She's going to try and zip back out as we hit that Mad Max minute, as we know. And we've seen over the last week of surfing up in Boomerang Beach and now down here at Biribu, the Mad Max minute brings all kinds of action. We see the little burrito timer spinning around, making me hungry once again. But yeah, so we've seen lots of action in the last minute. As we know, anything can happen. And right now, Piper Harrison is going to be scratching back out the back, as is Arabella Wilson, looking for a 4.2 and a 5.05 respectively. But True Starling sitting there with priority, trying to hold on to that progressing position in second place.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure True Starling would not be taking her eyes off Piper Harrison at all here. But, however, she's got to also try hold off Arabella Wilson, who's only looking for a 5.05 to take second, but time is the enemy, counting down. We're inside the 10-second mark, and looks like we're going to roll this heat out, and it looks like True Starling with a bit of a victory lap there. Coming in, she'll be making through that heat. Angela Ball taking it out unofficially in first, True Starling second, and we'll unfortunately say goodbye to the other surfers, and we'll be right back. This is stop number 2 of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. We're at the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's QS 1000. We'll be right back with Heat After 8 just after this.
And welcome back to the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. This is a Gage Roads Brew Co. at Port Stephens. Geez, tongue tire. That's the first time I've had to say that this morning. So, men's and women's WSL QS 1000. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined in the booth by Mr. WSL himself, Will Hayden-Smith. Great to have you here, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm stoked to be here with you, Cooper. How you going?
Yeah, very well. I mean, how nice is it being from the WSL, coming down, and the conditions looking like this? It's got to be dreamy for you guys.
Yeah, we're super stoked. I mean, Biribu, one of the locals said Biribu is a bit of a show-off because every time the WSL comes, there's always a lot of fun waves, and it likes to show the rest of the world what it's got. And yeah, it's one of the most beautiful beaches I've been to in Australia, and to drive over the hill as the sun's coming up and you see some clean, fun waves running a comp, it's like the best thing ever.
Oh, and the camels walking along the beach as well. It's all happening down here at Biribu. It's a beautiful part of the coastline, tucked all the way up here the Port Stephens region. We do have right now women's round of 32, heat number 8, last heat of the round. Out there in the red, we've got Philippe Anderson. In the blue, we have Clayton Brown, local wildcard. In the white, we have Ellie Harrison, and in the green, Coco Cairns. So this is the third stop of the Australia Oceania qualifying series.
Yep.
Third 1,000 event in a row. Do you want to give us a bit of a breakdown maybe on the new structure around this regional tour? It's been introduced last year.
Yep.
Kind of worked out a few teething problems, obviously, with COVID. So what have you got in store for us now? It's a bit more streamlined and makes it a bit easier for the athletes.
Yeah, it was like COVID was a challenging time for everyone, obviously, and with global tours, the WSL kind of had to try and figure out how we were going to still maintain everything. And we have 7 regions around the world for which we've had forever. You know, there's Australia, Asia, North America, South America, Hawaii, Tahiti, Europe, and Africa. So we decided to break up the QS into regional tours because we all know it's been really hard to travel and get everywhere, and surfers right now, you can't travel to Portugal to do a 3,000 if you're from Australia. So we regionalised the tour, and last year, like you said, like we kind of had like a mini launch of it, and the Challenger Series was only 4 events, and this year's like the first year we're actually seeing it in full flight. In Australia, we've got 7 QSs in a row. You know, it's really exciting.
Yeah, it's so cool to see. Obviously, VISSLA getting behind this New South Wales Surf Series as well. Surfing New South Wales doing an amazing job structuring so many and squeezing so many into this short period of time to give us athletes every opportunity to showcase our talent, but to make it as fair a playing field as possible. So what's the breakdown of the events? This is good for me to ask. I mean, being an athlete in it, I don't quite follow it as much as I used to, wearing so many hats myself right now. What's the breakdown? How many of these events will count towards what's that process moving into the Challenger Series? How do we qualify?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. We've got 7 events. We've got 4 1,000s, we've got a 3,000, and then 2 5,000s in the Australia Oceania region. Your top 5 results will count to decide our top 9 men, and I think it's top 7 women plus a wild card to get into the Challenger Series. And so obviously the 1,000s are super important. They're in great places, like here we are in Port Stephens. And but then the real big ones towards the end are the 2 5,000s in Tweed and Surfest, which are going to finish off the QS before the April 10 cutoff, which is when all the regions have to have their surfers decided for the Challenger Series. And it's a great opportunity for the Australia Oceania surfers because the first 2 challenges are here in our backyard.
Yeah, let's talk about that. How cool is it? I mean, from me being an athlete, I have been on that Challenger Series last year and chasing around what used to be called the Prime Series for quite some time now. I do still feel like a grommet, but not quite a grommet anymore. To have that first event at Snapper Rocks, how special is that for you being representative for the Challenger and qualifying series to bring that amazing wave of Snapper Rocks as we'll catch up this way? Philippe Anderson just down the road in Merriweather, nice backside hack and squaring up vertically, holding on but unable to ride out of that one. Yeah, we'll go back to how cool is it to have, I mean, for me, from an athlete point of view, I have moved recently from North Narrabeen up to the North Coast, as we see, surfer in green, Coco Cairns, finishing off a nice little right-hander there. Moving an event of the qualifying series, or the Challenger Series as we call it now, to Snapper Rocks, how good's that going to be?
I mean, you said that you're not a grommet anymore, but surfing keeps us all young. We feel like grommets. and as grommets, you and I, we would have watched CTs at Snapper and seen our heroes like Mick Fanning and Parko and Dingo surfing out there. And to have it on the Challenger Series now, like, everyone is frothing. Like, that, I'm hearing so much about this. We're going to catch up with a bit of a replay.
Yeah, we've got Destination New South Wales replay here.
Yeah, Philippa, this wave looked really nice, but it kind of didn't really give her much pushback, so she wasn't able to push her turns too hard, so it's not going to be a huge scoring wave. But yeah, back to Snapper, like, super excited to see that still have like a major presence on our tours. And for the Australia Oceania surfers, then the next event goes to Sydney. We're going to Manly, so we're going to have a lot of opportunity for the surfers from this region. And what better way to warm up for a massive global event than a 7-event series? And, you know, like you said before, Surfing New South Wales have done so much. So as a World Surf League rep, it's just really pleasing to see all the athletes frothing to compete, all the sponsors still happy to support surfing. You know, the last couple of years have been pretty wild, so just super stoked and appreciative of everyone for supporting us.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring that up. I was talking to, as we pick up this little replay of Clayton Brown, local girl, Nice little first turn. I think this came in as a 2.75, so she's just backing up that first 3-point ride she had, trying to get something in the bank and edge herself further ahead. But as you said, the support coming from sponsors is so important. And I was speaking to Matt from Carve, who sponsored the last event. It's so cool to see brands outside of the surf industry getting into the surfing. And we saw back in the day the Coca-Cola Classic and stuff like that, especially here in Australia. I think it is really important, and it is a great opportunity for businesses to support surfing, because we are probably the per capita biggest surfing community globally, and there is big opportunity for marketing and big opportunity to support such a huge diverse range of humans who are chasing great goals like surfing careers. So yeah, how cool is that from your guys' point of view to let brands support such an awesome vision and awesome career path?
Yeah, and like obviously surfing was in the Olympics last year, and it's going to be in the next couple of Olympics as well, which is really exciting. And we all saw through COVID when we couldn't travel, talk to any surf shop, and they were saying that boards and wetsuits were flying off the racks. Like I spoke to VISSLA, and they were like, "We can't get you a wetsuit. Like we just can't even keep them on the shelves." So like the amount of participation is going up. I think COVID meant people working from home or not traveling as much, everyone getting back in the water and just frothing on surfing. I don't think surfing's ever been bigger than what it is right now. So like you said, it's a great time to be involved.
Absolutely, and we're looking forward to that event at Snapper. And it's due to note, we are changing the tour up, and you're probably a great person to talk to, because I'm sure there's a lot of surf fans out there tuning in, watching this Gage Roads Pro today. And let's talk about that shuffle up in the tour. So we're going to have a halfway cut, and people might go, "Oh, we're not getting the World Tour event at Snapper," but we are going to get those bottom 15 or bottom 10 that fall off the tour. As we see, surfer in white here, Elle Harrison, nice 2 first turns there. So great wave there, kicking off her account. She's got that 1.75, so it's good for her to get that backup score here in heat number 8 of round of 32. But yeah, so let's talk about the structure change on the World Tour, because I have spoken to a few people on the Gold Coast. I actually got in an Uber recently, and the guy was like, "Oh, it's not the same if we don't get the World Tour." But we are going to get the few that fall off tour, and there is a requirement for a few of the, especially Australia. We've got so many young Australian athletes on the World Tour. They'll be competing at Snapper Rocks as well. Yeah,
and like the feedback we've had is that a lot of the CT surfers, whether it's a CT or a Challenger, they want to compete at Snapper Rocks. Like I live up the road about 20 minutes, and whenever Snapper's pumping, it's really hard to get waves out there. It gets really crowded. So if you get a heat with just a couple other surfers out for half an hour, I think a lot of people would take that opportunity. So yeah, we're going to see a lot of the best surfers in the world. And one of the cool things about the Challenger series is the draws and fields are so big, you're running a lot more heat time than a CT potentially as well. So for the fans in these local areas, get up and go and watch Snapper, because they'll be running almost all day every day for a week. So it's going to be non-stop action. Yeah, and we're going to see such a variety of conditions. We see a few scores coming in. Ellie Harrison in the white, locking in a 4.75 for that last one. Nice attacking surfing, as we see. Surfer in green, Coco Cans. Big forehand wrap there. Wave losing a little bit of juice, but she's going to stick with it and try and get one last turn up into that sudsy section. So 11 minutes gone in this heat. Bit of a sleepy start for Coco Cans and Philippe Anderson sitting down in 3rd and 4th. Not looking for big scores, so Ellie Clayton Brown has got that 3-point ride and 2.95. She'll be looking to back that up, as we see that score just coming in for Coco Cans, 2.65. That is her best of the heat, but she's going to need a little bit more. She's looking for a 3.3 now if she wants to move up into an advancing position. Yeah, it's past the halfway mark, but this heat could be anyone's. Like, Philippa in 4th position only needs a 3.2, so it's can't give up, never say die. Yeah, and somebody who didn't give up and started very strong in her last heat. We do have the winner of that last heat, Angela Ball. How'd you find the conditions out there, Angela?
It was pretty tough. I got my first wave and ended up like a mile down the beach, so I spent most of the heat paddling, but it was fun. Yeah, it's a funny beach here. We're facing so south that everywhere else on the east coast of Australia, it seems like we're getting a north swell here, but this is just a straight east swell. And like you said, those lefts are running down the beach. On the webcast, we didn't even get to see your second wave, your 4.25, and it did take you a while to get it, but it makes a lot of sense now as you drifted down the lineup. How was it out there based on conditions? I know watching from the beach, looks beautiful out there, but quite difficult to compete. Yeah, really, really beautiful, like a real glassy and nice. It was pretty chill. Yeah. So that was heat number 7 you took out.
looking forward to finals day tomorrow. We're going to be moving into men's action after this, so you can take the afternoon off, put the feet up, and yeah, we'll be seeing you on finals day.
Thank you.
That was Angela Ball, winner of heat number 7. She's stoked. Nice
Yeah,
little result for her.
I love seeing the post-heat interviews, and just like as a competitor, how is it to actually know that you're going to be there on finals day? It must be a massive boost of confidence, makes you feel good and fired up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we come here for.
Yeah.
I always like to think, especially once you get to that Challenger Series, and they are week-long events and such a depth of field, and that's what I was going to touch on about Snapper as we pick up this Destination New South Wales replay. Philippe Anderson, the most veteran competitor in this draw, big forehand Finditch, one of the stronger manoeuvres we've seen of this event for the women. So we'll wait and see what score comes in for that one. Philippa did need a score, and that comes in at a 4.5, so it takes her straight up into the lead. But as you're saying, our goal is to make that finals day. Going to bed knowing that you're still active and you still have a shot to win is a great feeling. And going back to the idea of the Challenger Series, what excites me about Snapper the most is there is such a depth of talent on that Challenger Series. You and I have both seen it firsthand, and we haven't had it. We had it at Manly, the first ever Challenger Series event a few years back that was taken out by Leah Fioravanti.
Yep.
Second place by the surfer we've got coming up in the next heat, Matt Banting. But every single heat is going to bring so much action, and I think getting to surf in a variety of conditions at Snapper, like you said, there's a little bit more competition time than the World Tour event. It's going to be good fun to watch. Can you explain the format based on the World Tour guys falling off the tour? Because I think it has changed quite a bit over the last few years. I'm still coming to terms with it, and this year's a complete shake-up. From a World Surf League point of view, do you want to explain to the fans out there the changes that we're seeing?
Yeah, sure. So the first 5 events on the CT you have, well, there's going to be a cut after Margaret River, so it'll go down to the top 24 men and the top 12 women. So those surfers who are unfortunately cut off the CT, they actually go straight onto the Challenger Series, and the first event is on the Gold Coast on the 7th of May, and they get a chance to earn their spot, and by the end of the year they can be back on the CT, and that's never happened before. You would have seen like people who have fallen off the CT in the past. It takes you a year to get back on, and as we see Surfer in White getting a nice little left.
Unfortunately, just overcooking that last turn there. Ellie Harrison, she's going to be back out there trying to pick up something with just on 5 minutes remaining. For all those surf fans out there who have surfed in heat before, they'll know that yellow flag has gone up on the beach, indicating to the competitors in the water. Under 5 minutes remaining.
Opportunity straight away. That's great.
Yeah, that's a beautiful first turn by Ellie Harrison there, wrapping that second one around. She has moved up into second place right now, into an advancing position, and dare I say that is going to be a nice score there. Beautiful first wrap. I enjoyed that first turn.
Yeah, as a contest organizer, you just want to see that surfers are getting opportunity. The worst thing is like when the ocean goes flat for 5 minutes and you just feel bad that the surfers don't get to perform, and just seeing surfers being able to get 2 waves in a minute, that it makes you feel good, you know.
Yeah, it is. There's nothing worse as an athlete, and I do not envy your guys' job. The amount of times that, I mean, these events are good because there's no off days.
Yep.
But once you get up to that Challenger Series and you run into a waiting period, you can get some serious angry competitors when they get put out in average conditions, and then the next day is a bit better. But as we see this Destination New South Wales replay, I love that first turn. Really brought that around. Didn't turn it into a snap. Really committed to the full rail carve, and yeah, getting a nice little bounce off the foam to finish.
We've had a bit of everything. It went from like a nice shoulder high wave to like an ankle one on the inside, but yeah, really made the most of it.
Yeah, wait and see that score for Ellie, and there it is, 4.8. She backs up her 4.75, takes her way up into the lead. But as we've seen time and time again in this event and last week's event up at Boomerang Beach, a lot of 4s and 5s. The judging scale seems to be a little bit down. The judges want a bit more this year, and you see that sometimes at the start of seasons. The judges reshift their focus, as we see down the beach. Philippe Anderson picking up a nice looking left-hander, getting a first turn up there. Can she make it around this section? Doesn't look like she's going to get a second one. Going to be battling that little running down the beach swell.
And think back to Philippa's last wave. She just did one turn and got a 4.5. If that's why the scale's probably pretty compressed, because if that wall opened up and she was able to do a second one, then you're going to see it go past the 6-point range, you know. So some of the waves are going to stand up and offer multiple sections, and that's just what it's going to take, you know. They just want to see big combos, really.
Yeah, and I think it's great. It does encourage surfers to push a little bit harder, and that's how we progress the sport. When the judges do step that scale back down a bit, the athletes might get a bit of an ego hit. I know I did at Boomerang, a couple fours that I was like, God damn it, I thought that was going to be a little bit more. But it does encourage you to push the surfing a bit more and progress the sport. Let's briefly touch on the Challenger Series Tour once again because it does excite me.
Yep.
What stops do we have coming up this year? I know we're starting at Snapper Rocks, down to Manly, over to Piha, which we didn't get to run last time because of COVID.
Yeah, so Snapper to Manly, and then I believe it's Bolito. And US Open, and then France, and Piha and Haleiwa. So I think that's all 8 of them. I think it's super exciting. Like that tour is an incredible tour. You know, you've got Snapper, one of the best point breaks in the world. You've got Bolito, which on its day is an incredible beach break. I'm sure you've surfed some heats out there. Haleiwa, how exciting was that last Challenger Series event? You were there. The energy seemed electric. The Aussies seemed to be really supporting each other with our cousin from across the ditch. Billy was a part of the Australia Oceania crew, so it was just great to see. I was watching from home, and it's a great tour. And one thing I love about separating the challenges from the QS is it's like a stepping stone now. So like your goal to your sponsors and your family is like, first I get through the regionals, then I get onto the challenges, and then I step my way onto the CT.
Yeah, and I think the Challenger is really giving its own tour a name and turning it into something is really impressive because, like you said, it does look good for sponsors, but for surf fans out there, I think it creates this whole next level. It's like, I mean, compared to America, you've got like your NFL, but then you've got your college football. Giving something for the fans to support and follow and having such a bigger field of competitors as we see. Coco Cairns trying to fight her way back. We just did hit that Mad Mex minute, and we've seen time and time again so much action once the Mad Mex minute comes around. But touching back on, I've lost my train of thought, but I feel like that was good. Oh yeah, having those 2 tours, I think it makes it really great for surf fans out there. We're going to have that really top level world tour, which we're all going to be focusing so much on, waiting for that Rip Curl finals to come up, but also the Challenger Series is going to have its own tour and its own support crew and this own storytelling available to everyone watching. As we see Philippa trying to get that one big turn, she wants to push herself further ahead with 30 seconds remaining. She might just do that, only trying to replace that 2.85, but yeah, as I said.
Yeah, like you said, so we've worked, the tours and comp team, Jesse Miley Dyer, Travis Logie, Renato Hickel, and the team have worked really hard to separate the dates of the CT for the challenges, so the challenges will get their own air, they will have their own stage and presence, and it's going to be an incredible tour to watch. And this heat's wound down, and it was great talking to you. 20 minutes.
I know,
it
goes so quick in the booth and out in the water. We'll have to get you back in because I want to keep picking your brain. I love getting to know the ins and outs of the tour and the way that the business runs with the WSL, because it is great to see the vision with trying to make it amazing for the fans, amazing for the athletes, and yeah, hopefully this year pans out nicely, no more COVID, and we can have a really fun year on tour. You guys out there in Webland are watching the Gage Roads Brew Co. Port Stephens Pro. This is that was the last heat of the women's QS 1000. We're going to be jumping straight into men's action. Don't go anywhere.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Good morning and welcome back to the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 1000. This is, of course, the second stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Jessie Starling. How are you this morning, Jessie?
I'm really good, thanks. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
That's good.
Exciting watching True Surf this morning?
Yeah, it was exciting. It was a little bit nerve-wracking. I actually get more nervous watching True's heats than I do for my own. I'm like, oh my gosh. But no, she got through, so it was good to see.
Oh, that's
and
so good.
You got through as well. Round of 16. Here we come.
I did, yeah. It's actually tricky out there this morning from the beach watching everybody free surf. It looked really fun, really clean, and a lot of waves coming through, and then paddle out for a heat, and it's almost a different ball game. There's a lot of quick ones that come through on the right, and then the left seems to flatten out a little bit more, but all comes down to wave
100%.
selection.
And it's kind of hard to see on screen, but once you get a left, the paddle out is a lot harder than it looks. It's kind of, the current is pulling down the beach, so getting back out takes a lot longer than you think. And I know a couple girls struggled getting back out in their heats, so let's see if the boys make the same mistake or not.
Hopefully not. I'm sure they'll give it a good go. And we have the men's round of 64 in the water, heat number 1. Matt Banting in the red, Nathan Cook in the blue, Mike Clayton Brown in the white, and Oscar Berry in the green. Live action in the water, taking to the air. And
Oscar Berry
riding this one all the way through. So strong start there for the man in the green.
I feel like he came into this season way stronger. He was definitely one who came in looking a lot stronger than he did last season, and it's paid off. I mean, that wave was pretty amazing, and I know he got a pretty decent result in the second event of the QS at Boomerang. So yeah, hopefully he can keep moving forward.
Off to a good start for his 2022 campaign. I think with the whole landscape, we haven't had as many events over the last couple of years with what's been going on with COVID, and now that we've come back into the season again, I think a lot of the surfers being able to spend a lot of time at home, really tune in with their boards, their fins, their strength and conditioning, and really just tune in to everything that they need to before the season hits. I think it's allowed surfers a lot more time than what they normally would.
100%, I agree with that. I actually feel personally for myself as well, it's a time that I needed. Especially, it's good now they've upped the juniors age, but you went from being a junior straight into the QS. It's kind of not, you're kind of in a little bit of la la land, you're a bit lost. So I think it was really good for a lot of the surfers to have a bit of time out, get a bit stronger, as you said, dial in their board. So I think everyone took a lot out of it, and it shows everyone's firing this season. It's definitely a stacked draw for both the men's and women's division.
We do have an exciting leg here, and on screen we have the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Oscar Berry going for this one air here and just stomps it down, lands smoothly, and it gets a last tap there to finish with. And again, so making the most of nothing on that end section there, Jessie.
100%. That was amazing. What kind of score are we? Oh, 475. Okay.
Bit of a smaller wave.
Yeah.
Obviously the progressive with the start, but yeah, I don't think there was much on offer towards the end there. I think if you got a bigger one and linked it into 2 strong turns to finish with, it would have went up into probably the good to excellent range. But Oscar Berry off to a quick start with 15 minutes on the clock. He is in the lead with that 4.75. Nathan Cook in the blue in second with a 3.5. Mike Clayton Brown, the local man here, with a 1 and a 1.1, and Matty Banting in the red just opened up with a 0.5. Still plenty of time remaining. On screen there, all 4 surfers sitting nice and close in the lineup. Can be a little bit tricky, Jessie. There's a lot of playing field.
Yeah, there is.
Sit further south or north.
There's a lot of banks. It's definitely good to go into a heat. Personally, I think with a plan A and plan B. I think the plan A is pretty clear though. That right down the beach with the left off it is pretty sick, and that's where a lot of the girls sat in their heats. But there's still a couple of sick ones coming off the deeper ones. So it's interesting to see the boys with the lower priority maybe not skipping up the beach and trying to get a couple of those ones, because they are pretty amazing. As we see Mikey, the local boy, floater, just the one turn for that one. He's just trying to create some rhythm, I think, for his heat, so it's good to see.
Always nice to get your feet in the wax and get those first heat jitters out of the way, I think. Mike Clayton Brown, he is a local here. We have the Destination New South Wales replay again. Talk us through this one, Jessie.
Well, it looked like a nice wave when he first took up, but it ran up a bit quick. Just a floater for him on that one, but that's okay. He's a very talented surfer, and I'm sure he'll get plenty of opportunity. He surfed this wave a lot. I was talking to him in the surf this morning, actually, and he was really exciting. He was frothing actually to serve a heat. He was like, let's go.
It's always good to see the competitors when they're fired up. I think, we've had pretty good conditions coming off that leg in Boomerang for the Carve Great Lakes Pro, now into the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro. We've been blessed with nice waves here at Biribu Beach.
100%. Yesterday was so fun. Today's fun. I like to go for the early morning surf, and I ran down the beach. It was still dark, and I was like, oh my goodness, it's pumping.
It's been so clean. I think this morning it looked as though the swell had backed off a tiny bit from yesterday afternoon, but it'll be interesting to see what happens throughout the day. Still plenty of scoring opportunity, plenty of waves to be had. Beautiful, clean conditions. It is quite overcast. There's a bit of rain threatening, but it's not quite here, so we'll take that while we can.
As we see Nathan Cook up on the backhand. He's just racing down first turn. Hopefully he gets a second. There it goes. And then that wave looks like it might fizzle out a little bit, but he is milking it, getting everything out of that wave. So that was a pretty well surfed wave. Maybe, what do you reckon? Maybe another 3, 5, 4 maybe?
I think it'll push Nathan into the lead. There we go. You're pretty close there, Jessie. 3.15 for that last of the surfer in blue. Nathan Cook now in first place. Oscar Berry in the green in second. Looking for a score to take the lead. Mikey Clayton Brown in the white in third. Matt Banting in fourth. The destination replay on screen here. Nathan on his backhand floats over that section. Comes off the bottom and tags that section there. He's looking for another one. Really flattens out on that inside. The surfers capitalising out the back.
100%. It looks like the bank is changing a little bit from when the girls surfed just before. A bit quicker off those rights, where I feel like they were holding up maybe a little bit nicer for the females round just then. But it still looks so fun out there, and I'll be interesting to see if the lefts come into play throughout the day. But yeah, it's good.
Exciting action here. We are, of course, into the men's round of 64, heat number 1 of the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro. We have a destination New South Wales replay of Matty Banting down the beach. In fast forward. Looked as though he was surfing pretty quick on that one.
Yeah. Fastest surfing I've seen.
But Matty Banting in the red. He's locked in a 5.5. He's moved into second position. You're looking to drop that 0.5 from his scoreline and try and move into first. Oscar Berry in third. Mike Clayton Brown in fourth.
It's good to have a comp back here. It's actually really nice to have the men competing here as well. I know it was a female 6,000 for a long time. I think I competed in it once. It was the first year I started properly competing. So I think it's really awesome to have the men here as well, and I think Surfing New South Wales are doing such a great job. So it's good to see. I think the men also bring the female surfing, a bit more aggression into it. I definitely take a lot from free surfing with the boys, so I love watching them compete, so hopefully the girls can take some stuff out of it too, or the boys can take some stuff from the girls as well.
I think it definitely helps having so many competitors in the water. Sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating going for a free surf and you've got the whole QS just out in the lineup. You're like, wow, I don't even know if I'm going to catch a wave, but it is good to have the men's and the women's here together. I think it really pushes each other, pushes the level, pushes the standard of surfing, and
100%.
like you said, you can learn things off each other, and being able to watch the men and women, you can take things from heats.
100%, and I think the boys, I was just speaking to a few of my friends who are competing, they're really impressed with the level of the female surfing, especially, coming into we had such a long break, and now coming into the fresh season, the boys were like, all right, the ladies are bringing it, so it's awesome to see, and yeah, can't wait to see him back out there tomorrow as we see Nathan Cook up on a nice-looking left-hander. Beautiful first turn, straight into second, but just loses the fins out the back. Oh, that could have been a good score, unfortunately, but he's got plenty of time to get back out there.
Yeah, Nathan Cook in the blue. He was on his way to a good score on that left-hander. Here we go. Live action. Belts that section.
Wow.
The surfer in the green, Oscar Berry. What an excellent turn that was. We have white Mike Clayton Brown, the local here at Biribu Beach. What has he got for us? Tags that section there. Takes to the air. Can he stick it? And he does.
Beautiful surfing. That was amazing surfing for all three of the men out in the water. Even though Nathan did come unstuck on that last one, the first turn was beautiful. So it's great to see.
We have the men's heat now well underway here for heat number 1 of the men's round of 64. Coming up next, we have heat number 2. Stu Kennedy, Darcy Crump, Jimmy Hill and Oliver Reisenbeek. Another excellent matchup there between 4 surfers. There we go, Mike Clayton Brown, a 5.25. But Oscar Berry got the better of that exchange, a 6. So situation change now between the 4 surfers, just flipping it upside down. The surfer in green, Oscar Berry now in the lead. Mike Clayton Brown in 2nd, Nathan Cook in 3rd, and Matt Banting in 4th.
Stacked heat.
It is, and you mentioned earlier, Jesse, that the waves seem to be running off a lot quicker now. Bit harder to read. We did have a high tide here this morning at Biribu Beach around 7:20, so it was as the women were out there this morning.
Yep.
And now those conditions are starting to shift with that outgoing tide. So it will start to change a bit.
Yeah, yesterday we saw on the low tide, there was still plenty of opportunity out there. Still some really, the lefts probably came a bit more into play on the low tide yesterday. So hopefully we see that happen again. If not, that right bank is pretty amazing. But yeah, as we said, it's definitely changing. So hopefully the boys can find those steeper faces while the bank's changing a little bit throughout the tide. As we see Mike Clayton Brown's 2nd turn on this one. Is he going to get a 3rd in? And he pulls off. But still, beautiful surfing. Probably back up that 5.25.
Yeah, Mike Clayton Brown, he has come through, actually, here we go. Destination New South Wales replay. Oscar Berry, watch this first turn, just drifting the fins straight out the back of that wave. Strong surfing there from the man in the green. It was a 6.0. We have white Mike Clayton Brown straight up behind him, answering back. And right in front of the competitor in green. How do you feel about that, Jesse, when you're paddling back out and you've got another competitor that just does a massive turn or a massive manoeuvre right in front of you?
Oh, it takes every inch of your mental game to go, don't focus on them, don't focus on them, focus on yourself. But no, it's pretty sick when you can do it the other way around. You get one in front of another competitor. Alright, so only 6 minutes 20 to go. We have Oscar Berry in the lead. He's got 2 pretty strong scores, a 6-point ride and a 4.75. Mike Clayton Brown sitting in 2nd with a 5.25 and a 2.8 for that last wave that he got. Nathan Cook in 3rd with a 3.5 and a 3.15, and Matt Banting still chasing a backup wave for his 5.5, but he's one very talented surfer, so I'm sure he'll get that. As we see Nathan Cook just up and out of that one.
We do have a post-heat interview down the beach. Ellie Harrison, previous winner of that last heat. Talk us through the last of the dying stages of those heat with us, Ellie.
Yeah, it was pretty fun out there, but it's super tricky. It came to like 5 minutes and I was in 2nd. I just got a little one to try get into the lead under priority. And yeah, I got into the lead with a 4. And then, yeah, that kind of ended the heat.
How are you feeling with the clean conditions here this morning? Like, obviously, we're here for a contest and the waves are pumping. Talk us through, how the lineup is out there. It seems a bit tricky to find those positioning with the way the beach is.
Yeah, because it's like facing that way. The lefts, I don't know, they're kind of hard to get to because they're wider. But the rights, there's a couple 2-turners, but I don't know, they were tricky to get them out there.
Before you went out, were you aiming for the lefts or the rights?
Kind of both, like more the rights under it, but then I was looking for the sets that were lefts, but I couldn't really find any. I was a bit too deep.
Well, we're stoked to have you here, Ellie Harrison. Moving on through to the next round. Congratulations. We're excited to see you in the next round. Good luck.
Thank you.
She's such a classic.
She is. Victorian surfer.
Ellie Harrison, she is such a little powerhouse. I think she's 16 or 17.
Still quite young.
Yeah, she surfs so strong. And she's definitely one to make you laugh as well. She comes out with some pretty good stuff.
Yeah. Where were you positioning with? I was down that way. Oscar Berry in the lead. He's locked in a 6 and a 4.75. Mike Clayton Brown still in 2nd position. Nathan Cook in 3rd. Matt Banting in the red in 4th. Uncharacteristic to see Matt Banting in a 4th place position, but keeping in mind he's already locked in a 5.5 and looking to replace 0.5 from his scoreline. The positive here for Matt Banting is that he is holding down a first priority, and that is the P that you see on the left of his name on the screen. It means that any wave that comes through the lineup, he does have right of way. He's in a good position to go straight up into a progressing position as soon as those waves come through.
Yeah, even though he's in 4th position, he's probably in the best position he could be. You know, he could have last priority, but he doesn't. He's got first, so it's just a matter of choosing the right wave and performing on it.
Interesting on screen here, we can see white and red paddling over towards Mike Clayton Brown currently sitting in 2nd position, but certainly would not be feeling safe. Matt Banting, and just a quick up and out. That may be an error there for the surfer in red in the dying stages of this heat.
Wow.
It is so tricky to pick those waves off here this morning. Conditions are quite quick on the right, and the lefts can seem to run off in a bit of a flatter direction. So all competitors really testing their abilities here this morning, and Matt Banting unfortunately just a quick up and out.
Yeah, it was interesting to see him he surfed so many heats, but it just goes to show that the bank is changing out there and it's hard to know which ones to pick. But there's still 2 minutes 25 on the clock, so still plenty of time to get another wave. But it'll be interesting to see whether he takes off down the beach, maybe up the beach to that left. See if he can get one under priority as he's back down in 3rd priority.
Well, he has the surfers in green and white sitting either side of him. I feel as though they're going to make it pretty tricky. Well, they've let him have this one. Matty Banting, one solid turn.
Yeah, that was a pretty beautiful turn. It'd be interesting. He would need maybe a 2.5, something like that. So it'd be interesting to see how they go with that score for him. If they've been scoring the 1 turns. We can look at, Nathan Cook, he's had the smaller waves, but the 3 turns. Oh, there we go, drops in a 3.25.
We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay on screen. The one massive turn there for Matt Banting, really composed and compressed as he rides out of that turn. May have been a mistake from the competitor in white, Mike Clayton Brown. He was in priority above Matt Banting and allowed him to catch that wave with 2 minutes on the clock. We're now down to 1 minute 20, and the local man in the white, Mike Clayton Brown, now chasing a score.
There's still, a 1 minute doesn't seem like a lot of time, but there's so many waves out there coming through, so plenty of opportunity for him to get a wave. Their scores, 2nd and 3rd scores, are so similar, so it's just a matter of now Mikey, whether or not he can get one and perform on that one, because he wouldn't need too big of a score either. So Oscar Berry kind of running away with this heat, but Mikey Clayton Brown's still in the mix. It's just whether or not that wave comes through. Up to Mother Nature now.
And the judges have definitely been rewarding strong, committed surfing. Whether it's 1 turn or 3 turns, it's definitely showing that the scores are coming through for those that really commit to those bottom turns and a massive top turn, really laying into it. So more than capable, the surfer in white sitting in 3rd place. Also in 4th place, the surfer in blue, having a look at this one with 30 seconds on the clock. The Mad Mex minute. Things are getting mad in the lineup. Mike Clayton Brown is having a look at this one, the local man. What's he got for us on this inside section? He's got a nice lip in front of him. Cracks that first section. Bit frothy, can he finish? And he rides out of it. So Mike Clayton Brown in the white.
Oscar Berry behind him, throwing the fins again. That would be the 3rd time this heat. Amazing. Completion rate is amazing for him. It'll be interesting to see if Mikey gets the score for that last one. It was a pretty good looking wave, and he wouldn't need too big of a score. Heating up in the last minute, the Mad Mex minute.
We will leave that in the hands of the judges as those men from that heat make their way in. We'll be moving into heat number 2 of the men's round of 64. Stewie Kennedy, Darcy Crump, Jimmy Hill and Oliver Reisenbeek coming up shortly. We'll be moving into a short commercial break and we'll catch you here in a moment for all the live action.
Guys, gal with the bright red hair. Now she stands high from all the rest. You know her anywhere. Where she's mine. Yeah, she's mine.
Welcome back to all the live action here for the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 1000. This is the second stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. My name is Britt Nicol. I'm joined in the booth with Chris Enever. How are you this morning, Chris?
Very, very good, Britt. Good to be down here, Biribu Beach, turning it on for stop number 2 of the VISSLA Pro Surf Series. Bit of a gloomy morning, but the waves are starting to really improve. We saw this morning the women kick things off with 4 heats, and now we're into the men's round of 64, and, well, great heat in the lineup, and the first one was stacked as well, and look at this heat right now. In the red, Stewie Kennedy, Darcy Crump coming off a good result at Boomerang, as well was Stewie Kennedy. He'll be in the blue, Darcy, and in the, find the rest of these names of this draw right here. In the white, Jimmy Hill, and in the green, Oliver Risenbeck.
We do have Corey Ross on screen in the white.
Yeah, so maybe he had a substitute out. That's why I was just looking at this draw.
I think
trying to make sure that we got everything right. So maybe a replacement here?
I know that Jimmy Hill was a wild card. However, I did see his dad yesterday afternoon, and they were actually heading down to the wave pool, and they were trying to get back first thing this morning to make his heat.
Okay, so maybe caught down there. I know they had a big event down there at the wave pool. I think Laura was actually down there commentating that event, so maybe he got caught up, missed his flight. Who knows? Still getting tubed at the wave pool. That's why I was a bit confused. I was looking at the lineup, and then I was looking at the names on the screen. They weren't really matching up. So we'll get an official confirmation as to why Jimmy Hill isn't in the lineup. But, yeah, good replacement here.
Just going to try and bring up those results from that last heat, because there was a bit of action happening towards the end there. Mike Clayton Brown did get a wave in those dying stages. There it is, Mike Clayton Brown. He moves through, so he bumped Maddie Banting out of second place, and Mike Clayton Brown moved through heat number 1 with Oscar Berry. Matt Banting unfortunately bowing out in 3rd, and Nathan Cook in 4th.
Yeah, that's a big, big upset there, and well, tough run for Maddie Banting to kick off this these qualifying series events. He's been looking really sharp, and obviously coming off a pretty serious injury. Getting back in the water now. He hasn't looked out of sorts. His surfing's looking really, really crisp. You know, maybe a little bit hesitant in terms of airs on big sections and things like that. But he's looking pretty solid. And, you know, it just seems every time he's in the lineup, he just is out of rhythm. He just can't find... Even in that heat then, I was watching on the beach, and the sets would come, and he'd be in the position for the set, and it would just close out on him. He had about 3 in a row where he took off on a nice bowly right-hander, and just every time he took off that wave, as soon as he stood up, just ran off on him. And I mean, he put himself in the position for the waves, but they just didn't cooperate for him. So it just looks like he's a little bit out of rhythm with the ocean in these heats, and nothing at all to do with his surfing. Just a few unlucky results there from Matty Banting. But I'm sure he'll be looking to bounce back. These are probably a few warm-up rounds for him, for a few warm-up events, and he'll be looking to roll into, you know, the 3,000s, the 5,000s, and then make his charge towards the Challenger Series, you know, in the later end of this QS Series. But very impressive last heat, Oscar Berry. I'll tell you what. Very impressive.
Live action in the water. We have Darcy Crump up on his backhand, cracks that first section, looking for a second. Oh. He is just bringing through that momentum that he had at Boomerang.
Yeah, he is. And Bungan's finest, just tearing the bag out of that one. That backside whip. Vintage Darcy Crump there. And looks like we had another rider behind him. I think that was none other than Ollie.
Another local, Oliver Risenbeek, as we watch the Destination New South Wales replay on screen. Darcy Crump drives hard off the bottom, cracks that lip, straight into a second turn. So absolutely no downtime here for the surfer in blue on his backhand. Wait for those scores to be locked in.
And as we finish that replay, we're going to roll down to the winner of the last heat. And, well, very impressive to kick off the men's round of 64, taking it out. None other than Oscar Berry. Hey, mate, how you doing? Congrats on the last heat win.
Cheers. Yeah, it was good.
Give us a little rundown of the lineup there. Obviously, you know, a crazy heat to kick things off. You got Matty Banting and a few other big names in your heat. How do you keep your composure around them and obviously go out there and just do your own thing?
Won't lie, it was pretty tough. I was knew it was going to be a tough heat and I was going to have to drop some good scores. So went out there and just tried to be as free as I could, do a couple airs, just surf like I usually do, and yeah, I was stoked to not fall and have a good make rate and yeah, get through the heat. It was good.
Yeah, that's really good. Obviously, you know, those airs were unbelievable. And your make rate in that heat was right up there. Is that something you practice a lot, you know, bringing it into a heat situation, or do you train much for that, or is just going out there and just surfing as you usually do, 100%?
Yeah, last year I decided not to do the QS comps because I kind of thought that I wasn't ready yet. So I just practiced that for a whole year, just practiced what I'd like to bring into surfing heats, and that was one of the things. And yeah, I'm stoked to come in this year and be able to do it.
Yeah, well, obviously you're definitely ready now. Coming off, a 5th down at Phillip Island, and then 13th at Boomerang, and now you're rolling on through. Took a big scout there in Matty Banting, so confidence must be high.
Yeah, for sure. That's a massive confidence booster, and stoked to get a few little results, and yeah, kick off, get ready for the big ones.
Well, you're definitely rattling some cages, mate, and all the best for the rest of the event.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, great surfer there, Oscar Berry, coming out of the Gold Coast region. He very strong and looks so comfortable and just confident. You know, even his first wave, I think, of the heat, just a nice whipping forehand turn, and then, you know, just not a hesitation in the world, just to tuck that air into the flats. And like we said, I think he made nearly every air in that heat. So, you know, when someone's really in the flow state and they're feeling it and they have, you know, no hesitations, you know, he could have been trying to build a bank, like put some scores away, but like we said, first wave of the heat and just goes big forehand turn into a big full air reverse, and you know, he just kept going from strength to strength in that heat, and he's going to be one to look out for in the draw moving through because, like we said, these regional series gives people like Oscar Berry the opportunity to really cement their name and, you know, make a name for themselves and make a charge towards a Challenger Series run when in the past they would have probably not had a chance to really travel. And like we said, he even said in his interview, he didn't do the challenge, he didn't do the QS last year because he didn't feel like he was ready. Do you think he would have travelled overseas to, say, Portugal or, you know, somewhere else for a 1,000 if at the start of this year, now, if he wasn't feeling ready last year? It's a bit of a
tricky one.
Tricky one.
With the way the travel is and everything at the moment, like for a 1,000, probably not. I think it takes a lot of maturity to actually be able to step back and go, you know what, I'm actually not ready. I'm going to focus on my surfing, focus on my equipment, focus on what I'm doing at home and get everything right before I decide to hit it. And Oscar Berry in that last heat, he truly did just look like he was out there free surfing and having fun, but the completion rate, like you said, Chris, was pretty much 100%.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I love, you know, we had Will Hayden Smith in here before, breaking down the qualifying series event schedule, the regional series, the regional tours, leading into the Challenger Series qualification. And, you know, he is a perfect example, young Oscar Berry, of someone that's come in and just made a name for himself and, you know, taken a big few heat wins, and now he's rolling through the draw and he's got results in Phillip Island, a decent result in Boomerang, and now he's just building momentum into this draw. You know, look for people like this to start just exploding into the 3,000s and 5,000s when in the past they might not have had a chance of those 3,000s and 5,000s because they might have only had enough money to spend to go to, say, one 1,000 or one 3,000 event overseas, and now he's got a chance to do the whole series.
It really does allow surfers that opportunity. Like, it's so good just to be able to travel in your own country, a lot in, say, their own state, to be able to do that and not have to go overseas and be spending money and traveling and flights and different beds and all the time zones. Like, it really does take a toll after a while. So to have that chance to actually build that momentum and build that confidence in your own country is amazing.
Yeah, and it's not like they're surfing average waves either. We're getting to surf pretty sick waves. I mean, you come from Boomerang down to Biribu, down to Maroubra, so we're getting a bit of the best of both worlds, and you know, get to explore the whole east coast of Australia. And then look, you're going up to the Tweed, Avoca, under the Challenger Series at Snapper. It just gets better and better, doesn't it? So we've got plenty on offer in terms of this series for the Australia Oceania region, and well, out in the lineup right now, we've already burned through half of this heat, and feels just like in a blink of an eye. But Darcy Crump, you know, keeping that form going from Boomerang, out in the lead, 4.75 and 3.85. And here is the Surfer in White up and riding. This is a good-looking rave. Nice two-turn combo. Unfortunately, coming unstuck there.
That is Corey Ross in the white. We have the local man, Oliver Eisenbeek, in the green, sitting in second with a 3.6 and a 3.8. Looking for a 4.8 to take the lead. Last of White, locked in. He's now in third, chasing a 4.4 to move into second. And Stu Kennedy in the red. He's locked in a 4, only looking for a 3.4 to advance. There's still plenty of time for him to do so with just over 8 minutes and sitting in first priority.
There's Corey Ross, local man. Nice two-turn combo, unfortunately coming unstuck there. Taking the spot for Mr. Jimmy Hill, who's a little trouble down the wave pool. Unfortunately, hasn't made it back in time for his heat. But Corey will be loving the opportunity to match it with, you know, an ex-CT star. One of the most experienced competitors on the QS in Stewie Kennedy. Also Darcy Crump out in the lead. Stewie Kennedy holding onto a 4-point ride. Just one wave in fourth. Looking for a 3.4 to take second. Surfer in White looking for a 4.4 to take second. In second is Green. Looking for a 4.80 to take first. And in the lead is Blue Darcy Crump. 4.75, 3.85. There's Oliver, the local man. Oliver Reisenbeek racing down the line there. Two nice turns.
Darcy Crump, the current heat leader, also down the beach on the left and manages to stick it. Rides out clean. Nobody's really run away with this heat yet. The men's round of 64, heat number 2. The door is pretty open at the moment. It's tricky. It's actually pretty tricky out there, Chris. Hard to pick them. The left seem to flatten out a lot more, and then the rights run off really quick.
Yeah, we saw Matty Banting fall victim to that. Every time he looked like he was on an absolute bomb. I just was going, here we go. I'm going to see Matty just go to town on this one. And then he took off and literally had to pull straight out of those big rights. You know, and that's kind of, you know, it's tricky. You play the waiting game and you think you're on a bomb, and next thing you know, it's running off on you. That's a nice two-turn combo there for Green. And I think as the day goes on, we've seen it's a high tide this morning. You know, we see these waves kind of, you see the lines, they keep holding up, and then they kind of hit the bank at the same, they all hit the bank quite straight at the same time. I'm looking forward to seeing the tide filter out and drop out. Maybe it's some more running lefts like this. There's Darcy Crump, just looking super in form at the moment. Just can't put a foot wrong.
He looks pretty confident.
I know he does. You know when you can see confidence oozing out of surfers, and it's just like they just look like on the top of the water. It's just, and their boards kind of attached to their feet with straps. It's just, everything looks so easy. That's kind of where Darcy is right now, I think, with his surfing. Obviously, just some mid-range numbers, a 4.9 to 4.75, but a good base to, I think, wait for a set now and just try and extend that lead.
Stu Kennedy's been bumped back into second priority. Not sure whether he paddled for a wave. Darcy Crump in the blue in the lead and holding down first priority. He's locked in a 4.75 and a 4.9. Green in second. White in third, red in fourth. Just over 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, you wouldn't be feeling too confident right now if you're sitting out there in green. Oliver Reisenbeek will be probably just feeling the pinch here because you've got someone like Stewie Kennedy lurking in fourth place, already holding on to a 4. You know, he's been playing the patience game, and under 5 minutes to go, you know, you pretty much bet your house on that he's going to get a 3.4 in the last 5 minutes, going off the experience he has. So someone like Oliver, I'd really like to see him kind of try and break away from the pack here and maybe, you know, move down the beach in third priority and try and pick off another number. Stewie Kennedy's going to play that waiting game. You can see what he's doing. You can see his theory here. He did it all event at Boomerang. You know, most heats he was only catching 2 to 3 waves, and they were pretty good ones. So we'll see what happens in the back end of this heat. However, we did see the likes of Matty Banting utilise his priority in the very end of a heat and make an error with it. But here goes red. So this is the wave we've been waiting for. Stewie Kennedy up and riding. Little wedgie right-hander. He's going to float the boat on this one. Tag that one through the lip. And, well, two-turn combo. 3.4.
He doesn't need much.
Doesn't need much. I I think the judges will go, above that number. And Darcy Crump just showing the advantage of the backhand whip that he's got. Those real pockety rights, they're just made for that type of backhand surfing.
He is looking so confident. I know we just spoke about it, but just watching him surf, he just looks like he's got that natural ability, that natural talent. It seems so effortless, yet so strong at the same time. We have the Destination New South Wales replay. Stewie Kennedy in the red, floats over the first section, comes off the bottom and hits the last one there. He was only looking for a 3.4 to move through at this stage in the heat.
High 3 maybe?
There we go, 4.05. So Stewie Kennedy in the red from Lennox Head moved into second place.
Yeah, so there it is. The man from Lennox Head, like you said, moving into second. Little float the boat. And that second turn, that was where all the money score came from. And we saw Darcy Crump utilising his priority behind him. Nice backhand whipping turn. This second one here was money. And then he went straight back up again. So, just rapid fire. Love the style too. He's got like a bit of a wiggly / ace kind of combo style. That real back knock knee and just the way he kind of rotates really fast. It's really good timing.
Yeah, timing and placement. And he's not erratic. He's very smooth and is really effortless and just nice to watch.
There's something about goofies and their backhand. They just seem to have crazy good backhands. I don't know whether it's they look at the tour and all the tour waves are rights at the start. Like it used to be so many rights, but I don't know what it is. You think about all the best backhand surfers in the world. You got your Wilco, Ace, Darcy's up there too.
Well, you've thrown him in the same kettle of fish, so
yeah,
it's all good.
Just lots of really, really strong goofies, backhand attacks out there, and yeah, he's showing it on display right now. Coming down to 2 minutes. Darcy Crump in the lead. A couple of fours. It's been a kind of a low-scoring affair this heat, but going to set up for an exciting Mad Max minute. That's for sure.
The local man in the green, Oliver Reisenbeek, chasing a score, 4.25. 1.5 minutes remaining. Stu Kennedy in the red. He's having a look at this one. And scratching in, up and riding, generating some speed, takes to the air, and rides out of it with a bit of confidence.
Yeah, we can see him. That's kind of nice move there from Stewie. We'll see if it improves his situation. I'll be right thereabouts. I think it'll be a 4, another 4. So he's probably going to be, keeping it pretty similar. Oliver Reisenbeek now, he's in third priority still. So I'm guessing he must have paddled for a wave and knocked himself back down priority because he's holding third priority now, looking for, I think around about a 5 or a mid-4. Stewie Kennedy saw him just widen the stance there and huck that one. Just a one manoeuvre wave. Nice little rotation. See where it falls in. 4.75. So the judges have been very consistent with those numbers now. I love it how they're keeping those airs in check, not going too crazy with them. It's a pretty functional move these days. Everyone seems to have it in the repertoire. And 4, 5.5. Obviously, if it goes full rotation, you're looking higher. But I love it how they're kind of really scoring keeping the power surfing, in line with the airs too. It's really good to see what the judges are doing these days.
It is great to see that strong, powerful foundation of rail-to-rail surfing, and the judges are scoring that. And I think strong, committed to surfing top to bottom, and yeah, if you can add the mix with an air, I think you're going to be going into the excellent range. So Darcy Crump in the blue looks as though he took the lead over the surfer in red. Stewie Kennedy, Oliver Reisenbeek in the green finishing in third, and Corey Ross in the white finishing in fourth.
Yeah, sweet. So we're going to roll into an ad break, and we'll be right back with round of 64, heat number 3 of the men's QS 1000 here from the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
What makes a place your place? Is it a place to play, learn and watch your kids grow? A place to have fun, laugh and belong? A place to work, kick back and share a beer with your mates? You can't touch it, put a price on it. You feel it. It's not about houses and cars and stuff. It's about people. The people you live with and share your dreams with. Your place might be big. It might be small. But finding your place, well, that's the most important thing in the world. Port Stephens is full of special places. We're planning for the future of our places in a way that makes it easy for you to understand and get involved. Coming to your place soon. Find out more on our website.
Welcome back to the live action here for day number 2 of the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 1000. This is the second stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Cooper Chapman. How are you this morning, Cooper?
Very well, thank you, Britt. It's been a busy morning for me, but stoked to be in here calling some heats as we see up and riding Saxon Reba from down at Queenscliff. Sure, Dimmy Hennessy will be watching. Stoked with that first wave for Saxon. Started to grow into himself a bit, Saxon. I did a bit of coaching with him as a Grom with Matty Granger down at Manly Surf School, and yeah, he's grown into a man now and doing some amazing surfing, so hopefully he can pick up a few nice scores in this heat. We have seen a few early waves while we were at break just then. Taj Stokes in the white, 5.25. Some very strong surfing by Taj, and who have we got in the green?
Tane Dobbin.
Tane Dobbin. He opened up with just a small score, as we see a little replay of that one. So nice little left-hander running down the beach here. Smaller wave, opening up the account nicely. Couple first turns. Things running down the beach. It's due to note, we are here at the beautiful Biribu beach for this event, and here's a replay of that one for Taj Stokes. 2 strong turns there. Judges really liking that aggression into the second turn. 5.25, great way to kick off the heat. But as we were touching on, we are facing very south here, so what looks like a north swell at most of the east coast beaches here in New South Wales is actually an east swell right now, and there's lefts running down the beach. You had a great heat this morning. How'd you find it out there?
It's actually pretty tricky, Cooper. I was watching the surfing this morning and watching all the free surfers, and it looked really fun early. It looked like we were going to paddle out and there'd be heaps of waves. But then I went out there for the heat, and it's so hard to position yourself, and the way it was dead high tide, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but the lefts seem to be pushing further south along the beach, and they're really pushing a lot of water and a lot flatter. Whereas the rights were coming through and they're a lot steeper, but they're running off really quick, so it was hard to pick and choose which ones to take off on.
Yeah, and as well, it is important to add that the tide was high at about 8 o'clock this morning. So while there's that deeper water, we're hopefully going to see as the tide draws out for the rest of the day, waves breaking a little bit further out, maybe some more opportunities for the men as the afternoon goes on to get a few more turns on a wave. I was just down there watching, and the rights are quite short and sharp, offering a few air sections. We saw Oscar Berry, a few nice aerial manoeuvres in that first heat. But right now we do have Joel Vaughan, ratings leader, coming off a second place down at the first event of the year in Phillip Island, and just a few days ago, 3 days ago, he took out the event at Boomerang Beach. So Joel Vaughan miles out ahead in this Australia Oceania qualifying series race to the Challenger Series, which we'll see coming up at Snapper Rocks. But a few warm-up events, these first ones. We've got 3 tiers to the qualifying series regional tour. 1,000s, 3,000, 3,000 at Avoca later. Then we'll be finishing with 2 5,000 events. So that's where all the juice is. But we see Jolie Vaughan looking to kick off his account and his campaign here at the Gage Roads Brew Co.
utilising his priority on this one. Just a couple of turns on that inside section. And finishing off strong, the surfer in rare, Joel Vaughan. He is the current ratings leader. A heap of confidence coming into this event. We also have the surfer in green up on his backhand. Cracks that first section straight into a second. Bit more action happening in the start of this heat. The previous heat was a little bit slow, and it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing with Taj Stokes currently in the lead with that 5.25. The previous heat, they couldn't seem to crack even over a 5.
Yeah, it is quite difficult. I was speaking to Will Hayden-Smith from the WSL in one of my previous heats I was commentating on, and the judging scale has been brought down a little bit this year. The judges are really looking to progress the sport, so we're going to see the scores down in that 4 to 5 point range unless surfers can really start to push their surfing, and that's how we're going to see that level up in the sport. And we did see plenty of that in the last event. Once we got down to the pointy end of the competition, Joel Vaughan obviously taking that one out. He was dropping some massive scores, so he knows what it takes. He has just locked in a 4.9 to open up his account. I think he'll be happy with that one. And Tane Dobbin, 3.1 and a 2.65 for his couple little ones. Saxon Reba, nice little start for him, 5-point ride and just a 0.5 backup. So all surfers getting off to a quick start in this one, like you said. It is a little bit tricky out there right now to find your spot in the lineup, and the men in this one really trying to capitalise at the opening stage of the heat.
I think it's actually important here, Cooper, to get that quick start, and then towards, say, the back half of the heat, really try and be a bit more selective, try and build on those foundations.
Yeah, 20-minute heats seem to fly by both in the booth and when you're out in the water. So we just see Taj Stokes looking to back up that 5.25 quickly. He doesn't want to be looking for a score at the end of it. As we see, we're going to pick up a little post-heat interview with the winner of that last heat. We have Darcy Crump. How you going, Darcy? How was it out there? A bit tricky this morning.
Yeah, good, Coops. Yeah, it was fun. Like, it's a big open playing field out there. Like, there's so much beach to kind of cover, but it's fun. It's nice to have some nice, clean little waves, and should just get better as the day goes on.
Yeah, interesting you say that. I was talking to Matt Banting this morning and saying it's almost like sunset out there. There's so many different peaks, and trying to find that one spot to have a bit of scoring potential can be difficult. What did you find out there? Was there a spot that you were lining up with? Got any tips for me for my heat later?
I don't know, there's kind of definitely one peak that's down the beach a little bit, but it's so shifty. Like, I kind of got a score under priority up the beach, and, it can go any type of way really in the end. Like, Stewie got one under priority up the beach, and then there was ways down the beach. Like, it's hard, you kind of just got to hope and pray a wave comes towards you.
Yeah, and kicking off first heat of the event can sometimes be a bit tricky to find that momentum. You are carrying some good form from last week's event. What are you feeling coming into this one? I know big tour ahead. We've got a bunch of events coming up in that lead up to Snapper Rocks. Is that the goal, Challenger Series this year for you?
Yeah, definitely. Like, that's always the main goal at the end of the year. And yeah, like, it was good to get like a little result to get some confidence going, and then coming into this, like, I love this place. It's always so good, and we're always so blessed with good waves, and the people here are so nice. And yeah, like, I would love to make that Challenger Series at the end of the year, but we just got to keep ticking.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see you coming up again in round of 32 later today, hopefully, depending on what the conditions do. So good luck this afternoon, mate. And yeah, we'll be seeing you coming up once again later in the event.
Thanks, Coop. Likewise.
Cheers, brother.
See you guys.
Darcy Crump, matured into a big man now. He's I remember, once again, I feel like I'm a grommet still, but now all these guys that I used to coach and not look down to, but try and bring up and mentor a bit on the northern beaches, and now all the guys who are flogging me in the comp. So that was Darcy Crump doing really well there. Another guy who I have done a bit of coaching with is Saxon Reba. He's out there right now in the blue. He's picked up a 5.15 while we're at that post-heat interview. So boys getting busy out there right now. Taj Stokes locking in a 6-point ride as well as we take to this Destination New South Wales replay.
We have the surfer in blue up and riding on his backhand. Cracks that first section straight into a second. Excellent surfing here from the surfer in blue. Looking super crisp.
That was 4 good turns back to back. Like we said, the judges are, let's not say being cruel, but they're looking for something special right now. Just a 5.15 coming in for that. Thought maybe a little bit more. I really liked how he opened up the chest on that second bottom turn. Bit of ace bucking in there almost. Really extended the body, threw it up nice and vertical. Big fan of spray. 4 turns, 5.15 maybe. Judges looking for those big juicy sections. We did see this morning, like you said, a few bigger sets, and there are some opportunities, but with the top of this tide, it is quite difficult. We did see Taj Stokes lock in a 6-point ride, so a bit of pressure on our ratings leader right now, with just 9 minutes remaining in round of 64, heat number 3.
Joel Vaughan in the red. He is the ratings leader at the moment, but he is only looking for a 4.26. Still a pretty minimal score for the man in the red. Tane Dobbin in the green, sitting in 4th place, chasing a 6.05. This is, of course, the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro WSL QS 1000 for the men and the women. This event would not be possible without our supporting partners: Port Stephens Council, Newcastle Airport, Destination New South Wales, World Surf League, PRD Port Stephens, Chaos Surf Shop, Surfing New South Wales, our webcast partners Mad Mex and Volkswagen. We wouldn't be sitting here today without that amazing support from all of those people. And this is, of course, stop number 2 on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. Great start to this year. Beautiful location we're in, Biribu Beach, near Nelson's Bay, Anna Bay, Port Stephens,
Love
not
it
far
up
from
here.
Newcastle.
A little bit of a finger. Driving down from Boomerang was a bit of an interesting one. As we see, Tane Dobbin in the green, looking to fight back. Left, running down the beach. Big floater to kick this one off. Goes a little bit flat on him. He tries to bring it back around. He's going to stick with it. A little sideways down the beach. Is he going to get a bit more juice here? One last section. Throws it up nice and vertically. So, solid finish, solid start. We'll wait and see what Tane Dobbin can lock in there. He is trying to fight his way back into this heat. He does have a top score right now of a 3.1. So, if he can get something just a bit better than that, he can really set himself up for a shot to finish off this heat. As right now he's looking for a 5.25. He did just lock in a 3.9 for that one, so makes that requirement a little bit less. Right now we see Joel Vaughan having a look, but Taj Stokes using his priority and taking this one.
Drives hard off the bottom. Nice first turn, straight into a second. So the surfers are really starting to find flow out there this morning, Cooper. Finishing off strong, the surfer in white, Taj Stokes. He's already locked in a 6. He's looking to replace a 5.25 from his scoreline. See what that one comes in as.
Might have done it. Destination New South Wales replay. We'll have a little watch of the last of Tane Dobbin. Pick this one apart. So nice floater down the line. This wave did go a little bit flat. He did very well to hold that rail through that cutback. But as we saw here, a bit of downtime in the middle. Judges maybe being a bit critical on him there. And then throwing up for a nice finishing turn. So that one came in at a 3.9. As we'll pick up a replay here of Taj Stokes' last one. Really aggressive first turn. Pulling it a bit short so he can get up there tight on the second. I really like the aggression on the third turn. Did well to keep that nose out from nose diving. And we'll wait and see what score comes in for Taj. And there it is, a 6-point ride. So backing up that 6.1 with a strong second score. One of the highest combination scores we've seen of the men so far this morning. So great start here for Taj Stokes. And like we saw, here is our current ratings leader, Joel Vaughan, trying to fight his way back into this one.
Wow, how's that first turn? The spray, Joel Vaughan in the red, just going to town on this one here at Biribu Beach. He is showing us why he is the current ratings leader at the moment. So much flair, Cooper.
Oh, he's surfing. He's on song right now. The momentum he's carrying, you can just see it. Absolutely no nerves. He is on the back foot in this heat a little bit, but look at this. Straight hard off the bottom. Clicks that first turn, lots of spray. Second one, maintaining and building speed through those turns and ditching the fins on the third. So, impressive surfing by Joel Vaughan, really showing why he is miles out in front right now on the ratings, and that's the best wave of this heat, 6.6. Judges really appreciating a little bit more aggression, I think, in that first turn, throwing a big fan of spray out the back. The judges are quite far away. Biribu is an interesting beach layout. It's kind of running down the beach. And when you can see those big fans of spray, the judges are really liking it from that little bit more distance from their viewing point.
They, of course, do have access to all the replays for each wave. I'm sure that they'll be watching a few waves on those replays, making sure that they get all the scores right. But we are in a beautiful spot, beautiful part of the world. Nice morning here for the men's round of 64, heat number 3. Just got under 5 minutes remaining now.
Yeah, we're going to see tight little back end of this heat. Saxon Reba in first priority, but he has been thrown the hot potato, and he's looking for a 6.36 right now if he wants to advance. Joel Vaughan not safe there in second, but showing all signs of confidence with that last wave. 6.6 locking in for him. 3 solid turns. Best wave of this heat, but he is looking for a 5.5 if he wants to jump up over Taj Stokes, who has surfed a really mature and strong heat. Started with that 5.25, has continued to build on it. 6.1 on his second wave and backed that up with a 6-point ride. So built a very solid foundation and rounding out this heat nicely. Do I see a bit of a storm out the back there? We had this multiple times at Boomerang Beach. Caused a bit of havoc, but you're sitting nice and comfortable in this fresh air broadcast booth right now. Big thanks to Mad Mex and Volkswagen for putting on this webcast. We couldn't do it without you guys, and I'm sure every single person out there tuning in on KO and on the World Surf League app and YouTube would be stoked as we see Jolie Vaughan, maybe a bit of an air. Bop. Easy as you like.
I was thinking, just then, I was like, interesting wave choice. He's already got 2 6s in his scoreline. We'll wait and see whether or not that improves. Joel Vaughan currently in second place, looking for a 5.5 to go to first.
We'll wait and see what the judges thought of that one. Maybe a little bit too small of a wave, but there it is. 4.9. He's increased that scoreline just a little bit, which might not seem like much, but it might come down to it as we see Saxon Reba. Nice looking wave here. Huge second turn. Throwing up a third one and coming into the closeout. Big crack off the fourth turn. So Saxon Reba throwing a fight back wave. We saw Jolie Vaughan edge out that 0.4 in front. I think that is actually going to be very crucial right now. We'll wait and see what Saxon locks in because I did like that open up second turn. Big fan of spray, and we'll see if that 0.4 that Joel increased his scoreline is going to have a bit of actual instance in this heat. I can't think of the word. Jeez, been talking too much this morning.
It is all heating up here in the dying stages of heat number 3 of the men's round of 64. See some dolphins just swimming their way through the lineup. Beautiful morning here at Biribu Beach. Coming up next will be heat number 4. Cooper Davies, Axel Rose Kuroda, Zane Asink and Levi Stewart. Another great matchup.
Yeah, stacked top half of the draw. We did see Cooper Davies in the final with Joel Vaughan just a few days back. So 2 informed competitors coming up. Back-to-back heats. Top half of this draw is extremely stacked. We saw that first heat was impressive, and Jolie Vaughan has picked up a 6-point ride for that snap to air reverse, I believe, and maybe that was a different wave. And then we saw Saxon Reba locked in a 6. So if we go back before Joel got his last one and see that 0.4 that he increased by, that was enough to make Saxon have not gotten the score either way. So dropping a 6-point ride for Saxon's last one. I don't think we even saw Joel Vaughan's 6-point ride that might have last come in. And yeah, Saxon, great fight back wave. Good heat score right now, 11.15, but with the likes of Taj Stokes and Joel Vaughan in this heat, really putting a stamp on this one. We see a couple of friendly grey friends out the back cruising through the lineup. A lot of ocean activity.
Certainly are friendly ones. Pot of dolphins rolling on through. The men in the lineup just saying hi as they're swimming on past, making their way further up the coast.
Maybe they heard that the Mad Mex Minute was coming on and they thought there might be some burritos out there, because we are down to this Mad Mex Minute as we kick over right now. Joel Vaughan out in the lead. Bit of a stranglehold on this one. Great scoring heat here. Pocket 6s for both first and second as we see Tane Dobbin. Let's see what he's got. Looking for an 8.2. Strong first turn. Big second turn. This is going to be his best wave of the heat. Maybe just a little too late for him as we see one of the other competitors coming towards him. Tane's going to ride this one in and try and juice it for all it's worth. Throwing that little spinner to finish. So great ride there for Tane. We'll wait and see what the judges think. Dare I say, it's not going to jump up into that excellent range. Judges have been very harsh in this event. Really looking for big turns on big waves. And right now, with 20 seconds remaining, Jolie Vaughan stranglehold showing why he is the ratings leader. It's a bit of a sleepy start, but a great fight back as we pick up this Destination New South Wales replay.
Tane Dobbin on his backhand. Nice first turn and a second. Surfing well. Just unfortunately not able to get the scores that he's requiring to move up through to the next round. That will be his best wave, no doubt.
And as we hear in the background, that's the hooter, and it looks like that is going to be all she wrote. Unfortunately for Saxon Reba, surfed a great heat, as did Tane Dobbin, but we will be seeing surfer in red, Joel Vaughan and Taj Stokes moving on through to the next round. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm here with Britt Nickel. You're watching the Gage Roads Brew Port Stevens far out. I will get that right once this week. Big thanks to our sponsors. You are watching the QS 1000 here at Port Stevens. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the Gage Roads Pro Port Stevens.
That's 3 from 3,
I will
champ.
never get that right. You are watching the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Stop number 2 on the Pro Surf Series. Stop number 3 on the Australia Oceania qualifying series. This is the men's QS 1000. We are in the round of 64, heat number 4. It is the Gage Roads Port Stevens Pro. I'm Cooper Chapman. Cannot get a word out this morning. It's been a busy morning, but I'm joined here by Chris Enever, my good mate. Lots of action this morning. Good fun calling it. And here we have Surfer in White up and riding.
It's been a great morning of action. And stoked to be down here at the Gage Roads Port Stevens Pro QS 1000. We're into the round of 64, heat number 4 in the men's division. And, well, last heat was a doozy, and this one is going to be just as epic. In the red, well, looks like we got, there he is, runner-up in the last event. That man, Cooper Davies, off a big result up in Boomerang. Looks like his knees, maybe, but, you know, he's got a bit of that knee, holding on to that knee injury. Obviously, maybe hindering him a little bit. Showed no signs of it up at Port Stevens, at Boomerang. It is early, isn't it? We're going to get this out some way or another. But in the red, Cooper Davies in this heat, and Axel Rose Carrotta in the blue. In the white, Zane Asick and Levi Stewart, the Kiwi, will be in the green in this heat. So
there
he is, the Kiwi. I know they've got a good team over here. That pack with Billy, Kihu, Safi, Vetty, Paige Harab. There's a good showing of all the Kiwis over here in the Australia Oceania region, and you know, dipping their feet in the wax and getting the jersey on over here in Australia. You know, nice and close to home. They'd be loving it, and looking for some big results and some big things from the Kiwi contingent.
Yeah, I was down there. I met Levi, I think it is, but they were calling him Stewie, so I'm going to call him Stewie. It's nice to see the Kiwis over here having a crack. They're great friends of ours from over the ditch, we call it, I guess. Anzac Spirit. It's nice to see, obviously, led strong by Billy Stammen. We'll be seeing him coming up a little bit later today. But as we see, Cooper Davies, strong showing, second place last event up at Boomerang Beach. Hard off the bottom, hooking it tight in the top of that one. We know these 20-minute heats can come down to the wire, so Cooper Davies doesn't want to leave it to the end of this one. Opening up with that 5.75, getting a quick backup. Just a 2.75 there, but with 4 minutes gone in this heat, I think he'll be stoked with that start. He's not going to be looking for just a tiny score at the end. So with 15 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, all surfers getting a bit of a quick start in this one. 4.5 for Stewie in the green. Axel Rose Carrotta from down Northern Beaches, opening up with a 3.5, and Zane Asick, just a 1 point ride, sitting there with second priority next to Axel. Nice and tight. We are coming off the top of the tide right now. You can see it is quite full out there, but as the tide drops out, we're going to see the waves move a little bit further out and a bit more opportunity for the men coming up.
Yeah, we are seeing, you know, like you were saying this morning, a nice groundswell, clean lines rolling down the beach. Very similar to, in terms of waves quality from up at Boomerang. You know, those wedgie rights breaking back in to the bank, and we see those lefts running more down the beach, kind of breaking more out to sea. So you're going to get those a lot more vertical approach on those right-handers, air sections as well. Those lefts will be offering kind of more multiple manoeuvres, but a little bit flatter, breaking out to sea a bit. So it's going to be interesting to see as this day rolls on. As the tide moves out and the waves shift to more on the outside bank, are the surfers going to be looking for those wedgy rights or those longer lefts that offer multiple manoeuvres?
Yeah, absolutely. Those rights are a bit more shorter, a bit more sharper, but we have seen a lot of the bigger scores come from the rights. We saw Jolie Vaughan and Taj Stokes really capitalise on that in that last heat, and as did Cooper Davies on the first wave of this heat, 5.75, as we pick up a Destination New South Wales replay. I believe this is Axel Rose Carota from down in the North Stain area. Nice, strong first turn. I'm sure Dimmy Hennessy's watching closely. Great second turn. I like that he went for a bit of a mix-up, bit of variety on that last turn, unfortunately coming unstuck, as we see the scores for that last wave of Axel Rose Carota. 4-point ride, so throwing himself in the heat, picking up a 4 is good to have as a backup as this heat rolls on through. So yeah, this is a round of 64, heat number 4 of the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. Part of the VISSLA New South Wales Surf Series. Stop number 2, stop number 3 on the Australia Oceania qualifying series. The battle going down for those ever-important spots on the Challenger Series. In the men, we will have 9 spots up for grabs for that first event at Snapper Rocks, heading down to Manly for the second event, and then heading overseas to Bolido for the third event, and then following around the world. It's really cool. This is the first time that we've got this Challenger Series up to an 8-event series. Last year we sorted it out, just 4 events. I was lucky enough to compete on it. It was good fun, but this year, great tour to be kicking off 2022 as we see red and white up and riding.
Yeah, it is a great series. It's going to unfold later in the year, and it's going to be exciting just to see all those waves that they have available now, especially Snapper. It's going to be amazing. I know that's one of the main reasons Hogg said he was actually doing the QS events and the series leading up to that, to try and get to the Challenger Series and give himself a start at Snapper, because it's just a special place to be able to compete with one other guy, usually competing with 1,000 other guys for a wave. They're only in a heat and have it to yourself. But there it is. That was Zane Assey up and riding. Currently, Cooper Davies continuing his form out of Boomerang, and we're off to a quick start here. He's built a nice foundation, 5.75 and a 4.15. And that has him out in the lead. The Axel Rose Carota, the Northern Beaches surfer, coming off a good junior career, and last year was his first real crack at the QS. I think his first event in the QS ever was up at Boomerang last year. So now he's rolling into the events this year, probably doing it more full time. And well, why wouldn't he? He's a great talent. Done a lot of work with the HPC and Nick James and crew like that.
Yeah, the Manly Surf School team down there really nurturing a lot of these great talents. We saw, unfortunately, Saxon Reba bow out in that last heat, but a very strong showing. And yeah, I've seen some great clips come out of Axel Rose Carota this year. He's surfing really strong. I got to share a heat with him last year at Evoca. I believe we both got through quite a difficult heat with Kiyu Butler, and I can't remember who else was in it, but he really had a strong showing. We both had, I think, pocket 6s or 7s, and it was a really strong heat. And as we pick up a little post-heat interview with last heat's winner, the ratings leader right now, miles out in front, Jolie Vaughan. How was it out there, brother?
Yeah, it was really fun. Pretty hard to pick some good waves, but when they come through, they're really good.
Yeah, it's obviously a little bit of a shifting playing field out there. I was talking to Matt Banting this morning, and it's such a broken up lineup. We see so many great waves from watching it, but it's quite tricky to find them. You had a little bit of a slow start and a bit of pressure put on you in that one. How do you find the nerves to fight back?
I saw what Taj did on his 6, so I calmed myself down, and I just picked a good wave and tried to surf it as well as I could, and then just under priority just tried to get another little one and get another score. And yeah, I don't know, I didn't really think about it too much and just tried to stay calm.
Yeah, you seem to be in such a good little flow state, obviously. I'm Cooper Chapman. Hopefully you worked it out from the voice. I'm sitting here with Chris Andover. I know Chris always likes to have a bit of a chat to you after your heat, so what do you got for him, Chris?
Yeah, Jolie, what are you riding out there today? Obviously, you've got kind of contrasting waves. You've got a bit of a flatter left that runs off, and it's not a bit more kind of slopey, whereas you've got those real punchy rights. What are you riding out there today to kind of combat those two elements?
I'm riding the board I rode in the final from Boomerang. It's just a 5.10.5 radius round tail. It goes really well, like out of the bowl, and generates a lot of speed. So yeah, I'm finding it really good.
Yeah, epic. Keep that one under wraps. I might be stealing it otherwise because it looks amazing under your feet. But, yeah, good work, mate. Good on rolling through the event. And, yeah, best of luck for this. The ratings leader looking to kind of do more damage in this draw, I bet.
Yeah, thanks heaps.
Yeah, Jolly Vaughan. Thanks, mate. And all the best for later in the event.
Yeah, hasn't he been on great form this year? It's really good to see that new breakthrough talent. There's always seems to be one or two, and I think this year super inspired by the young Australians who have had that big mark on the World Tour stage. People like Jackson Baker, Callum Robson. Great to see Connor O'Leary back on the tour. Liam O'Brien, unfortunately, with that injury, but he cracked through that Challenger Series last year, and also Geordie Lawler. So, such a strong showing, and this is that stepping stone, and I would not be surprised if we saw Jolly Vaughan's name up on that level very soon. Stewie, in the green from New Zealand, big, strong first turn. Love the body language, lots of energy, really showing he's interested, and the judges tend to love that. So, he opened up with a 4.5. That is the second best wave we do have in this heat. So we'll wait and see what score comes in here as we pick up that Destination New South Wales replay. Great aggression into this first turn, opening up the shoulders, hard off the bottom, throwing up the second one. That's a good little fight back wave. I believe he'll put himself back up into second place with that score as we wait and see what pops up on our screen. But yeah, good little fight back wave. Time is ticking away. They do evaporate 20-minute heats here this morning down at the beautiful Biribu Beach for the Gage Roads. Port Stephens Pro, as we see, surfer in blue, Axel Rose Carota.
Yeah, this is a nice looking running left-hander. Probably had a few of these up at Queensy and his time, and that was a nice, good upside-down whip there. Really made the most of that section. Love the way he kind of compressed and, you know, got that front shoulder and that head really low towards his board and was able to whip that board around. That'll be his best number, I dare say. You know, a nice combination of manoeuvres there, and we see the three other boys waiting at the back patiently.
Yeah, Destination New South Wales replay. Axel Rose setting this one up nicely. I love how he came hard off the bottom, hacks that into the lip, throws a lot of spray, comes really square off the bottom again, likes that one. It's interesting to note, this is the second stop in this New South Wales VISSLA Pro Surf Series. If you got a bad result at that first heat, at the first event, or had a first round loss, you can see the body language in the surfers really keen to put a mark in this event. We saw it with Nathan Hedge yesterday. So passionate, and it's so important to break that curse of that first round loss. So Axel Rose locking in a 4.35 for that last one. We've seen the lefts running down the beach are quite difficult to pick up big scores on as they do bend away from the judges. We do have the great replay here from the Fresh Air broadcast, but the rights tending to give a bit more energy, and we've been seeing a lot higher scores maybe on the right-handers, Chris.
Yeah, definitely, and I feel it's one of those tricky ones because the same with Boomerang. If you rocked up for a free surf and you looked out there, and the first thing you would notice is just lines running down the beach, and you'd probably say to yourself, I just want to go out and get a couple of those long running lefts. They look so fun. The rights are shorter, punchier, but they're kind of underground. Now, you probably wouldn't be looking for them if you're out there on a free surf unless, you know, you're one of those air guys looking to find something really steep. But in a heat, you know, you've got to kind of steer away from those long running lefts and really find those, you know, those pockety rights. Here's Cooper Davies. You see the steepness on that wave, but had a lot more opportunity to, you know, get up and down real quick in transition and get a nice steep last turn in. And we'll see where that score comes in. It'll be very interesting because, you know, the 3 turns of Axel, you know, the 2 nice turns of Zane got him a 3.25. But you see, it's just those waves on the left, so they're kind of running away from you. You're kind of always chasing the section.
A bit more critical for sure on the rides. We've seen Zane Assig backside. Nice first turn there. Smaller wave, but trying to fight his way into this heat. Just having that 3.25 as his top score right now. So milking his way through that one. We'll wait and see. Pardon me. We'll wait and see that score of Cooper Davies to come through. A little bit bigger wave as we see Axel Rose Carota dialing in this one.
Bang. Nice big quick whip and a second one. So that was a great combination of manoeuvres. That's exactly what Axel was looking for. You know, that left-hander, 4.35 for those 3 nice turns down the line. I think that's going to go way north of that because those 2 turns were very critical, and this is the type of thing the judges are looking for. Right there, you see it, 5.10. So 2 turns on a right, outscoring the 3 turns on a left. It's going to be pretty obvious to, you know, to see what the competitor is going to be kind of aiming for those big numbers, those punchy rights.
Yeah, those critical combinations, exactly what the judges are looking for. We saw the score come in as well for Cooper Davies, 4.45. Having a slight improvement on that 4.15, so he's edged himself a little bit further out in front, but he won't feel safe as we come down to this 5-minute mark. Axel Rose Carota hot on his heels. Look at this, a bit bigger set. I've been wondering where these big sets are. There are a lot of small waves ridden, as we see Cooper Davies showing the form he's in at 2 big turns. That is going to back up his 5.75 very nicely and make it tough for the other competitors to catch up to him. So really identifying those bigger set waves. There hasn't been many. The conditions have slowed down quite a bit, and the surfers are adapting quite well, as we see that score coming in for Cooper, 6.5. Judges loving it.
Yeah, we can see the tides definitely starting to help this bank out, because Matty Banting in his heat, he took off from 2 waves almost identical as that one. However, when he stood up, they closed out on him real quick because they just had kind of moved too far in on the bank with that high tide. Tide's starting to run out a little bit, and now we can see those rights are starting to break a little bit further out off the bank. And as this day goes on, I'm really excited to see these rights shift further and further out and give us, longer, more punchy waves, especially with those right-handers. And even the lefts running down the beach, though, I guess surfing away from the judges or towards the judges, do you think it ever has an influence or changes the scoring or the way the judges kind of perceive it?
Well, I think we are very lucky that we do have the replays for the judges, so they can pick up a few different angles. They're not just seeing it from the one direction where they're judging from. But I just think the energy of the wave, when it's moving away from you, it makes it very hard to get critical. It makes it very difficult to look exciting, as we see up and riding. Big first turn there, but they are a lot shorter and sharper, these rides. We can see another left running down the beach, but like we said, that energy kind of bending away from you. You don't get that pushback on the wave, which is really what the judges want to see. They want to see those aggressive turns in the critical part of the wave with a bit more energy.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying, the pushback and the way the wave bends towards you. So when you're coming into that first turn, it gives you the opportunity to come out of that turn with more speed than you went into it with, whereas you think about those lefts, you're doing a nice big turn, but you're probably wiping off speed as you're coming around back to the power source. And then as you finish the turn, you've got to generate more speed to go into that next section, because it's, like you said, it's running away from you and you're kind of chasing it down, whereas that next section on the right is kind of just presenting itself for you right there, just ready to kind of bash.
Yeah, as we see Levi Stewart on his way back out, Stewie from over in New Zealand, he wants to fight his way into this next round, pick himself up some really precious points for this qualifying series here in the Australia Oceania region. And right now, with just 2.5 minutes remaining, a very tight heat. Cooper Davies, stranglehold on this one, carrying form from his second place finish up at Boomerang Beach a few days back. Axel Rose Carrotta holding on to second right now with a 5.1 and a 4.35. He's looking for a 7.15 if he wants to jump up into that first position. And right now, Levi Stewart in the green with a 4.5 and a 3.75. Opened the heat with that 4.5, yet to get something a little bit better. If he wants to jump up, he's looking for a 4.96. I don't think Axel will feel very safe up there. And Zane Assink down in 4th place right now. He is holding on to first priority, so he will get first shot if a good wave does come through. He's got a 3.6 and a 3.25. Looking for a 5.85. We have seen a couple waves up over that score range, or we have seen one wave up over that score range. Cooper Davies with that 6.5. Solid set wave, so with a minute 40 on the clock, Zane Assink will get first shot if we do see a nice wave come through to try and chip down that 5.85.
Yeah, exactly right, Coops. It's going to be important use of priority here for the man in white. We saw Green have a quick look at that one. He's in 4th priority though, so he's going to be playing the hunting game, trying to pick up whatever is left over from the men with priority. See Cooper Davies shifting down the beach. It's funny, you come off that breakthrough result with Cooper and he just seems like a newfound confidence every time he's hitting the lineup. Especially this heat now. He's just taken ownership of heats now, and like the way he's managed his heat has been absolutely perfect. He's never looked in doubt. He hasn't, showed us any signs of hesitation. It's just full steam ahead confidence.
Yeah, just going through the motions. When you open with that 5.75, it really lets you relax into the heat, as we see that Mad Max minute timer coming up. It's interesting to watch right now. We can see Axel Rose, he's in 3rd priority, but he's sitting really close to Levi in 4th priority, trying to control him, make sure that he uses that priority wisely. Sometimes 3rd priority can be just as important as 1st if you're trying to hold somebody off a wave, as we see Levi trying to break a little bit of space, as we see Zane Assink, last roll of the dice here, looking for a 5.85, and that's not going to do it. So, bit of a use of priority blunder, as we see Cooper Davies in 1st priority, coming from behind the section. Levi Stewart's going to pick up a little chance here with 15 seconds remaining. Let's see what he's got. Looking for a 5-point ride. Big first snap.
And a second whip. He's gone a bit flat, but he's going to bash it.
He
for a 4.96 Coops.
He gave himself every opportunity, but I think the wave's too small.
Yeah, I know. The first turn was really nice searing, but more of a transition turn down the line. He really laid on rail, but he had to kind of cut it short because he had to try to get to the next section. So
we'll leave it with the judges.
Leave it with the judges. I'd probably see it falling in around a low 4, but
there it is, 4.45. Here's the Destination New South Wales replay. As we round out this heat, smaller wave. We saw Cooper Davies take off earlier on it, not get around the section. So great first turn, but I think the wave size, the surfing was incredible, but the wave size just quite crueling him a little bit there. Judges locking in a 4.45, so we will see him bowing out of competition. Big congratulations to Cooper Davies and Axel Rose Carota. They will be coming up later on today. You are watching the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm in the booth here with Chris Enever. We'll be right back after the break.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Alright, welcome back. And this is the Gage Roads Pro, Port Stephens Pro. I've had a buzz about it again. World Surf League QS 1000 men's event and women's here at Biribu Beach in Port Stephens. And a second stop, the VISSLA Pro Surf Series. Myself, Chris Enever in the booth. Joined alongside, well, the experienced commentator and competitor, Britt Nicol, getting a heat out this morning. How is it out there, Britt?
It's actually trickier than what it looks, Chris. Watching this morning, free surfing, there seemed to be plenty of waves being caught, and then going out for a heat, it seems really hard to pick the right ones. Watching the surfer in red just taking to the air and stomping that one, but yeah, the lefts seem to steepen on the takeoff and then flatten out a fair bit, and there's a lot more water pushing towards that south direction, whereas the rights, they tend to steepen up, but then they're really hard to pick the right ones. They just run off so quick.
Yeah, you're spot on there, and it has been a bit of a tale of the day so far. These right-handers offering those steeper sections, and well, there is one of the standouts, that we've seen for many years now on the qualifying series. That is none other than Kalani Ball in the red, and well, this is a doozy heat for heat number 5. In the red, Kalani Ball. In the blue, Noah Stocker. In the white, Cody Killorn, and in the green, Ash Jenner. So, a really red-hot affair here, and it's good to see Kalani Ball sticker on the front of the nose now. He was doing those qualifying series events in the Challenger Series. He was so solid, and he's just so explosive. And I know he was riding a board with pretty plain board for a while there, and it's good to see someone noticing the talent he is and jumping on board to give some support and sponsorship with Kalani. And I mean, this year, would be a year more than ever where I could see him really pushing that Challenger Series and hopefully getting a berth on the World Tour.
I think he's had some time to find his groove, really get his surfing in check, and live action here. Noah Stocker in the blue, belts that first section, and just the one turn there. We've had a 5 locked in for Kalani in the red. We also have, looks as though that is a surfer in green, Ash Jenner up and riding. Everyone's spending a lot more time in the air now, Chris.
I know. Just get some frequent flying miles going this morning. out here on these rights. It's very entertaining for us at home, and all the fans around the world to tune in and see, well, some of the best surfers, or the best surfers out of the Australia, Oceania region, and, well, around the world for that matter, take to these punchy rights of Biribu. And look, Ash Jennett lofting. That had turn written all over it, and he's just gone, you know what, I'm hucking this one to the air, and very controlled. And now we see the contrasting backhand whips of Coda Killorn.
With the mohawk from Maroubra.
Yeah, going full punk rock this run of events. He's a great surfer out of the Maroubra region, and they always keep it pretty raw down there.
There we go, 5 for Coda Killorn in the white. Shot up into second place. We have the destination New South Wales wave replay on screen now. Coda driving hard off the bottom on that first turn. Looks as though that might have been the money turn. Couple of check turns here, and he's looking for this inside section.
Yeah, so that was a good replay. We missed those first 2 turns, but the combination of backside whips, just rapid fire from Coda. I love how low he gets, how compressed he gets. He's got very similar to the likes of someone like Jacob Wilcox. They get so low off the bottom, and it allows them just to kind of adjust any little movements they have to do and just really whip that backside turn precisely in the pocket. And here's a wedgy looking wave for the man in red, Kalani Ball. And he'll finish that one off. But another surfer in red who had an absolute doozy of a heat, chucking the footy around. It's the man from the last heat, the winner, Cooper Davies.
G'day.
How are you, big fella?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good, mate. Run us through it out there. I know you're chucking the footy around with probably one of the Muttley crew.
Yeah.
Talk us through it. So coming off a huge result at Boomerang up there, coming up second to Jolly Vaughan. Must be taking some confidence through to this event.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's been incredible confidence boost and great to be back at Port Stephens. I love this place, and we're staying in a nice spot close to the beach, which always helps. So, I'm really enjoying it, and yeah.
You get the top bunk after the win after Reggie?
Yeah, no, we're lucky we got our own beds now each, so we don't have to share.
Oh, how good.
Get too
it's
cozy.
good at the top, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely, lovely. Well, yeah, I'm in the booth with Britt Nicol. You got any questions? Fellow competitor out there in the lineup?
How'd you find the conditions? Like, talk us through. It seems pretty peaky. You've got the lefts and the rights. The lefts seem to be flattening out a bit. The rights are running off quick. How do you find your position and then select those right waves to win the heat like you did?
Yeah, we came down a little bit earlier before the heats, and we've been watching it for a while. And I didn't surf this morning, but I came down and just watched it, and it was good. I was kind of just sussing out that right bank a little bit, and that was kind of where a lot of people are getting their big scores off those rights. And the lefts are hard because they're kind of veering back out to sea. So it's it was nice when I was able to get a few right-handers then, and we've got good crew here, so we've all been watching it and giving each other feedback and working it by. But it's been good.
Yeah, sweet. And obviously one other thing for a lot of the people out there watching, you are repping the knee brace. Give us a little rundown of what's going on there with your knee, and is it still affecting you too much? Yeah,
it's been pretty good lately. I did it when I was over in Hawaii about halfway through the trip. I did my MCL and my meniscus, so it's been good. I kind of just didn't surf. I was out for about a month and didn't really surf before the event, but I think like my first 2 surfs I had on a shortboard were just before Boomerang, and I think it was just because I'd been missing the surf so much. I was just so excited to get back in the water, and it kind of paid off in the end, which was cool to see.
Yeah, that's epic. Well, it definitely is paying off, and carrying on that great form from Boomerang into Biribu, and all the best for the rest of the event, mate. We're looking forward to having you come up later in the day.
Thanks heaps. Cheers, guys.
See you, mate.
See ya.
What a legend.
Absolute legend. We have some live action in the water. Noah Stocker on a nice right here, just drifting the tail on that last turn. Only looking for a 5.6 at this stage to move into second. Coda Killorn answering straight back. Hung up.
Nice backside whip there from Coda. Noah Stocker, one of the 3 amigos in that little trio with Alistair Reginato and Cooper Davies travelling together. And they looks like they're feeding off each other and definitely sending positive vibes, to one another, because their surfing really is looking electric. And I'm sure coming off Cooper Davies' big win, they'd both be more fired up than ever to also lock in a result. So that's Noah Stocker there, one of the Sunny Coast surfers, and the man from down in Sydney, Maroubra Beach, Coda Killorn behind him.
I think it's great to listen to Cooper just then and talking about, he went out for his heat, but then the guys that he's travelling with, they're giving each other feedback on how they can improve or maybe where they went wrong or what they can do. But, it's such an individual sport. Everybody's here for the same points, same prize money, the same goal at the end of the day. And just to have guys like that are travelling together and supporting each other, not just here to surf and hang out, but they're actually giving feedback.
Yeah, definitely. That's great. All been down here watching it. Like you said, they do support one another, and going out there and having that little extra pump up from the lads just would really give you, sometimes that added percentage, when you're against the ropes. So know the support's there, and just to really grind a win out sometimes, it's pretty epic to see. And it's Noah Stocker giving a wave. That means the competitors are looking for a situation from the beach commentator to try and maybe get a time, get their position in the lineup. And the positions are in red. Kalani Ball holding priority as well in the lead, 5.5 and a 5.33, so good base of 2 scores there. Now we can start kind of going a bit more elevated with his scores. Here's Noah Stocker race down the line. Great looking end section. That was a really well controlled air. Tricky section. Kind of backed off on him last minute. He's able to whip that one around. So he'll be ditching his 2.25, and he's in second, so he's going to make the requirement that little bit harder for Cody Killorn in third. And Ash Jenner, here he is, the man in green, racing on the line here. First nice turn and a second float the boat. So a bit of a funky wave there, but managed it really well. And he's in fourth. He was looking for a 3.86, but that'll probably go up after Noah Stocker's forehand punt. And there it is. Last to Noah Stocker, 4.35. So the requirement goes out for white and green. Cody Killorn looking for a 5.21, being bumped down to fourth. Ash Jenner looking for a 5.95 in third. And Noah Stocker in second. And here's the replay this way from Noah. You see this section back off on him kind of, and he was able to whip it around and get so low and compressed, almost sat down on his board to, keep the centre of gravity super low and hold on to that one. And 2 nice tags from Ash Jenner. Really well negotiated wave there, Britt.
Yeah, they just went back to back on those 2 waves there, and the air there from Noah Stocker just made it look so easy and so effortless. The timing and the placement of where he did it was perfect as well. So although it was just the one, it has, solidified that second place position for now. He's only looking for a 5 to take the lead. Ash Jenner in the green, sitting in third, and white in fourth. We have the current heat leader up and riding, also going to the air and riding out of it. Can he get a combo? Unfortunately, just coming unstuck. Kalani Ball in the red.
Really like to see this because, once someone starts throwing the airs, and then it just kind of gives that froth amongst the competitors. And once you see one person chuck an air, and then everyone gets out there and they go, I want to chuck an air. It's kind of the floodgates open, and we've seen that this morning. It's turned into a bit of an air show, which is, for all our surf frothers and fans out there, it gets very exciting for us. I'd love to see this swell keep picking up, because all that just only means the airs get bigger. The ramps get higher and they get steeper, and the airs get more psycho.
And all the men in the lineup were like, well, if you're going to do them, I'm going to start doing them. And yeah, go wave for wave, air for air. Kalani Ball in the red. What was interesting with that one is he went for the air at the very beginning of the wave, that first section, the critical section, which I think shows a lot, that he was willing to commit to that first section and then try and lead into a combo.
Yeah, definitely. And I really think that has to do with his heat management so far. He's locked in those 2 mid-5s pretty early in the heat, so it frees him up to really start, only finding waves that are going to better those scores. And to do that out there, going to the air is definitely, the key element to try and really elevate that score. And, chucking down the air on the first section, hopefully finishing that off and then into a big second turn, gives a point of difference. Something the judges might be super keen on, and yeah, hopefully look at elevating above those the 5-pointers.
Because more often than not, they're normally done at the end of the wave or just a one air maneuver. But yeah, to see somebody actually do it at the very beginning in that critical section, showing that, okay, I back myself, I back my ability to do it in this first section and pull it off. And if Kalani or one of the other men in this heat can get a section like that and then back it up with a good combo of turns after that, I think it's going to go excellent.
Love that first turn from there from Noah. It ditches the fins, almost drops that back arm back into the wave. So it allowed him to kick those fins right out. Real whippy. And Two-turn combo there. We'll see where that falls in. Could maybe take out his 4.35. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe fall around a similar score, maybe a 4.5. Here it is. Love the way he just kicked that one, dropped the back arm back into the wave. Allowed him to really sit back on that one and release the fins, and that will be a nice little backup score. And there it is. So Noah Stocker drops the 4.35 for a 5. And now he's into the lead. So this is a pretty exciting end of the heat here. We've got two of the heavy hitters in the draw. Noah Stocker, Kalani Ball tied on 10.85. However, Noah Stocker holding the larger number. The 5.85 has him in front on a countback. And Ash Jenner in third. That requirement now is just easing out a bit further. 6.6 to take second. And Coda Killorn in fourth, looking for a 5.85. Very achievable scores. So I'm sure Kalani Ball might be feeling the pinch here a little bit, because he knows he's got two really electric surfers behind him. And here goes Coda Killorn. Take it away, Britt.
Coda Killorn, the man from Biribu, drives hard off the bottom, cracks a lip, straight into a second turn and busts the tail. Just unfortunately unable to ride out of that one. What I liked about Coda is his style is just, it's so low and compressed on his backhand. Really nice to watch. Unfortunately not able to land that last turn, but just the way that he went from that first turn straight into the bottom turn for the second one.
Yeah, that's spot on. Look at this wave replay. It looks like he's on a 6-foot wave, the bottom turns he does. Watch how low he gets, so compact, and he extends through that bottom turn so low and then extends to give that power. And that's that spring that we saw him allow him to kind of bust the fins out on almost a nothing section. I love the approach he has. Just that setup. We see some friendly marine life out the back. Some dolphins floating around, and it's Crispy or Jonah out there on the ski just getting a free marine life show.
They sure are.
Yeah, look at that.
Those dolphins were floating around this morning as well. Nice to see them rolling on through the lineup. I thought they were, just swimming on up north, but it seems as though they're hanging around saying hello, and that is one of the Crisp men on the ski. We do have Michael Crisp and Jonah Crisp on the skis from ALS.
Running all the surf safety, water safety for everyone, and making sure the lineup is kept safe. And we're down to 3 minutes on the clock, so this heat is starting to burn through. And here is surfing White, Coda Killorn, so he's looking for a score. Nice little check turn. We see what he's doing here. He's widening the stance. Air's on his mind for sure. And, almost eats the fins under that one. That looked real nasty. And unfortunately, he's just going to try to get back out there and roll the dice again. So that won't be the number. Kalani Ball hanging on for second. He would have been feeling so comfortable out in front with two kind of, decent scores. And he's just been run down by Noah Stocker. Now he's in the hot seat with the likes of Coda Killorn and Ash Jenner hunting him down. He wouldn't be feeling too confident as we approach the Mad Max minute.
Pretty small wave there for Coda. Unfortunately, I think he knew on takeoff that there was a bit of a check turn, and he knew he had to go big because it was a smaller wave, and he's looking for a 5.85, which is up there with the highest single scoring wave of this heat so far. So Coda Killorn in the white, making his way back out. He's in fourth place, chasing that score. Ash Jenner in the green, sitting in third, looking for a 6.6. Kalani Ball in second, and Noel Stocker in first.
Yeah, I think that Coda's going to need something a little bit bigger than those waves, because you look at Kalani Ball's two scores, the 5 and the 5.5 and the 5.35. He's hucked an air on one of those waves that I know definitely, and will turn first into an air, and 5.5. So if Coda kind of saw that, he would understand that a 5.85, he's going to have to do something pretty solid. He might need a bigger wave that has a bigger section, so maybe sneaking off down the beach to the north, or to the south, sorry. Find one of those. Here he is. He's actually having a little look now. We'll see if this one does anything. It's a small wave again, so he's going to have to go ballistic on this thing if he wants to kind of find that number. But that's one of those little ones. They're not really offering much, are they?
He's almost better off just going out and either picking a spot in the lineup, either paddling away from the other men in the heat, or going and sitting. I know there's only a minute left, but every time he takes one of those small, tiny waves, he puts himself out of position for a good one when it comes through the lineup. Yeah,
definitely. Well, here's an interesting situation. So, Kalani Ball's in second. he's got second priority. So he's moved away from Coda Killon. Whether that ends up being a positive or a negative, we'll find out. He did let Coda just get that wave then. Unfortunately, Coda went down. We see Kalani Ball having a little hunt down the beach. He might get one last wave. There's a bit of a wedgie kind of thing presenting itself down the beach, but we'll see what happens here. This is an important roll of the dice. Will Ash Jenner get a shot here with 12 seconds on the clock?
Some urgency in this paddle and just unfortunately not able to scratch into it with 5 seconds.
So we saw Kalani Ball doing a bit of a victory lap there. He'll be moving on through, but it was one of the three amigos, Noah Stocker, following in the footsteps of his roommate Cooper Davies from the last heat, taking the win there ahead of Kalani Ball, and unfortunately bowing out, it would be Ash Jenner and Coda Killorn. So they'll be resetting and looking for the Mad Mex Pro down at Maroubra, and we'll be resetting too after this ad break and coming right back with more action from the men's QS 1000 here for the Port Stephens Pro.
Miss Lindy, she's a gal with the bright red hair. Now she stands high from all the rest. You know her anywhere. Where she's mine. Yeah, she's mine.
All right, we're back with live action from the World Surf League Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 men's event. And we saw the women take to the water earlier, but we're into the round of 64, heat number 6. And this is an absolute doozy of a matchup. 3 Sydney-siders, Northern Beaches men versus the lone South Coast warrior in Brett Bircher. And we'll run through this heat. It is in the red, George Pitter from North Stain. In the blue will be Harley Ross from Curl Curl, Brett Bircher from down to the Ulladulla region, and Samson Coulter from the Queenscliff Beach. So, you know, a couple of guys in this heat just from around the corner of each other. Bit of a local affair from the Northern Beaches up against the lone South Coast vet in Brett Bircher.
I'm sure they've competed against each other multiple times living in that Sydney region.
Yeah, they definitely would have. It'd almost be like a local border riders event. The regional titles kicking off again with a wild card, Brett Bircher making himself known. And that was a sick layback jam. It's cool to see Brett, you know, taking some time off work and getting up and putting the rashy on. And like I said, I think he was saying in one of his post-hit interviews that, you know, he's obviously really well renowned as one of the craziest big wave chargers in the world. I used to compete on the juniors with him back in the day, so I've had plenty of good times with Brett. And now to see him chucking the rashy on and mixing it up with the youth, with the likes of Sampson up and riding now, it's really cool. And that's what this series, the VISSLA Pro Surf Series, offers, and the regional qualifying series events from the WSL. That's what it offers all these surfers, underground chargers that want to just have another crack at it and have a bit of fun.
Exactly. I think it's a good opportunity for guys like Brett to put a rashy back on and have a bit of fun and show the young guns what they're still made of. Surfer in green on the Destination New South Wales replay, Samson Coulter. Just cutting back to that section, looking for a good turn here, straight into a second. Wave really starting to taper out on that inside. And just finishing off with a little foam climb there, a surfer in green.
Yeah, I was having a laugh with Brett before this heat, actually. When I was chatting to him, he was asking about the conditions, and he goes, yeah, it's pretty cool. I go, obviously, taking a bit of time off work to come up here, and he goes, taking a week off work. He goes, mate, 3 weeks. And he goes, how good's this event? It runs from Monday. He goes, so he's just lucked into an event here that kicks off on a Monday, and well, he's trying to roll through the draw, kicking off his heat with a 3.5, and well, he's going to have his work cut out for him because, I mean, 2 of the surfers in this heat, George Pitter for one, he's probably one of the biggest superstars coming out of the Northern Beaches in a long time. I got big hopes for George Pitter. Unfortunately, was a bit unlucky, but look at the style he has here. He's just almost Mick Fanning-esque when he was a Grom, you know, really lanky and tall, but super, super quick in his transitions and really powerful. I mean, he had a bit of unlucky result up there at Boomerang, but I mean, he absolutely just demolished the ABB when we were down there for the qualifying event. Got North Stain to a win on the last wave. They needed a 9-point ride, and he went out in a really messy lineup and locked in a 9.5 on his power wave in the very last wave of the whole event to get North Stain over the line and take down us, actually, Northie crew. But
Not
it was
bitter
just,
at all.
Yeah, no, it was actually just really cool to see. I was commentating that event, and just the composure he showed and the power and the way he kind of just owned the lineup in a pretty, you know, mucked up environment at Warriewood there. The waves were pretty tricky, and he just tore the absolute bag out of some things. And I'm excited to see where he goes with things. And obviously Harley Ross up and riding now, the curl warrior. Nice smooth hack there. Second one, and he's going to finish this one off. Banks off the whitewash there. So Harley Ross been on the QS for a long time, Britt.
He has. I think he's going to be going into these events and hoping to get some momentum for that QS 3000 and the 2 QS 5000s. Obviously, the main goal for all of these surfers really is to qualify for that Challenger Series, with the first event being on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks there. I mean, that's an incentive in itself. And Harley Ross, well, he's no stranger to competition. I'm sure he'll be looking to lock in a couple of good scores. That right that he caught, it looked as though it was going to be a nice wave. Got a couple of great turns on the outside, which looks as though that was a 5.5. Backed up with a 4.25, but back to the live action. We have Brett Bircher in the white.
Looking real loose. Birch on that one, making his way through the inside, and that'll back up his 3.5. Harley Ross locking in a 5.5 and a 4.25, so a good start from him to set a nice foundation. Samson Coulter, the Queenscliff legend, is in second.
We have the Destination New South Wales replay. This is Brett Bircher looking for a first carve section there. Coming around off the bottom and getting in a next one. Just a couple of little wraparounds to finish with. Surfer in white. Went for the carve on the first turn.
Yeah, I like the looks of that one. Brett's looking real loose. Another 3, a 3.8 there, so building slightly on his 3.5. Just waves selections probably let him down a little bit. Those waves are just kind of dribbling off. Looking, if you can get one of those nice big first wraps into a big end section turn, that's where we're going to see those scores elevate, you know, above the 5-point range into those 6 and 7s. They're pretty rare to come by. They have been the last 2 events, just because, you know, similar conditions to Boomerang. The left's running down the beach, a bit more slopey, and then the right's very quick and punchy, so only offering 1 or 2 manoeuvres. And then if you're taking off on a smaller one, you know, obviously wave size can hinder the score quite a bit. So it's hard to really split the surfers, and it's about, you know, we're kind of, you know, splitting hairs here with the waves that we have, and everyone being such good talents. And speaking of good talents, we have the winner of the last heat, one of the 3 amigos. Here he is, just following his roommate in the last heat. Winner last heat, Noah Stocker, mate. Well done.
Yeah, cheers.
Mate, so running through the draw here, coming out of Boomerang, obviously seeing Cooper get an epic result there. It must fire the lads right up to put the Rashi on here and get moving again.
Yeah, for sure. Coops was ripping out at Boomerang, and it was good to be down there and watch him do well, and kind of fired me and Al up because they had a good heat there in the semi, which was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, sick. Talk us through the lineup out there. Obviously a little bit tricky, but a few of those punchy little rights, you looked real comfortable out there on those little wedgy rights.
Yeah, it was tricky. It kind of pretty deceiving. It looks a lot easier from the beach, and then you get out there and it's kind of fast but fat. But I don't really know what I was trying to do. Just get 2 turns, I guess.
Well, whatever you're doing was good. What are you riding under your feet? It's looking pretty spicy.
I'm riding a 5'10.5" Mount Woodgee.
Lovely.
Yeah.
That's looking real good. Well,
Yeah,
congratulations, mate, and rest up. You'll be coming up later in the draw. I don't think you'll be matching up with Coops. We'll have to wait and see what the draw offers up, but good nonetheless, and keep it rolling.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, guys.
And that's your last heat winner, Noah Stocker. He'll be rolling through the draw, and we'll be seeing him later in the round of 32. So this is the round of 64 right now, and here is Mr. Curl himself, Harley Ross, racing down the line on this one. Nice big Larry. Just drops the ball on that one and tags that one through the lip. Real energetic. Now behind him, this is Sampson working his way down the line there. Huge forehand gaff, and fortunately there's one turn, so maybe Harley Ross getting the better of that exchange with a nice big Larry to start, and then a second turn to back it up. And well, lovely to touch on Harley because he's been a big part of the WQS for so long. He's been very close to qualifying a few years. He's been right up there and does a lot of work with Bo Mitchell back at home and sparring partners with Dylan Moffat. But also he was a co-president. I'm not sure if he still is now, but he was the co-president for Curl Border Riders Club, Cuba, for a few years, and good to see him giving back.
It is. It's great to see surfers giving back to the local community too, and being involved in board riders clubs. That is our grassroots of surfing, and we do have such strong clubs all around New South Wales and Australia as a whole. So it's great to see surfers like Harley Ross really, really getting involved with their local communities and trying to help promote and help build surfers in their region.
Yeah, that's right. And I feel like it's one of the things I love about Australian surfing and the board riders mentality here is that everyone's so proud of their heritage, where they've grown up, their club they've come from, and you see that at the ABB and those type of events where all the surfers just getting to put the rash on for the club, and also coming back to their clubs and putting a lot of time in, from their pretty busy schedule and competing to really, be a co-president like Harley Ross was. It's just epic to see. And well, here's a great looking wave from Samson Coulter.
Surfing real quick and backwards. That is a surfer in green. He's locked in a 6.5, backed it up with a 4.5.
We'll see if we can get that full replay because it looked like a nice wave. That was one of the better looking lefts we've seen roll down the beach. And here goes the surfer from Queenscliff. I'm sure he's done this a few times. Nice big backside whip in the pocket. So this is one of the better, steeper lefts we've seen. Two nice turns, carving that one down and finishing that one off. So really interested to see where that one goes with the judges. It has been tricky to score on the lefts, but there it is. Score of the heat so far coming off the left. So maybe a bit of a shift in conditions here with that type of left being seen. It was a great put together wave from Sampson and a 6.5.
This did actually happen yesterday throughout day one of the event as well. In the morning with that higher tide, there was lefts and rights, and there were a lot of rights being caught. But then throughout the day, as the tide dropped, it was much more predominantly lefts that were being caught. A lot steeper, a lot suckier, but there was also a lot more water moving, Chris. And you found a couple of surfers really getting stuck on that inside section trying to paddle back out.
The paddles these events, you need to have your fitness up, don't you? Because going left, it's almost like, you get a longer ride, but you're going to deal with the paddle back out. Whereas the rights, you could probably almost catch 3-to-1 ratio if you're really just in rotation. There's definitely a lot more waves to be caught if you were going right and in a lot shorter time. So, obviously, could be a bit of a game plan for a lot of surfers coming through the heats. If this low tide kicks in and the waves start breaking further out, maybe look at getting a couple of quick rights, getting some scores on the board, and then waiting for one of those longer lefts.
I was speaking with Stewie Kennedy on my last break, and he was actually one of those surfers who got caught this morning, and he was just thinking to himself, he's like, are you serious? Like, how am I not getting out the back right now? I'm stuck.
Yeah, 2 foot and you have to do a run around. It's crazy. But it's just, I guess, that consistent swell we've got filtering from up north. We've got that pretty a good ground swell from the east pushing on through here, and obviously Biribu facing very, very south. So it actually looks like a north swell running down the beach, but any other beach on the east coast of Australia is probably, about 4 to 5 foot, 4 to 6 foot today with a nice east swell. I'm sure Boomerang probably be a bit bigger than this today. But being here at Biribu, we got those north winds, but actually is almost offshore here. So that's kind of the benefit as well we get.
It is. It's a very different break. It's a different setup, the way the beach is situated. And, beautiful part of the world. If you're ever in the Port Stephens region, be sure to come out and check out Biribu Beach. A lot of surfers hadn't actually been here before, Chris, up until the last, few years, and obviously this event as well. I think even Nathan Hedge hadn't been here up until he'd surfed this event.
It's a wild place. Like, I remember I haven't spent much time here at all either. You usually just drive straight past it. You go, like, what is that random road? Where's it going to? Here, this is where it brings you to the lovely Biribu Beach. The north end of Stockton Beach. That's probably a good way to describe it. Stockton, just on the other side of the harbour from Newcastle. And you've got that long beach that runs all the way up there. And, this is the north end of that beach. And it's the first kind of beach here in the Nelson Bay region, Port Stephens area. It's really cool. And last year we actually had this event over at Anna Bay, I'm pretty sure it was, in that nice little right-hander they had in the corner there. We had huge south swell coming through and got to surf that really fun point break. And it was, the likes of Jackson Baker took it out. I'm pretty sure Philippe Anderson as well. So here's a nice wave from Harley Ross. A bigger right, so just can't hold on to that last turn. But that was a good-looking wave on the takeoff, and he had to take off from the whitewash. Missed actually the start of that wave, so that's a good sign. Things starting to shift further out in the bank.
It is certainly a good sign for what's to come for the rest of the day. Surfer in red, just absolutely throwing it up there, and manages to ride out of that one. It was Harley Ross on the wave before that, like Chris mentioned. It did look like it was going to be a really nice right. Got the first turn in and just unfortunately fell down on that last one. He was on his way to a good score, I think.
Yeah, that's right. And well, if anyone needs any motivation in this event at all, think back to this event last year. We'll quickly look at this replay and we'll get back to that. Here's Harley Ross. Nice first gouging carve. Had he finished this, he would have been looking for a good score and just got a bit over the handlebars there. But we'll see if we get George Pittar's wave, the wave in red, if that was the replay, if that's available. He did a really nice critical last turn. See the nice groomed lineup there. He'd probably be howling onshore any other beach in Australia right now, on the east coast right now, but that north wind, actually kind of almost a nor'east wind, is just a nice offshore here, keeping things pretty buttery. And like I was saying, if anyone needs any motivation or inspiration at this event this year, look back to last year. Winner of this event last year, Jackson Baker. Where's Jackson now? Sitting on the championship tour, coming on the qualifying series, winning 1,000 events, then going to the Challenger Series, putting on a good showing there and in Hawaii, and then, now he's found himself on the championship tour and putting together a few great heats. And, well, that's just what this tour can offer. It all starts here, but it's stepping stones to the Challenger Series, and, well, you never know. Sky's the limit.
It is. Sky's the limit. It's a prime example of, the opportunity for the surfers in our region to have a crack and have a go. And at the end of the day, it's anyone's. Like Jackson Baker, he's been knocking on that World Tour door for a fair few years now. He went back home. He got on the tools. He's a hard worker. He's put in the training. He's put in the surfing. And, it paid off for him. And I think for someone like Jackson, he's such a genuine human too. So it's great to see someone like that on tour and really just come from hard work. I mean, it's not... everybody works hard, but someone like that, he's just been knocking and knocking and knocking, and to finally see him on tour, it's so nice to see.
Imagine that call to the boss. Yeah, mate, sorry. I've got to go to the World Tour. I'm not coming back in for a while. Put me spot on hold, would you? I don't think that spot's on hold. I dare say it's been given away because, Jackson Baker is one person that could really spend a lot of time on the World Tour with the talent he is and the power he possesses. And like we said, winner of this event last year, so hopefully someone else, there could be signs of good things to come for the winner this year. Here's Harley Ross up and riding. This is a good-looking right. Float the boat. Will he get a second one in? Looks like he will, and that was a critical turn there. So, and a third. So probably one of the better ways we've seen on the rights. Going absolutely mad is Harley Ross, the Curl local. I'm sure Bemmy's tuning in, going mad, patting his bald head. And there's Birch working his way through to the inside. And George Pittar, the North Stain local. A couple of nice backside whips here. So it's been a bit of a slow heat for George. He's had that 5, but he's been struggling to back it up. But this one here is just offering multiple sections. And, wow, this is getting very interesting. So this could smell danger here for Samson Coulter, who's sitting out in the lead very comfortably. But Harley Ross just locked in a big number. And George Pittar just went mad on that one too. So this could be a full flip-up coming into the Mad next minute. It's going to get mad.
It certainly is. I think Harley Ross's wave, his style is just so fluid. There was absolutely no downtime between turns as we are watching the Destination New South Wales replay on screen. He's just gone off screen. Surfer in white out the back here on the replay.
Yeah, so that's Birch. Nice big whip in the pocket. We'll see if we can come back to that replay of Blue. So that's the pulled back angle. I know there was a good angle of Blue that we had. We'll wait and see if that one is available. And then we saw Red. Here's the replay of Red, George Pitter. Working his way down the line. Bit sleepy here, but then he gets his bonus section on the inside and allows him just to go bang a few times. Nice whipping turn. Bit of a smaller ride. What do you think there, Britt?
I think it's definitely going to go into his top 2. I don't know what the requirement will be. Here we go. So 5.11. It looks as though it was a 5.9. He's got a 5 in his scoreline. So he's looking for a 5.11 to advance. Only 5 seconds on the clock now. So he came close, but unfortunately not close enough.
Oh, and that's a big scalp there. George Pitter, one of the big names in the draw. Looks like he's going to bow out by the slimmest of margins. So Samson Coulter will be counting his luck and stars there, because here's Harley Ross's last wave. This is the 7 on the best wave of the heat, and we can see why. Just very patient, very explosive, and a lot of power, and good experience shown there from the surfer from Curl, the veteran, you would say, in that heat. And he'll be moving on through with, well, one of the young stars, Samson Coulter from Queenscliff, saying goodbye to the man from the other end of the beach. It is George Pitter, so a big scalp there, and unfortunately Brett Bircher in 4th. We'll be right back with more action from the men's round of 64 here at the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. Myself, Chris Henderson, in the booth with Britt Nickel. We'll be right back.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
And welcome back to the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. We are here at stop number 2, the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 1000s. We are in the men's round of 64, heat number 7. Out there in the red, we have Billy Stearman. In the white, Marlon Harrison. In the green, Fraser Martin. And in the white, oh, sorry, I think I said white already. I was wrong. And in the white, Kai Tandler. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined in the booth by a special guest, Hunter Starr. How you going, Hunter? You having a nice day down here?
Yeah, it's so good. The surf looks fun. It's been good weather, so looks good.
Yeah, it's been... I mean, the conditions are looking really nice out there. You been out for a surf yet today?
Yeah, I surfed yesterday, but I think it's cleaned up a bit today. Well, that's what I've heard, so...
Yeah, waves definitely looking good. So, what we've got you in to talk about today is something very special and something important to all of us, and that is the Her Wave program. Surfing New South Wales' new all-women program. So Surfing New South Wales Her Wave platform is our first ever female program designed to embrace all women in the water. The objective of the program is to improve the lives and health of females of all ages, abilities and ethnicities in New South Wales. And with International Women's Day coming up next Tuesday, very important topic to all of us, and there is a special event coming up in Newcastle very soon. Do you want to tell us all about it?
Yeah, so there's an event in Newcastle coming up. It's on Monday the 28th of March. And it's basically Her Wave's doing 3 comps all up the coast. So there's going to be one in Newcastle, and then Kiama and Lennox are the others. So it's basically just it's an all-girl surf comp, and which will be so sick. Teams of 8, 4 longboard and 4 shortboard. And basically it's just a fun tag team. It's just going to be, sorry about that. It's just going to be a really good day for all the girls to just be inclusive, and it'll be all about fun, not super competitive. So for a lot of girls, it'll be their first comp really, and it should be good.
I love that. It's so awesome to see both Surfing New South Wales and the WSL really getting involved in the equality in sport. We know the WSL have done the equal prize money for both men and women, which is a big step forward. Awesome to see the women on the World Tour as well, stepping up and surfing in the events at Pipeline and Sunset Beach. Did you get a chance to watch some of that competition?
Yeah, the girls are surfing so good. I think it's good to see the girls surfing the same waves as the boys, because everyone knows they're super capable, so it's good to watch them.
Yeah, I think that's how we're going to see the women's sport really progress, putting them in those maybe uncomfortable situations and having to try some different boards at places like Sunset and Pipeline, 2 of the most dangerous but also most exciting waves to watch, and it's really cool to see the women getting thrown out there. We'll take a quick look at the action in the water right now. A few big scores and a very, very quick start for all 4 of the competitors. See Marlon Harrison dropping a 7.5 and a 3.65. Really, really kicking off his campaign strong and fast here at the Port Stephens Gage Roads Pro. Billy Stammen from over the ditch in New Zealand leading the charge for the Kiwis right now. 5.75 to open his account, so really strong start by him. And also Kai Tandler in the white singlet, 5.1 for him to kick off his campaign. And also Fraser Martin with a 4-point ride. So all 4 competitors getting what have been almost keeper scores at the moment. So conditions are improving right now. We see Fraser Martin in the green using up first priority right now, racing down the line. He knows he's got some work to do in this heat with some big scores to kick off. Big rooftop floater coming around that section. Pretty good start to this heat, hey Hunter?
Yeah, it looks good out there.
I know conditions definitely seem to be improving right now. Hopefully as this tide draws out down at the beautiful Biribu beach, we will see conditions move a little bit further out the back. A few more opportunities for the athletes in the water as we see lines rolling on through. Surfer in blue, current heat leader, Marlon Harrison trying to back up that 7.5. Strong off the bottom, open it up. Do you want to talk us through the end of this one?
Oh, I got a big finish on that one.
So
that was good. I think that will be a good score for him.
Absolutely. We've been seeing those bigger set waves really being rewarded, and 2 big turns is exactly what he's looking for. Billy Stammen, a little bit small on behind. Great little chip off the top there, throwing lots of spray and coming to the last section, polishing off that one. So both Marlon and Billy, great starts to this heat. Just 7 minutes gone. Billy's going to back up his 5.75, and dare I say, like you said, Marlon Harrison's going to back up his 7.5 with something very strong. Critical first turn, up a little bit late, but really bouncing over the lip on that second turn. So we're going to see something. There it is, 6.9, highest heat score of the morning for the men. Marlon Harrison, easy as that. Very quick start as we see the replay. Take us through it.
He'd be feeling very comfortable now with these 2. He got that one under his belt. Still got heaps of time left too, so he's looking good out there.
Yeah, he is looking very strong. And Billy Stammen, this is a stacked heat. Kai Tandler, and down in the green we also have Fraser Martin. So stacked heat, and the scores are really showing that. It's been, wow, action-packed start to this heat. It's been a little bit sleepy start for some of them.
I also see a couple of dolphins out the back there.
A couple.
They've been hanging out all day.
I know. How beautiful is the east coast of Australia? We've got such an amazing environment, and the ocean is such a beautiful place, and getting to hang out with the dolphins is pretty special sometimes.
Yeah.
Have you had some good dolphin encounters?
Yeah, for sure. I was looking at out here this morning, and the dolphins, if people were watching the live, I'm sure they would have seen dolphins were getting so close to the boys in the heats this morning. They were just hanging around all day.
Yeah, it's really nice to see some friendly grey animals out there with this. As right now, we'll check out the heat scores. We have Marlon Harrison out in the lead with a 7.5 and a 6.9. Billy Stairman's backed up that 5.75 with a 3.8. Judges kind of being a bit harsh on those flat waves, really looking for the ones that come in steep off the bottom and up into the lip. Fraser Martin sitting down in third place right now, 4-point rider and 2.5. Kai Tandler in first priority with that 5.1. As we see, Billy Stairman, aggressive first turn, hard off the bottom, snapping off that second turn, looking fired up in this heat. He's heard those big scores from the other athletes and knows he needs to throw down some fireworks. Speaking of fireworks, Harley Ross Webster, winner of that last heat. Mate, how good was that?
Yeah, it was pretty good actually. Kind of got a bit nerve-wracking at the end, and then because I know George is such a good surfer, and he only had like a 1 with like 3 minutes to go, and I was like, he's obviously going to get a score at some point of this heat. So, and he did, but luckily I got actually into first.
Yeah, full Northern Beaches throwdown. You, George, and Samson. I'm sure you probably surfed many heats against both of those guys. What was the feeling going out there? I know I didn't see your name in the draw up at Boomerang Beach. Full-time worker now. How cool is it having the regional surf series, being able to just come a bit more local and focus on just a few events?
Yeah, it's so good. It's like, it's just better for everyone. It's like better for the local communities, better on like my bank account as well. And yeah, you get to verse like pretty much all your mates in every comp as well, which is good and bad. But yeah, no, it's good.
How epic's that? So what's the goals for Harley Ross right now, moving on into this regional tour? Are you going to give it a crack? Is the Challenger Series on the future horizon for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to be in the Challenger Series, but I put like a lot of pressure on myself last year to get there, and I had a shocker of a year. So this year I'm just kind of doing it for the fun of it now and not putting too much pressure on myself, and it actually feels like I'm surfing better doing it this way anyway. So yeah, hopefully Challenger Series, but not too much pressure on myself.
I'd love to hear that. I know you're working full-time now for the great B-Craft guys. I'm sure that's good fun getting to work. And how's the balance for you, trying to balance still getting the prep with your surfing, but then also trying to work a full-time job?
Yeah, the guys at B-Craft are absolute legends. They all love surfing, like my boss Kai and Richard and Jackson and everyone there. Like, they all froth in surfing, so they don't mind me taking a bit of time off to come to these comps. And I'm actually also doing Surf February, so raise money for brain cancer research, and you've got to surf every day in February. So I don't know what days. I think I'm got one more day to go. So yeah, that can be my surf for the day.
Well done. Well, it was a good surf at that. We're going to be seeing you coming up very shortly. That Takora looking very nice under your feet. But yeah, hopefully another round this afternoon. I think I just heard Will Hayden Smith down in the little behind the scenes area saying we're going to be moving on into round 2, or the next round later today. So go rest up and we'll see you a bit later. Well done, Harles.
Yeah, cool. Thanks. Shout out to my brother, girlfriend, and mum, and anyone else who's watching as well.
Absolutely.
Gaz.
Thanks, Harley.
All right, see ya.
All right, so that was Harley Ross Webster, winner of heat number 6, round of 64 here at the Gage. Gage. Oh my God, tongue tie, I can't say it. Gage Road Port Stephens Pro. As we see a nice replay here of Billy Stairman up aggressive into the lip. This is his backup score. Really sharp as attack, that second turn. See the Dolphins out the back. Water safety ski. Crispy out on the jet ski. Big thanks to Crispy, always looking after the surface. So that score came through for Billy Stairman, 5.75. Judges really liking that aggressive attack. We did see another score for Kai Tandler come in, 4.2. Scores are really starting to step up. Hey, Hunter,
yeah, this is a high-scoring heat, hey?
Absolutely. It's been a bit of a sleepy start to the first few rounds of the men. The conditions do seem to be offering a few more opportunities, so looking forward to the rest of this. So let's bring a little bit of light back to the Her Wave program. How cool is it for you, being a young woman, seeing both World Surf League and Surfing New South Wales really putting a lot of emphasis on women's surfing?
Yeah, I think it's super important. Like, oh, here goes Blue.
Marlon Harrison trying to better that 6.9. We might see a big punt, a huge layback.
Definitely won't go into his top 2. No, it's super good. I think everyone knows women's surfing is just as important. So to give them, more recognition and have comps like these where it's just, including all girls to get involved and just get amongst it, I think it's a good starting point for a lot of girls to just feel more comfortable in the water.
Yeah, for sure. It obviously has been lots of leaps and bounds for the women to get to where they are right now, and it's great to see the inclusivity included from Surfing New South Wales. Do you want to maybe touch once again on the event coming up in Newcastle, coming up quite shortly? Because I think it's important that people get to hear that in Webland, and if girls want to get involved, maybe let them know how they can get involved.
Yeah, so it's coming up on the 28th of March. You can go to Her Wave Instagram bio or just check out Her Wave, and it's basically an all-girls event they're running. Anyone is welcome. You don't need to be a part of the Board Riders Club. You don't have to have surfed any competitions before. 4 longboard, 4 shortboard. You can enter in a team of 8 or go into the pool and just meet new friends and go into a team with all new girls. And it's just going to be a fun tag team, and yeah.
Sounds amazing. I mean, sounds like a great concept, and it's really cool to give women the opportunity to come down, girls, young girls as well, come down, be involved and get to surf as part of a community. Like you said, meet new friends. And that's such a crucial part. That connection you get with not only the ocean but other girls and other women is really special, and that's how we all come together in surfing. And it's great to have this event put on by Surfing New South Wales. I think it's a big step forward, and it's going to really bring a few new girls into the sport. And like you said, it's not competitive, it's more about inclusion and just having fun and enjoying the ocean together.
Yeah, it should be a good day, so I'm keen for that.
Can't wait for that. So once again, out in the water right now, crazy heat on her hands. Marlon Harrison in the blue with a 7.5 and a 6.9. He is comfortably out in the lead right now. Billy Stammen in second place, 5.75 and a 5.1. He's looking for an 8.65 if he wants to jump up into the lead. Kai Chandler down in third place right now on the chopping block, 5.1 and a 4.2. He's looking for a 5.75 if he wants to move up into advancing position. And Fraser Martin in the green, 4.35 and a 4. Sitting down in fourth place, looking for a 6.5 if he wants to advance, as we just hit that 5-minute mark. Anyone who's been to a surf comp before will know that yellow flag has just gone up on the beach, indicating to the athletes out in the water there is under 5 minutes remaining. So tense heat right now, pressure rising. Pretty good scoring heat right now. I think the waves are starting to improve, and I'm looking forward to getting out there a little bit later. You going to hang around and watch me?
Yeah, for sure. It looks fun out there.
Yeah, I can't wait to get out there. I haven't actually got in the water yet today, so looking forward to surfing the heat as we see Marlon Harrison. He's just having fun out there right now, squaring up backside. Huge first turn, coming back around the section, and a massive second one. Wow, he's feeling it. He was very unlucky up in Boomerang. I remember his heat in the round of 16. He lost to Stewie Kennedy and also Joel Vaughan. Tough heat. They both made the semis. It was a spectacular semi-final, but Marlon had 2 massive scores and bowed out in the round of 16, so he wants to do better here. Surfing incredibly as you see those 2 turns. That's going to be maybe, I'm going to call one of the biggest scores of the event for the men, because that was huge aggression into 2 massive turns. We'll wait and see what that one comes through at.
It's looking good.
Here we go. Billy Stammen holding off Kai Chandler with that first priority. Racing down the line. We might see some airtime here. Billy, big, lofty air reverse. Stomps that one. What do you think of that one, Hunter?
That was big. I wonder how that one's going to score.
What do you reckon? Judges can't hear us. Prediction?
I don't know.
It's a bit tough.
I do this at home, and I'm always so far off.
Throw one out there. Have a guess.
5.
5? Destination New South Wales replay.
Know. What do you think?
I reckon we're going to go... It's going to set the scene for the judges. It's going to really give the other athletes, myself included, a good sort of idea of what the judges are looking for. I'm going to call it up in that 6-point range. It's going to be Billy's best score, 7.25.
Oh, you see, I'm always really far off. It's all right.
That's all right. Judges can't hear us. I think that's a good indication, like I was just touching on. The judges want to see those big, critical manoeuvres, and this heat is blowing up right now. Billy Stammen, 7.25, backing up his 5.75. I was wrong with the score before. I thought Marlon Harrison's 2 backside turns were 2 of the stronger turns I've seen. It looks like that hasn't improved his scoreline. Nonetheless, he is miles out in front still. Billy Stammen looking for a 7.15 if he wants to catch up. But the one that we need to be talking about right now is Billy Stammen's last wave, 7.25, lofty air reverse. He is strong out in second place right now. Very difficult heat score. 13 points for Kai Chandler and Fraser Martin to chase down. And the requirements have just gone up. So Kai Chandler in third with first priority. He's going to be looking for a 7.9. He wants the best wave of this heat if he wants to jump up into the lead. And Fraser Martin looking for an 8.65. So a tall ask for him with just on 2 minutes remaining. What a great heat to get the core. Some action.
I know, it's a high-scoring heat. A couple of the heats this morning were a bit slow, so it's been a good one.
Yeah, it looks like the conditions are getting better. I'm licking my lips. I'll be coming up in heat number 15, so... Couple more away for me. Hopefully as that tie gets a bit low, we see the competitors in that next heat paddling out. We will be seeing in heat number 8, round of 64, Chris Zaffis in the red, Thomas Carvalho in the blue, Logan Steinweed in the white, and Ben Spence in the green. So once again, a very stacked heat. I'm looking forward to this one. Chris Zaffis didn't have the showing that he really wanted to down in the last event, one of the big names in this draw, so he'll be looking to throw to the air. He would have heard exactly what the judges were looking for with that last score of Billy Stammen coming in at a 7.25. Incredible heat to call. Marlon Harrison with that 7.5 and 6.9, highest heat total of the event so far for the men, so...
It's looking good.
He's looking very good. As we hit that Mad Mex minute, my name's Cooper Chapman. I am in the booth right now with Hunter Starr, representative for Her Wave, the new all-inclusive women's surf concept by Surfing New South Wales. Really proud of the new program they've put together. So the Her Wave program, for anyone out there in Webland, is Surfing New South Wales' new platform. It's the first ever female program designed to embrace all women in the water. The objective of the program is to improve the lives and healths of females of all ages, abilities and ethnicities. You don't even have to be a surfer. Just come down, enjoy the event. Hunter was touching on as we went through this heat, the amazing event we have coming up in Newcastle. What date was it on?
28th. Should be a good day.
28th March?
28th of March.
Alright, so coming up in just about a month. If you want to check that out, head over to Her Wave Instagram.
Yeah.
Check out Surfing New South Wales on Instagram and you'll be able to find all the information. As we count this one down, just 10 seconds remaining, we are going to see Marlon Harrison and last-ditch effort here by Billy Stammen, just trying to close out the heat. He'll be marching on through a little fin ditch. Bang. Billy Stammen, that's a patented backside dish. This is the Gage Roads Pro Port Stephens. My name's Cooper Chapman, joined by Hunter Starr. We'll be coming back with round of 64, heat number 8, just after this break.
What makes a place your place? Is it a place to play, learn and watch your kids grow? A place to have fun, laugh and belong? A place to work, kick back and share a beer with your mates? You can't touch it, put a price on it. You feel it. It's not about houses and cars and stuff. It's about people. The people you live with and share your dreams with. Your place might be big, it might be small, but finding your place, well, that's the most important thing in the world. Port Stephens is full of special places. We're planning for the future of our places in a way that makes it easy for you to understand and get involved. Coming to your place soon. Find out more on our website.
Welcome back to the live action here for day number 2 of the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro, the men's and women's WSL QS 1000. This is the second stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. My name is Britt Nicol. I'm joined in the booth with Nathan Riverland. How are you, Nath?
Good, Britt. Good to. I feel very privileged to be in here with a QS warrior like yourself. You're absolutely on fire earlier today and last night in the women's draw. So I'm feeling pretty privileged to be in here with you, Britt.
No, thank you, Nathan.
How
Another
would-
one that's on fire at the moment, Chris
Jeebus.
Zaffis, is already locked in an 8.
Wow.
Early stages of this men's round of 64 heat number 8. We have
Hopefully we can get a replay of that 8-point ride. That's a huge score to start off with. Probably that might be the best score of the day so far.
That is exactly how you want to start a heat here, Nathan, at Biribu Beach. Beautiful part of the world, beautiful location. We are, of course, in Port Stephens, near Newcastle. We're into the men's round of 64, heat number 8. We have Chris Zaffis up and riding in the red. He's already locked in an 8, so keeping nice and busy, super crisp. What's he got on this inside section? Can he stick it? Looked like an ankle breaker. He's not coming out of that one.
Yeah, so Chris going down there. But, yeah, like you were saying, you wouldn't want to start a heat probably any better than that, an 8-point ride. And he's backed it up with a 3, so he's already put up 11 points inside the first 3.5 minutes. So it's pretty composed start for Chris Zaffis. And we saw Logan Steinweed get a 4.25 in the white. And Tom Cavallo and Ben Spence yet to open their accounts. But, yeah, sure they'll do so shortly. There's some sick waves coming through. Hey, Britt.
There are. It's perfect conditions here at Biribu Beach. We've been blessed with swell, blessed with conditions. It's really clean. Anywhere else, this would probably be an onshore wind, but we're lucky here, the way the beach faces. It's pretty offshore and nice, clean conditions. Surfers loving it, competitors loving it. We don't often get good waves for contests, so we'll take what we can get.
Yeah, I'm stoked with how the waves have turned out. It's a bit smaller than yesterday, but yeah, it's super clean still. And you see Green, Ben Spence, throwing it to the air. So I think this heat just in now would have been watching that last heat, that last score in the last couple of minutes from Billy Stammen with that 7.5 for that big air rev. You're watching that going, okay, that's where somewhat of the scoring potential lies.
We will see a lot more of these competitors taking to the air with the way the swell is, the way the wind is. And looks as though we have a Destination New South Wales wave replay. Who have we got? The surfer in green, just the one air. Didn't go for the grab. Rode out clean. We'll wait and see what the judges lock in for the surfer in green. A 4.6, Ben Spence in second. Looking for a 6.41 to go to first. Logan Steinwade in the white with a 4.25. And Thomas Cravallo yet to open up his campaign here this morning.
But yeah, cracking heat. It's just so stacked, both men's and women's draws. It's just been absolutely gobsmacking. I was chatting to Chris about it earlier in here in the booth, and just such a stacked QS 1000 draw. And I think that just having this series in Australia has been so good to band all the Australian and New Zealand athletes all together. And yeah, we've had a great showing at Boomerang and here again at Port Stephens at Biribu.
It really gives the athletes the opportunity to build on those points and, you know, get into those QS 3000s, QS 5000s and chip away at getting onto that Challenger Series, which is obviously the incentive for all of these surfers to then try and qualify for that world tour on the world stage. Whereas previously, in the previous years, you used to have to travel all over the world just to do the QS. So for those surfers in Australia and the other regions, they're able to travel in their own states, in their own countries, and just rack up those points to qualify.
I was having a good chat to Hedgie, and obviously you would have been in the same boat doing the QS in the last 10 years or so. But yeah, Hedgie was saying by this time of the year he would have already travelled 3 or 4 times overseas to South Africa, to China, to all around the world. So he was feeling pretty privileged and yeah, honoured that you could just do this East Coast tour and just chip away at it and try and get some sick results.
So much better too. Like you don't have the time zone differences as we watch the replay here. Logan Steinway, just a quick one, couple of turns. Probably the first turn was more of the money turn on that one for the surfer in white. We do have a score, so 3.25 for last of white. He's jumped into second place now. Surfer in green chasing a 2.9. Still pretty minimal scores. Chris Zaffis obviously locked in that 8-point ride at the very beginning of this heat, so he's off to a quick start. He'll be looking to replace that 3 from his scoreline. Thomas Cravallo in the blue, remaining very patient here, Nathan.
Yeah, so he's got priority. We've seen a couple of the more experienced QS competitors really just bide their time in the lineup. You only need 2 good scores. So Tom Cravallo obviously waiting for that. And touch on Tom, it's really great to see he's picked up a major sponsor in O'Neill. He's been surfing so well the last couple of years. without a major sponsor. So really good to see someone getting behind Tom because he's such a dynamic, powerful surfer. So yeah, stoked to see Tom getting some support as well.
Speaking of dynamic and powerful surfers, we have the previous heat winner, Marlon Harrison, down there waiting for a post-heat interview. Marlon, how are you going this morning?
I'm good, just happy to be here. It's really fun waves, and yeah, it's just good vibes all around.
Epic, Marlon. Hey, what was your tactics sort of going out there? You secured 2 pretty strong scores, mate. Did you have a sort of game plan when you paddled out, and what were you trying to execute?
I guess when the surf's like this, it's just kind of just feel it out and just feel that rhythm. And yeah, I did it when I got out, and I just got 2 good ones, and I was frothing, and I just knew if I did 2 big turns, I'd get rewarded, and it worked out for me. And yeah, it was happy days, and looking forward for the next rounds, and yeah.
Unreal, mate. And what's the goal for the rest of the event? Obviously, you surfed really well at Boomerang as well, and got a pretty solid result. What's your sort of goal with this Port Stephens comp and the rest of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series?
Well, I guess at the end of the day, I got to graduate school first, but for sure, qualify for the Challenger Series and just have as much fun as possible with my best mates. And yeah, have as much fun as my best mates, and yeah, get through school and just have fun and make more heats. Just have fun.
Marlon, it's Britt Nickel here. I know that you are residing up on the Gold Coast. You spend a lot of time at Snapper Rocks. What would it mean to you to qualify for that Challenger Series and surf that event at Snapper?
Oh, don't get me started. I'm frothing about that. When I saw it on the calendar, I'm just losing my marbles, and every day gets closer and closer, and I'm just looking so forward to it. And for me to be able to surf against the best and the best at my home break would be the best thing in the world. And yeah, I'm just slowly just making more heats and getting closer to that, making that challenger. So looking forward to it and bring it on.
We're looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Congratulations to Marlon Harrison. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Good chatting with Marlon.
Ball of energy.
Yeah, ball of energy. I forgot that he was only 17. I thought he was already out of school. So obviously education still an important process for Mar, which is great to see. He's obviously got a good head on his shoulders. So yeah, hopefully he can go deep in this event. He was ripping at Boomerang as well. So yeah, he's obviously continue his good form here.
I really respect that surfers are concentrating on their education. You know, at the end of the day, they're competing and they're looking for a surfing career, but it only takes one injury or one mishap to go, okay, well, I can't really compete anymore, but what else have I got going on? So it's great to see surfers really following through that education. We know that a few are doing uni as well, and I think it's important to have that extra on the side, not just relying on surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. You see that in a lot of sports too, and it's become more common. Being a Victorian, I love my AFL, and it's become a lot more common to hear that AFL players are either finishing up their career and going to uni, or they've got some sort of degree that they've chipped away at during their career. So they have it when they're finished and you can go straight into something.
That is Chris Zaffis on screen in the red. That was our destination New South Wales replay.
So it's 3.7, it looks like. Chris Zaffis, so he did increase his lead marginally. So you can see Logan's needing a pretty solid score of 6.81. It's just changed to a 5.96 requirement with that 5.75 on his last one. So it's a pretty strong score there for Logan.
Ben Spence in the green now, chasing a 6.05 to move into second. And Thomas Gravallo in the blue, chasing a 6.35. Door still wide open for second place. I feel as though Chris Zaffis in the red, if he's to improve on that 3.7, he's going to make that so much harder for the other competitors.
Yeah, we've seen probably in most heats a 12, 13 point total's been pretty much getting a win in a heat. So Chris is almost at that point, and if he can get a solid backup around that 5-6 mark, that's 13, 14 points, and it's going to be pretty hard to beat.
Beautiful conditions here at Biribu Beach. We have been blessed with the weather at the moment too. It's holding off. We'll take it while we can get it. But thinking of everyone that is experiencing a lot of water, a lot of flooding at the moment, hearts go out to everyone with that. We're hoping that things improve sooner rather than later. Back to the action in the water. We have Chris Zaffis on screen in the red, Ben Spence in the green. Surfer in green has first priority. That little P next to his name on the left, meaning that any wave that comes through the lineup, he has right of way. The other competitors have to just let him go. Only looking for a 6.05. He's having a little look. He's not going to take off on that one. Surfer in blue. Thomas Carvalho chasing a score with a 6.35.
Yeah, still pretty open. All these surfers very capable of getting that score. Pretty sure all four of these guys went into the 7s and 8-point range at Boomerang. So they definitely know how to do it, and all are pretty strong surfers, and you have to be. I mean, you're already in the 3rd round, so you've either been seeded straight through because of your strong QS results, or you've done really well at Boomerang. So, these guys are all seasoned, good competitors.
This is, of course, day number 2 of the Gage Roads Biribu Port Stephens men's and women's WSL QS 1000. The women were in the water this morning. We are now into the men's round of 64. This is the first time that the top seeds of the men's have hit the water. Coming up next, we have heat number 9. Reef Hazelwood, Micah Margison, Alex McGuffin, and Josh Stretton. What a matchup, Nathan.
That's going to be an absolute cracker. Josh Stretton, I think, won the Surf Fest trials the day before this competition period started as well, so he's in really good form, and in good form Tom Cavallo on this one, just throwing fins on all 3 of those sections, and green behind him as well, Ben Spence. Loving that camera view, thanks to the Fresh Air broadcast guys, and Ben Spence just falling off on that occasion, which he'll be spewing about. But yeah, we'll have, I reckon, a pretty solid score to drop through for blue. It's likely to change the situation as red uses priority too.
Current heat leader looking to replace a 3.7 from his scoreline and make that requirement harder for the surfers in white, green and blue. I'm just waiting for those scores for the surfers in green and blue, because Thomas Carvalho did get that right. We did see it 3 turns back to back. Leave that in the hands of the judges.
You were out in the water this morning, Britt. Talk us through a little bit, because being in the ocean this morning, because it's a tiny bit hard to tell on the broadcast, but how is it actually sitting out in the water? Is there plenty of water moving around? And what are the sort of the tactics behind how you were able to get through your heat?
Well, we'll come back to that in a moment, because we have the replay up on screen. Surfer in green belts that first section, drives hard off the bottom, and unfortunately just gets a little hung up on that top section. His fins kind of went out the back of the wave, and he was unable to get back down the face. There it is, a 6.15 for the surfer in blue. Wave previous to that one. But yeah, the conditions are tricky out there, Nathan. It's on screen, it's a pretty close view. You can see the surfers in the lineup. We can't see the wider angle, but on the beach, it's actually quite hard to line up and position, because the way the angle of the beach is, you've got all these sand dunes going all the way to Stockton Beach, and you haven't really got much to line up with and position yourself with, so you're relying on the surf club up here at Biribu and the tents and the lifeguards and a few other things on the beach to just try and get that positioning in the water. Strong 3-turn combo there from Chris Zaffis, and throws a bit of mayo on that last section, so he bettered his situation with a 5.5 on his last one prior to that one that was just on the screen, so we'll see if he can even go further into the lead. But he's got an 8 and a 5.5 tucked away before that last ride, so he's looking like he is in a good position. Throwing fins real nice in that first section. He certainly is in a good position. He's locked in an 8.0. We're just waiting for the scores of this one. Wanting to replace a 5.5 from his scoreline. Chris Zaffis just on fire in this men's heat. There it is, 5.9. He's looking super comfortable out there. Red. Looking super comfortable out there. He was pretty unlucky at Boomerang. He just got pipped at the post in his heat at Boomerang. I think that was around a 32 it might have been that he got through to. So he's looking like he's nice and sticky in his wax, and yeah, he's looking the goods with 3 minutes on the clock. You can see White scrambling a little bit with priority, opting not to go that one. You can see a little bit of urgency there for Logan, wondering whether or not he should take it. Looking to improve on a 5.75 or replace that 4.9. White having a look. He is up and riding, utilising his priority on this one. Bit late to the section and just unfortunately coming undone, the surfer in white. You'd be feeling a bit of nerves too. You can see Blue pretty hot in his heels, only needing a 4.5 and he's last with a 4.3, so he's super tight behind. It's Tom Cavallo. Surfer in blue, Tom Cravallo, also sitting in first priority. So with 2.5 minutes on the clock, Logan Steinwade in second place is kind of in the danger zone here. Surfer in blue has right away to any wave that comes through the lineup. And, well, he's only looking for a 4.5, which I'm sure he can pretty much do in his sleep.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen so many heats change hands in the last, minute or two. The Mad Max minute that's come in. With the last minute, we've had so many heats turned. It's absolutely crazy. Just with all these peaky conditions, plenty of guys and the ladies getting an opportunity in the dying stages to try and get through their heats.
2 minutes on the clock. It is getting tight. Look at the scoreline between first, second, and third. Particularly second and third. We have Green, Ben Spence, up and riding on his backhand. Bit of a flat turn to start with, but it steepens up, cracks that section, and rides out of it. So he's looking for a 6.05.
Don't know if he's going to get it on that one. Like you said, that first section was a little bit flat. Really connected beautifully with that second section, but I don't reckon it's going to be enough to get that 6.05 score.
I think if he had two turns like this one, would have come closer probably, but we'll leave it with the judges. It is obviously their job. They know what they're doing. Where he just, talking about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blue.
So this is Tom Cavallo using priority on this and fits in two sections there. So he needed a 4.5. Did get a little bit sticky on both the turns. So it's going to be interesting to see how the judges score that one, because the second section both sections were really good. He just looked like he was a little bit off balance on both of them.
We are into the Mad Max minute. Little burrito clock on screen. Making me hungry for lunch.
I was just about to say the exact same thing.
Wouldn't mind a burrito?
Yeah, wouldn't mind a burrito. So there's a lot of Mad Max joints all around here. So make sure if you're listening.
Here we go. Current heat leader on an absolute bomb. Chris Zaffis with 30 seconds on the clock. Wow. Can he stick it? And he does. So he's already locked in an 8. Interesting to see where the judges go with this one.
Stop it. That was absolutely bonkers.
He just did the complete victory lap.
That was insane. So I reckon that's going to go close to his 8-point ride. That was just such critical, beautiful surfing there from Chris Zaffis.
I'm calling best wave of the heat. We'll see.
Just the variation too. Pretty much every turn and manoeuvre was different on that one. So I reckon he's looking the goods with that last score.
There it is, a 7-point ride for the man in the red, Chris Zaffis, taking the win over Logan Steinwade in the white. Unfortunately, Thomas Cravallo and Ben Spence bowing out of competition. Coming up next, we will see heat number 9 of the men's round of 64. Reef Hazelwood, Michael Margerson, Alex McGuffin and Joshua Stretton. Stay tuned. We'll be going to a short commercial break and we'll meet you back here for all the live action. Welcome back to Biribu Beach for the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro. We have the men's WSL QS 1000 in the water. My name is Britt Nickel, joined in the booth now with Cooper Chapman. How you going, Cooper?
Very well, thanks. Action-packed out there right now. Condition seems to be getting better. I'm looking forward to coming up in a heat a little bit later. Saw Chris Zaffis go absolutely mad in that last heat. But right now, in the water, we have another stacked heat out there in heat number 9 of the round. We have Reef Hazelwood in the red, in the blue, Mike Margerson in the white, Alex McGuffin, and in the green, Josh Stretton. And here's a replay from last wave of the last heat. Chris Zaffis picking up a 7-point ride, so tying it all together very nicely. I mean, I think maybe a little bit light because that was some impressive surfing, but that's what the judges are looking for. We want to see big turns, big waves, variety like that aerial manoeuvre, and we're going to see exactly that in this heat with a few big names. Looking forward to Reef, Micah, Alex, and Josh Stretton really throwing down in this heat a few big hitters. So Reef Hazelwood up and riding, kicking off his campaign.
Nice looking wave here for Reef on his forehand. Way down the beach as he cracks that second section. He's looking for the third and not quite going to get there. Looks as though we've had some scores in that ad break. Michael Margerson in the blue locked in a 5. So off to a quick start here for the men's round of 64, heat number 9.
Yeah, Mini Margot. I'm sure Dad Brendan Marginson's out there watching in Webland somewhere. Good little start for Micah there. 5-point ride, and Reefy Hazelwood kicking off his campaign with a 5.75. So 2 very nice scores for the 2 top seeds in this heat to start their campaign at the Port Stephens Gage Roads Biribu Pro. I'm going to get that right one time.
It is a bit of a mouthful.
Right.
Try and say that one quickly.
Absolutely, but we could not be doing this without those amazing sponsors. This is the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series, stop number 2 here at the beautiful Biribu Beach up in Port Stephens. This is the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro men's and women's WSL QS 1000s. Big thanks to our supporting partners, Port Stephens Council, Newcastle Airport, Destination New South Wales, the World Surf League, and Surfing New South Wales. The team working tirelessly, back-to-back events here. We can't thank them enough. They're all working their absolute ringer off and, yeah, doing an amazing job. Also, PRD Real Estate, Port Stephens, and Chaos Surf Shop. Here we pick up a nice little replay. Take us away, Britt.
We do. Reef Hazelwood, first turn, belts that section. I think it's the second turn here that I like Cooper. Couldn't quite get to the third, but strong surfing there from the man in the red, Reef Hazelwood, opening up his campaign here for this event. He is, of course, the top seed in this heat. Top seeds hadn't yet hit the water up until now.
Yeah, he definitely is one of the names to be looking out for. And as you said, first heats for all the surfers in red, blue, and white in this round. First time they're hitting the water, so getting off that first round nerve, it is always nice to start the first heat off with a quick wave, and both Micah and Reef have done just that. So with 15 minutes remaining, just over, Reef and Micah sitting out there in 3rd and 4th priority. Alex McGuffin and Joshua Stretton still looking to kick off their campaign. Very capable surfers. I'm looking forward to what they can come up with in this heat.
We do have the local man here in the green. That is Josh Stretton. He is from the area, so I'm sure that he surfed this beach plenty of times growing up here. He also won the trials event on the weekend for Surffest, coming up later next month. That is a QS 5000. So we definitely can't rule Josh Stretton out.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal surfer. I remember in the New South Wales Surf Series back in 2020, he was a standout performer. Some really impressive surfing. I remember up at Port Macquarie, he had a great performance. Didn't quite get the results, the breakthrough results, but I think it's just around the corner for Josh. He's such an impressive surfer. Like you said, did very well in the trials. We're seeing him in Surffest, a 5,000 event coming up in this Australia Oceania Regional QS, and somebody who will want to be up at the tip end of that ratings of the Australia Oceania QS is the last heat winner, Chris Zaffis. Yeah, the Zaff. How'd you go out there, brother?
Yeah, Coops. Yeah, it was super fun. It's pretty cooking, actually, so yeah, it was sick.
Little bit of a sleepy middle to your heat. You opened with that 8-point ride. That gets the nerves out of the way, but I can imagine a few nerves in the middle there. The other boys chipped away at you and caught back up, but then fired back with the 7 at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I just kind of, I don't know, I was freaking out. I guess I was thinking about getting a 4 just to try and defend. So that's probably not the right way for me to think personally. So I just stuff it. I'll just go for another big score.
What do you think?
Worked out.
Here in the booth, I actually wasn't calling the heat, but I had Chris and Britt both saying far out. Oh, sorry, Nathan, Britt both saying we thought that last wave was maybe a little bit underscored. What do you think?
I don't know. Let the judges work on that one. But I know they love size and they're loving turns at the moment. So first one was turns. Last one was a little air and it kind of tapered off. So
Yeah,
I'm stoked to put some turns together. So either way.
Very impressive. What about equipment? Changed up equipment from the last event. I know you probably weren't super stoked with the result up at Boomerang. Your name is one that we tend to see in the very pointy end of the events. Any change of equipment for down here at Biribu?
Cheers, Coops. I am running a different board. Yeah, something more of a normal board rather than a semi-grove. But they're all pretty well same. I love my Dylan shapes. So shout out to Dill. Thanks for making sick boards. And yeah, they're going really well.
Dill Longbottom, such a legend. Big wave charger and makes some amazing crafts for under Chris Saffer's feet. So we'll be seeing you coming up. Anyone you want to say a shout out to in Webland?
Yeah, shout out to Mum and Dad if they're watching, and of course my wife Charlotte. Thanks for watching.
Love that. Well, that's Chris Saffers, winner of the last heat number 8 in the round of 64 here at the Gage Roads Pro Port Stephens. I got it wrong again. And then we saw another wave there for the surfer in, who was that? Surfer in white, Alex McGuffin kicking off his campaign.
Certainly has. Reef Hazelwood just a 0.4. Alex McGuffin a 1.5, and Josh Stratton, the local man in the green, sitting out there with priority, waiting patiently. Oops, splashing the water too. Just, sitting there, waiting, looking for something to do.
Keep it together, Josh. My
Keep it
dark
together.
horse in the event. I'm a big fan of his surfing, so if you can keep that mindset strong. 8 minutes gone, still plenty of time, 12 minutes, but as we've been touching on a lot in the webcast, these 20-minute heats do seem to disappear right before our eyes, so he'll want to get something on the board very soon. He is sitting there with first priority, so he will have first choice when the next wave comes through.
What most people don't know about Josh Stratton is he's actually really good at stand-up paddleboarding.
Wow.
He has competed several times for New South Wales in the state titles, and yeah, he's a really good sup rider. So not just a shortboarder, I'm pretty sure he's good on every craft.
How good's that? I love when people can mix across. Kai Lenny comes to
Bit of
mind.
longboard too, yeah.
Such a phenomenal. Also, John, you see him foiling, you see him on a sailboat. Just people who love the water tend to cross it across all different kinds of sports.
I think it certainly helps too, having that variety, having something else to go to if you want to, as we are watching live action here. Split peak, green and red. Josh Stratton on the left. Reef Hazelwood on the right. A little hung up on that last turn there for Josh, but he absolutely made up for it on that one there. The young man in the green, the local surfer. Looking to lock in a decent score.
Yeah, he definitely looked like he was carrying plenty of confidence at his local break here. Josh Stratton, like you said, first turn was solid. A little bit sleepy on the second, and he absolutely detonated that third turn. I'm interested to see where this wave comes in. We'll watch this Destination New South Wales replay. Nice first right, brings it around. This turn, a little bit caught up, but then he goes, you know what, I need to hammer the third. Hard off the bottom, tight. See that big spray out the back. Bringing it down the line. Didn't look like there was much left here, but he really polished this one off nicely. I really like this last turn. Threw a lot of spray. Great completion. So he's put his hat in the ring. He wants a result here at his home break. And yeah, doing it for the locals right now, Josh Stratton.
Last of green, just a 4. And Alex McGuffin, 1.5. Just a 0.65 for Reef. I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on that. Surfer in red, currently in the lead with that 5.75. Was a left earlier on. Just under 10 minutes on the heat. So time starting to tick away. Still plenty of time, but the door's pretty left open at this stage in the heat, Cooper.
Yeah, Reef and Micah have been buying their time. They started quick and a little bit sleepy heat. We haven't seen a big set wave for a while. There was so much action in that last one. Ocean taking a bit of a breather right now. So Reef and Micah are going to be trying to back up those 5s. And Josh and Alex. Alex is definitely trying to get something on the board real soon, because with 9 minutes 20 remaining, it's going to go really quick. As we see, bit of a paddle by the boys, by the men out there right now. Reef Hazelwood picking something off third priority off the end. Let's see what he can do.
Up on his backhand, drives hard off the bottom, cracks the lip straight up into a second one. So very strong surfing there from the man in the red. Absolutely no downtime and answering straight back. Alex McGuffin in the white. Bit of a frothy section and just unfortunately burying the rail on that last one.
Yeah, so Reef getting 2 nice turns. A little bit of lip to the back on the first turn. He just wants to back up that 5.75 and not be looking for something small at the end. We'll wait and see what the judges think, but we'll pick up this Destination New South Wales replay. Comes from behind the section. This first turn tries to get really tight. It gets him a little bit in the back, but he does well to get the fins out the back and then straight into the second turn. So I think the judges are going to like that one. Really critical, straight up and down combination. Alex McGuffin, he wants to get his heat going. First turn, he gets a little bit of a bobble out of the turn, which sets him up for an unfortunate bobble on the second turn, which he goes unstuck on, as we see. Scores coming in. Reef Hazelwood, 4.35, backs up that 5.75 and takes a bit of a stranglehold on this one.
With red and blue both opening up pretty early on in the heat, I think it can be quite easy sometimes to sit and wait for too long and then get caught in that back half of the heat thinking, okay, well, I've got a really good score, but I don't have a backup, and then it allows the other surfers the opportunity to then play catch-up. So it's great to see that Reef Hazelwood has locked in that 4.35. I'm sure he's going to be sitting out there looking to improve on that even further, but having that backup now makes that requirement just that little bit more for the surfer in blue. Micah chasing a 5.11 to go to the lead. Josh Stretton a 3.81 to advance, and Alex McGuffin a 5.8.
Here we go. Local boy, first priority. Josh Stretton paddling into this one. Nice looking wave. Buying his time, building speed at the top section. Coming around the section. Big aggressive first turn. This wave splits on him a little bit. Comes around to the second part of it quite nicely. And he's going to try to polish it off into the foam. Nice little wave there. Didn't really cooperate, I can imagine, with how we thought it was, but nonetheless surfed it quite well. We'll wait and see what the judges think of that one. But as you said, Reef Hazelwood, smart surfing there, picking up that 4.35. He's not going to be looking for that small score at the end, which can really build pressure at the end of a heat, which I'm sure Micah Margison's feeling. He's looking for a 5.11 if he wants to jump up into the lead. That score did just come in for Josh Stretton, 3.4. Not what he was looking for, but he might surf himself into a bit of rhythm, might move himself wide on the bank and be able to pick up something like Reef Hazelwood's last one, the 4.35.
Micah in the blue, certainly not sitting in a safe position, even though he is in second. He'd be looking to drop that 2.8 from his scoreline and make it harder for the surfers in green and white, because at the moment, Josh Stretton in the green, only looking for a 3.81, which is a pretty minimal score out here at Biribu Beach. If he was to get one solid section and just go to absolute town on the one turn, I'm sure he'd get it. And Alex McGuffin in the white, only looking for a 5.8. Beautiful conditions here. We've been blessed with waves, blessed with clean conditions. What a spot. Biribu Beach.
Very grateful. It seems to turn on every year. Last year we were around the corner at 1 mile. We had a big southerly storm and we had amazing waves around the corner. This year we're at the beautiful Biribu Beach. Port Stephens, it is good fun. The waves are really nice. Down the beach, everybody's having a great time free surfing. We've got Crispy out there on the jet ski looking after everyone. We've got there he is, in the background, taking care of everyone with a bit of water safety. And yeah, all the athletes are getting some good opportunities here. Quite often with events, the waves get quite small and it can be really tricky, but the last 2 days we've had nice clean, 2 to 4 foot swell, lots of opportunities for the athletes to really show what they're capable of.
Seems today it maybe dropped maybe a foot compared to what it was yesterday, but it'd be interesting to see what happens throughout the day while this tide's dropping, because we did see some really good conditions yesterday afternoon for the surfers and competitors, as we see a left just roll through the screen there unridden.
Yeah, there's some opportunity out there. It seems like a few cleaner swell lines right now, but it, like you said, has declined a little bit from yesterday, but still lots of good opportunities. We've seen some very high heat scores today, so the men and women earlier this morning making the most of these conditions down here at Biribu Beach as we just hit under the 5 minute mark. So action is getting very tight here. Micah Margison in second place, looking to better that 2.8 if he wants to make it a little bit more difficult for Josh Stretton and Alex McGuffin down in third and fourth. Right now, Josh Stretton with that 4 and 3.4. He's looking for a 3.81. He's going to have a little bit of a sniff at this one. He wants to get out of that third place before this heat timer evaporates. And Alex McGuffin, bit of a slow heat for him. He's wouldn't be too stoked with this one just yet, but what he would be stoked on is that he's not in combo land. He still has a shot, only looking for a 5.8, so still within range if he can find himself a nice wave to finish off this one.
And that is young Eden Hassan on screen there in the green. He'll be up next. He is another local surfer in this region. Be up against Alistair Reginato, Tully Wiley, and Lennox Smith. Another great matchup there for the men's round of 64, heat number 10 of this WSL QS 1000 event. This is, of course, the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro. The second stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. In the water we have live action. Alex McGuffin taking to the air. Can he stick it? And he does, right in front of competitor in the next heat.
Wow, very impressive. As we said, it's in range for him. He's heard the scores, I'm sure, from Tessie McKenna down on the beach commentary. And yeah, threw down a big air there. That's going to be his best score. We'll wait and see what the judges thought of that one. Nice aggressive first turn. Built up some speed as we pick up this replay brought to you by Destination New South Wales. So nice first turn. Sees that little high line. Throws the air reverse. Looks like he's going to come unstuck. Sticks it cleanly. Jumps off so he can get back out the back. Going to be intrigued if... I think they're going to score it complete, but it was a bit wobbly when he landed. He stood up and then he jumped off. So the judges may be deeming that one incomplete. I think 3.7 for that first nice turn. The second one, he landed it. Don't know how much control he had, and then he seemed to jump off to get back out the back. And whether the judges deemed it complete or incomplete, I will not know. I'm not in the judges' room right now. But 3.7 nonetheless, which does make the requirement a bit easier for him. So right now, he's only looking for a 4.11. So as much as he might be disappointed with the score, it did make the requirement a bit less. And 2.5 minutes remaining, he will get another shot. Sitting in fourth priority, but a bit of space between the other competitors. As we see, Reef Hazelwood looking to better that 4.35.
Belts that first section, drives hard and straight into the second one. Unfortunately, just disappearing. The man from the Sunshine Coast in the red, current heat leader, Reef Hazelwood.
Very uncharacteristic fall by him. Reef's usually rock solid and somebody who we did see on the Challenger Series last year. Maybe a bit of a disappointing performance by his standards. He's such a phenomenal competitor. He's been so close to qualifying for that World Tour at times before and surfed a few great heats on the Challenger Series, but it is so cutthroat and unfortunately didn't get up the pointy end where he wanted to be. So he's coming back swinging this year. Obviously surfing very well in this heat, 5.75 and a 4.35, finding himself out in the lead. Micah Marguson is on the hot block right now. Open with that 5-point ride, yet to back it up with anything of substance, just a 2.8 in his scoreline. So if he can bump that up to something a little bit higher, he'll make it a little bit harder for the surfers in green and white. As we see a few waves on the horizon. Josh Stretton just looking for a 3.81 right now, and Alex McGuffin that 4.11. So, man...
Margot would be sitting at home on the edge of his seat. And hello, Margot. I'm sure you're tuning in. Up on the Tweed Coast there.
Big wide set, surfer in white. Having a look. Alex McGuffin. Can he have the last second heroics? Comes up. Unfortunately, not getting that turn there. I think he was looking for the air again and couldn't quite engage the rail. As we hit that Mad Max minute, we see the burrito spinning around. I'm hungry. It's almost lunchtime. And right now, Micah Marguson trying to hang on and fend away the local boy, Josh Stretton in the green, and Alex McGuffin with just 45 seconds remaining. We might see one last roll of the die for a few of the competitors.
Looks as though there is a wave approaching the lineup. Who will be on it? Michael Martinson in the blue has first priority. Josh Stretton in the green has second priority. It looks as though blue is paddling across to sit near green, potentially. Blue letting green go. Josh Stretton, the local man, up on his backhand, looking for a 3.81. Belts that first section and just unfortunately coming unstuck. Might have dodged a bullet. The surfer in blue, current heat leader, up and riding. This is a victory lap for Reef Hazelwood.
That's better from Reefy. Solid surfing there, tying that one together nicely. As he said, little victory lap to come in on.
Checking his timer.
Timer's done.
That's all she wrote. Reef Hazelwood.
So we will see Reef Hazelwood marching on through with Micah Marguson holding on for dear hopes at the end of that one. This is, of course, the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. My name's Cooper Chapman. I've been joined by Brittany Nicol. We'll be coming back to you with heat number 10 of the round of 64 men's QS 1000 right after this break.
Miss Lindy. She's a gal with the bright red hair. Now she stands high from all the rest. You know her anywhere. Where she's mine. Yeah, she's mine.
All right, welcome back. This is the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Stop number 2 up here, the Gage Roads Port Stephen Pro Men's and Women's QS 1000 event. Myself, Chris Henniver in the booth, joined alongside one of the local members, MCB, Mikey Clayton Brown. How are you, mate? Are you doing good?
Yeah, I'm good.
So talk us through it, mate. You had a heat earlier, obviously real close one. Just snuck through in the end, obviously a bit of a nail biter there. Talk us through the heat. How was it out there?
Yeah, well, had a very slow start of the heat for me, but you know, I watched a couple of boys, Oscar and Banting, just get a couple 5s and 6s, and I got a little 2-turner, finished it with a little rev, and got a 5-2, and I just need a 3. And it was just sort of scratching at the end, and Biribu provided me a wave, which is pretty rare.
Yeah, I saw that, and obviously Banting just got his score, put you in the third, and then you iced the last one. Turn the tables on him again. Obviously a good scout taking out Banting. You know, must be a good confidence booster moving through the rest of the event.
Yeah, it's a big confidence booster. You know, I watch a bunch of clips from Matt Banting, and he's just amazing to watch. And yeah, to beat him, it feels really good. And just got to keep that rolling into the next heat.
Yeah, that's real good, and that's the best thing about this. I guess these qualifying series events. Talk us through your thoughts on it. Obviously, the regional tour now with WSL, what they've done, doing the Australia Oceania region, giving everyone a chance to compete in multiple events on kind of the Australian coastline, not travel too far, but gain a lot of points leading into the Challenger Series, hopefully.
Yeah, well, it makes it a lot cheaper and easier. So, you know, I'm just in my little FJ given by Kim Burton, just travelling up and down the coast, and yeah, it's just really good to travel around Australia doing comps.
Yeah, that's sick. And obviously, being from the region, we'll quickly just dive into this heat quickly and give everyone a quick update of who's in this heat. We've got heat number 10 out in the water, and right there we see one of the semi-finalists from Boomerang Comp, Alistair Reginato. Went down to his good mate Cooper Davies in Boomerang, so came away with a third there, but he's looking like he's kicking off right where he left off, and this is a good-looking heat for heat number 10. So in the red, we do have Alistair Reginato. In the blue, Tully Wiley, the Victorian. In the white, Lennox Smith, and in the green, Eden Hassan. Good looking heat coming up, eh?
Yeah, it's got the little local grommet, Eden. So he's been on a tear lately, so yeah, this will be great to watch.
Yeah, right. And obviously you speak about the locals, but you being from here, living very close by, give us a rundown on the region here. Obviously, very tucked away. Most people you speak to haven't really experienced Port Stephens. I guess you almost drive straight past it. If you didn't know it was here, you would drive straight past it from Newey heading up to Foster. And, you know, there's this little turn off here that comes into this crazy nice region of the world. Such a good coastline. Talk us through some of the waves here without giving too much away.
Yeah, well, the road into Port Stephens, it's only one road in, one road out. So it's, you know, a solid half an hour to 40-minute drive off the highway. But we've got a lot of little nooks and crannies around here. We've got the 3 main beaches here, Biribu, Samurai, and 1 Mile. And yeah, if you go around to Fingalside, you'll definitely find a little nook and cranny.
Yeah, there's some crazy little wedges, and I actually had a bit of an explore last year when the event was here. We had that crazy fun right point break there. What's that one? 1 mile?
1 mile.
1 mile point. That was really fun last year, and we kind of scored that, which is pretty rare, obviously. And it was pumping those few days. It looked like a mini snapper for some of it, and obviously that's just one of the specialties you get in here in Port Stephens region. I know there's a few other spots further up. We won't talk about too much because we might get chased out of the booth by the locals. But yeah, it's a lovely neck of the woods, and obviously big thanks to the Port Stephens Council and everyone for getting this up and running. Destination New South Wales, but come and experience the beaches here. And it's when I was up north further towards the top end of it, you feel like in a different country. Like looking inside the bay there, and the beaches you see are really nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of scenic stuff to do here. You just got to know where to look. Of course, you can go up Tomaree Headland and you look over Zenith Beach and you look over Fingal and you look to the other side and you see Hawk's Nest, and yeah, it's really good to look at.
Yeah, crazy nice spot. And so give us a rundown in the lineup right now. Well, we've got Alistair Reginato, who's obviously just come out of the blocks firing, just like his roommates Cooper Davies and Noah Stocker done the exact same thing. So we'll quickly run down. Sorry, while we look at this heat, we've actually got someone else who's been on absolute fire, and well, it is the man on red. Can't wipe the smile off his face ever, Mr. Reef Hazelwood. Well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's good to be here talking to you guys.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, it was a bit of a tricky one up at Boomerang there, but resetting, coming down here and just enjoying the time. How is it out there in the lineup?
Yeah, definitely. The waves are really fun. I came down this morning and I was like, it's going to be another great day of competition. And so, yeah, just really frothing to be here and stoked to have waves and looking forward to the next couple rounds.
Yeah, mate. I'm in the booth actually with Mikey Clayton Brown, one of the fellow competitors. Do you have any questions for Reef, Mikey?
Yeah, how was that warm-up surf yesterday, Reef?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Keep that on the down low, maybe. Yeah, I don't want to, as you're a local, don't want to go saying too much, but no, having so much fun here. It's such a beautiful place, and I'm kind of looking forward to doing a bit more hunting around and find some good waves.
Yeah, epic. You'll definitely find something.
Yeah, it looks like a bunch of swell on the way as well. Obviously, coming out of here, Reef, getting down to Maroubra as well after that. It must be a good little kickstarter for the year, just getting the feet in the wax and obviously, preparing for the rest of the year ahead and hopefully lead towards the Challenger Series.
Yeah, definitely. Australia is so lucky to have these contests and the series. I think I was talking to some of the other guys and they were like, yeah, some of the other regions are a bit jealous. So really stoked to be here and be able to get these competitions and warm-ups and obviously get ready for the Challenger Series and have a good series to try and qualify for it.
Yeah,
and,
sweet.
So, yeah, it's sick.
Perfect. Well, we're looking at right now on the screen. The lefts are starting to kind of turn on out here. So, I know you love a left. Every goofy loves a left. So, we'll leave you to it to rest up. But obviously, coming up later in the draw, good luck, mate, for the rest of the event.
Thanks so much, guys.
Smiling assassin, Reef Hazelwood. Always happy, always, good for a chat as well.
Yeah, he loves a chat, old Reef.
He's a really good character, and we're stoked to have him here. And obviously, one of the best surfers, come out of Oz. One of the most exciting aerialists in the world, and you look back at just he's running some of the some of the CTs as well. It's pretty exciting to have him in the 1000s. The 1000s are so gnarly. Just talk about it. You being yourself. Obviously, you're really starting to cement yourself as a top seed in these events and getting some good points. But coming to these events in a 1000, in the past they were never this stacked.
No, you sort of have to have a quick look at the draw and then just not look at it ever again. Yeah, you got most of the Australian blokes that are and females that are doing the Challenger Series in the 1000s.
Yeah,
so it just blows the draw out completely, and you just sort of just gotta surf against yourself instead of thinking about surfing against other people.
Yeah, that's a great mentality. I love the way you put it, because obviously you are in a heat before other blokes or for other women, but it is a personal, battle against yourself, and always out there trying to do the best surfing you can, putting yourself in the best headspace you can, and obviously finding the right waves. So it does come down to a personal battle, and obviously surfing as good as you can, and just keeping consistency rolling, eh?
Yeah, that's it. You just gotta. What do? I just don't think. I don't know, I've just got a special talent where I can just switch my brain off, and when I do that, I surf my best, so that's just what you got to do.
Yeah, that's real good. That's real good. Love that theory. Anyone out there ever maybe struggling with some, mental blocks in any type of sporting or, recreational working habit, there's obviously, a big mentality that comes into it, and they always say, a lot of sports is 20% physical, 80% mental, when it comes down to it in the crunch time. So great to see you rolling on through the event and, getting some good experience here, and hopefully coming up later in the draw, you will be in probably heat number 2, I'm guessing?
I sure am.
Yeah, sure are. And then that looks like it's going to be a doozy heat too. We haven't got the full heat draw yet, but we won't go into it because he doesn't want to look at the draw. It's just Mikey versus 3.
That's it.
Perfect. Well, we'll look at the heat now. 9.5 minutes to go, and it is Alistair Reginato, the Sunny Coast lad, out in the lead in red. 12.85 total on a 7.25 and a 5.6. So he's really laid the foundation in this heat well. And in second, Tully Wiley, he is on a 5.75 and a 5.30, looking for a 7.11 to take the lead. Eden Hassan in the green, third position, looking for a 5.66 to take the second place. And in fourth, Lennox Smith, looking for an 8.45. So little bit of a slow start for the surfer in white. He does hold priority, so this next roll of the dice is going to be a crucial one for him. And we're going to see this heat roll on through. And then the next heat in the water, heat number 11. This is going to be really exciting. Talk us through this next heat, MCB. We got in the red, Mitch Parkinson. In the blue, Geordie Watson. In the white, Xavier Huxtable. And in the green, none other than the Hog, Nathan Hog Hedge. So that's a doozy heat right there.
Yeah, that'll be a good one to watch. You got Mitch Parker, one of the best aerialists in Australia. And then you got, the old battler, the Hog. I just watched, I listened to Cooper Chapman's podcast last night with Nathan Hedge, and it was really cool listening to Hedgie's story, and, it's really good to see him back doing these QS 1000s. Yeah, and who else was in it?
Geordie Watson and Xavier, so just power foot galore.
Or Geordie Watson, the man from Culburra.
Yep.
Yep, and who else, sorry?
Yeah, and Xavier Huxtable.
Oh, ever consistent, Mr. X.
Yeah, he is, the X Factor. But I feel like that heat there, it's going to be really good contrast to see you got like you said, the aerial approach of Mitch Parkinson. These waves are built for airs right now. We've got those wedgie rights with the north wind blowing to stick your board to your feet. So, I mean, you can always bank your house on Mitch Parkinson going to the air at least once in the heat. Here's Tully Wiley up and riding. Really solid backhand approach. Grew up down there at Bells and no stranger to a right-hander. Spends a lot of time at the wave pool as well. So these little bowly rights would be right up his alley. And then you look at that heat that we're talking about, the next one in the water. Xavier Huxtable, Geordie Watson, really heavy footers, heavy power foot surfers with the Hog, who's, the master of power. Literally is just, if you think of Hog surfing, it's like a Hog. It's just full power.
Yeah, well, these lefts, I reckon they'd be very similar to what you get at North Narra. So Hoggy will be definitely looking to just belt a couple of them.
Yeah, and then he's also living up on the Goldie now, so those bowly rights, he spends a lot of time on the point breaks, and that's one of the reasons he even said he's doing these events, is because obviously he's like Benjamin Button. He keeps getting younger as he gets older. He's looking fitter than ever and surfing better than ever. Someone who also surfing better than ever. This is the surfer in white. That is Lennox Smith racing down the line there. But like Hog was saying, the reason he's really doing this series right now is to get points to try and get into the Challenger Series so he can surf snapper. in a heat, and I mean that's probably a goal of everyone's right now.
Oh, it's a good incentive.
Yeah,
snapper with just 3 other blokes out. That's living the dream right there.
100%, and obviously Hog the dream, getting up there to surf snapper in front of a lot of his mates. His daughter would be on the beach. It'd be an absolute dream come true, and well, that's what everyone in this event is battling for: the valuable points to qualify to the Challenger Series. Top 9 men will get a spot, 1 wild card. Top 7 women will get a spot and 1 wild card in that as well. So it's going to be a great season as we see it unfold. Obviously, we've had Phillip Island and now we've had Boomerang, and now we're rolling to stop number 3 and up and riding. This is current heat leader Alistair Reginato racing down the line, looking for a punt section, and real lofty there, but fortunately just couldn't really keep that pressure on the back foot. Tully Wiley on a nice left behind him. Big open wingspan carve. Second slash. You can see the contrast. This one running down the beach, and nice close that finish, but we
just
gave the
lost
commentator's
it.
curse.
He's a big boy, Tully. He can really throw his weight around, and just kind of just mistimed that last turn. It's really difficult on these lefts because you take off, and the first section will might stand up, and then it'll just keep bending down the beach, and you'll just end up going sideways at the end of it.
Yeah, I've surfed actually similar down the other end of the beach at Stockton. When you get like a pretty solid east swell or north swell, it's just like same like this, but it's just hollow freight training kind of pits. It's a wilder beach to surf. Well, there's something out the back that looks like a seal flopping around out the back, or a dolphin. And then we've got Lennox Smith just hark into the air. So I was all taken away by some splashes out of the back. But unfortunately there it is. Dolphins loving the action, giving some big round of applause for Alistair Reginato in the lead, I think. Loving the aerial attack as well of Lennox Smith. Unfortunately couldn't hold on, so that's a very unique scene we see. Dolphins have an absolute ball. But so 4 minutes to go in the lineup, and it is the man in red, Alistair Reginato from the sunny coast. Out in front, 12.85. Tully Wiley from Vico in second, looking for a 7.11. Eden Hassan looking for that 5.66 to progress. And well, Lennox Smith, he's had a bit of a slow heat. He's gone for some big old punts, but hasn't been able to pull anything yet. So he's going to be surfing a 4-minute heat, looking for an 8.45 or maybe reset and look for 2 scores very quickly. We'll see what happens in the back end of this. And looking at the forecast, what do you think we can expect here from Biribu to hit from this afternoon and tomorrow?
I haven't looked too much into the forecast, but I reckon it will stay a lot like this. If you get a pan out shot, you can see that the break is actually pushing like way down the beach. That's just the east swell. Usually a good southeast swell. You get some nice wedges out the front of the lifeguard hut, as you see Eden Hassan just looking for that score.
Oh, how is
blew
that
the tail
thing?
out.
Wow, that's going to make things very, very interesting because the local lad, Eden Hassan, looking for a 5.66, and I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I think I'd be throwing the score right at Eden Hassan there. He's looking for a 5.66, and on the strength of that second turn, I could see that going, north of that 5.6 mark, even up into the 6s. First turn was really critical. I love the way he just kind of waited patiently and just, there's 2 little hops, and then he just kind of set it up, and you could see him. He was pumped on that one because he really threw the hammer on that one, got the fins loose. And I'll be very interested to see where this falls in. Tally Wiley could be looking for something to drop in. Tally Wiley.
He really timed that last turn well. And it just looks like it's coming under.
Yeah, so this has been the tail as well. So it does look like it might fall under, but I was very surprised to see that because, I know the lefts, they do bend out to sea a bit. So they don't give you those really critical steep turns. The first turn was a very well-placed transition turn, and the second one, really critical, got the fins loose, but like we said, it was bending out to sea a bit, so he had to kind of chase down that end section, but it's a 4.5, so it has come under, so that's why I don't get paid to judge. It is tricky, and we see that one falling just under. I could have seen it going a little bit higher. I love the commitment on the last turn. I thought it would have been right thereabouts, the 5.6. Tally Wiley dodges a bullet there, and he's still holding on to second place. We're going to approach the Mad Max minute. Surfer in red, well in control.
Lennox Smith has dropped a 7.35.
Oh, there we go. We didn't see that one. So it must have been on the right at the same time as Eden on the left, and he's only looking for a 3.7 now. So, what does Tally Wiley do? He's got priority. I wonder if he's heard the score of... He has. Look, he's hunting down Lennox right now. He's just beelining straight for him.
Oh, that's the worst feeling. Under priority, and you need a 3, and you just see, the person in second just hunting you down.
Well, that's going to be a loss of priority there for Tully because he definitely held off Lennox Smith there, and you can almost guarantee that priority will switch. We'll wait and see if it does.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, there it goes. So 4th priority Tully. So this is going to give Lennox Smith, with Alistair Reginato up and riding, that puts Lennox Smith into priority. 30 seconds on the clock. He's looking for a 3.70, and Reggie's just gone mad on that one. And look at this thing out the back.
Bending back. Here we go.
This is a horror show for Tully if this thing stands up, because Lennox Smith is looking for a 3.7.
Oh, what's he doing?
What's he going to get here? Tags that one through the lip. Will he get it? Goes for the punt, and he ices it. Wow.
That's clutch.
We were both saying, what's he doing? And then he knew exactly what he was doing, just kind of eyed that one off. Well, Lennox Smith has surfed literally a 3-minute heat, and I think that's going to be a real hard loss for Tully Wiley if the score drops in. I think it's going to be around the high 4s, because first good check turn and then waited patiently, and very clutch air reverse there for the surfer in white. Yeah, so...
Well, I thought he kind of blew it at the start. He was, just pumping down the line, sort of went around that first section, but scores are looking really good for him.
And there it is, 4.5, so right on the buzzer in the Mad Max minute. That's why we call it the Mad Max minute, because it has always been pretty mad. And for Lennox Smith, here it is. Take it away, MCB.
Yeah, so he went around that first section, got a nice snap, and knew he had to kind of throw it, and he just... really iced it. Really nice. He must have been really confident in that manoeuvre.
Yeah, you can just see Tully Weil in the background watching that unfold, just going, why did I lose priority on that one before? Because, yeah, that's going to be a very tough loss for Tully, and we're going to roll this heat out. That is the end of heat number 10, and we'll be seeing Alistair Reginato and Lennox Smith moving on through, and myself in the booth. Very great to have you in here, MCB, and giving us all your inside knowledge. We'll roll to an ad break, and we'll be right back very shortly, but thanks again, mate.
Thank you.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Welcome back to the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series, stop number 2 here at the beautiful Biribu Beach. This is the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro Men's QS 1000 out in the water. Right now we have heat number 11. Mitch Parkinson out there in the red, Geordie Watson in the blue, Xavier Huxtable in the white, and Nathan Hedge in the green. And wow, have a look at your screen, ladies and gentlemen. We have an 8.25 and a 7.25 in the first 3 minutes of Mitch Parkinson. I did see out of the corner of my eye when I was walking into the booth a huge aerial manoeuvre, and dare I say there was probably 2 of them. Wind is puffing offshore, as we can see a bit of rain and wind blowing into this one. Here we go, and pop, big full rotation, hucks it out into the wind. That was an 8.25, and this was straight after it. Found another little rampy one, and easy as you like. Bang, little bit of a mute grab on that one, and tell you what, I think he's feeling pretty good after the first 3 minutes of his heat. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm in the booth with Britt Nicol. What do you think of that, Britt?
That was unbelievable. So much action just happened in such a short period of time. And interesting to note that Mitch Parkinson was actually broken down on his way to his heat. So it's great to see him out there and not even flustered whatsoever. He actually got picked up by the Surfing New South Wales crew in the V-Dub Amarok. So V-Dub, always reliable. Not sure what Mitch was driving, but he did break down.
Yeah, bit of a turn of luck, I think. He got rid of all of his bad luck on the drive down to the beach and made the most of the first 3 minutes. Crazy heat right now. This might be the most stacked heat based on names, and now they're all going to be battling for that second place spot because Mitch Parkinson has blown the heat out of the water in the first 3 minutes and made it very difficult, dropping the highest heat score of the event so far. Back to back amazing scores, 8.25 and 7.25. Geordie Watson picking up a 4.5 to open up his account and backing that up with a quick 1 point ride, and Xavier Huxtable 4.6 to kick off. So in the scheme of things, 4.5 and 4.6 would be a pretty good start to your heat, but when you've chasing down 15.5 combined total by Mitch Parkinson, of course we don't need any introduction with that last name. Cousin of Joel Parkinson, former world champion, and dare I say Mitch Parkinson would love to get a spot on that Challenger Series at Snapper Rocks coming up on the 7th of May, and with surfing like that, he's a huge hope.
He certainly is a huge hope. He was a bit of a viral sensation with the internet just recently. Internet almost broke with that wave between him and Parko at Snapper. If you haven't watched it, head to Mitch Parko's Instagram and watch the video. He gets dropped in on by Parko, then takes over him. They both pull in, and then he grabs onto Parko's board and just surfs down the line with it.
Yeah, old Zuckerberg had a couple server errors after that one. Plenty of people tuning in to watch the spectacular, what would you even call that? Combo wave. Stole the board from his from cousin Joel, and then ended up doing a board transfer, picking up his board with his leg. As we see, Geordie Watson finding his own ramp, throws the air reverse, and I think we know exactly what the surfers are looking for out there right now. Mitch Parkinson has showed exactly what the judges are rewarding with that huge 8.25 and 7.25 to kick that one off. Right now, out the back, we see Nathan Hedge with first priority. Him and Mitch both having a bit of a sniff there, but not taking off on that one. We do have the last heat winner, Alistair Reginato. Good showing down up at Boomerang Beach a few days ago. How'd you find that first heat out there at Biribu today, Alistair?
Yeah, it was actually super fun waves. It looks like it's getting better and better. It's a sick little right. Yeah, it's fun to get some waves.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks like it's almost dropping off. We're getting close to the bottom of the tide now. What was your mindset going out there? We just saw Mitch Parkinson drop back-to-back huge scores for aerial manoeuvres. What was your mindset heading out there?
Oh, it probably wasn't to go for big airs. I'm not as good as or as consistent as Mitch, that's for sure. But it was just find one of those waves with a tapering wall and an end section, and they're the ones to get the big scores. And it was one came to me at the start and just stayed on my feet, and it was a good score.
Absolutely. 7.25, great score to kick off that heat. Backed it up with a 5.75. Really good heat total there, 13 points. What sort of confidence does that give you moving into the next round?
Yeah, it's such a good way to start this comp. It's just like building momentum through each heat, and starting off with a wave like that, it's really easy to get rhythm in a heat. So hopefully just keep the ball rolling and on to the next.
Yeah, it sure is. Sometimes it is quite difficult to carry form from event to event. You did have a semi-final finish up at Boomerang. Unfortunate, very close loss to a good friend of yours and travel partner Cooper Davies. What's it going to take this event to go that one heat further?
Well, yeah, like you said, it was pretty close. Just probably stay on my feet a bit more. I fell on a wave that might have got me a score, so don't change too much and just take it heat by heat, and they seem to be going pretty well, so just stay on my feet.
Yeah, keep that rhythm going. Anyone you want to say a shout out to at home watching in Webland?
Yeah, there's probably my brother at home. Been texting him before each heat, so g'day Jacko, and the rest of the fam at home.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be seeing you coming up a little bit later today. Well done, mate, and yeah, good luck the rest of the event.
Cheers, Coops.
How good's that? Reggie. I've been saying Reggie's not even a dark horse. I think I'm putting Reggie, Joel Vaughan. Who else are my couple picks? Xavier Huxtable. I think they're the new little step that are going to have a big mark on this qualifying series this year. Who else comes to mind for you?
Oh, there's definitely a few. Like you said, Joel Vaughan. Like obviously he's now leading the series at the moment after that win down in Boomerang. I think it's interesting. You've got guys like Mitch Parkinson out there who have been around for quite a long time, and they can just go out there and get a 7.25 and an 8.25, and then Xavier's now on the back foot. So there's a few of the younger crop that's coming through, but then you've also got veterans out there, or you could call them veterans. They're still pretty young, that are still highly capable of doing well, and they've just been knocking on that door for quite a while. For me, probably Reef Hazelwood's always been a standout, and I mean, he's been around for a while. They all have, but I think he's probably the one for me at the moment.
Yeah, Reef's a phenomenal competitor. He's been knocking on that door of qualification for the last few years. A few of my other ones that I'd like to see up there, Mikey Madonna, amazing talent from up there at Lennox Head. Also, Caius King, I believe he deserves a spot on that Challenger Series. Who else? Kobe Clements has had a really nice start to the year. Obviously, we've got guys like Sheldon Simkus, Jagger Bartholomew, another dark horse. Kivu Butler missed out on that Challenger Series spot by just a fraction last year, so I know he's going to be wanting to represent New Zealand on that Challenger Series. So a lot of big names coming up, but in the water right now, names don't get much bigger than Nathan Hedge. He's been there, he's done that on a bit of the back foot right now to kick off heat number 11, round of 64. You can see next to his name, fourth priority, a bit of a priority mistake.
He did make that little error there, Cooper. He watched him a few minutes ago, scratched into a left and unfortunately just closed out on him.
Yeah, so he would have heard those scores early on in this heat and known that he needs to pick up the pace, because Xavier Huxtable has locked in a 5.5 and a 4.6. Geordie Watson with a 4.5, 1.5. He's looking for a 5.6. He just had a bit of a paddle at that one. That's not going to be one that he's keeping. And yeah, Mitch Parkinson well and truly out in the lead in this one. As easy as that. 3 minutes to kick off the heat. 2 massive aerial manoeuvres. He's very well known for those. And for me, I'm licking my lips because I love doing those little air reverses too. And I can see some great sections out there. So Mitch leading the way at the front of this heat as we see Geordie Watson. Talk us through this one, Britt.
Up on his backhand, comes hard off the bottom, gets vert and just pushes a little too much. Geordie Watson in the blue just overcooking that one.
Yeah, maybe hearing the scores from Mitch and Xavier and thinking, you know what, I need to lift the game in this one. This is going to be quite a difficult score. And we see Nathan the Hog Hedge, never count that guy out. My travel partner for this little leg, and it's been great picking his brains. We actually sat down and did a really interesting podcast last week. I'll give it a little plug. Good Humans podcast, episode 35, came out the other day. Nathan really opened up on his story, and it's really impressive to see where he's at right now. Real family man, loves his beautiful daughter, Summer. And yeah, it's nice to see him throwing his hat back in the ring. And as we can see, 6.5, third best wave of this heat, but in the battle for second, that is going to come in crucial with just 9 minutes remaining. Maybe a left down the beach, dare I say. He's not in screen for us now. I know there has been some lefts running down the beach, and that's where he picked up a few massive scores yesterday.
Hedgie, goofy footer, always sniffing out those lefts. Locked in a 6.5, and, well, he'd be sitting out there. He would have listened to those scores from Mitch Parkinson and Xavier and would have been probably thinking, okay, hold on. I've got this. I'm going to show you guys that I've still got it.
Absolutely he does.
He, yeah, amazing goofy footer. Been around for a very long time and still more than capable of locking in those good scores. Incentive for Hoggy is to surf snapper with no one out.
He'd love that, and he's been lucky enough to do that many a times with his 6 years on the World Tour. Very impressive career. It was great catching up in that podcast. We talked about one event that stood out in particular for him, and that was J-Bay a few years back, maybe in the early 2000s now, but he said he took down Kelly Slater in the quarterfinals, Sonny Garcia in the semi-finals, and then got beaten just by the skin of his teeth by Andy Irons in the final. So it was really interesting. We're breaking down, looking at the heat draw, and he's like, oh, I've got a few tough names in my heat. And then he was like, but why am I thinking that? I've versed Kelly Slater. I've versed Andy Irons. I've versed the best of them and taken them down. So
literally been at the top of the sport.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and it's really a unique experience for Nathan getting to throw his hat back in the ring. And he said he was so inspired by Kelly's performance at Pipeline, and I think we all were as surfers. It was incredible to see that performance. Keep an eye out, actually. I've been talking to Kelly about a sneaky episode on Good Humans coming up, so if you're out there watching Kelly, or if anyone's around, I've been in contact with him on Instagram, and hopefully we get to pick his brains, because far out, that guy will have some secrets that hopefully I can extract, because he's the most impressive athlete, I think, on this planet, and a big idol of Nathan Hedge, and one of Hedge's good friends on the tour, as we've seen up and riding here, Brett.
Here we go. Nice first turn. He's looking for this second one, staying with the power surf. Great bottom turn straight into that. Looking for the third section here.
Oh,
and just hog. Unfortunately catching the rail on that last one. It was looking like it was going to be a very healthy score there for the man in the green.
Yeah, just a little bit further north on the bank, as we see. He picked up his left, sat down by himself. I think he's still going to get that 3.6, but that could prove very costly. With that 6.5, that could have put him really far safe in second right now and left Zave and Geordie needing a big score, but judges are going to bring that score down a little bit with that fall off on that last turn. Very crucial with just 6 minutes 20 seconds remaining in this one. Nathan's going to have to keep the mindset strong, which we know he can. He'll be back out there. He'll try and better whatever score locks in. We'll wait for that one to come through, and we'll give you a full update with 6 minutes remaining. Geordie Watson down in fourth place in the blue singlet with a 4.5. He's looking for a 5.6. Waiting for that last score for Nathan Hedge to come in before we can give you a full update. But the story of this heat, Mitch Parkinson, first 3 minutes, 2 huge airs. Might even be able to pick up a couple replays from those airs, potentially. I'm looking over at my magic man in the booth right now, and they were very impressive. 8.25, 7.25. One manoeuvre waves, but that's all it takes sometimes when you've got the tricks in your bag like Mitch Parkinson, as we see this Destination New South Wales replay.
Here it is, Mitchie on the right, just generating a heap of spray and just getting so much height with that. Look how confident he is.
Very technical too. I know Josh Kerr's probably watching somewhere. All those tech surfer air guys out there. Probably sometimes people don't even pick up on that, but he did get that little
grab.
We call it a slob grab with the front arm grabbing the front rail. Adds a lot of technicality to it. The grabs in surfing is something that I know the judges are aware of, but sometimes you don't realise how much more difficult it is to throw that grab, and that's why you could see Mitch so stoked with that little bit of a claim, because I can understand how through it he would have been, because I know how difficult that grab is. As we see Geordie Watson trying to fight back right here, opening up with a nice first turn, wrapping it around for a second, and hammering that third. So he wants to get through this heat. Still waiting on that score for Nathan Hedge. Might have been a bit far down the beach. The judges may not have seen it live, but we're going to be able to hopefully get them a replay, because we saw it. We know there was 2 good turns at the start. We'll wait and see what score locks in for that. The area is shifting down the beach. You can see how low that tide is now, Britt. You were out there this morning at high tide. How much do you think it's changed right now?
I think it's changed a lot as we're watching the replay here of Nathan Hedge on his backhand. Nice first turn. Second turn he just really lays into it, and this is the one where he just comes unstuck, catching that rail. So unfortunate fall off there for the man in the green. But yeah, Cooper, it has changed a lot since this morning. I was out there on pretty much dead high tide around 7:20 this morning. And yeah, the lefts were good, but they seem to flatten out a lot quicker. And the rights, they just look like a good wave, but super quick. So it's hard to pick the right waves out there. Conditions changing now. There's a lot less water on the bank. It's breaking further out. Yeah, it's pushing more from, say, that east-northeast. And yeah, the lefts seem to be pushing down on that bank. Hedgie getting a couple of those ones.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Judges still not locking that one in. Hopefully they saw it. It is great that we do have that replay. I'm sure that will be getting relayed to the judges. I'm sure Nathan's out there thinking, where's my score? Give me an update, because from my not so expert, maybe a little bit expert opinion, I think he's going to get the 3.6 for those first 2 turns. Hopefully it was in the area for him. We do have a flag down on the beach indicating where the competition area runs to. He may have been down the beach a little bit, I know, just from the angle of the camera. It did show him quite far down, so hopefully the judges recognising that wave is Mitch Parker. We know it's coming here. Bang, full rotation, easy as you like. Unfortunately coming up unstuck on that one, but not going to matter. He is way out in front. As we see Nathan Hedge finding the running left. Big second turn there, leaning his back foot into that one, carrying speed, weaving his way down, and boom, drifting that one over there. He loves it. Look at it. Fired up hog. Don't you love it? That's iconic.
Free surfer paddling out, cheering him on. It's probably one of the other competitors just going, oh my God, there goes Hedgie. So yeah, he's found the left. Typical goofy footer. And surfer in white now up and riding that is Xavier Huxtable. Recently crowned the Victorian Open State champ.
Yeah, and Xavier's one of those surfers that I put up there as a huge hope for the Challenger Series for the Australian contingent. Great surfer from down there in Victoria. I'm sure Adam Robbo, Cale Bell-Warren will all be on the edges of their seat. I know Cale's great friends with Nathan Hedge as well, as we've seen Hedgie locking in a 5.1, throwing a bit of pressure over to Xavier Huxtable right now. He's looking for a 6.1. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it probably wasn't it on that left, so he's going to be zipping straight back out the back. Bit of work to do with 2 minutes remaining. A lot of pressure on young Zave and Geordie Watson right now, trying to catch it down. Nathan Hedge, as we saw, he had the slowest start, but held his nerve and, like we said, extremely capable and by far the most seasoned veteran competitor in the draw right now, and he's showing just why with the 6.5 and a 5.1 holding him down second place.
Geordie Watson had a little look, opted not to take off. Smart choice there. Bit of a straight hander there, not much on offer. Coming up next, we have the men's round of 64, heat number 12. Kehu Butler, Jamie Thompson, Sandon Whittaker, and Chad Elkins. Another great matchup.
Yeah, the action does not stop here. Gage. Oh my God, I'm never going to get this right. Gage Roads, Port Stephens Pro. What a phenomenal event we've had so far. Great action yesterday. Today's been awesome bringing you the webcast live. Big thanks to VW, Volkswagen, and Mad Max for putting on this webcast. It's been really fun getting to call some heats today. Really high quality surfing all morning. We are down to that Mad Max minute with 45 seconds remaining. Xavier Huxtable itching his way back out the back, looking for a 6.11. Geordie Watson down in 4th place right now, not where he wants to be. He's looking for a 7.1 now. Big ask with just 30 seconds remaining.
Just goes to show too, like Nathan Hedge, he was waiting a fair while for that second score and the second wave. He just held his composure, knowing that he'd already locked in a 6.5, which was better than, say, White and Blue's best wave. So Nathan Hedge really showing his maturity and his ability that he's just been going for years and years and years. Great to see Nathan Hedge down here at Biribu Beach. I'm sure the locals are stoked to see a man like Hedgie in the event too.
just a great person around the event, really supportive to the young guys, shares his knowledge with everyone. I'm very grateful for the opportunity I've had, like I said, with the podcast the other day, and just getting to pick his brains and see his growth and his journey as a human. And that one's winded all the way down, so that was heat number 11, round of 64, men's QS 1000 here at the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. Stop number 2 of the VISSLA New South Wales Surf Series. I'm Cooper Chapman, joined by Britt Nicol. We'll be back with you with the next heat right after this break.
What makes a place your place? Is it a place to play, learn and watch your kids grow? A place to have fun, laugh and belong? A place to work, kick back and share a beer with your mates? You can't touch it, put a price on it. You feel it. It's not about houses and cars and stuff. It's about people. The people you live with and share your dreams with. Your place might be big. It might be small. But finding your place, well, that's the most important thing in the world. Port Stephens is full of special places. We're planning for the future of our places in a way that makes it easy for you to understand and get involved. Coming to your place soon. Find out more on our website.
Welcome back to the beautiful Biribu Beach. This is the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 men's event. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined by Brittany Nicol in the booth. As you see, a very happy Mitch Parkinson, maybe a little bit unhappy. He had a car breakdown and the Surfing New South Wales crew picked him up in the Volkswagen. He came down and in the first 3 minutes of his heat absolutely blitzed it. 8.25, 7.25, two of the highest waves we've seen of the event, back-to-back, full rotation air reverses. Very, very impressive surfing by Mitch. Coming up in this heat, in the water, heat number 12, we have Kihu Butler. How fun saying Kihu's name. Love Kihu. Such an amazing surfer from over the beautiful, beautiful place of over the beautiful country of New Zealand. We've got a few great competitors there. Billy Stamond, Safi Vetti, Kihu Butler. And then also in this heat, we have in the blue, Jamie Thompson from down at North Narrabeen, Sandon Whittaker from Avoca in the white, and in the green, Chad Elkin. So another stacked heat, Brit.
Another one. Great to see an excellent performance there from Mitch Parkinson in that last heat, and it was Nathan Hedge also moving through with him. This is, of course, day number 2 of the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro men's and women's WSL QS 1000. We had the women in the water this morning. We now have men's for the rest of day 2, moving into finals day tomorrow. So be sure to tune in for the rest of today, and also tomorrow we've got some exciting matchups. This is the second stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. An amazing leg of events here in New South Wales. And this event would not be possible without our supporting partners, Port Stephens Council, Newcastle Airport, Destination New South Wales, World Surf League, Surfing New South Wales, PRD Port Stephens, Chaos Surf Shop, and our webcast partners, Madmex and Volkswagen. We would not be sitting here today bringing you all the live action without those amazing companies on board. Looks as though we have some scores locked in for the surfer in red. Kihu Butler, a 5.25 on the first one and just a 2.5 to back it up. Still plenty of time on the clock, 15.5 minutes remaining. Have a surfer up and riding, Cooper.
Yeah, very inspired by Mitch Parkinson, dare I say, with his pumping down the line. He knows big scores are there for big airs and throws down one of his own. Chad Elkins, unfortunately, that low tide, not having much juice on the landing section for him there. Showing what he's capable of, though, throwing down a huge air reverse there. Unfortunately, going incomplete, 1.5 for that one, but he'll be back out there, hopefully with a few more opportunities to throw some airs, because it'll be fun for us to call.
So close to sticking that one too. That's the difference between a 1.5 and, say, a 7.5. Chad Elkins in the green. He'll make his way back out there, and I'm sure all the men in this heat just watched what went down with Mitch Parkinson in that first one. What a way for him to start. First 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's got me very inspired. I'm looking forward to maybe a couple ramps. That wind, funnily enough, we used to look for the wind to be blowing into the wave for really good airs, and offshore used to be the barrel wind. But nowadays, with watching guys like Italo Ferreira, Gabriel Medina, you can... Alright, and we're back. Are we?
Bit of a technical glitch there. We lost you for a few moments, but we're all here. We're here, ready to go. So we're still in the water with this current heat. Surfer in white, having a look at this one. Up on his backhand, cracking that first section. Bit of a frothy wave. He's going to try and make the most of it. Looks as though that is Sandon Whitaker.
Yeah, we are back now. We had a slight technical glitch. Geez, they got it back up pretty quick. Good old fresh air broadcast. Somebody might have kicked the switch, and we're back within a minute, so no harm, no foul. As we saw Sandon Whitaker kicking off his account there. We'll wait and bring up some scores as we get our computers rebooted. This, of course, is the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro here at the beautiful Biribu Beach. Stop number 2 of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2022. Stop number 3 of the Australia Oceania Regional QS Tour. We are all fighting for those spots on the ever-important Challenger Series, the stepping stone up to the World Surf League World Tour. Been an amazing performance by a bunch of the young Australians, and this was the initial step for all of them. Guys like Jackson Baker, Callum Robson, good to see Connor O'Leary back on tour, Geordie Lawler and Liam O'Brien. It's been a great performance on the early stages of the World Tour, and it's nice to have this stepping stone here at Biribu. Some great action being thrown down already this morning.
We are in a beautiful part of the world. We're, of course, at Port Stephens, Biribu Beach, the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 1000. This is day number 2. Just waiting for some scores to be locked in for the surfers on the screen. If you're watching at home, just be sure to check in on the WSL app. You'll be having the live scores right in front of you.
As we'll quickly pick up this wave of Kihu Butler before we head to an interview with Mitch Parkinson. There we go. First turn there by Kihu into a big second turn. Solid surfing. And we're going to throw it down to Mitchy Parko. Mate, how was that? 3 minutes is all it takes, eh?
Yeah, Coops. Yeah, it was fun. Got a quick start. And it's a lot better than my usual heats. I'm usually fighting in the last 3 minutes to get those 2 scores. But no, I was psyched.
How tasty is that little bit of offshore wind? I was just saying to Britt, it's kind of changed. Back in the day, we used to look for the wind blowing into the wave. Whereas nowadays, that slight offshore actually lets that board stick to your feet for those full rotations. How nice was it getting 2 sections right at the start?
Yeah, no, that was perfect. That was just how I sort of envisioned it happening. I was just sort of paddling out and got the inside, and a good one came straight away, and Zave was trying to hassle me for the inside, but I was lucky I got it off him. He's a fit little bugger.
Yeah, I bet. So tell me about your little car troubles. I heard you had a bit of a nightmare getting to the beach, and the luck seemed to turn around real quickly. Give everyone out in Webland a bit of a story time. What happened?
So I was, got to my car and tried to start it this morning, and then I looked to the right of me, out of my bottom, and it's just smoking out. So it looked like I was about to catch fire. But no, I rang up Uber Surfing New South Wales. They came and scooped me up and brought me down for my heat. And yeah, I'm going to go out and try and buy a fire extinguisher or something. See how I go.
Go extinguish that car. Glad we have VW looking after you, coming to pick you up. Get the shuttle bus to pick you up tomorrow before you heat, and we'll take you home tonight as well. But
yeah,
mate, impressive surfing. Looking forward to watching you come up in that next round.
Cheers, boys. I'm going to the mechanic.
Oh, how good's Mitch Parko? Always a laugh and smile on his face. Bit of a bummer with the car, but he'll get that sorted, and hopefully he can make some more heats and maybe pay for that mechanic bill.
Oh, yeah, exactly. They're not cheap, that's for sure. Well, it looks as though we have some scores locked in. It is the Surfer in Red off to an early lead with a total of 12.25.
Yeah, if I remember right, he did have a 5.25 to kick things off, so wait for the next graphic to come up, but it looks like he's locked in a 7 as we see in the green. That is a very impressive closeout Rio. Chad Elkins, nice setup turn and just timing that beautifully. I saw shades of Harley Ross Webster in that turn. Really clean, beautiful spray, and yeah, absolutely complete. We saw him fall on that first wave, and there it is. Third score for Chad Elkins, 5.85. He also picked up a 4.65 while we had that slight technical glitch. So out in the lead, Kihu Butler, 7 and a 5.25. Demanding start. Chad Elkins, 5.85 and a 4.65. Sandy Whitaker just at 3.5, and Jamie Tomo, bit of a sleepy start. I had a bit of a wrestle with him before his heat and said, "You're going to pull your finger out and make it happen in this one," and he was fired up. So come on, Jamie. I'd love to see him get a few waves at the end of this heat. I'm sure Matty Cattle and all the crew down in Narrabeen are cheering on Jamie Tomo from, down at my old home.
We have a surfer in red having a look. Current heat leader trying to scratch into this one. Gets over the little bubble. Drives hard off the bottom. Cracks a lip. Looking for this second one. Straight up over that section. Nice and composed. Staying low. Kihu Butler in the red. Looking to replace a 5.25 from his scoreline. And as you mentioned, Jamie Thompson yet to take off. He's holding down priority. If he wanted to break these scores down now, requiring a combination of 10.5, and that is because the highest single wave score you can get is a 10. There's Last of Red, a 5.75, so Surfer in Red's slightly extended that lead, Cooper.
Yeah, Kihu's ready to go this year. He was so agonisingly close last year. Started the year with a good result and couldn't quite claw his spot into that Challenger Series, so he'll be looking to represent New Zealand on that Challenger Series with guys like Billy Stearman. So, such a great guy, Kihu. I know he's so proud of his Maori heritage and wears all of his tattoos all over his body with so much pride. I've had him over at my family house actually for dinner a couple times, and such a beautiful guy. Gentle, so softly spoken, and so proud of his heritage. It was really nice to learn a little bit about it when I had him over for dinner a few times a few years back.
He seems so friendly too, Cooper. Like, I've only really seen him in passing with the events, and I know that he does a bit of stuff up on the Gold Coast, but he just seems like a genuine human, and every time you go past him on the beach, he's always smiling, always friendly. You can hear him cheering everyone on as he walks on past, so it's great to have someone like that around the event site who's just all around just cheery and smiles. Yeah, he's a very, very good human, and I thought I'd actually note, part of the New South Wales Surfing New South Wales program, we do have the Mental Health 360 program, and I guess there's probably no one better to talk about it than myself, as my little business, The Good Human Factory, is a partner with Surfing New South Wales, and we've got a cool little contract with the New South Wales government, a little bit of a grant where I'll be running mental health workshops, skill building workshops, feel good workshops up and down the East Coast. We actually have one on tonight here at Biribu Beach, 6 till 7 o'clock. If you're in the area, free to everybody to come down. Ride the Wave workshops has been a really cool turnout so far, and the workshops I put on, as much as we market them around mental health, I think we need people to realise that mental health is not mental illness, and so often that's the way the industry looks at it. And Surfing New South Wales are doing such an amazing thing with so many great organisations like my one, the Good Human Factory, and also Man Anchor, the Rise Foundation, Batir. Some great organisations really trying to make a difference in that mental health space, and my workshop is really focusing on developing skills that we can implement into everyday life, things like gratitude, mindfulness, empathy, kindness, soft skills that once implemented into your life you can really take over your mental health, and the byproduct of these skills is good mental health. So if you're in the area tonight, Biribu Beach Surf Club, 6 till 7 o'clock, come on down, free event. I'm really proud of the feedback and the data that I've gathered from the last year. I've spoken to over 3,500 students in the last 12 months. So, come on down if you're in the area. Would love to have a chat to you. I'm, really proud of I can't even talk about my own thing. Get back to the surfing. So tongue-tied. Tongue-tied. I got too much talking today. I got up at 5 o'clock this morning, did a podcast with a friend over Zoom, and then came down the beach. I've been doing heats all day. I'm about to jump out of the booth to surf my heat. Back in the booth for a few more heats. Hopefully back out there for another heat, and then the workshop tonight. So triple duties today for me, but I wouldn't have it any other way. It is all happening. And speaking of your heat later, Cooper, and mindset, I guess, what's your mindset going into this next heat that you're surfing this afternoon?
I'd like, if I'm completely honest, I haven't even thought about it. My day's been so busy.
It's probably not a bad thing, though, that you haven't had much time to think. You're just going to go out there and surf.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Watching Mitch Parker, I think, really fired me up. That is one of my bread and butter manoeuvres too, that air reverse, and I love getting sections to do that. That's when I'm having my most fun, when I get to free up. 20-minute heats do zip by, as we can see right now. 5 minutes remaining in this heat. I bet you Jamie Thompson thinks that 20 minutes feels like about 2 right now. But yeah, mindset going out there right now. I think I'll probably look for a few air sections. Those 2-turn rights are up my repertoire, but yeah, I haven't had a chance to get out there for a free surf. I've gone down in between my commentary heats and had a bit of a look from in front, but I'd like to think I'm one of the more veteran guys now. I've been doing this for quite some time, but up and riding in the green. Chad Elkins, very impressive first turn there. I haven't seen much of Chad surfing before, but that was a really nice turn. So yeah, my game plan, I just want to go out there, have some fun. I'm really excited to get in the water. Like I said, it's been a busy morning.
You'd be going out there for a break.
Yeah, seriously, that's my break. I get to go out there and have a surf, but no, it's been really nice to get to watch all the action. I will be coming up in Heat 15 for anyone out there who wants to watch me. Go on the WSL, click me on your fan pick, or don't click me because you know my preparation might not have been up there with the other great surfers in my heat, who will be Jagger Bartholomew, Eddie Hamerty, and Grayson Henriches. So a few really solid surfers. I'm looking forward to doing battle.
We do have some exciting matches coming up shortly. This is, of course, the men's round of 64, heat number 12. Up next, we have heat number 13, Sheldon Simkis, Kobe Clements, Aidan Lewin Parsons, and Pedro Lani Husadel. It is all happening here for day number 2 of the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro. This is, of course, the second stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. Our first event of the series was just last week, the Carve Great Lakes Pro in Boomerang.
Yeah, and we saw the little fella down the bottom of your screen, Kobe Clements from down at Longreef. He's walking out for his next heat. Great showing so far this year. Back-to-back quarterfinals in the first 2 events of this Australia Oceania Regional Qualifying Series 1000 event kicking off down at Phillip Island a few weeks back. We're in Boomerang Beach a few days ago. It was awesome being up there and kicking off this New South Wales VISSLA Pro Surf Series. And yeah, Kobe Clements, strong start coming up to kick off his campaign here at Biribu real shortly. But right now, we're going to pick up a Destination New South Wales wave replay. This one is of Chad Elkins in the green.
Generating a heap of speed as he works his way down the line, really coming off that bottom turn into top turn. You could see his outside fin disengaging, meaning that he was extremely on rail there for that one massive manoeuvre. So it looks as though that might have been a 4.65 for the surfer in green. Looking for a 6.91 to take the lead with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Surfer in white, Shannon Whitaker, and Jamie Thompson. He's been sitting out there the entire heat with priority.
You can see the bottom of that tide really coming in. We still have another 90 minutes until we hit the bottom of the tide. So right when I surf, it's going to be at the bottom, which generally spells a little bit of a smaller conditions at the bottom of the tide based on prediction.
I was right on high, you're right on low.
There you go. Commentators are at the top and bottom, but yeah, it'll be interesting what the next hour or 2 brings. It is making it quite shallow on the bank. You saw that wave of Chad Elkins. Did that one nice snap, but then it bottomed out really quickly. But as we saw with Mitch Parkinson in that last heat, it is offering up some steep sections to huck out some punts. So for me, airs are on my mind. You heard it first. If you're in here calling it, I'm manifesting a 6.5 and a 7.5.
Okay.
2 air reverses.
Be keeping an eye on your scoreline now, see if that really does come through to fruition. In the water, 1.5 minutes on the clock. The surfer in red leading this one. Well, Jamie Thompson is finally taken off. 18.5 minutes he waited for this wave. He's going to take to the air, and oh my God, if he had stuck that one. Just unfortunately coming unstuck. The man in the blue.
And look at this set. Shannon Whitaker, he's going to get a good shot here. This is a nice looking wave. He needs a 7-point ride. Coming from hard behind the section. Big bottom turn. Huge first turn. One more up tight in the pocket. Big second turn. Full hoggy turn. Third in the pocket. Wow. And a fourth. I'm going to say that's his 7. That was impressive.
I'm going to say Chad Elkins in the green is going to be chasing a score with
we'll wait
50
and see,
seconds
though.
on the clock.
We can eat our words, definitely, but that was a big, bowly wave and 4 solid turns. I love the second one. Looked like the hog. Mini hog, Sandy Whitaker. I'm sure Gary, his dad, will be down there itching his teeth. And there it is. 7.5 wave of the heat. Turns the heat in what we call the Mad Max minute as we see that burrito spinning around on the clock. Once again, the heat's turned in that Mad Max minute. I think we've created this curse for some, and absolute beauty for some others with this Mad Max minute as we count this one down with just 15 seconds remaining. Chad Elkins, hot potatoes thrown to him. Jamie Thompson, a little too late for Jamie Tomo. And yeah, Chad Elkins not going to get that shot that he needs. He controlled it the whole heat. Kiwi Butler taking that one out. Sandon Whitaker in second. This is the Gage Roads Biribu Port Stephens Pro. My name's Cooper Chapman. Been in the booth with Britt Nicol. We'll be jumping out and bringing you this next heat will be my good friend Nathan right after this break.
Welcome back. We are live here from the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series stop number 2, and it is the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's QS 1000 event, brought to you by WSL, and well, myself, Chris Anover in the booth, joined by Vico, mate, Nathan Riveland. How are you, mate? How's the action down there?
G'day, Chris. Yeah, good to be in here with you, mate. Yeah, just been floating around down on the beach, and the action's just action aplenty. There's everything going on. Surfing on show's been absolutely amazing. Highlighted even by that Mitch Parkinson effort in a couple of heats ago, locking away 2 near excellent scores inside the first 2 minutes. It was absolutely crazy. So, yeah, there's plenty going on, and yeah, pleasure to be down here.
How was that? His car apparently broke down on the way here, so I think he's just gone, stuff the cars. I'm just going to take over Mitch Parkinson Airlines Company. Starts up an airlines company and just goes absolutely mad. Those punts were crazy, and well, last heat as well looked like a good performance from someone I've been really looking forward to him putting a good performance down, and that was Kiwi Butler, the Kiwi. He's a really red hot talent, one of the biggest talents coming out of New Zealand. Obviously leading the charge with Billy Stamond. So good to see them two both moving through, and I know the Kiwis will be fired up, looking for a good result here at Biribu, and obviously Sandon Whitaker, great result from him there, great performance from him there. And as we look in the lineup right now, it's round 64, heat number 13, and in the lineup we do have Sheldon Simkus in the red, Kobe Clements in the blue, Aidan Lewin Parsons in the white, and Pedro Lani Hustable in the green.
Yeah,
so
another cracking heat.
Great heat, and obviously we see the 2 top seeds in this heat, Sheldon Simkus and Kobe Clements coming off a great result. 2 great results in both Phillip Island and at Boomerang Beach. He'll be fired up looking for another result here. Sheldon Simkus, probably not the result he was looking for at Boomerang, but had a bit of an unlucky heat. But I know he's fired up, and he's been in red hot form this whole year. I know he took out the Usher Cup earlier, a few specialty events. He's just been going from strength to strength, and every time he stands up, it just looks like something special is going to happen. So
yeah, he's been looking super spicy, and yeah, I watched some highlights of the Usher Cup a couple of months ago up at Snapper, and yeah, he was absolutely on fire. Him and his girlfriend, I think Macy Callahan, his girlfriend, took out the women's division, so they made it the double that day, and they'd be stoked walking away with both a win there. So yeah, got a great heat in the water. Sheldon, obviously an epic surfer, and Aidan Lewin Parsons and Kobe Clements both did quite well at Boomerang, and Pedro Lani Hasadel also made a couple of heats. He's come up here from Phillip Island in Victoria, so good to see Pedro in the draw, and yeah, knocking out a couple of the top guns in the draw. Yeah,
it's been a bit of a common theme this event, this series so far. We've seen a lot of the relatively unknown, up-and-coming surfers getting their shot to take on this QS series, being a regional tour, and they're not disappointing at all. They're making the most of their opportunities, and all the top seeds have really had their work cut out for them. It's definitely been some rattling of the cages, and it's been a common theme this year, both on the QS and the CT. But it's great to see that the bottom seeds are keeping everyone honest and really pushing the top seeds to the ropes every single heat. Out there in the water right now, like you said, Sheldon Simkus, quick start of 4.75 and a 3. I like those quick starts out in this lineup here. It really gives you a chance to kind of then sit and wait for those sets that Cooper was mentioning before. It's a big playing field out there, and it's a wide area. And here goes Aidan Lewin-Parsons taking it to the air. That's what he's known for. Unfortunately, can't hold on to that one.
Watching the last couple of heats, the surfers to keep going in this afternoon, you would have been watching those last few heats going, okay, if I can do a big air rev or something on a huge section, get a heap of projection, that's where the scoring potential lies, or relying on the elite rail game like we did see from Kihu Butler. But yeah, like you were mentioning, getting those scores in the early parts of the heat, how much the pressure would have been off Mitch Parkinson knowing, okay, I've already locked away almost 2/8 in the first 2 minutes. You sit there and just go, okay, I'm not going to go anything under like a set wave. So good position to be in, obviously.
Yeah, it's a good situation to find yourself in, especially a lot of the surfers these days. So they're so well dialed in with the performance side of things, and aerials coming into it. It's a big part of surfing these days. But having it up your sleeve, it was really cool to see the way Mitch Parkinson kind of managed that heat. Got out there, he obviously had a game plan from the get-go. Got down here and just saw the rights they were offering, those wedgie sections, and he's just gone, you know what, if I can just find 2 of them off the bat and stay away from everyone else. There's Kobe Clements, unfortunately. Bit of a lobster dive there. If you can just take off on 2 closeouts pretty much off the bat with a big wedges, 2 sets that close out, and he's just going to huck one to the beach. The confidence he showed there, and he's just locked in 2 8-point rides with 2 single manoeuvres. So it's pretty crazy to have that up your sleeve, and I think a lot of people will be taking note of that moving forward. That if you are, especially you got your air game in these right-handers. Here's Sheldon Simpkins up and riding. He definitely has the air game. The turns can be tricky on that section because it comes at you really fast, and then it's also the tide's dropping, so it's getting quite sucky. So you feel like you're constantly racing the wave to fit the turns in. But Mitch just looks so calm. He just was taking off. He didn't even worry about a turn. Just went, I'm just going to huck airlines to the beach.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we may have Kihu Butler ready down there for a post-heat interview if we can pick him up. Looks
yeah,
like
it
he's
is.
down there ready to go.
Yeah, Kihu. Chris Hanover in the booth here, mate, with Nathan Rivlin. We checked out that last heat. Good performance there. Obviously, we've been looking forward to you putting a performance like that on the board. How you feeling, mate?
Hey, cuzzies, how are we doing? I was just stoked to get a few waves, and this wave's so fun, like wedgie rights, like you couldn't really ask for much more for a comp, so just stoked I got a few waves on the board and made it through.
Yeah, nice. Obviously, you got a good little crew here of the Kiwis sticking together, led by you and Billy. Must be a good little posse to have and roll with them to all the events.
Yeah, we got Billy, who we also call Dad. He's our dad on the trip. He's got 12 years experience over me, so it's good to have him there. We just pretty much go surfing and he susses it all out for us. So it's good to have the Kiwi crew here, and it's good to be competing again.
Yeah, unreal, Kiwi. It's just Nathan up here, mate. I was just wondering, what's sort of the goal for the rest of the series? Obviously, you wouldn't have had the result you wanted at Boomerang, but you're looking super spicy out there at Biribu. What's the goal for this event first, and then for the rest of the series?
Just trying to obviously try and win all the events and hopefully make the Challenger Series. So, just trying to surf as good as I can, be present, and kind of enjoy all the events, because it's a long road, but so much fun, eh? So, just trying to enjoy myself.
Unreal.
Yeah, nice, mate. It's been really good to watch, and obviously having a lot of fun up on the Goldie. You spent a lot of time up there, put a few little pranks together as well, keeping it fun with the flip-flops.
Yeah, cuz the bro Mackenzie was hitting me up to do that clip, and I was like, bro, I can't act. And he's like, nah, cuz you don't need it, heck, just be yourself. So, been surfing, training heaps of bottle up the Goldie, and then doing some out of it skits with old Mac Daddy, so it's been a good time, eh?
We'll keep it going, mate. We love it. It's good fun, and it always keeps it raw and fun and entertaining. And you're doing exactly that in the water too. So all the best for the rest of the comp, and to you and all the Kiwi crew. Yeah, enjoy, mate.
Cheers, cuzzies. Have a good one.
Cheers, mate. Great to chat to Kihu Butler. Kobe Clements went absolutely ballistic on that section. Hopefully we can get a replay of that. But that score's just coming at a 9-point ride. So
I know, I was trying to have a chat with Kihu there, and I saw that on the screen. I couldn't really speak because he's just gone full mad with the inverted flip. Watch this thing. Kobe Clements racing down the line. Take it away, Nath.
Oh, gosh, that's insane. We haven't even seen a variation like that. And a progressive like land so clean out of it. So
that was wild. It's almost landed on the float as a floater and then just dropped down. That could have gone so wrong. I feel like he could have so easily nose picked there and just gone face first into the sandbank. But that's the commitment there by Kobe Clements, and we've seen different variations that he brings to the table of the flips and the corked out inverted kind of corrupt flip style. What he does, and he just tweaks it out differently to anyone else that's ever done it, and that was really cool to see. And yeah, Kobe Clements.
I was lost for words.
The Kobe
flip. I
flip.
don't know how to describe that, but here's Sheldon Simkus. He's been pushed down to third with those last few scores. So he's looking super smooth. I'm really liking surfing Sheldon's doing here. Just rail to rail, super clean, and thrown a little variation in there on the bricks on the sand, so getting to finish.
Yeah, that's vintage Sheldon right there. Just super polished, super crisp. And we see two types of contrasting styles here, and kind of in the way you look at a heat, you've got Sheldon Simpkins has been taken off on running rights, smaller rights, but ones that just offer up those nice wally kind of sections. It's going to give him multiple manoeuvres, and he's just comboing them up perfectly. And just you see that low tide's really draining out here and giving us a lot of opportunity now at Biribu. And then you contrast it to Kobe Clements. He did exactly kind of what Mitch Parker did, just went for the biggest set he could find and tried to do the biggest punt he could on a crazy end section. So I'm sure there's going to be some good highlight reels at the end of the day, because the men have turned things up big time with the airs. And this morning we saw the women with a lot of power surfing. We've seen a bit of power surfing going on in the men's, but it's really been the highlight reel of the air show so far.
Yeah, unreal. So you can see that last score for Sheldon Simkus has just come through at a 7. So that's a really strong number there for the surfer in red. He's jumped into first place and taken over Kobe Clements, but you can see Kobe only needs a 2.75 to go to first. And on the basis of that first wave, that 9, he's should hold him in good stead and should be able to get that number to push himself back up into the lead.
Yeah, it is. I'm really looking forward to see what Kobe does here. Now, how does he manage the back end of this heat? He's got the 9-point ride. We saw Stewie Kennedy, unfortunately, go down with a 9-point ride in the Boomerang event, but he was up against, the eventual winner of the event, who locked into two high, 7s and 8s. Kobe Clements, he's definitely on his way here to another good heat. See what he can do here. Just needs to find a backup. And he's got plenty of time. 7 minutes, just over 7 minutes on the clock. Aiden Lewin-Parsons holding priority in fourth, looking for a 7.16. Pedro Lani is in third, looking for a 5.06 to progress to second. Second place held down by Kobe Clements after that crazy flip. And, Sheldon Simpkins in the lead. Kobe only looking for a 2.75 though to take the lead. And, here he goes here. So we'll see what this wave offers. Kobe Clements on the left. We'll stick with him. Nice big whip through the top. He's going to work this one down the beach. Bit of a foam climb there. This one looks like it's running out to sea, but he's got to get more done. Probably get an inside bonus section. You betcha. And there it is. A nice big hook under the lip. And, running right down the beach. Kobe Clements.
It's going to be probably a good, I reckon, mid-range number there for Kobe Clements. And just great to see him bringing some of that innovative surfing that you see in his Instagram clips and on all the highlight reels on Stab and everything. It's great to see him bringing some of that into the comps with that aerial variation, and some of those backhand turns there were very reminiscent of what a veteran QS surfer would look like. For someone that's had such little competitive QS experience, he's just surfing well beyond his years here.
Yeah, he is. And you have those people that are free surfers, but to be able to transition into a heat situation under pressure, in the jersey, under time limit. It's pretty special, and Kobe's really got that gift in him. And I mean, I reckon it's all gonna click soon. And well, this year is definitely a standout year for him, a breakthrough year. And I know he's been doing a lot of work just in his free surfing, having fun, but he trains a lot. And he's very, very dedicated. He does a lot of photography work with Ian Bird. They've got something exciting coming up. I think Kobe's been getting some big pits at South Narrabeen over the last year. So look forward to something with Ian Bird and Kobe Clements. But up and riding, Aidan Lewin-Parsons. Nice 3-turn combo there.
Smaller wave there for Aidan Lewin-Parsons. So we'll wait and see how that number goes. He needs an 8.7 to go into second. So he's probably going to need 2 scores to get up there. That's probably not going to get an 8.7 done on that occasion. But might go a bit of a wave trying to chip away at going back into second.
Yeah, that's right. That fall in a 4.35, so his best ride. Nice first turn there. Sets this one up. Nice quick tag, and we'll just rapid fire approach there from the surfer in white. And that will be his best number locked in, but still looking for some more. And is this man, Pedro, working his way down that one. Fortunately, just can't find the wave he was looking for. He's got some nice numbers on the board. 513, 515 and a 425. Any other heat, he'd probably be feeling pretty comfortable at this stage.
Yeah, you would be, Chris. He's done some really good surfing in both the Boomerang and Port Stephens event here, making it through a couple of rounds and showing why. I think he's done a couple of QSs over the last few years, but yeah, good to see him make a few heats up here on the east coast in these beautiful parts of the world, like we are here at Biribu. It's where the desert meets the ocean.
It is
amazing landscape. It's just
get your camel.
Yeah, get a camel.
BYO camel down here. It's wild. They do camel tours just over the in the sand dunes. It looks, if you look down to the south from where we're sitting, it's almost like the Sahara Desert looking out there. It's crazy landscape and scenery, something like you'd never seen in Australia before. So we'll see how this heat keeps rolling through. We saw Pedro on that last wave. A couple of nice backside whips. It's been tough to score on the lefts today. It's been a challenge for a lot of the surfers. I've seen some surfers, and I thought the score was going to go a lot higher. And I'm sure a lot of people out there in Webland probably think the same. But those lefts obviously breaking out to sea a bit more, making it very hard for the surfers to get very vertical.
It's getting a bit burgery as you get towards the southern end of the beach as well. It sort of just goes a bit fizzly and burgery. So those right-handers where the surfers have been able to get nice and critical on the sections, or throw it to the air and get a big air reverse or a variation in there. That's sort of where the scoring potential has been, as we've seen with Kobe Clements. And Sheldon Simkus picking up that one before for the 7, getting a couple of really nice slick forehand carves in. And it looks like Blue is
this is Kobe.
Yeah, he was in second priority, had priority over Aidan Lewin-Parsons, and oh my gosh, just going down in the whitewater, but how entertaining to see someone so free and just ready to go to the air like Kobe Clements has been. So, and we just saw the end of that one of Sheldon Simkus as he was going left, so we'll wait and see how that number comes in. We unfortunately didn't see the start of that one as we were concentrating on Kobe's wave, but we'll see how that number falls in with 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's exciting watching those boys race towards a big closeout. Any of us usually look at this wave and think it's a big heaper, but these guys look at it and they see gold.
Oh.
And that was a doozy of a layback by Aidan Lewin-Parsons. It's turned into a full free surf session, this one, hasn't it?
I'm a massive sucker for the layback. I absolutely love it.
It's my go-to turn because it's the only turn I can really do.
Probably me too.
Yeah.
Us goofies. We just
fall,
love going for the layback.
A fall off in disguise. But these guys know how to do it at pinpoint perfect. This one's really good. Super, that was a really steep section. It's so hard to do a layback on those sections because it's really easy to bury the nose coming out. And you saw how much he just contorted his board there and his body, so flexible.
And heaps of pressure on the tail too to make sure that his board stayed nice and central and he stayed under it. So wait and see what that number comes through for Aidan Lewin-Parsons. But Kobe Clements is currently getting it done in the blue as we delve into the Mad Mex minute. So Kobe Clements with a good lead here. Sheldon Simkus in second, needing a 6.41 to go to first. And Pedro Lani with priority in the green. Might get another opportunity here with priority, needing a 6.81. And Aidan Llewellyn Parsons in third priority, needing a 7.01.
Yeah, it's been unlucky here for the surfers in white and green, just running into two red-hot surfers in the draw in Sheldon Simkus and Kobe Clements. You know, Aidan Llewellyn Parsons has laid down some huge moves in this heat. He probably feels like he's been ripping, but when you're up against the likes of Kobe Clements, who's doing flips, it kind of makes things really hard. They set the bar
pretty high, don't they?
I know they do. They set it really high. And well, the man from Ulladulla, Aidan Llewellyn Parsons, he's got time as the enemy here for him, and also Pedro from Vico. It looks like this will be his last-ditch effort, and we're probably going to count this one in. So there's Sheldon taken to the air, but it will be the Long Reef surfer. I'm sure they're going mad back in Long Reef, cheering on Kobe Clements, because he's just taken down the heat win with a huge corked-out flip. Second place, Sheldon Simkus, and we'll be unfortunately saying goodbye to Pedro and Aidan, and they'll be resetting and looking to make the most of the Mad Max Pro down at Maroubra. We're going to take a break right now. This is the round of 64 heat number 14 coming right up. Myself, Nathan Rivlin in the booth. Don't go anywhere.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed. Almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Alright, we're back. This is the World Surf League Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. Stop number 2 of the VISSLA Pro Surf Series for 2022. And myself, Nathan Rivlin, in the booth, just decompressing what was an absolute gangbuster last heat with some crazy, it's almost like an expression session more than a heat.
Yeah, that was absolutely unbelievable, Chris. That last heat, there was so much entertainment with the boys going to the air. So, yeah, we've just been flying through the men's round of 64. So we're already into heat 14. Got, I think, 2 or 3 more to go. I think we've got 16 heats of the round of 64, and then heading into men's round 4 to round out the day. So getting towards the pointy end.
Yeah, it's been a crazy day of aerial surfing and power surfing for that matter too. Been a good mix and very entertaining to watch. I'm sure everyone out there is stoked in Webland to see, you know, all the fans out there stoked to see live action to their screens and watching the world's best, you know, in the Australian Oceania region just do battle here at Biribu, and you know, it's great to see waves show up, and Huey is blessing us. It looks like Maroubra is going to be very exciting too for stop number 3. And as this day keeps rolling through, it just keeps getting better and better. And this is a good looking heat up and riding now.
This is Harry Phillips here from the South Coast of New South Wales, getting a solid finish there. And yeah, I've seen Harry do a lot of surfing over the last couple of years when I've done a couple of trips up to the South Coast and seen him in the water. And yeah, he's definitely a standout there, and has been a standout in this field so far at Biribu. He's surfed through all the heats, and that last term was just absolute money.
just so much pressure on the back foot there for the surfer in green. And, well, this is a great heat. We have heat number 14. It is Lennox Chell in the red. Mikey Madonna, the Lennox head superstar, in the blue. Ty Coolis in the white, and in the green, your mate Harry Phillips. So this is going to be another doozy. I know the top seeds here, Lennox Chell. Mikey Madonna will be looking for a big finish. I know Mikey was very unlucky up there at Boomerang. He got pipped right.
Championship Tour guys, I remember, just got him in the last minute or two.
Yeah, very, very close. And yeah, he got a left as well and came up just short on the number. So I'm sure he'll be fired up, ready to go. He's wears his heart in his sleeve, Mikey, and he's a huge talent coming out of Lennox. I know Mick and some of the other crew up there are big advocates of his surfing. And yeah, pretty exciting to see where he goes in the future with things. But Lennox Chell also another big standout competitor in the draw.
Yeah, he's been a very successful surfer over the last couple of years in a couple of the pro juniors, and he's had some really good results in the QS draws recently as well. I absolutely love watching his surfing. He kind of reminds me a little bit, even that backhand one, just the smoothness. It almost looks like Craig Anderson-esque or something. Just so smooth, rail to rail. Yeah, and super dynamic, which being a goofy, or both of us being goofies, just absolutely love watching the smoothness.
Yeah, and obviously Ty Coolis, we've got him in the draw out of Maroubra, New South Wales, progressive young surfer and a big part of the Maroubra Border Riders Club down there. So no, him and Coda and all the boys from Maroubra are just raw dogs that just love it, you know. Yeah. They're just very raw surfers, and you know, got great backing from the Maroubra Border Riders Club down there. And it'll be exciting to see them get to their home beach for the next event.
He's a good lad, Ty. I had a beer with him and Eddie Hamady the other night down at Shoal Bay, and yeah, he was an absolute. I've never met him before. He's an absolute ripping fella. So yeah, good luck to him. Hopefully he goes well here. And yeah, we've got 14 minutes to go. So Harry Phillips is currently in control with a 5.35 and a 4.75. So he's got the two best scores of the heat so far. So staying nice and busy in the early stages.
Yeah, well, and someone else who got pretty busy was none other than this crazy expressionist aerial surfer, Kobe Clements, winner of the last heat, mate. Got you on the mic. Chris Anderson in the booth, mate, and Nathan Rivland. That was unbelievable.
Hey, Chris. Hey, guys.
Hey, mate. How you doing? So, obviously, let's talk about that corrupt flip you threw down middle of the heat. What was that a premeditated thing, or was just something you just bust out in the heat of the moment?
Yeah, I saw Mitch Parko do for airs and getting big scores, so I was like, might as well. I've been training pretty hard for those flips and just trying new stuff that not many people do, but I've been training at car parks, and yeah, it's good.
Epic, mate. It's just Nathan up here. I've been absolutely loving your surf through the QS series this year. What's inspired you to put the jersey on this year in the QS series? Obviously, we're having a couple of chats over the last few days about, obviously, you're an absolutely amazing free surfer, but you haven't done as many comps lately. What's inspired you to put the jersey on here at Biribu?
Oh, yeah, thanks. I've just been wanting to get results and do what everyone else does, like win events and qualify. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, unreal, mate. Yeah. Very good. And what's sort of the what's the goal for the series? I reckon your surfing just then was reminiscent of like a QS veteran, and yeah, I reckon your surfing's going to go super far in this draw. Are you hoping to try and take this one out?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think everyone is, but I'm going to give it a red hot crack and yeah, see how we go.
Yeah, Cobe, Chris Hanover here. I know you've been, obviously a lot of great free surfing stuff back home, and working with Ian Bird and a whole bunch of the crew back there and getting some crazy clips. But talk us through, your preparation to these events. We know you're super dedicated, and you touched on it before. You've been putting a lot of work in the background. Who's your support crew, and do you want to say thanks to any of them out there that are kind of getting you to this point?
Yeah, I'd like to say thanks to Manly Surf School and Scotty Anthers training at the gym, and it's been really keeping me fit and like more power on the wave, and that's like my rock, and I'm super stoked to have people like him and just everyone on my back and supporting me, and yeah.
Yeah, mate, and I'm sure the whole Longy crew is behind you. You want to say
shout out? Long Reef crew, all my family. They're all family, so we're all good.
Oh, how good. All right, well, mate, you're been absolutely killing it. You're a great surfer and even better bloke. So all the best for the rest of the event, and keep doing what you're doing because, mate, you're bringing some real X factors to the draw, and mate, people are getting really, really excited every time you hit the water, and you're getting more fans by the day. So keep doing what you're doing, mate.
Thank you. See
No
you
problem.
later.
Great to chat to Kobe Clements there. He's just an absolute legend of a
Yeah,
bloke.
he is.
Oh, he's just the kindest, like, nicest bloke.
Yeah, I know,
Unreal.
but then I bet you when you get him on the rashy, he just paddle rings around.
Yeah,
and just be
true.
like, kind of like, Carissa Moore, that she's so sweet and on land and so nice. You just want to be friends with them, but then you get them in the heat and they just absolutely blitz you, and you just want to hate them, but you can't.
Yeah, exactly right. No, he's
Yeah.
definitely can't hate the bloke, Kobe Clements. So yeah, great to see him progressing through once again. He's been at the pointy end of all the QS draws so far this year at Phillip Island and at Boomerang in the Carve Great Lakes Pro. So looks like he's going to be in the round of 32 and one step closer to going far again in this draw at the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro.
The tongue twister. It is a bit of a tongue twister, that one. Got Cooper about 5 times this morning. It's just
The Gage Roads Pro Co is
Yeah,
it all rhymes.
It is.
But we love it. We love all the support of all our amazing sponsors here. So,
Yeah, like you said, we touch on the sponsors. We can't do it without them. And you look at the Port Stephens Council, big part of this event, doing great things. Newcastle Airport, getting everyone flying in and out. They might have some competitors in terms of Kobe Clements and Mitch Parkinson after this event, because I think they're starting their own airlines up at the moment. Destination New South Wales putting on a great show for us at all these events. And World Surf League, of course, bringing all the regional tours, the Championship Challenger Series and the Championship Tour events to our screens around the world for all the fans. PRD Sport Stephens and Chaos Surf Shop. So come check out those amazing spots in Port Stephens. And, well, of course, Mad Mex and Volkswagen bringing you the action that we see right now from Harry Phillips. 2 big hangers. He's got those turns on lockdown, those heavy-footed, just back foot jams.
Yeah, looking super powerful out there, Harry Phillips. So, yeah, that'll hold him in good stead for the rest of this heat with 9 minutes remaining. Here we got a wave replay powered by New South Wales Government and Volkswagen. So, yeah, big thanks to those guys once again. And, yeah, just really heavy on those first 2 turns, getting right back on the tail and looping it around. So it's going to be a good number for Harry Phillips. And we see Mikey McDonough with priority, just being super patient in this heat. Obviously, only need 2 good numbers, so he might be going that way of just waiting and biding his time, waiting for a set to come through, and then he'll take advantage and needs 2 scores.
Yeah, well, this has just been a thing for Mikey McDonough. Hopefully he can get a good score to lock one in. He's waited a long time, so this is very important for him. Racing down the line here, what's he going to do? Float the boat there, going to get around this section and jam that one. So that was a very progressive layback jam. We love a layback in the booth here, and well, no one does them better than Mikey McDonough. He busted out a few of those at the ABB in the finals, and just was detonating sections. He was the power surfer for Lennox, for Lebar, and they went right to the final. Unfortunately, he just couldn't get the job done there, but Mikey McDonough led the charge for them, and he is, leading the charge for Lennox. I'm sure the whole crew would be in their pub up there cheering him on, and
That's Ty Coolis.
For Ty Coolis, the bra boy.
So, yes, Ty Coolis. I think the scores come through to 4.25 for Ty, so he's sitting in third, needing a 5.26. Lancashire's last number of 5.5, so he's currently in second with priority. And like we were talking about with the laybacks from Mikey McDonough, I remember when he was the wild card at Bells a couple of years ago and just pulled up under the lip on one and just threw a massive layback hammer. So we love to see that. And yeah, got a 4.85 on that last one. So he's needing a 4.66, so a number just a bit lower than his last to advance and go into second place. So definitely doable.
Yeah, I could have seen that score going a little higher because that first nice float. Here's Lennox Chill up and riding. Nice backside hook in the pocket, racing down the line, and a second. So I'm interested to see where Lennox's falls in then, because I thought Mikey's could have gone a little higher with his first turn, especially that last turn was really progressive. Some real heavy-footed power surfing here from Harry Phillips, looking super energised on this one. And that'll be all she wrote there. But like I was saying, I thought Mikey's first one, he did that nice float, but then it set him up really good for the second layback jam, and I thought it was really progressive. Maybe could have gone a little higher, but
I'm sure the judges are leaving the scale as wide open as they can for anything crazy that could come.
Guess exactly right. I guess that wave from Mikey McDonough did look like it was a bit soupy on the face, and he did get that closeout section where he did the layback, and then he pulls one up again and throws it, drifts the tail out. So really nice 1-2 punch on that wave. So I reckon that number will be. I think it'll be better than the first one. What's your opinion, Chris?
Yeah, I think that one there. That's exactly why the judges probably kept that first score in check, because doing those 2 turns as a combo there, I think that's going to be up around, probably the best score of the heat. Close to, if not, I think the best score right now is Harry's 6. So there it is, just locked into 5.8, so just under. But I mean, if you put blonde hair on Mikey there, you could have sworn that was Mick Fanning.
Yeah, it was reminiscent of that, wasn't it?
It was. Like, you see the style, it just, grew up on that right point back. There's Lennox, 2 nice backside whips. And we see Harry. There's a good little flurry of waves here, so we might get all the replays in one. See Harry just really just getting a lot of power out of the lip.
Yeah, he's looking super powerful. It's good to see he's generating a bit of form here at Port Stephens. He had a bit of an early round exit at Boomerang, but he's looking real spicy out there in the lineup at Biribu. So we've got just under 5 minutes to go. So Harry Phillips is currently holding down first place with a 6 and a 5.35. We've got Mikey McDonough hot on his heels, needing a 5.56 to go into the lead. Lennox Shell in third in the red with a 5.16 as his requirement to go to second. So he's still not far off the pace, and Ty Coulis with priority in fourth place, needing a 6.4. So it'd have to be the best wave of the heat for Ty to move into second. But obviously, we've seen time and time again, as the heats draw to a close, everyone gets an opportunity to strut their stuff. And Ty Coulis will hopefully get another opportunity to try and get through this one.
Yeah, you're right. And, well, I feel like Mikey McDonough, he's tasted victory a while back. In 2019, he did win the WA Cape Naturalist comp over there, the 1000 QS. So he has had his maiden win on the QS, and he knows what it takes to get to that level and get that win. I feel like it's just a matter of time before it all falls together, because every event I've seen with him since, it feels like Maroubra last year, he's been in every heat, and it's just not going his way. Like, something just goes against him, or he needs a score, or he just doesn't get it, and then someone else gets a score in the last minute. So he's been very competitive, and I feel like he's one of those surfers that once he gets on the roll, he's going to be very hard to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. So Green, he's just staying super busy in this heat, Harry Phillips. Obviously, probably a different tactic to what Mikey McDonough had here, and just waiting for his time, but Harry Phillips is picking up a lot of waves, and it's worked for him so far with that 6 and a 5.35.
Yeah, that's right. Harry Phillips, he's caught more waves than probably anyone all day.
He's been,
he's having an absolute ball out there.
And here's the replay, powered by Volkswagen.
Oh, that first turn was crazy. So, just tight in the pocket and really powerful. Yeah, fortunately, this wave didn't eventuate into too much. It was a bit soupy on the inside.
Got very shallow too, so just bogging the nose in. But geez, got some nice work done on the outside sections. And Mikey McDonough is currently in second. Floats that first section with a little snap, and pumps the brakes on with the layback. Ooh,
that was so silky.
That was cool.
That is so amazing. That just shows the talent of Mikey McDonough there. He lost that turn. Like anyone else, almost on the planet would have lost that board, fallen off. But the way he lost his fins, was able to control it and turn into a reverse and then spin it back around, that just shows how much in control of his board he is. And look at this wave. Tags that one, gives it a bit extra. Then that second one just jams on the back foot and sets him up for this one. Carves it, loses the fins, but so smooth that it actually worked as a full functional manoeuvre.
Yeah, he did an amazing job.
A lot of people would have fallen back or laid back in that turn, but that was something special right there. And well and truly the best score of the heat, and well deserved for Mikey McDonough. And these are the type of heats that I come to expect from him every time he hits the lineup. And 7.5, 5.8 for the Lennox head local, Mikey McDonough. And he'll be feeling very good about this heat now. Started off slow, but
he's got going.
3 waves, and he's just almost surfed a perfect heat in terms of coaching. Just built on every single score he's got. So it's gone from strength to strength every time.
He has. So Harry Phillips has been pushed down to second place. He's needing a pretty strong number to move into first. And you can see Lennox Chell and Ty Coulis both needing between a late 5 to a almost a 7-point ride to move into second. So they're going to need to get a strong number. And Lennox Chell does have priority, so as we get into the Mad Max minute, he'll be looking for a pretty solid number to move up the scoreboard.
Yeah, the talented goofy footer from Avoca, he's one of the top seeds in this event. So, this would definitely be a bit of an upset right here if he wasn't able to find a 5.8 in the end. He's holding priority, so he's in the driver's seat to take whatever wave he wants, but time will be the enemy. Harry Phillips is going to keep him honest. He's going to be right next to him, making sure if he paddles for a wave, he'll be pushing him into it. So, but it looks like time is going to be the enemy here. We're down to 19 seconds on the clock, and body language isn't looking too positive from Lennox Chell. Surfer from Avoca.
Yeah, it's been a cracking heat from Mikey and Harry too. Both different tactics, but both surfing really well to get the result here and get through.
Yeah, a lot of power surfing in this heat and very heavy-footed progressive approach from both Harry Phillips and Mikey McDonough. Mikey showing a lot of X factor there and very deserving of that heat win. And obviously it's just going to be a little bit too late for Lennox Chell and Ty Coulis. Look at this, here's Lennox Chell. He's probably going to absolutely ice this wave. He was needing a mid-5 and, well, it would have been right thereabouts. Unfortunately, you can see the frustration kicking in there. It is Mikey McDonough, the Lennox head lad, moving on through with Harry Phillips. That is the end of heat number 14, round of 64. Myself and Nath Rivlin in the booth. We'll be right back after this short ad break.
What makes a place your place? Is it a place to play, learn and watch your kids grow? A place to have fun, laugh and belong? A place to work, kick back and share a beer with your mates? You can't touch it, put a price on it. You feel it. It's not about houses and cars and stuff. It's about people. The people you live with and share your dreams with. Your place might be big, it might be small, but finding your place, well, that's the most important thing in the world. Port Stephens is full of special places. We're planning for the future of our places in a way that makes it easy for you to understand and get involved. Coming to your place soon. Find out more on our website.
Welcome back to the live action here at the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro, the men's and women's WSL QS 1000. This is the second stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. My name is Britt Nicol. I am joined in the booth with True Starling. How are you this afternoon, True?
I'm well, thank you. How are you, Britt?
I'm also well, thank you.
That's good, that's good.
Looks as though we had some action in that ad break. Cooper Chapman in the red. This is the Destination New South Wales replay. Drifting the fins at the end there. He is one of our fellow commentators, been in the booth all morning. Surfer in blue also off to a quick start. That is Jagger Bartholomew. Thoughts on conditions here, True?
It's pretty fun. Yeah, I mean, you surfed yourself as well this morning. I think the tide's really low. You can't actually tell as we're looking at it now, but as I was walking down, there was so much sand and then the bank, so it was kind of crazy to see. But yeah, it's super fun. There's heaps of opportunities out there. I think there's been a heap of people who've been in their heats and they haven't actually converted on that, or they've been sitting and waiting for that perfect wave and it hasn't really come through. So yeah, I feel like the people who've been catching more waves today have been getting through their heats.
Certainly, I think those with a quick start have definitely capitalised on that.
Yeah.
We unfortunately seen a heat earlier, and Jamie Thompson, he sat for 18.5 minutes with priority and then took off on a 1.5.
Wow. Yeah, I saw the back end of that heat and I was not expecting to see that happen. He's such a great competitor and he knows exactly what he needs to do. So I was very surprised to see him not having a wave. I kind of thought he'd injured himself, so he'd gone in, and then I saw him out there having priority. I was like, oh, this isn't good.
It is a bit of a tricky location here. We have blue up and riding. That is Jagger Bartholomew from the Gold Coast region, Snapper Rocks board rider. Working his way through this inside section, that is the Destination New South Wales replay powered by Volkswagen. So quick early scores there for the surfer in blue. Locked in a 3.5 and a 4. Cooper Chapman, he's locked in a 6, highest single wave score of this heat so far. And we also have Eddie Hamady for the replay here for Cooper Chapman. Floating over that first section, looking for the second. Just a bit of a foam climb and not too happy with that one, True?
Yeah, he looks like he kind of bogged his rail there on that second turn a little bit. He almost needed to kind of slow everything down, do a bit of a carve, come back to the power source, and then hit that end section. It's tricky. It's really tricky to read out there today, and kind of staying slow but keeping up with the wave is also really hard. I feel like people have been trying to outrun the waves today, and I feel like Cooper almost tried to do that on his last one, which came through at a 1.9.
We, of course, also have Grayson Heinrichs in the green, sitting out there holding down priority. Eddie Hamady in the white, Jagger Bartholomew in the blue, and Cooper Chapman in the red. While we have a little break in the action, we have 2 women in the booth here.
Yes.
So we may as well take this opportunity to talk about some initiatives that Surfing New South Wales are running. The Her Wave initiative is a great initiative from Surfing New South Wales. The Her Wave platform is our first ever female program designed to embrace all women in the water, and the objective of the program is to improve the lives and health of all females of all ages, all abilities and all ethnicities. Now, True, I know that you also have your own company, Mama Mag. How important to you is it to just progress and also push women surfing?
It's probably one of the it rates in my top 3 for importance kind of aspects of my life. I think surfing and female surfing, as we see Grayson kind of tagging his way through that one all the way to the shore. Yeah, female surfing and surfing in general is such an important part of my life. So to be able to, and Jessie's as well, so to be able to share our experiences and other people's experiences, and to hopefully help people grow in their journey of surfing, or whether that's competitive, recreational, or stand-up paddleboarding, or whatever that may be. It's so hard to describe. I don't even know how to kind of say it. As we see Grayson on the replay here, kind of got a little bit hung up on that second turn, but then he kind of finds a nice rhythm as he tags this one all the way through to the end. Yeah, being able to share women's surfing with my sister, but then with everyone else, like yourself, Britt, as well, it kind of gives a bit of enthusiasm to kind of push the next generation through, bring especially Australian surfing up, Australian female surfing through, and kind of create a great talent pool to come through, which is really cool. It's an exciting part of my life, and I love it.
It's so amazing to see, you Starling sisters really take on that role and help women's participation in the sport and really help push women in surfing. And it's great to see also that initiative, Her Wave from Surfing New South Wales, really getting behind women surfing.
Definitely.
And creating new programs. As we get back to the live action in the water, Grayson Heinrichs in the green. Not the greatest wave, but he's only looking for a 3.01 to advance. Cooper Chapman now sitting in second, chasing a 2.01 to go to first. And Jagger Bartholomew off to an early lead with a 4 and a 4.05. Surfer in blue and red on screen there. Just waiting for a couple more surfers to catch some waves.
And it looks like we're going to go down to the last heat winner, Mikey Madonna. Mikey, congratulations on your heat win. How'd you feel out there? It was a bit tricky, but looks super fun.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. You can definitely get stuck waiting for a set wave. Those guys got busy pretty early, and yeah, I just kind of got in a bit of a rut and ended up waiting for something that wasn't coming. So I just looked at the time. It was going pretty quickly. It was 10 minutes to go, and I hadn't caught a wave, so I had to get moving. And I think once I just got the ball rolling, and I went from there and got a couple good waves. But I was definitely stressing there at the start.
And how do you kind of change your mindset back to, okay, I'm still in this after not catching a wave for 10 minutes and then coming through and taking the heat out?
I mean, in my head, I just tell myself I've got a 10-minute heat to surf, and that's what I train for, and I've done the hard work, and I know if and when the waves come that I'll be able to get the scores.
Mikey, we know that you're from Lennox Head. Obviously, Lennox has a fair few beaches along that stretch in front of the pub. Is that somewhere that you've been training to surf waves like this?
Yeah, definitely over the summer. Trying to put in the time and some crappy waves because so blessed up there with, the point and plenty of great beaches. But that was definitely a goal over the summer and the off season to improve my small wave game and in those tricky conditions.
We're stoked to see you into the next round, and congratulations on that heat. We'll let you get rested up for the afternoon, and we're excited to watch you in the rest of the event.
Thank you. I just want to say to everyone at home, hope you're staying safe. The weather's pretty crazy and some pretty hectic floods going on. So, hope you guys are all good.
Thanks, Mikey. Congrats.
And that is exactly right. Some special words there for the crew at home, and I know that is also up towards home for both of us.
Yeah.
True, now that you've moved to the Tweed Coast. A lot flooding. It's probably I think it's one of our biggest floods down in history in that region up there on the Tweed Coast, and a lot of those areas, Lismore, Byron, Ballina, I know they're all underwater right now, so thoughts and prayers with everybody up north. We know that weather system is starting to track south, so at the moment we don't have too much rain, but we're definitely thinking of everybody up north and sending our love and best wishes.
Yeah, definitely.
Back to the action in the water. We have a destination wave replay. Destination New South Wales, Grayson Heinrichs up on his backhand. Belts that first section, gets a second and a third. Throws a heap of spray. Cooper Chapman in the red, answering straight back on the replay. Takes to the air and manages to stick it. And unfortunately just not quite riding out of that last one. I was in the booth with Cooper earlier, and his game plan was definitely to stick to those rights and stick to those airs. He watched Mitch Parkinson earlier on lock in a high 7 and a high 8, and that was definitely his game strategy for today.
Yeah, I didn't quite get to watch Mitch Parko's heat, but I saw the scores as I kind of was flicking through the end of them, and I was very surprised at how big those came through. We haven't really seen too many huge scores come through today. I know there's been a couple of big hammers being locked in, but it's great that Cooper's kind of set. Obviously, he's been watching it, so setting a game plan and sticking to that. It's the most important thing out there today, I reckon, for sure.
Here he goes, current heat leader in the red, drives hard off the bottom, hits the lip, throws a heap of spray straight into a second, and coming unstuck. I feel as though he was on his way to a good score there. Grayson Heinrichs right behind him in the green, currently sitting in second place. So first and second going back to back, True.
Yeah, Grayson, his backhand is just on point at the moment. He just goes up, 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 finish without even having to blink. I definitely think he's been, in my eyes, one of the standouts. I feel like, especially in this event, I think in Boomerang he didn't have a great event, so this one is reset himself. He's kind of figured that out, and there he gets a 6.1, highest wave of the heat, I think, and goes straight up into the lead, which was so well deserved. Here's a Destination New South Wales replay for the end of that, and Grayson just feeling really good. He's looking strong. His boards look completely dialed in, so he's definitely a dark horse in this one.
He's definitely fine-tuned his equipment and his surfing. Grayson Heinrichs in the green. In the lead with a 5.25 and a 6.1. Our fellow commentator, Cooper Chapman, currently sitting in second place, looking for a 5.36 to take that lead from Grayson. Jagger Bartholomew, the Snapper Rocks board rider, in third at this stage, chasing that 7.15. He is holding down first priority, meaning that he has right of way to any wave in the lineup as it comes through. And Eddie Hamady in the white, still looking for a 6.7. Bit of a slow start there for the surfer in white, but still 6.5 minutes remaining. Coming up next, we will see the men's round of 64, heat 16, the last heat of this round of the men's. Kais King, Hinata Azawa, Maddie Job, and Archer Curtis. Another great matchup, True?
Yeah, I feel like this round has just been some pretty great heats we've been seeing. I think every heat in this round has been so stacked, and then the next round I've just been flicking through, having a look at who's in the heats, and they look even more stacked. So the men's side of the draw as well as the women's, but the men's have such an amazing pool of talent that are coming through. And we even saw Eden Hassan. I think he had a heat earlier. I can't remember how he went, but to get through to this round as a young Grom, it's pretty insane.
It is pretty insane. A young local surfer here from this Port Stephens region. Newcastle just down the road. We're in a beautiful location, Biribu Beach, and on screen there you can see the resident dolphins just making their way north. I feel like they've popped up all day today. They've just kept saying hello.
They even popped up in the afternoon surf yesterday once the competition had finished, and I was thinking, they're out the back, but they're having a little frolic on the shore. I was going, this is a bit scary. As Jagger up and riding, he's looking for a 7.15, tags it for his second turn. He's found a really nice looking left, so he's hoping to finish this one off. And he gets that finish, looks up at the judges and goes, all right, come on, give it to me. I saw Sandy Whitaker a few heats ago. I watched the back end of it, and he needed a 7. And he did 3 huge backhand turns on a right, got a 7.5, gave it a good claim. Here's the Destination New South Wales replay, Brit.
Jagger Bartholomew getting a series of backhand hits here. Probably the best wave that Jagger's had so far in this heat. In the blues, looking for a score. I know that his coach would be on the beach. He's looking confident as he pulls out of that wave. I know that he's been working a fair bit with Adam Verduffner. He's been working with a few crew in this event and throughout the other events. I know that the other week I was out surfing Cabarita and Jagger was out there with little Dane Henry and Freya Prum, so great to see them kind of spurring each other on.
Yeah, well, it looks like last of Jagger was a 5.65, so it didn't come through, but lowered that requirement to a 5.56, and I think that's why I feel like the key theme today is if you can get over a 5 on your first wave, you kind of are looking pretty sweet to get through that next heat. Anything under, it's just a little bit tricky, depending, of course, on how everyone else goes. But to start with a really good start is what you want.
Here we go. Cooper Chapman on a better-looking right-hander. Excellent surfing here for the man in the red. Just a series of turns just flowing one straight through into the other. And he's got the inside connection here, True.
Yeah, he finishes that one off pretty much on the sand. So Cooper wanting to better that 5.2, which I dare say he would do. It was a really good looking wave and he surfed it to the best of his ability, and there's 3 minutes to go and he's going to be able to get out the back and get another opportunity.
He certainly will. I feel as though that is going to improve Cooper Chapman's scoreline. On screen now, we have a Destination New South Wales wave replay first. This is Cooper Chapman, good looking right hander, straight off the bottom and into the top, throwing a massive fan of spray. Straight into a tail slide carve and into another. Manages to get this little inside connection through that flat section and it finishes off strong. So wait for those scores to be locked in for the surfer in red. Currently in a progressive position. There it is, a 6.85 for last of Cooper Chapman. He is shot straight up into first position. Surfer in green, Grayson now in second. We have a Destination New South Wales replay again for the surfer in white, Eddie Hamady, on a solid bomb, just unfortunately going down on that one. Also had Grayson up and riding. Looks as though those fellow competitors in that next heat.
No.
That's not what we want to see. Obviously, competitors in the next heat have got to stay well and truly clear of those in the current heat. So that was an interesting scenario seeing on screen just there with 2 minutes on the clock.
I was surprised Cooper looked like he was getting a heap of speed, and I was expecting him to go to the air, so it was actually quite nice that he held it back a little bit just to finish that one off. He knew that if he can get out in the lead and distance himself a little bit more, that from Jagger, who's more than capable of getting a 5, then he'll kind of solidify that spot to get through to the next round. So yeah, I thought it was really smart that Cooper just surfed that wave to its potential and didn't kind of overdo it, especially on that inside shorey. It's so hard to make those airs out there.
100% agree with that one. True. It was good to see Cooper Chapman just sticking to the foundation, keeping it rail to rail, and judges rewarding it with a 6.85. Chose to keep the board in the water, and, well, he extended that lead just over a minute on the clock. Eddie Hamady in the white, chasing a 6.85. Jagger Bartholomew looking for a 5.71. Still highly achievable scores out here at Biribu Beach. We are down to the Mad Mex minute, little burrito timer.
I love that.
Certainly makes us hungry every time we see it. I'm sure it does for the viewers at home too. This is, of course, day number 2 of the Gage Roads Biribu Port Stephens Pro. We have the men's round of 64, heat number 15 in the water. 35 seconds on the clock. Who have we got, True?
Yeah, this is Eddie Hamady up and riding on his backhand. He's looking for a 6.85. Second tag to finish that one off. He's got a nice looking end section ahead of him. So if he can finish that one off, oh, it's right there for the score, and that's... I'm so glad I'm not a judge right now. I don't even want to be having to deal with that. So Eddie, I mean, he's been really quiet this whole heat, and then to get one like that, and it's already dropped to 5.5, so pushed him up into third, but wasn't enough to take second spot, unfortunately.
There it is, Cooper Chapman taking the win over Grayson Heinrichs in the green. Surfing white, Eddie Hamady on screen there, unfortunately bowing out with Jagger Bartholomew. That wraps up the men's round of 64, heat number 15. Coming up next, another exciting matchup, heat number 16, the final heat of the men's round. Meet you back here for all the live action of the Gage Roads Biribu Port Stephens Pro in a short moment.
What makes a place your place? Is it a place to play, learn and watch your kids grow? A place to have fun, laugh and belong? A place to work, kick back and share a beer with your mates? You can't touch it, put a price on it. You feel it. It's not about houses and cars and stuff. It's about people. The people you live with and share your dreams with. Your place might be big, it might be small, but finding your place, well, that's the most important thing in the world. Port Stephens is full of special places. We're planning for the future of our places in a way that makes it easy for you to understand and get involved. Coming to your place soon. Find out more on our website.
Ding, Kai's almost went all the way with some big committed surfing. So I mean, I'm looking for him to be, you know, a real standout with some swell coming into, you know, the back end of this event, and also Maroubra. He's no stranger to, like I said, does a lot of time in Hawaii, spends half his year there pretty much, and he's a very, very talented surfer.
Kai's King was always a Grom that was like on the rise. He was like the next prodigy. So it's great to see Kai's here for the QS 1000s. Like you said, he'd come close to qualifying. And yeah, great to have Kai's here, hoping to gain some momentum in these QS 1000s. I'm sure we'll see him in the QS 3000, also the QS 5000, hoping for Challenger qualification. That is the surfer in red we're talking about. Up and riding now, utilising his priority, Chris.
Oh, that bottom turn was so quick in transition, and then jams the tail on that last one. You can see the energy he has, and that was probably one of the quickest bottom turns I've seen all event. That board looked, and well, he's going to be, it's a tough heat though. He's got the likes of Archer Curtis, who's gone
already. So yeah, really appreciative. My boards feel amazing at the moment as well. So cannot put a word wrong about MG. Such a legend.
Yeah, mate. And talk us through the lineup out there. We know it's been shifting and it's been pretty hard for some to find the right waves, but give us a rundown of the waves out there and know what it might compare to. Looks a bit alley rightish, or a bit like some little Goldie peaks.
It's kind of like car park rights on those days where it's a little bit breaking further out. It's quite a shifty lineup. I mean, I've watched far more heats in the booth today than I have down from in front of it, so you guys know just as well as I do from in the booth, it can tell a couple lies. So I got down here, got to watch sort of 20 minutes before my heat. Hedgie gave me a couple little updates, and it's pretty shifty. I kind of tried to start up on the inside. You guys would have seen I got that first one off Jagger from quite deep north. And then I was pretty keen to try and catch a few of the ones like Grayson caught out wide, because it does hit the shallow part of the bank, and I know one of my strengths is that sort of huck air out to the flats. Didn't really get an opportunity to do that, but I mean, hopefully heat this afternoon, get a few more opportunities.
Yeah, lovely, mate. Well, we won't take too many more words off you.
See you in like 10 minutes in the booth.
Yeah, exactly. We've got some surfing to watch, so we'll let you go. And congratulations, mate. Great surfing, and all the best for the rest of the event.
Taking the headset off, ready to get out of there. He's a man of so many words.
He's good value, Coops, and yeah, great heat to see Coop put together there. I know he's looking for a breakout result and to get some momentum moving forward. He was a big threat on the Challenger Series last year, just coming up short in Hawaii, and it's been a tough few years for Coop. I know he's been right thereabouts for so long, and it's just going to be one of those breakout years that we've seen the likes of people. Jackson Baker is the one that comes to mind for me, just to see someone like Jackson just rip through the Challenger Series in that 1 year, and just after spending so many years on the QS, it's just that one breakout year that gets you there. With the likes of Callum Ross as well, sparring partner up at the High Performance Centre up there for Coop. Those type of people qualifying will really motivate him, and he'll be looking for a big result at the end of this year, and that is none other than the surfer in white in this.
Surfer in blue, looking for a 4.96 to move into the lead.
Yeah, that was textbook backhand surfing there from Hanada. This is what he polishes up all the time.
This is the final heat of this round, men's round of 64. Heat number 16 will be moving straight into the men's round of 32. So stay tuned if you're watching this afternoon. We will not be finishing after this heat. We'll be moving into more exciting action.
Yes, we will, and it's good to take a little breather. I mean, it's been so much action going on in these past, a couple of hours down here at Biribu. It's been so exciting, and you look at the talent pool. There's so many good surfers left in the draw. It's unbelievable. Any one of them could take the event out. And speaking of talents, this one is a very big one out of Byron Bay. Kai's King just detonating that end section, very controlled. But, Hanada Ozawa out in front in this one. I could have seen that last score go a little bit higher for him. I really like that backhand approach there, and the way he was so patient and so critical. I have seen some two-turn combos go above the 6s, 6.5s. I could have seen that one going right up there too, because it felt like it was really deserving of, and real committed too, I thought. But 5.2, nothing to be upset about. Kai's King's just taking the lead there with a 5.1 or a 5.2. One of those last waves is just locked in, and he's just in front. So we're going to replay that. Take it away, Britt.
We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Bit of a flat section, and he'd seen the opportunity to take to the air. He just rode out of that as if it was another turn and made it look so easy, linking straight into this last section, maintaining speed and just throwing everything at that last section. He made that look just flawless, Chris.
Yeah, we see the contrast there. You've got the wave of Caius, obviously air reverse, bit of a flatter section, but really manufactured that air, really clean, crisp, comes out of it into a carve, and then a really small end section, but throws the kitchen sink at it. Compared to Hanada's backhand approach, two big backside belts. The last one was really money. So, pretty much the same score. Hanada just getting the edge, but I probably could have seen, like I said, Hanada's going up around the 6, but that's why we're in the booth. The judges get paid to judge.
We'll stay here. We'll continue to talk about it. Looks a lot easier from here in the booth as well. It's a lot different when you're in the lineup.
So easy. I was talking to some of the boys before, and they go, "Why don't you throw the rash on?" I go, "Because you can't bog rail in the booth." It's so easy. It's so good. But leave the surfing up to these guys. They're the professionals. Kai's King working down the line. You can see what he's looking for. He's thinking air, and will he get it? You betcha. Huge air reverse. Unfortunately, cannot ride out of that one. But he sees intentions from the get-go there. You saw him widen his stance, and he was chipping away on that one, but he was just waiting for that big air section. And had he stomped that, that would have been going right up towards the excellent range, I think, because that had a lot of loft on it.
It sure did. I think now with Caius, he's got those 2 5s in his scoreline. He'd be really looking to just loosen up a bit, have a bit more fun. He's built that foundation. He's looking to improve on that now. And as you said, Chris, you can see here that his intentions after this turn were to take to the air. Bit of a check turn there, maintaining speed, really bowly.
Oh.
And just unfortunately not able to ride out of that one.
Yeah, just couldn't keep the weight over that back foot. Just got a little bit tilted on the landing, and that took him down there. But the intentions are great. Hanato's a good float the boat there. Comes around the section, jams him on the pocket. He'll square up there, and maybe for one more too. So, and a bonus section. Oh, and another. The wave that keeps on giving that one. It's just rapid fire Hanato on that one.
He's only looking for a 4.9 to go to the lead. Looking to drop a 4.75 from his scoreline. We'll wait and see whether or not that was enough. Surfing green up and riding that is Archer Curtis on his forehand. Not the wave he is looking for. He's currently chasing a 5.06.
It's funny this heat. You look at the way it feels and the way it's kind of unfolded. It really has felt like a bit of a Caius and Hanata show. But you look at the scores. You know, Matty Job and Archer Curtis. They're right there. They're only looking for 5-point rides to take over seconds. So we'll see what Hanata does there. Does he extend his lead? He was looking for a 4.9. We'll see if he gets the job done there. He very well could fall into that bracket of and put him into the lead. And I mean, that would spell some trouble for Caius King leading into the back 2.5 minutes, because we've seen what the end of these heats have been doing today, and they've spelt trouble for a lot of the surfers. We'll have to wait and see where that score comes in at for Hanata.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not it does improve on that 4.75. From memory, kind of floated over that first section, and then he didn't really have the opportunity to go vert on that second turn. It was more of a carve, kind of wrap around, which, might have held him back a little bit from scoring higher, and then the wave kind of just faded out and a couple little taps at the end.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. I think that wave, the rights have been scoring for the big punchy moves. We've seen the lefts been struggling to score because they've been a bit flatter. So I think when the judges see a right and it has a good wall on it, they're expecting it to square up and really hit it. But the wave did back off on him. It wasn't anything Hanata did on that wave. It just didn't allow him to get really vert until the end. But by then, I think the 2 major scoring sections had already passed, and they didn't really present themselves like he wanted. So it looks to me as though the last score came in at 4.3, so didn't change the situation. And as we approach the Mad Max minute, well, Matty Job has a very important wave to catch under priority here. Let's see what he can do. He's waiting patiently. Hanata Zawa's sticking to him like glue. He's not going to give him an inch. He's going to make him think about every time he paddles for a wave.
Sitting nice and tight and just thinking, you know what, I'm in third priority, but I'm still going to sit here and try and sell you into a pretty crappy wave. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in this final minute. We're down to the Mad Max minute, Surfer in Blue.
Yeah, they're the Burley lads. They'll be Matty Job in 4th position currently. Hasn't had the greatest heats, just hasn't really been able to find much rhythm. Give him any chance at one of those waves that Caius or Hanata's had. I'm sure he would have been locking in some pretty big numbers, but it's just been tricky for him to find any type of momentum in this heat. We can see him here. He's moving his way through to the inside, which isn't a good sign.
30 seconds on the clock. There has been a couple of little insiders, though. However, he has got first priority.
Yeah, he is right on the inside. He could have almost been up on that wave a little bit earlier, but we'll see what happens here. 19 seconds. A nice ripping turn. He's going to go to the air here for sure. And will he make it? Yes, he will. So, wow, I felt like his body language had almost conceded defeat with about 30 seconds to go, and he moved into the inside. That turn into that air was really nice. The air is a little sticky on the landing. We're going to leave that one with the judges because he needed a 5.9. That first carve was really nice, though, and the body language is looking a bit better now. But we'll leave it in the hands of the judges. It looks like it's going to be either one or two of the Burley guys moving on through. And we'll go to an ad break and we'll get back with those results. We'll leave it with the judges. That was heat number 16 in the round of 64. We'll be right back with action from the round of 32 and the men from the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro right after this ad break.
Welcome back to the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2022. This is the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. My name's Cooper Chapman, in from out in the water, and I'm in the booth now with Nathan Rivland. How you going, brother? Nice to be back in the air-conditioned booth.
It is. It's beautiful in here. So yeah, it was good being in here in Boomerang because we're out of the weather, but it's pretty nice and warm and peaceful out there. But yeah, it's nice and air-conditioned in here and out of the warm weather, and we've got an epic heat on our hands here.
Yeah, there's some nice waves out there right now. We've got Oscar Berry in the red, Darcy Crump in the blue, Taj Stokes in the white, and we just saw Axel Rose Carrotta up and riding in the green. Up and riding right now, Oscar Berry, he'll be looking for some airtime. This guy does bigger punts than anyone, but that floater was super impressive. Looking to kick off this heat as quick as possible. We are, of course, at the beautiful Biribu Beach. Waves are really fun out there. I can tell you firsthand.
Looks absolutely epic. It's a bit different to what it was this morning with the lower tide sort of soaking up a little bit of the swell, but there's still some awesome waves on offer. And here we go with white. This is a good looking wave here, cracking it off the top.
Yeah, this is Taj Stokes. Nice combination there. How good was that wave? Back to back to back to back turns.
Critical.
So 4 incredible turns there for Taj Stokes. It's the first one just a little bit, but that second and third turn combination was really crisp, and the judge is going to love that one. We've got a few early scores coming in. Oscar Berry in the red kicked off with a 5.5. I beg my pardon. Axel Rose Carrotta, a 5-point ride, and Taj Stokes, the best of the three, a 6.5. So action-packed start here, leaving Darcy Crump out the back in the blue by himself, all alone with priority, and 3 pretty good waves to kick off this heat for the round of 32, heat number 1.
Yeah, we're just flying through the draw already into the 4th round of the men's, and yeah, we're getting closer to crowning our event champions tomorrow, where we'll finish the comp up.
So talk us through this replay. 6.5 for Taj Stokes.
Yeah, some sick rail surfing there from Taj Stokes on. Yeah, like you said, did nurse the first turn, but really got the money done on the second and third sections before floating for the finish.
Yeah, I love the real flow between that wave. No break between the turns. Held his rail from turn to turn, and that's when you know you're in complete control. The judges love to see that real commitment between turns, and as we're going to pick up a little replay here, powered by Destination New South Wales, this is Axel Rose Carrotta. Smaller wave, looked like it picked up a 4.25. Nice first little snap there, throwing plenty of spray. Little snap to get the second turn and lip line the second. He doesn't want to be needing a small score at the end of the heat, so picked up a quick backup, and he's taken himself straight up into the lead with a 5-point ride and a 4.25.
I think the score only going into that range, had it been a bit of a bigger wave from out the back, generally could have gone into the 6 or 7 range. So if he can nail another one like that, it's definitely going to go a long way.
Yeah, it's great surfing there by Axel, but like we said, smaller waves. Judges are looking for those big, steeper-faced waves. As we see, Darcy Crump having a look at this one, not liking the looks of it. A bit of suds on the wave, maybe a bit of a snowboarding one, but he'll be out there waiting with first priority. Still plenty of time remaining, 15 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this one. As we see, Oscar Berry having a bit of a look as well, not taking it. Oscar's got a phenomenal air game, doing plenty of work up at the High Performance Centre, Surfing Australia's amazing training centre up there, doing some work with Chloe from Project Air, and spending a lot of time in the gym. Very strong guy, Oscar.
He's pretty buff. I was
Yeah.
having a chat to him yesterday on the beach, and he's got some pretty good pipes on him in the arms.
Yeah, he's a strong boy, and he has incredible skateboarding skill as well, and I think that crosses over so well into his surfing. We'll probably see a few air attempts, dare I say, with this wind and little shallow section, as we see Darcy Crump up and riding, carrying some form from Boomerang Beach. Nice little float to get around this one, kicking off his wave. Squares up for that second one, and third one hits it a little bit early before the section, but he's going to put his first score on the board, get the feet in the wax, and kick off his first wave for heat number 1, round of 32. So all 4 surfers are going to have something in a decent area right now. Pick up this Destination New South Wales replay. Takes away, Nath.
Yeah, so Darcy Crump, good to see him back in the contest jersey and getting a couple of good results. Did do really well at Boomerang, and just nailing that one, really, just blowing the fins out on those last 2 sections. So great to see Darce making a couple of heats. He'd gotten pretty unlucky in the last couple of years of QSs, just getting pipped at the post. Really good to see him making some heats, and definitely deserving, because he absolutely rips.
Absolutely. Somebody else who rips, my good friend Caius King. I saw you paddling out as I was paddling in, and great to see you with that heat win, mate. How'd you find it out there?
Yeah, cheers, mate. I've been watching it for a while. I've surfed it this morning. It was pretty fun, and sitting on the beach, it looks pretty unreal, and dreamy conditions, that nice offshore. But it was I sort of had a bit of a weird start. It's sort of slow, and you kind of want to pick a good one, but I think you kind of just got to get into that rhythm and get some waves under your belt. But no, I'm starting to get through. It was a good first little heat, pretty stacked, so stoked.
Yeah, good on you, guys. Just Nathan up here in the booth too, mate. Coming into this event and this series, what are sort of your goals that you want to get out of the series? Obviously, you made a couple of heats here, and you also did so at Boomerang. What's the goal?
I'm just kind of having a bit of fun right now. I was actually out of the water for the last 3 months or so with a back injury, so I just took some time off to rehab and reset, and then now I'm just kind of taking it easy. I'm not putting too much pressure on myself, just having fun and feeling it out. And then, this is always a really fun leg to do during the year here on the east coast of Australia, so it's pretty good. You can make kind of a big roadie out of it and hang with all your mates, and the level of surfing these days is pretty unreal, so this kind of helps you improve and have a good time on the way.
Yeah, it's good to see the back injury looking like it's starting to free up a little bit. Agonisingly close from that Challenger Series last year. You did get a taste of it the year before when we got to travel and had some good results on that Prime Series. I know you want to get back on there. How nice is it having these smaller 1,000 events, especially coming off the back of an injury, to sort of warm your way back into it, knowing that there is that 3,000 and back-to-back 5,000 events to finish off the series?
Yeah, I definitely think it's kind of a blessing for us, especially being, home in Australia and making it so easy for us to travel up and down the coast. It's definitely a good little head start. You can kind of get your equipment in line and your body, if you're dealing with some injuries and stuff, and that's kind of what I've just been doing. And it's definitely pretty unreal. It's a good bunch of events.
Well, go rest up that back. You'll be coming up in the last heat of the day with me, Sheldon Simkus, and Harry Phillips. So I'll see you out there, brother.
Beauty, mate. Sounds good. I'll see you soon.
Let's go make it a little bit better than that last one we shared up at Boomerang. Let's take this next one out.
Sounds good, mate.
All right.
Have a
See
good
you
one.
soon, bro.
See ya.
That was Caius King. Good to see him back in form. He's such a phenomenal surfer. Like I touched on in that interview, he did put a big mark on the qualifying series. As somebody who did put a big mark, it looked like we picked up a 7.25 for Axel Rose Carota. Let's see what he did here, Nath?
He absolutely ripped this thing. I was watching it as Caius was in the corner and just absolutely nailing 2 or 3 of these sections and throwing a halo of spray. So that was a epic wave there for Axel Rose Carota, and he shot further into the lead.
Yeah, 4 turns on that one. A little bit smaller wave. I mean, we're in the booth. We can comment on it. I love Axel surfing, but comparing it back to Taj Stokes' first one, both 4 turns, I thought Taj was a little bit bigger wave, but judges obviously really rewarding that aggressive surfing, pushing a little bit more back foot into it, I think. Axel on that one as we pick up Darcy Crump on this little Destination New South Wales replay. First little snap. Throws one back up there. Unable to really find the wave yet to really showcase his surfing, Darcy. So he'll be back out there. We know what he's capable of last week at Boomerang Beach, really putting down some impressive performances. He's sitting up in second right now with a 3.6 and a 3.5, but surfers in third and fourth, Taj Stokes and Oscar Berry, both with a 6.5 and a 5.5 respectively. Not looking for much at all, just a 0.6 for Taj Stokes and a 1.6 for Oscar Berry. So looking forward to the end of this heat. Axel Rose has really thrown his name up there. Maybe the lessest name. Lessest? It's not really a word, is it? Maybe the underdog in this heat, you'd like to think. Oscar Berry, Taj Stokes. I mean, all 4 of these guys have got great profiles in surfing, I guess you'd call it, and have had put on good performances. But Axel might be the youngest, I believe, out of all of them, but really throwing it down with that 7.25 on his last wave.
Yeah, and we've seen probably most heats you're getting through with 12-point totals, and so yeah, he's holding him in good stead at this stage with a 7.25 and a pretty mid-range score, good backup at a 5. So yeah, he's in good shape, and as we see, Red used priority on this one. Oscar Berry's looking lively as he pumps down the line. Nice big hit off the top with that wrap and gets another good snap there as he approaches the inside onto the flats, rides out cleanly, and yeah, it's going to be a good backup and definitely shoot him into second place, that's for sure.
Yeah, very mature approach. You could see the eyes were set on a big air in that first section. It backed off and he really leant into that first turn, carved it down, a lot of power, using those big strong legs that we were talking about before. As we pick up this replay, really drives down through that, holds his rail, no pump off the bottom, straight into the next turn, builds a bit of speed and taps that finish close. So really strong wave there for Oscar Berry. We've seen that score come in at a 5.85, so his best, and really throws a bit of pressure on Darcy Crump. And Taj Stokes just looking for a 4.85. He is holding on to that 6.5 from early in the heat, so not a huge ask, but really a bit of pressure thrown on him with 8.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Darcy Crump going to need a pretty strong score to get back up into the qualification stage here. That's a good section there that he's just hit. But that wave just closing out on him as it went down the line. He did get some damage done on the first 2 sections, but is it going to be a 7.75? I don't think so. I don't think it's the best wave of the heat.
I think it'll definitely put him more in the heat, though. It'll be his best wave, and it'll allow him to bring that requirement down as we see the beach angle of this one. Hard off the bottom first turn, hooks it, a little bit caught up the top, and he knew he had to aggressively hit this last turn, which he did. Puts a lot into that one and rides out. See where the judges come in with that one. 2 solid turns on a nice clean wave, so 4.7. His best wave of the heat. Leaves him still needing a 6.65, but very capable.
Yeah, the requirement's been reduced at least, so Darcy Crump would be happy about that.
Look at this one. Taj Stokes, dial a bomb. Started with a 6.5. Let's see what he can do here. Big first turn, leaning into that one. Comes up to the second. Huge second turn, and hard off the bottom, wrapping it around. Really good patience through his turns. This is going to be a 5-turner. Are you kidding me? Bang.
Wow.
And that is 2 back-to-back, really solidly surfed waves. You only need 2. His first one was a very impressive wave. 4 good turns. Ticked off his next one, 5 good turns. You wouldn't read about it. 9 turns, 2 waves. Taj Stokes, he's going to be finding himself well and truly in this heat. Maybe up in the lead as we see Oscar Berry. Quick 1-2 and catching that nose. I think it's airtime for Oscar Berry once we see him find a section, because he's going to be needing a score after that last wave of Taj Stokes.
Yeah, super mature surfing from Taj Stokes. Just knew what he had to do. Only had the 1 wave before that, and we were, inside 7 minutes. So we've seen a lot of heats happen like that today, where surfers just been really smart, just waited, bided their time, and yeah, Taj Stokes getting 5.25 on that one, so probably a bit lower than I thought actually as well, Cooper.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you got to think back to Axel Rose, pushed pretty hard through his turns. I actually really liked that first turn of Taj. I felt like he really drove through it, but we are in the commentary booth. It is a little bit different from watching it live where the judges are, so that's why we're in here and we're just talking dribble about it, and they are the ones who are scoring and creating the final result. So right now, Axel Rose Carrota out in the lead, 7.25 and a 5-point ride. Taj Stokes, 11.75. He has a 6.5, looking to replace that 5.25, which was his last wave. 5 turns, 5 points. I thought a little bit more, but nonetheless, good surfing and enough to bring him up into second place. Down in third right now, Oscar Berry looking for a score, and Darcy Crump, maybe the form surfer so far in this New South Wales Pro Surf Series, finding himself on the back foot right now, needing a fight back wave. This is the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro Men's QS 1000 first heat of the round of 32. Here we go, Destination New South Wales replay. Take it away, Nath.
Yeah, so this is the last one of Taj Stokes at 5.25 for those 5 turns. Really digging in nicely on a smaller wave on the inside. Maybe that's why the score did go a little bit lower, but geez, to fit in 5 manoeuvres on a wave like this, where we've seen some of Darcy Crump's one where the sort of don't provide as much opportunity, gets 2 nice whacks in that one, he gets 5. So
I think that lower angle definitely shifted my opinion a little bit.
Yeah, 100%.
It made the wave look a little bit smaller, as we see Darcy Crump. He's trying to fight his way back into this, but sometimes it just works completely against you. We've got Axel Rose out there in first with priority right now. Big thanks to all of our sponsors. We could not be here without them. Supporting sponsors of this event are the Port Stephens Council, Newcastle Airport, just around the corner from here actually. I flew in there a few weeks ago, and nice little airport. Destination New South Wales, big thanks for the webcast replays. As we see Axel Rose trying to better a 5-point ride, hard off the bottom for the second turn, drifts the fins out the back and holds on there. Dimmy Hennessy will be cheering from his bedroom right now. Shout out to Dimmy, all the amazing work you do with all of the young surfers down there in that Manly region. I know how much they appreciate it. Also, Nick James, Matty Granger, I'm sure they'll be watching. You guys have created such an amazing group of young surfers, and I'm sure you're proud of Axel Rose right now. So once again, we'll finish off this sponsors list. World Surf League, of course, the amazing group who put on all these events. Surfing New South Wales, we cannot forget them. They have been working tirelessly to put on this amazing New South Wales VISSLA Surf Series. It's incredible the amount of events they've pulled together in this short period of time to give us surfers every opportunity to get our spot on that Australia Oceania qualifying series. Stepping stone up to that Challenger Series, which will be coming up in May. Also, PRD Real Estate Port Stephens, great organisation down there, looking after all the real estate needs here in Port Stephens. Earned Chaos Surf Shop, and once again we have to remember the amazing webcast sponsors Volkswagen and Mad Mex. So getting down to that Mad Mex minute where we see so much action every single time. What do you reckon, Nath? What are we going to see? A few more fireworks to finish this one?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly going to be some fireworks. We've seen so many heats over the duration of this VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series go right down to the wire. So we could see Axel Rose Curado improved his situation there with a 5.7 on his last one. So he's gone further out into the lead and increased the requirement for all 4 of our surfers. Taj Stokes now needing 6.46, which would be the third best wave of the heat so far. Oscar Berry needing a 5.91 to go to second, and Darcy Crump's needing a 7.05 to go into second place. So Darcy Crump's going to need some pretty good magic in the last couple of minutes, and as is Oscar Berry to move into second. He does have priority though, so good situation, and good to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'd rather be in first or second, but very, very capable surfer. I'd love to see Oscar get an air section here. We haven't got to see him throw one in this heat, and I know the impressive airs that he does have in his repertoire, so fingers crossed we get to see that. I'm sure Taj Stokes will be hoping the exact opposite, and all the Taj Stokes fans out there. You can always, if you want to get on, choose your fan favourite on the WSL app. Head on down to that app, find on the events page the Port Stephens, the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro QS Men's 1000. Have a click through, look through the heat draw, pick your favourites, and see how you go. See if you can predict a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, Axel Rose Curado's in taking advantage of the pretty slick conditions out there. It's still pretty well pumping. It's dropped off a little bit. It's a bit smaller than what it has been, but the conditions are still, it's absolutely thriving out there with 1.5 minutes to go, so we're approaching the Mad Mex minute. So yeah, massive thanks to Mad Mex and Volkswagen jumping on as the webcast partners for this VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. So yeah, we couldn't do it without all the amazing sponsors that you just mentioned before. So huge shout out to all those guys.
And oh my goodness, here we go, Oscar Berry. What's he got? Coming down to the Mad Mex minute, big carve, first turn, building speed. He needs an air here. He wants a 6. Bang, throws it out to flats. Trying to hang on, agonisingly close, and Darcy Crump, his fight back wave. 2 nice turns and squares up for the third. Nice and late. He would have liked that a bit earlier. I don't think it's going to be the 7, and I don't know if he's going to get another shot at that. But how's this? I just got handed the heat sheet. Have you seen the next heat?
No.
All right, listen to this. I think, are we in here together for the next one? I don't know.
Not
We're going to have to
sure.
see. Mike Clayton Brown, local boy.
Unreal.
Stewie Kennedy. Joel Vaughan.
Oh, wow.
Cooper Davies. So we've got first,
How does
second,
that
and
manage to all be the
third
same
in the
heat?
last event, and the local boy. Well, I'm going to have to look at the commentator's draw, but I bloody hope I'm calling that one, because if not, I'll be on the beach cheering away, because that is going to be a blistering one. Agonising fall off here for Oscar Berry, showing that talent that he has in the air. Unfortunately, not quite being able to stick that one. Almost would have been better off waiting for Darcy's one. Fitting in 3 nice turns there for Darcy as we're winding very close to the end of this one. It's going to be a little too late, I think, for Darcy Crump. He locked in a 4.95. Oscar Berry, unfortunately, coming unstuck on that one, and that's going to be all she wrote for the first heat of the round of 32. Do not go anywhere. The next heat of the event, absolutely on paper. Let's hope they get some good shots at this one. We've got the last events, first and second and third, and the local boy, Mikey Clayton Brown, coming up. You are watching the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. I'm Cooper Chapman with Nathan Rivlin. See you after the break.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Welcome back to the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. Wow. Get ready for this heat. Wait till I read this one out to you. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined in the booth by Britt Nicol, and this is the heat of the event coming right up. In the red, we've got local boy Mikey Clayton Brown. In the blue, Stewie Kennedy, third place last week up at the event in Boomerang Beach, and he was taken down by the surfer in white, Joel Vaughan, the ratings leader, and he took down in the final Cooper Davies, the surfer in green. So doesn't get any more stacked than this. Round of 16. Heat number 2, the seeding works out in funny ways sometimes based on how you're doing your early round heats. I'm sure all 4 of these surfers would love a spot in the round of 16, but only 2 of them are going to be going through. I'm glad I'm not in the heat, and I'm in here in the booth with you, Britt. How exciting is this?
So exciting. What a matchup we have here. Like, oh my God, Jolly Vaughan, Mike Clayton Brown, Stewie Kennedy, Cooper Davies. I'm calling it probably the matchup on paper of this round. Round of 32, heat number 2. Who will get the win? Who will get second? All surfers have been in fine form throughout not only this event, but also Boomerang. Last week at the Carve Great Lakes Pro. Joel Vaughan, obviously the winner of that event. Cooper Davies in second. Stewie Kennedy finished in third.
Yeah, this is a very exciting one. Let's cross the fingers, toes, and pray to God that we get a few of those epic set waves that we have seen all day. There's been some amazing surfing, some big air sections, and yeah, it'd be awesome for these guys to all get some good opportunities. We have gone 3.5 minutes into this one. Just a few small scores so far. 1.65 for Jolie Vaughan. Mikey Clayton Brown just a 1.6 and Stewie Kennedy a 0.5. So at the end of this heat, none of those waves will count because all 4 of these guys are going to get some better opportunities. And I'm excited to call this one because Jolie Vaughan out in front on the Australia Oceania Regional Qualifying Series Tour by quite some bit. He's got a first and a second in the first 2 events. Stewie Kennedy, 3rd place in the last event. He's in that top 5. Cooper Davies, 2nd in the last event. He's in the top 5. So we're going to see some really intense battle going down. And the local boy, Mikey Clayton Brown. Here we go. Stewie Kennedy, veteran of the heat. Coming up a little bit late behind the section on the first one. Trying to work his way around. Nice bit of drive around that section to get up there in the 3rd turn. And finishing with a little ollie air reverse. Not going to complete that one, but he'll be back out there and looking for something a little bit better than that.
Nearly dropped your paperwork there, Cooper. Good catch. Crickerman.
Oh, get him in the slips.
Just a 2.5 there for Stewie Kennedy from Lennox Head. We have a surfer up in green, up and riding Cooper Davies. Looking for this end section and just unfortunately not able to ride out of that whitewash there.
So, bit of nerves to start this one off. No scores in the first 5 minutes to phone home about. And it's all going to come down to the last 15 minutes. The men are spread out quite across the lineup right now. I'm excited to see Mikey Clayton Brown. He's been in the booth with us a little bit today. He's fired up, amazing behind the mic, and yeah, excited to see if we can have another commentator surfer just like you and I, Britt. Move on through. Here he goes, the local boy, Mikey Clayton Brown, up and riding.
Up on his forehand. Great first section there. Really gouging into that one. Mike Clayton Brown in the red. And again, a heap of flair through this surfing. So the surfer in red knowing that he's going to have to pull everything into this heat.
And he's done just that. That's first punch thrown by Mikey Clayton Brown. And I think that's going to be quite a good score. Really, like you said, he knows he's got a lot of work to do in this heat with the names like Joel Vaughan, Stewie Kennedy and Cooper Davies. Mikey Clayton Brown, first wave of consequence, 6.5. Somebody who got a few very nice waves of consequence in that last heat was Axel Rose Carota. Well done, brother. Good surfing in a very difficult heat.
Yeah, thanks heaps, Coop.
How'd you find it out there? You found those couple nice rides. It was quite difficult. You caught those first couple and they kept the scores a little bit low on you. Did you realise, all right, I need to step up now and find that set, and that's where you got that 7?
Yeah, I felt like I was just nursing it on my first couple, and the scores showed that, so I just pushed deep and just put myself in a good one and just didn't hold back.
Yeah, it looks like you're on the phone there holding the headphones on. They'll probably stay on if you don't touch them. It's all good. Sorry, I'm just in here in the booth. Everyone's having a little chuckle at you. But nah, impressive surfing, mate.
Thanks heaps.
What did it feel like? Because those first 2, like you said, it was maybe not. I mean, it looked like you nursed them a little bit, but that third wave, that 7.25, it's got to feel good to get something up into that really high range. It's been quite difficult to get up over that 6-point range. To get a 7, it's got to bring a bit of confidence into finals day.
Yeah, for sure. And it felt so good because all my other heats at the last 2 comps, I was struggling to get above a 5. So
yeah,
it feels really good to even get 3 points higher than that. So I was stoked.
Yeah, well deserved. Anyone you want to give a shout out to? I know you do some work with some amazing coaches down on the northern beaches. Any shout outs for some of the crew?
Yeah, for sure. Want to shout out Nick James, Samson Coulter right here. My mum, my dad, just everyone at home. Yeah, pretty much. Dimmy, Nick James, yeah.
Yeah,
stoked.
I was giving him shout outs the whole way through your head.
Yeah,
love the crew down there. Well, you're going to be coming up on finals day,
yeah,
flying the flag for the crew.
That's
Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow and hopefully be versing you in the final. So go get some rest and we'll see you tomorrow, brother.
Cheers, Cooper. Have a good one.
See you, mate. Who's that? On his phone. Oh, it's good to see the new guys breaking through and getting these big standout performances. Axel's such a great kid, and yeah, going to be looking forward to watching him come up tomorrow.
Always good to see a bit of rivalry between a couple of surfers there. Obviously, Samson was standing close by. Stoked for his friend there to get through that heat. And in the water, we have Mike Clayton Brown, the local surfer. Off to a good start here with a 6.5. Stewie Kennedy in the blue. Cooper Davies in the green. Joel Vaughan in the white. Got an absolutely stacked heat. Be interesting to see what these men have got for us with this 11.5 minutes remaining on the clock. White, green, both having a look. White has priority. That is Joel Vaughan, the current ratings leader at the moment. Won that last heat, and he's showing us why. Really driving hard into these turns, throwing a heap of spray. Jolie Vaughan, he just can't seem to do anything wrong at the moment. He's just come off that win at Boomerang Carve Great Lakes Pro. he'd be looking to maintain that momentum coming into these events.
Yeah, he'll want to be keeping himself right at the top of that ratings. He very deserved spot, I think, on the Challenger Series. He's going to make a big impact, and there he is, 6.9, second punch, bang, thrown by Joel Vaughan. Mikey Clayton Brown, 6.5 to open his first proper wave, and here we go, the Destination New South Wales replay. Coming from really tight off the bottom, Joel Vaughan looking so confident on that Pizel. Coming around the corner there, squaring up, lots of spray every single turn. Real patient off the bottom, and that's another 5-turner. How good are the waves right now?
It looked even better from that front angle, Cooper. So good that we've got so many angles to be able to watch these waves come on through. We are at Biribu Beach, beautiful part of the world. Port Stephens, not far from Newcastle. One of our supporting partners is, of course, Newcastle Airport. So if you're looking to come and explore the region, you can fly into Newcastle Airport just down the road. We also have Port Stephens Council, Destination New South Wales, World Surf League, Surfing New South Wales, PRD Port Stephens, and Chaos Surf Shop. They are the supporting partners of this event. We also have the webcast partners. We wouldn't be sitting here today bringing you this live feed thanks to Mad Max and Volkswagen. And of course, we have our naming rights partner, Gage Roads Bruco, for this event. Second stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series, and oh my God, Joel Vaughan, if he'd stuck that one, could only imagine where it would have went. Cooper Davies answering right back, Cooper.
Yeah, trying to fight his way into this one. Stewie and Cooper, a bit of a sleepy start, as we see Stewie Kennedy up and riding, right on cue. Nice first turn. He's going to get up there quick for the second one. Throws it up there, holds on. He knows he's going to need something up in that 5-point range to at least fight his way into this heat, because with Joel Vaughan and Mikey Clayton Brown with those two solid 6-point rides, it's going to be a tight end of this heat. They've both kind of thrown their mark down. They know they only need one more wave, where both Stewie and Cooper are looking for two. Stewie may have got one of his then. Cooper, I don't think it's going to go up too high. Bit of a carve down to start. Through the second turn up through the foam. He's going to want a little bit more than that. This is a deadly heat to come up in the round of 16 as we pick up a Destination New South Wales replay of Cooper's one here. Carves down. Sorry, this is heat number 2. And then throws that second turn up over the foam. He wants something a little bit more critical than that. 3.75, and Stewie Kennedy's come in at a 4.4. So advantage, Joel Vaughan, Mikey Clayton Brown, round of 32, heat number 2. Sorry, Chris.
Coming up next, we have the men's round of 32, heat number 3. We'll see Noah Stocker, Harley Ross, Billy Stammen, and Logan Steinway. So another exciting matchup there between all 4 surfers. This is, of course, day number 2 of the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro WSL QS 1000 for the men and the women. We will be going into finals day tomorrow, and who will get there? Cooper Davis up and riding in the green.
That's a better first turn. Setting this one up tight in the pocket for the second. No pump between the bottom turn. Love seeing that. And a third one up there. So he's back in the heat there. Here we go. Jolie Vaughan. He wants to edge out of that 1.65 backup score. Nice wrap in the pocket on quite a soupy little second section. It's going to better his 1.5, make it a little bit more difficult for the other men out there. But as we see, Mikey Clayton Brown, the local boy, picking the eyes out of it. This looks like a nice wave for him, trying to back up this 6.5. Big first wrap. Like that. Nice and patient. Showing his maturity. Brings the second one around. A little bit caught up there. He's not going to like that. And that could prove crucial with names like Joel Vaughan, Stewie Kennedy, and Cooper Davies. Mistakes like that can get absolutely detonated by the other competitors.
You're not wrong there, Cooper. Last of Joel Vaughan, a 6.9.
Nope, that was a 3.75 for Joel Vaughan's last one.
You can see it going through my mind, and I was like, which one was it? It's 3.75.
We've been watching a lot of scores pop up on that screen. I think we're getting through 28 heats today, so earning our crust. But yeah, Jolie Vaughan, 6.9, 3.75. He did better that score and make it a little bit more difficult. But you've got to say, Mikey Clayton Brown, opportunity gone begging there. He could have been well and truly out in the lead. The wave had the opportunity, but he's going to get back out there, maybe sit a little bit wider. When I was out there, I was kind of hunting those wide opportunities, and Mikey, being the local boy, I'm sure has a dial on this lineup. But with 6.5 minutes remaining, Stewie Kennedy down in 4th place right now with priority. Just a 4.4 and a 2.5. Only looking for a 5.41. The door is slightly ajar. Cooper Davies, 4.7 and 3.75. He's only looking for a 5.1 finals last week up at the Boomerang Beach against Jolie Vaughan, who is out in the lead right now. He's looking to replace the 3.75 and local boy, Mikey Clayton Brown. That nice 6.5, trying to better that 3.3. Joel Vaughan up and riding, looking for the ramp.
Generating a heap of speed and unfortunately just not sticking it. Whoa, they're all going to the air now, Coop.
Yep. Bit of a jumping castle out there. You see Cooper Davies, he's not going to the air. He's sticking to the rail game, what he knows, and he knows how much dividends that has paid him in the last week. And we'll wait and see what the judges think of that one. I didn't fully see the whole thing. My mind was a bit scrambled watching the boys on the jumping castle, but we'll wait and see what Cooper Davies picks up there. The only complete ride out of those three, leaving Stewie Kennedy out the back by himself.
Dangerous position there, leaving Stewie Kennedy out there with first priority, looking for a score. We have the Destination New South Wales replay. Talk us through this one, Cooper.
Yeah, so hard off the bottom. Nice long wrap. Holds his rail. Same on the second one. So two pretty similar turns, but both very strong. We'll wait and see what the judges think. And Joel Vaughan, so close, but so far away. Gets really lofty. The amount of pop he gets there brings it all the way around full rotation. Gets what we call the shocky exploding back up into him. Makes it very difficult to land there. So he's going to be looking for another one. He's still trying to better that 3.75. He's going to leave a bit of pressure on himself. We'll wait and see what that last score for Cooper Davies comes in before we give you an update.
Cooper, you won your heat earlier. You've got another heat upcoming this afternoon. How are you feeling? You forgot about that. Sure you did. How are you feeling coming into this next heat? Are you going to change anything, or are you just going to stick with the same game plan?
I'll go down and watch it from before. I had a pretty fun last heat. Got a pretty stacked next one, I believe. I think I have Sheldon and Caius and I can't remember who else. Harry Phillips. So a few really big name surfers. I know I'm going to have to probably step it up a little bit, but as we're seeing out there right now, if you can pick up those pocket sixes, you're in with a pretty good shot. So it's going to back my ability. Try and maybe find a few air sections. I know both Sheldon, or all three of the other guys in the heat are going to be going absolutely mad. So just going to stick to my game plan. Try and find a bit of space between the competitors. I mean, I've been in the booth all day. I just want to catch some waves. I want to try and spend a bit more time standing on my feet rather than sitting in this booth. So wait and see. As we see Stewie Kennedy stroking in, 4 minutes remaining, needs a score. Wrapping that first turn around. Tied up in the pocket. Bang. Real fast second turn. Floats around it and throws a little fin ditch on the third. He likes it.
How was that claim?
He likes it.
Stewie Kennedy, the man from Lennox. He's only looking for a 5.41. He was happy with this one. Destination New South Wales wave replay on screen now.
I think he gets it by a fraction, but then Mikey Clayton Brown and Jolie Vaughan are only trying to better fours. I think I would have liked him to attack that second turn a little bit more, but really good flow there. Really drove through 4 turns, but we have seen a few waves in the last heat. We saw Taj Stokes get 5 turns on a wave for only 5 points, as we see Jolie Vaughan up and riding. A little bit flat at the start of this wave. This second section looks a bit better. Nope, out of there.
Seems as though the conditions are changing a little bit. I know that the outgoing tide, I'm not 100% sure what time that was, but it looks like the waves are actually holding up a little bit longer now compared to maybe a couple of hours ago. They're not shutting down as quick.
Yeah, we hit the bottom of the tide about 20 minutes ago, so conditions are quite difficult right now, getting very shallow. And as we see, Stewie Kennedy gets the score, like I thought, by a fraction, and Mikey Clayton Brown looking for a 3.8 now. You've got to think back to that wave where he kind of got a bit caught on the second turn, didn't edge himself in front, and Joel Vaughan and Stewie Kennedy looking the goods right now. But like we said, Mikey Clayton Brown only looking for a 3.8. It's going to be another good Mad Max minute.
Looks as though we've got a couple surfers looking at this one and opting not to go down the beach. Yeah, but Mikey Clayton Brown only needing that 3.8. And as you mentioned, Cooper, I think it really came down to that wave that he caught. Probably a missed opportunity, getting a little hung up on that second turn, which put him out of rhythm for that closeout Rio.
Yeah, let's dissect this one of Stewie. Nice looking wave on takeoff. I like how he really held through that first turn. This second one, he needed to pick up speed, so it was a nice jam. I probably ripped him off a bit before. Good float, and then real good flow into that next turn. Didn't give him that one big steep section. I'm sure he's going to watch it back. I don't want him to get angry at me. But no, good surfing nonetheless. Kept great flow and did what he needed to. That's the mature competitor coming out in Stewie, right? Stewie.
You're trying to dig yourself out of the hole now.
I know. Throw me a ladder. I'm in a hole. Nah, Stewie knows I love him, but he's got the score. I just got a message from Matty White, Mr. Carve. He said, go Stewie. At the moment, he is edged out in front. Mikey Clayton Brown looking for quite a small score, though. So coming down to that Mad Mex minute. First priority, Cooper Davies looking for a 5.6. Very capable. In the red, Mikey Clayton Brown. Here we go, Stewie Kennedy. He's dropped some big scores on lefts this last week. Bang. Throws it up there on that second turn. Let's see if he can build on that 4.4 and edge out a little bit further ahead of both Mikey and Cooper. Finishing strong there. He looks happy about that one. Mad Mex minute starts spinning. Burrito o'clock, and let's see, Mikey Clayton Brown doesn't need much. Nice first turn. Coming around the second. Throws it up for the second and the third. Wow, local boy loves it. Stewie Kennedy does not.
You could see that Stewie was just waiting too. Wow, back-to-back surfing here.
And Joel Vaughan showing why he's that ratings leader. So we'll wait and see. Stewie only needed a 4.76. He could edge up ahead of our surfer in the lead right now, but looks like Cooper Davies not happy with that last one. We're going to wait and see. I'm not a judge. I'm glad I'm not a judge because this last little exchange is going to be close. Mikey Clayton Brown, 3 pretty good backside turns. Got it up there nice and vertical for the third one. Smaller wave though. Stewie Kennedy tied together a couple nice ones. And Mikey Clayton Brown, there it is, 4.55, straight to the lead. Stewie Kennedy on the hot block. Did he better that 4.4? It was quite a small wave. We'll wait and see as we see the replay. Destination New South Wales bringing you this replay. Nice first turn. Up there over the second one. Did very well to hold on there and well to hold on to that third one. So clutching up from, let's say, maybe the underdog in this heat. And it looks like he's going to take that one out. So big upset there. Cooper Davies, last event, second place, bowing out. And it looks like Stewie Kennedy is also going to be exiting competition. Joel Vaughan, that guy does not lose heats anymore. And taking that one out, Mikey Clayton Brown. So that was heat number 2, round of 32 of the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. We'll be back with you right after this break.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
All right, welcome back. This is the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. Stop number 2. We are here at the beautiful Biribu Beach in Port Stephens, and it is the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro men's and women's WSL 1000 events, and well, all points very valuable in the Australia Oceania qualifying series. All looking for the berth on the Challenger Series later in the year, and potentially the berth on the World Surf League Dream Tour, the Championship Tour. That's the goal for all competitors in mind, and well, we're into the round of 32, and it's been action aplenty. Myself, Chris Anderson in the booth, joined by Britt Nicol, competitor and commentator. Lots of action today. It's been exciting.
Plenty of action, and it was, that last heat was exciting to watch. Clayton Brown, the local man from this area. We are, of course, at Port Stephens, Biribu Beach. He managed to get the score on that last wave and went straight from third or fourth straight into first. So the local surfer, probably say he was a bit of an underdog in that heat with Stewie Kennedy, Cooper Davies, and Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, definitely. It was just a doozy of a heat, and the way it shaped up for the round of 32 was pretty crazy. And I mean, it's kind of what you expect at these comps now, because every single competitor that I've spoke to just looks at the draw and just goes, it's the most stacked draw for a 1,000. It could easily be a 6,000 or a 5,000. So. But it just shows what the regional tour does. It brings out all the competitors, that are able to travel to these events very easily, and you just get an absolute stacked draw of the Australian Oceania competitors. Everyone loves putting the Rashi back on. Obviously, hiatus through COVID, limited events, things like that, and now everyone's just, frothing at the bit. And it's just really good to see, the World Surf League's done with the regional tours, and, especially Surfing New South Wales for the way they're kind of managing these events and the series they've got going on, and big thanks to VISSLA for getting this New South Wales series, and then it obviously rolls into the rest of the series, the 5,000s at Tweed and Newcastle. And we have a great heat underway now. This is a good heat, the round of 32, heat number 3, and it is none other than Noah Stocker in the red, Harley Ross in the blue, and that was him just then going upside down on the lefts. Billy Stairman in the white, and, Logan Steinweed in the green.
Another exciting matchup. We have live action in the water. Surfer in green, Logan Steinway. Great first turn. Frothy section, but puts it up there. He'll be looking to drop in another score. Surfer in green's already opened up with a 5. Harley Ross in the blues opened up with a 5.5. So quick start there for blue and green. Last of green, a 4.25. That takes Logan into the lead with 15 minutes on the clock. We are into the men's round of 32, heat number 3.
Yeah, I guarantee Logan could deadlift more than anyone in the competition. 100%. Have you seen the guy? He's his biggest unit. But he's got so much power as well. And the thing I like about him is he's so agile on a wave. He's really fast in transition, and he's so quick, in mobility. Usually big unit guys struggle with that agility and that quickness. And, if you looked at him in the street, you'd probably think he's a rugby league player putting on a jersey. But he puts on the jersey at the beach, and he's a very exceptional surfer. And look, he's out in the lead right now with a quick start. And 5-point ride, like you said, in a 4.25, backed it up. Harley Ross, single highest score of the event. Was having a good chat to him down the beach before, and he's fired up for another good year ahead. Noah Stocker, obviously seeing his roommates do battle up at Boomerang and looking to throw his name in the ring for the final series and get into finals day. And Billy Stairman, there's not much more you can say about him. He's ex-Olympian, represented New Zealand in the Tokyo Games, and I know that was probably the proudest moment of his life, being able to represent New Zealand at that Games, and especially with his surfing career. It's been really special. He's been around for as long as you can poke a stick at it. I think it was back in 2014 where he almost qualified for the World Tour. It was 2 spots off. So you think about how long that's been. That's 8 years ago, and he's still a force to be reckoned with, and just going from strength to strength, I feel. So this is a doozy heat.
Absolutely is, Chris. Yeah, it would have been a great privilege there for Billy Stairman. Completely different to this contest setup with, the QS event, the Challenger Series. The Olympics is a different world stage, different type of world stage to represent your country like that. And I'm sure that Billy Stairman would have loved that opportunity to represent his country in such a capacity.
And it's good to see him leading the charge of the Kiwi crew. We spoke to Kihu Butler before. He won his heat, and they all called Billy Dad because he cooks some brekkie, does the dishes. No, I'm sure he's just on top of him, thumb down, and he's a really good support mentor, and you can see the positive influence he has on the whole Kiwi contingent that are travelling together. They're a full wolf pack, those the Kiwis, and they're a great force now. And Kihu Butler, one of the standout performers in nearly every event. They all spend a lot of time on the Goldie, Safi as well, Safi Vetti. She spends a lot of time up there. So they always, they're used to these Australian waves and the regional tour now, obviously including New Zealand and the Oceania region. It's a great opportunity for them to get their foot into the Challenger Series, and hopefully the Dream Tour is in sights.
Here we go, the competitor we've been talking about, Billy Stammen, up on his backhand. Bit of a flat section, he'll carve around that one. Comes off the bottom, trying to get it a little bit more vert. There it goes, squaring up for that third turn. And riding this one all the way down the beach. The surfer in white, Billy Stammen from New Zealand, finishing off strong.
Yeah, no stranger to a left, coming from Raglan. He just goes upside down on his backhand every day of the week over there, and one of the most explosive backhands you've nearly ever seen. It's really impressive to see what he can do when you give him a steep section. This one, obviously, a little bit sleepy at the start. You could see it was bending out to sea. Then it steepens up there, but gives him that one nice backhand section. And he definitely took advantage of that one section. But the rest of the wave was, a little flat. There wasn't really much more he could have done on that wave. He almost surfed it to perfection for what it offered. We'll just have to see where that falls in. By the judges, maybe a mid-4, up in the 5s. Right on the 5. So, there it is. And like you said, I think he surfed that wave. It's a 5-point wave, and he surfs it to a 5.
Surfed it to its full potential. We have someone scratching into this one. Electing to go right. Interesting wave choice there for the surfer in green, Logan. He's looking to replace a 4.25 as his low score in his scoreline. I'm sure he'll be ready to make his way back out there and look for a better wave.
Yeah, it was an interesting wave choice. Obviously under priority and us, wanting to surf, getting excited. Into the round of 32, why wouldn't you be? And you got a great heat in front of you, and probably looked at that wave and thought maybe air section, but it just ran off a bit quicker than he expected, because you see the likes of, Kobe Clements, Mitch Parkinson. There's been plenty of them that have just gone out there and just tried to find one big section. And I mean, under priority, the talent that we have, and if you've got that air game, why not? Just hunt around, try and find a few waves, under priority, and if you get the chance of a close-up set coming your way, and the guys in top priority don't want to look at it, why not huck a huge air into the flats?
If you can do it, definitely do it.
Yeah, you don't find me going in closeouts. Not at all.
Ankle breakers. Yeah, it's been good to see a lot of the men here this afternoon take to the air. As you mentioned, Chris, it's a good opportunity for surfers under priority to maybe look at something that they might not have looked at if they'd been holding first priority. Mitch Parkinson was a standout for me earlier. He took off and got, I think it was a high 8, and then paddled straight back out and got another 7. So that just goes to show that one massive, big technical air. I think, like everybody seems to be throwing down airs, but it comes down to the technicality of it too.
Yeah, well, someone else who's been super technical, both in the booth and in the lineup, none other than the man, MCB, the local lad. Rolling on through into the round of 16, mate. Congratulations, great heat.
Yeah, thank you.
So talk us through it out there, mate. Obviously, good start. You got off for that big number, and then, struggled to find that backup. You had the wave, and then, had that little hiccup on that one before, and then how do you just compose yourself and just ice that last one?
Yeah, well, that's the best start I've had to a heat. I was feeling confident. I don't want to leave any heat sort of, knowing. I just want to finish a heat knowing I did my best, and I fell off on that one with the air, and then I just complete reset, only needed a 3.8, and then I know there was a couple lefts pushing down that you can get some turns, and yeah, just got lucky enough to get the wave.
Yeah, obviously a crazy heat. We'll call it the heat of the contest so far with those big names. So, you've had some good scalps so far in this event, and they keep rolling through. So, obviously confidence must be oozing.
Yeah, for sure. It's a massive confidence boost to beat, first, second, and third from boomers. So yeah, got to keep the ball rolling.
All right, give us a little rundown as well. What board you got under your feet? Because it's looking real solid. And
it's a JCD surfboards, local shaper from Newey. I've been working with him for probably 5 years now, so we're really getting our boards dialed, and yeah, really confident with my equipment.
Epic. And anyone you want to give a shout out to? I know you got a good support network, and obviously a local crew as well getting behind you. Anyone else you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I know Dad's watching from Saudi Arabia overseas working. Mum and Dad, Mum, my sister, everyone around here. It's really good to have a comp at home. Got to love the support.
Yeah, well, Dad, your son just took down some of the biggest names in the draw, and he's rolling onto the round of 16. So well done, MCB. Great performance, and keep it rolling. We'll see you on finals day.
Cheers, Chris.
Legend.
He is. He's such a genuine human.
Yeah. And you could see, even when he was in the booth earlier, just watching the surfing that was going down, he just loves the competitive aspect of it all, and he loves analysing it, and he's very passionate about what he does. And, well, we just heard some cheers there, so we see it waiting for a number of a Billy Stammer to drop. Take it away, Britt.
Up on his backhand. A bit of a steeper section here. Great first turn there from the man in the white, and absolutely belts that second one. Look at the power stance there. Billy Stammer in the white. Happy with that one, a 6.5.
I love the board short stance. They just stand up and go, yes. Like, it's so subtle, but so good.
So not subtle.
Yeah. No, that was good. That was what we were talking about before. Give Billy any steep section on his backhand, and, you know, he is probably one of the most explosive surfers going left on his backhand almost in the world. So he's, you know, groomed his whole style and repertoire on Point Break of Raglan. And he throws that X factor into it. Just it's the timing of it. It's just almost unlike anyone else. Just throws so much spray. And he's not a huge unit either, but it's just so much power to it.
I think for someone like Billy, like you mentioned, you know, coming from Raglan, surfing a left-hand point break all the time, a lot of the Aussies are so used to surfing right-hand point breaks. As we are watching the Destination New South Wales replay, surfer in blue.
That's Harley Ross, looks like. Two nice belts there and a third. So this heat is just started to go bonkers all of a sudden. And I will confirm that was Harley Ross right there. So surfer in blue getting a nice score as well. That looks like Logan on the inside. See if we can get the Destination New South Wales replay of that one. And that looks like live action now. So we'll wait for those scores to lock in, but there's been a bit of rapid fire action out there, and, well, Harley Ross locking in a great number, 6.65, biggest number of the heat for those those right-hand jabs on that really nice combo. And Billy Stammer locking in a 6.5 for the backhand combo on that left. So good to see the comparison there. Obviously, Billy's two big turns down the line, whereas you got the three combos from Harley, and Harley's coming just above. So that extra manoeuvre may be paying dividends there.
Potentially, it's, you know, interesting to note though, 6.5 and a 6.65, really not much in it. Billy had those two solid backhand turns, and Harley the three on his forehand. So great to see some nice surfing there from both blue and white. Logan Steinwaiter in the green now chasing a 6.5. Noah Stocker in the red, a 6.75. Billy Stammer up and riding again, keeping busy, Chris.
Yeah, here he is. Got a bit of a wall to work with here. We'll see if he tries to go to the air maybe. Just a nice little tag there. That one wasn't offering too much for Bill, but I feel like Billy surfed both of his waves as good as he possibly could have on the left. It's just hard because it's the wave's different on the left, whereas you're going very vert, but you got a bit of downtime in between the turns, and you got to wait for the next section. Whereas even though Harley's is probably a little bit smaller wave, and there's no downtime on the wave, it's one turn into the next, and it makes it more of a combo. Whereas you'd say Billy's was two big individual turns on the wave. Does that make sense?
A lot more drawn out with his bottom turns and that as well. Whereas on that right, they seem to run off a lot quicker. So you're finding the surfers trying to square up nice and early and maintain that speed, because if they're not kind of looking ahead, they're missing that whole section.
Yeah, definitely. So it's good comparison here. The judges, you know, obviously really loving the right-handers today and what they offer, the steeper sections. But Billy doing really well on the lefts, and those two find themselves in 1 and 2 advancing positions right now, and Harley trying to get tricky with it. Little spin to win. Tags that one in the pocket, and looks like a bonus section here and another. So that was a nice little combination there from Harley. And he'll be making his way back out the back. Well, look, just 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Where'd this heat go?
It has gone by so quickly as we have the Destination New South Wales replay on screen. Harley Ross in the blue, the current heat leader. Really attacking that first section, making the most of it. Straight into a second turn, and there's absolutely no downtime here between these two at the end. Didn't quite ride out of that last one, but Harley Ross, he was only looking to replace mid-range 5 from his scoreline. He's got a 6.65 and a 5.5. Billy Stammen in the white, still in second. We have a surfer looking at this one.
This looks like Logan up and riding. So surfer in green, racing down the line here, and you can see what's going to happen. And he was always going to go to the air on that one. Just one big section on offer, and unfortunately he goes down. But the surf from the Central Coast, Billy Stammen, that big backhand fin waff there, that's his vintage go-to turn, that one.
That second turn, it was a full head look back. If we, well, I'm sure we'll see this one again, but the first turn was really strong, and then the second turn, you just see him just absolutely put everything into it.
Yeah, this one
right
here, the big. That's his bread and butter there, Bill. He just has this ability to really waft almost the whole board out in his backhand, and well, there it is. The judges loved it. 6.4. So he's put himself up into that first position, taken himself out of the hot seat we call number 2 position. And, well, job has just got that little bit more difficult for surfer in red and green. Noah Stocker and Logan Steinwade looking for some pretty big numbers to move on through out of this heat. And we hit the Mad Max minute. This might be the most un-mad minute we've seen of the whole event, with some surfers behind chasing pretty big numbers.
They certainly are, and it's definitely not their surfing. It's more so I feel like they're just not quite finding rhythm out there, Chris.
Exactly what I was thinking, yeah.
Really hard out there. It's interesting to watch on the screen, but then you walk down the beach and it's almost a completely different ball game. So we have the front-on view here. You can see Jonah Crisp, looks like that, on the jet ski.
Want to get a bit closer up to see what Bill's doing, those big backhand wafts.
I'll be sprayed him.
Why wouldn't he want to get close and check those things out? They're crazy. So, like we said, unfortunately, Noah, he was probably the standout of the last round of 64. One of the best heats, for the whole round. And unfortunately, he's just come into this heat and couldn't find any rhythm, like you said, Britt. It's been the biggest cause for, him going down right now in this heat. And, well, a bit of a victory lap here for Harley Ross. I'm thinking punt section. I think everyone's thinking punt section, and that'll be all she wrote. We saw Noah behind him having a paddle. No luck. And so it will be unofficially Billy Stammen rolling on through. And in second, the man from Curl, Harley Ross. So the dad taking it down. And unfortunately, the other two surfers will go down to Maroubra at reset. And we'll be right back with more action from the round of 32. Don't go anywhere. We've got the Heat 4 coming right up.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
We're back. More live action from the World Surf League, Gage, Rhodes, Port Stephens Pro, QS 1000 men's and women's event. We have had a crazy day of action so far. Stop number 2 of the VISSLA Pro Surf Series. And we're here at Biribu Beach, the beautiful Biribu Beach in Port Stephens. and everyone out there around the world tuning in to the action. I'm sure they've been loving it because it's been absolutely gangbusters. And myself, Chris Hanover, in the booth, joined by Cooper Chapman. Look at this heat we've got unfolding right now in front of us.
Wow, great first turn there. Chris Saffers polishing that one off. We've also got out there in the red Kalani Ball, in the white Marlon Harrison. Marlon's been on an absolute blister performance this event, went mad in his last heat, and Samson Coulter, the Manly boy. So stacked heat. We are down to the round of 32. It is heating up down here as we pick up a Destination New South Wales replay. Marlon Harrison opening up his account. Nice little one here. Open up with a first little wrap, bringing around the second one. Gets a bit sudsy here and finishing that one off. Body language saying didn't love it, but good little start nonetheless. Chris Zaffers, on the other hand, big aggressive first turn, coming hard off the bottom, and finishing that one off far out. It's been a long day in here, lots of words.
Yeah, it has. And, well, Chris Zaffers, his first heat that he had today was unbelievable. He couldn't put a foot wrong. And tell you what, that Dylan-shaped surfboard, the Dylan long bottom board he's got under his feet, it looks like a magic sled because it just looks glued to his feet. And just like that, that's where you see what he can do. And obviously there behind him, Kalani Ball, just another surfer who is just in scintillating form. So this is a crazy heat that we see. And obviously Chris Zaffis just dropping in a 6.25 for his first ride. I think he's got another score to come too.
Yeah, that little full rotation air reverse, smaller wave. Interested to see what that comes in. He throws a little claim up. He liked it. And then Kalani Ball on the wave behind him. Very mature surfing. Aggressive second turn as we pick up the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Chris Zaffers. Smaller wave, trying to back that 6.25 up. Just setting it up quickly, setting it up nicely. Bang, throws it. Brings it almost around full rotation. Does well to ride out. As you see out the back, Kalani Ball, bigger wave. Nice first turn. Big fin ditch on the second. I think that's going to be the highest score of the heat. Kalani Ball tied together two really critical turns there. And yeah, trying to chase down Chris Zaffis with a quick start.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good number for Kalani. Probably going to fall in, like you said, top score of the heat. I think we saw a couple of numbers start filtering on through, maybe up in the 7 region. So we'll wait and see what the judges lock in for that one. But nonetheless, a great start to the heat for Kalani Ball. And, well, it's exactly what we expect out of him, you know.
Yeah, both Kalani and Chris have had a taste of that Challenger Series and Prime Series that we used to call it. Both having big results. We saw Chris Zaffers a few years back. I remember his performance over at the event in Irasira with a few massive scores. As we see, Surfer in blue. This is Samson Coulter. Bit of a flat start to this one. Bringing a wrap around. Getting a little fin ditch there. As we see at the top of our screen. Second wave score, Chris Zaffers. 6.5 for that air. They loved it. He loved it. And Kalani Ball, just like we expected, 7.25, best wave of the heat. Marlon Harrison on the fight back.
Yeah, so the Snapper Rocks lad up and riding, tagging this one through the lip. He's a really explosive, progressive surfer. And love that deep bottom turn. And wow, how was that quick whip? Just so precise. And, well, that's a great way to start your heat for Marlon Harrison. It's a good fight back wave after Kalani Ball and Chris Zaffis locking in some pretty good numbers. We see Kalani Ball's locked in at a 7.25, best number of the heat. And Chris Zaffis holding pocket sixes right now, 6.5 and a 6.25. Kalani Ball looking for a 5.5 to take the lead. And we'll go back to the Destination New South Wales replay. Take it away, Coop.
So we just saw this coming in somewhere in the 5 range. Nice first turn. Unfortunately, had to come up for the foam climb on the second, but I really like this third turn. Bringing it all the way around, a bit of variety. It's coming into 5.75, so that throws his hat in the ring. He's going to be looking for something around that 7-point range if he wants to chase down Chris Zaffis now. And we will wait for Kalani Ball to lock in his second wave to give you a true update. Samson Coulter sitting down in fourth, looking to kick something off to, bring himself into this heat. But pretty good start there for Marlon Harrison. He's been carrying a lot of form. He ran into a really difficult heat. I'm pretty sure it was in this round in the last event with a few big scores from both Stewie Kennedy and Joel Vaughan. We did see Joel progress earlier in this round, but we saw Stewie Kennedy bow out. So here we go. Samson Coulter. Big turn.
Oh, just coming unstuck there. So unfortunately going down there, Samson, not the start he had like his last heat. He bit of a slower start, but he'll look to reset. And well, with just under 13 minutes on the clock, he'll be looking to do something special, and someone's doing something special. The dad.
Bilbo
Baggins in the booth. Congratulations, mate. Good heat win.
Cheers, boys. What's going on in there?
Oh, not much.
talking the world's problems.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, it's all good in here, mate. There's been plenty of action going on. And talking to that heat, you know, obviously made a bit of a shift off the rights onto the lefts. Was that a bit of a game plan?
Yeah, you know me. I like going left. I'm from Raglan, so it was actually pretty tricky at the start. I was kind of just out of rhythm, and then the boys got a few at the start of the heat, and then I kind of just put it together at the end. Got a couple lefties, and yeah, managed to get a few scores.
Yeah, nice, mate. Obviously, you know, coming off, you know, a great last year. You know, you got to go to the Olympics, represent NZ. Obviously, huge, you know, moment in your career.
Yeah, it was such a cool experience just to be amongst the New Zealand team and be, you know, amongst the world's best and put my best foot forward and put it to the world champ, which was pretty fun. Almost broke my legs on the one punt I tried for sure, but yeah, I left it all out there and it was a cool experience, and I learnt a lot over there, so I thought I'd bring it over here and try and help the Kiwis along the way.
Yeah, mate, that's what I was going to chat to you about. How special is it kind of leading the Kiwi charge? I know you've got Kihu coming up a little bit later. What sort of advice are you giving to the younger guys and Safi as well? It's nice to see you leading from the front and really trying to inspire those younger Kiwis to put a mark on that Challenger Series hopefully later in the year.
Yeah, I learnt actually a lot travelling with the Aussies last year in the Challenger Series. You know, everyone was down at the beach supporting each other and just there for each other each heat. So I wanted to bring, you know, that along with the Kiwis, and we've got a good group of guys and girls over here, and it's good to, you know, be making heats and kind of showing them how it's done. But yeah, our vibes are good, and you know, we're staying in some cool places, and yeah, we're always laughing and having a good time and just really enjoying it. So yeah, it's super fun.
I bet it's nice just to be able to travel again. I know it's been tough from over in New Zealand with all the restrictions. It's nice to see you guys banding together, and like you said, that Aussie contingent, which I was a part of over there last year, was really special to see, and it's really cool that you saw that and you're bringing that into fruition for you guys over here with the Kiwi crew. So I'm rooting for you guys. As long as you don't draw me, I want you in the final. But
Cheers, boys.
Great, well done, Bill. Keep that back end firing up for tomorrow.
Thanks, boys. Have fun on there.
Yeah, the Bilbo Baggins. We'll
Good
take
insights.
him. Yeah, he's such a legend, Billy. He's so passionate, so dedicated. I got to spend a bit of time with him in Hawaii a few years back, and every single day he was doing the same routine. And speaking of routine, 7.55 Kalani ball. This is textbook. Big first turn, hard off the bottom, really aggressive second turn. Didn't hold anything back. Mix up third turn and then big layback. I thought that could have gone more maybe.
What
are the
that's
judges looking for?
I think that's 8.5s all day of the week, pushing it. If that's
Except
not excellent surfing, then I don't know. That, yeah, like I said, I really feel like that is one of the best waves I've seen of the whole day so far, surfed by Kalani Ball. Just the power he showed off the bottom. I'd love to see another replay of that of Reds, because it was just a really well put together wave and just power surfing at its best. So we'll see if we can get that Destination New South Wales replay again, because if you want to look at power surfing at its finest on a small wave, this is it. So Kalani Ball up and riding, all set up by these really nice bottom turns. First nice jam, that bottom turn there was amazing. The Larry, another crazy good bottom turn, and then once again just detonates the end section. I don't know what else you could have done on that wave, because that was phenomenal surfing, and you know, I've looked at waves all day, and that one really stood out for me.
Yeah, me too. I think the variety was really nice. The only thing you could maybe cruel him on is the first turn. He maybe didn't put in as much as the last three, but I felt like there was enough. I mean, he still got a 7.55. Don't get me wrong.
Yep.
It was a great score, and he put himself well and truly out in the lead in this heat. But like you said, that second turn, he put everything into it, and on a great wave like that you're going to get 4 turns on, we've seen a lot of surfers hold back a little bit on the really nice waves that allow multiple manoeuvres. Kalani really dug into that second turn. I like on the third turn, he brought it all the way around, didn't just go for that jam turn. And then the last one, it went quite small. He didn't just tap it closed after the first 3 good turns. He really went aggressive at it again. So, yeah, I'm on your side, Chris. I think that, in my mind, was up in the excellent range.
Definitely.
Well and truly stranglehold.
Yeah, and you touch on that first turn. I feel like the first turn was warranted, because had he not done the first turn the way he did, it wouldn't have set him up in the power source with all that speed. He obviously, it was a bit of a carve down, but he carved it back far enough that he accelerated off the bottom, so he just could hit the second section with like so much speed. And like you said, left through the kitchen sink at it. You know, I kind of compare that to Chris Zaffis' 6.25, the full rotation air reverse on a smaller wave. I feel like there probably could have been a bigger separation in scores between those two. But anyway, nonetheless, he's well out in front, Kalani Ball, and with surfing like that, I feel like we might be in for a pretty exciting back into the heat. And it looks like right now the ski is
calling everyone in. So we might have a bit of a stoppage here. And obviously the water ski taking precautions whenever necessary. That looks like Kalani up and riding. This wave probably won't count. So we're going to go on hold at the moment. We'll see what the issue is. Maybe a bit of a Noah's Ark swimming around out here. We are at Stockton, but we'll keep you posted. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and so we're on hold. The time has stopped, and we're going to bring the surfers in, probably in a cautionary measure, thanks to the lifeguards and the water safety, keeping our surfers safe at all measures. And we'll be right back with more action from heat number 4 in the round of 32. And this is the men's QS from Port Stephens.
What makes a place your place? Is it a place to play, learn and watch your kids grow? A place to have fun, laugh and belong? A place to work, kick back and share a beer with your mates? You can't touch it, put a price on it. You feel it. It's not about houses and cars and stuff. It's about people. The people you live with and share your dreams with. Your place might be big, it might be small, but finding your place, well, that's the most important thing in the world. Port Stephens is full of special places. We're planning for the future of our places in a way that makes it easy for you to understand and get involved. Coming to your place soon. Find out more on our website.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them, pure. takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters, where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
For the Gage. Oh, God. The Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. We are on hold right now, just doing a bit of checking out the ocean. We might have had a friendly friend out the back, so the water safety has brought the surfers in. We have had a great heat out in the water right now. Before we went on hold, we had Kalani Ball absolutely blitzing this heat. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm in the booth with Chris Enever. Who stood out to you today, mate? There's a few more heats left. We've got 4 more heats coming up after this. Who's been impressing you so far, apart from me?
There's been so many good performances here. It's been really special to watch. I mean, you can't go past the corrupt flip of Kobe Clements. Obviously, really special moment for him to bust that out in the heat of competition. Mitch Parkinson, really deadly out there. And then, like I said, that last wave of Kalani Ball really shone out for me. It was some great surfing. Yourself looking very deadly. There's been just, for QS 1000, I'm just mind blown by the level of surfing we've seen across the men's and women's draw. It's the hands down the hardest draw of QS, for a 1000 I've probably ever seen. And it's a real testament to WSL and what they're doing with the Australian Oceania regional series. And big thanks to VISSLA for putting on the surf series across New South Wales. It's just attracting so many good talents to a 1000 event, and everyone getting momentum to work through to the bigger rated events later in the year and Challenger Series, and hopefully dream to a qualification. You never know.
Yeah, this is that stepping stone, and you have to remember back to last year, guys like Callum Robson, Jackson Baker, Geordie Lawler, Connor O'Leary. Maybe not on these events, he fell off tour, but then once in that Challenger Series, there's that big opportunity, and Billy Stammen talked about it in his last post-heat interview. The Australia-Oceania region have really got back this mongrel and really created this amazing, strong community on the Challenger Series. So I was lucky enough to be there last year with the likes of Wade Carmichael, and Reef Hazelwood's another guy that was incredible on the Challenger Series. So big, strong contingent, but this year we're going to have a bit of a shake-up. Guys like Jolie Vaughan really putting his hat in the ring. Other people I'm excited for this event that I think are going to have a big run in it. Definitely Kalani Ball. He'll be back there. He's such an impressive talent, and we'll be seeing him as the rest of this heat picks back up in about 8 minutes' time. We'll be getting back out in the water, so looking forward to finishing off this heat. Chris Saffers missed out on that spot last year by the skin of his teeth. He's had a taste of it before, and he's really, really impressive. Once the waves get really good, so would love to see him back out there. Who else we got? Sheldon Simkus. Can't go past him. He was phenomenal. And another big one, Kais King. He got a taste of it a few years back in the Prime Series at Haleiwa. Put on a big mark, sponsored by Vans, and got to surf in that Vans event and really showed what he was capable of. So we've got some big names coming up later this afternoon, and you can't go past Nathan Hedge.
Yeah, the hog. You can't not smile when you see the name Nathan Hedge in the draw, regardless of what round it's in, and he's always going to be fired up. He's always going to be the most, competitive person in the lineup, hands down. And yeah, looking forward to seeing that heat. Looking forward to Hog take to some of those lefts. They're really starting to turn on. It's got a bit of a narrowbeam feel to it out there. And obviously the WSL protocol right now, any wildlife scene that's come into the area, we do have a 15-minute hold, compulsory hold. So we're on that compulsory hold right now. And we'll talk to you and keep you guys entertained during that time. And you were touching on it before. I think Joel Vaughan as well, coming off the win. He very well could have had 2 wins, down at Phillip Island, getting equal first to Jacob, but done on a count back. Then getting the win done, bouncing back. And even that last heat, scrappy heat, but when certain surfers were finding it hard to get waves, he just managed to find a good wave in every single heat he surfs. It's just, he's in rhythm with the ocean. He's in rhythm with his competition kind of tenacity, and everything's just in flow state for him. He's just, really good rhythm going on.
Yeah, he's got that great equipment under his feet, the Pizel Radius. We were chatting to him a bit earlier about it, looking dynamite under his feet. And I did have a chat with him after that heat, and I was like, mate, it must feel good. You feel like you're on that flow. And he's like, man, I was so nervous in that heat. It was such a stacked heat. And, yeah, we had in that heat that he progressed through Mikey Clayton Brown, the local boy. He was in the booth with us before. Great kid and taking down some big scalps. Unfortunately, losing Stewie Kennedy in that heat, and also Cooper Davies second place in the last event at Boomerang. So, like you said, such a big talent pool in this event. Everybody matching up in these early rounds, and yeah, not to mention next heat in the water after we resume competition with heat number four. We will have heat number 5. Reef Hazelwood, Alistair Reginato, Nathan Hedge, and Sandon Whittaker. Another fireworks heat coming up, and Sandon Whittaker, big fight back wave at the end of his last heat. He needed a 6.9 or 6.8. Picked up a wave with about a minute to go and got a 7-point ride. So he's coming off a bit of a shaky heat and fired back right at the end. So he'll be fired up. Hedgie as well. Really tough heat in that last round for Hedgie. He had in that last heat, I remember it was a really tough one. He had Xavier Huxtable, Mitch Parker dropped 15 points on him in the first minute of the heat. And then he also had Geordie Watson. So he's got through one of those really tricky heats, and he's going to have another one in his hands coming up.
Yeah, and that's the experience you see from Hogg. Knowing that one of your competitors has dropped 15 points on you with 2 huge airs, being the Hogg, you don't have the air game you really want to go to. He just sticks to his guns, and he's just power surfing through and through. And that's what you're going to get out of Hogg every day of the week. So to able to kind of, reset and obviously hear those scores come through, and it didn't phase him one bit. It probably actually fired him up more to know that there's one spot left to make through this heat. And he's just gone absolutely bonkers on a few of those lefts. And you just see the determination in his surfing. When he's under the pump, it gets better and better.
Yeah, I went down and actually had a bit of a chat with him. We've been travelling together a little bit on this leg. And I went and had a chat to him. And I was like, you fired up, mate? And he was very centred. He was very... Nah, I've always been like this before my heats. Very zen, focused on the task at hand, and yeah, I think he's internally fired up. We know if he bangs a wave, we'll see the Hogg claim come out, so cheer him for that. But he's going to have to get past Reef Hazelwood, Alistair Reginato, and Sandon Whittaker. Alistair's another one of those dark horses that I've been kind of saying a lot at the start of this year. Even last year, he's very close to a big breakthrough result. He had a semi-finals finish up at Boomerang, and I think his surfing is some of the best out of all of the guys in this event when he picks the right waves. When he's on form, he's very hard to beat. I had some training heats with him last year with Surfing Australia up at the HPC with B. Durbidge and a few of the legends up there, and we had 1 or 2 training days where he was untouchable. He absolutely waxed everyone. So wait for him to find a bit of form, and he's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, we look out to the images there. That's looking down the beach, and, well, it doesn't look like Australia, I tell you that much. It looks very Sahara desert-ish, and almost something you might see over in Skeleton Bay or something like that. The deserts running out to sea, and well, that looks like someone down the booth. Looks like none other than Cooper Davies. Mate, how are you, mate?
Yeah, not bad. How are we?
Yeah, good. We're just sitting in the booth, in the aircon, just kind of waiting for the action to kick back off. Give us a rundown of what's going on down the beach there.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought Noz was out in the heat before that, and I heard him chatting about something out there, and I thought maybe Noz was going to comp a little bit of a chomp somewhere. But, I don't know. He managed to get his heat and over and done with, and then, this has happened. But I think it's kind of no surprise down here. They're kind of... This area is pretty, it's pretty scary, I reckon.
Yeah, sometimes you get a few friendly creatures swimming on by, and obviously the 15 minutes... compulsory mandate from the water safety. The WSL requirement is if we do get any wildlife entering the area, we do bring the surfers in for precautionary measures and obviously the safety of everyone. Yeah. So, how what's your thoughts? Obviously, mate, we lost you in that last round, unfortunately. You had a crazy hard heat. One of the heats of the event so far, and that very well could have been a quarter-final, semi-final in a 4-man heat. But, obviously taking away some good surfing from this, nursing the knee injury.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of in a way, it's kind of been good for me. I think it's time to just rest between now and Maroubra and take it easy. But like you said, it was a hard heat, and the boys the competition in this 1-star is insane. Like throughout this whole series is just like everyone is as good as each other, and it's on the day and how you are on the day and the waves you get. Really, it comes down to it's pretty cool to see, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah, you just touched on that actually, because the competition is so hard. It's by far the hardest 1,000 draw I've seen, you know, with multiple events in a row. Usually you'll come across that one event where you're like, oh, yep, I can see a few standouts. But there's dead set 25 standouts in the draw, you know, in the first round and in the second round as well. And it's just stacked and everyone's kind of on that same level. So how do you give yourself a competitive edge, you know, in those situations where everyone's so, you know, so similar?
Yeah, I mean, you know, and it comes down a lot. I think everyone, you know, everyone's got their own routine and what they do prior to events and whatnot. And I think sticking to what you know and sticking to your routine and not really getting anyone else letting, you know, their thoughts coming into your head about different things and sticking to your plan and, I don't know, taking it step by step. It's such a big month of surfing and I think you can't get too ahead of yourself for sure.
All right, Cooper. It's Cooper here. I just
hey,
one. How are you, Cooper?
You're still filthy, ain't you, Freeze, when you beat him?
Nah, all friends.
No,
I just wanted to
exactly.
quickly touch on how nice has it been travelling with your good mates. You've had a few good results together. Who are you travelling with, and what sort of vibes has it been at home?
Yeah, I'm travelling now with we always Noah and Alistair, two Sunny Coast boys. Travelling with them at the moment, but also Reef he's been staying with us for this trip, so that's been really cool. He's an amazing competitor, and us three little dumb and dummers from the Sunshine Coast. He's been such a good add-on to the team for this trip to look to and see his, you know, different routines and whatnot and how he does things. But it's good. We get on really well. We, you know, always giving each other shit and sorry, probably shouldn't have said that, but yeah, we're always rattling each other's feathers. So it's a good what is it?
Camaraderie.
Yeah, if that's what you know. Yeah, it's good. We get on well with each other, so it always works good.
I feel like the Tommy Witts and the Richie Lovetts and TB and those kind of crew would be very proud. I feel like you kind of got that similar vibe of the Australian contingent. Those just, you know, like you said, those Muttley crews, guys travelling together, having fun, keeping it real. That's exactly kind of the vibe we had from those guys back in the day, and the Hog was a part of it. And you know, you saw that crew just kept getting bigger and bigger. And so I wouldn't be surprised, you know, in a few years that crew keeps growing because you guys are a very likeable bunch, and everyone's rooting for you, I feel.
Yeah, thanks, guys. No, it's good. I think you got to take it. You know, at the end of the day, it's all about who's having the most fun, I reckon. So, I mean, you know, taking it a bit too serious sometimes you can get ahead of yourself, and you know, things can go down or whatnot. But you know, we're all out here having fun and enjoying our time on the road, and especially when you know, now getting older, you got to start working for things and paying bills and whatnot. So it's enjoyable when you can kind of have a break and come and do this road trip, and you know, there's little bits of prize money in it too, which always is good. So it's a big bonus for us guys.
All right. Sure. Well, thanks, Heath, for checking in. It's been great having a chat to you. Hopefully we're going to get competition off real soon. We're going to chuck it back to an ad break up here in the booth. Thanks for your time, Cooper.
Definitely. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, the Coops. Love the hair.
Cheers, boys.
All right.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
All right, we're back here at the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series, stop number 2. This is the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro, the men's and women's WSL 1000 QS event. And, well, we have been given the all clear from the lifeguards. WSL compulsory downtime has been elapsed and the surfers are back in the water. So we are going to get underway in about 7 minutes. So the action will be back on and we'll be kicking back off with where we left off, and that was heat number 4 in the round of 32. Myself, Chris Anover, Cooper Chapman in the booth. We've been loving the action here, and that heat was really starting to, throw some fireworks at us. We saw that crazy wave of Kalani Ball, that 7.75. He's locked in pocket 7, so he was well out in front. I think we're going to kick off. I think there was about 7:50 left on the clock. We'll have to get the confirmation from the WSL. But there were some great waves, and here is the example of the best wave of that heat. This is where we were getting excited. Take it away, Coops.
Sets that first turn up nice, big second turn. That's the one we really loved. I love the variety there, bringing that turn all the way around. And once again, very aggressive closeout. We might pick up a few more replays from this heat, but what are you thinking right now, Chris? What are you telling if Laura's out there? She's been brought in because of this, and she's in 3rd or 4th. You get to go and surf a 7-minute heat. Couple new mindset shifts. There are 2 surfers well and truly out in front in this heat right now. We have Chris Saffers with pocket 6s. We have Kalani Ball with pocket 7s. Who else do we have in the heat, and what would you be telling them?
Yeah, so you got Samson Coulter. I know he had a bit of a slow start. He hadn't really got the ball rolling too much, and then obviously Marlon Harrison too. So Marlon had one good wave. I know he was right thereabouts in that
5.75.
5.75, I think it was. He had a pretty good number on the board. So he's right there to make a charge in the back end of this heat. This downtime, if you might have, someone like Sampson, you might have been a bit out of rhythm. You hadn't really got a score on the board. It gives you a chance to come in, reset, regroup, and just check out the conditions. Maybe kind of second question where you've been sitting, understand what maybe mistakes you made in that heat so far, and how you can polish it up in the back end. And you obviously get a second chance to go back out there and kind of restart the heat. And sometimes that's all you need. I know a lot of times when you do training sessions, you might go out and have an absolute shocker. You come in, you reset, you wind down, and you kind of assess what's gone wrong. You get back out there with a newfound sense of energy, and you can really kind of take off again.
Absolutely, and we'll see Chris Saffers and Kalani Ball really try and box this heat out. They're both sitting on some pretty heat totals. Marlon Harrison's going to be looking for about a 7-point ride with 7 minutes remaining, but look for Saffers to really try and push up that ante. He wants to get something up in that 7-point range and make it really difficult for Marlon, but sitting pretty out in front. Kalani Ball coming off a semi-final finish over at Haleiwa, the last Challenger Series event of the year. Very impressive performance there. He just scraped in by the skin of his teeth. I know we're sitting there patiently waiting to see if he was going to get a spot. He was just outside the cut line because going into the last event of the Challenger, we went to Haleiwa, and after France, they cut the bottom 15. It was brutal.
No
and
way.
Kalani was just sitting outside. I think I got in by like 1 or 2. And Kalani looked like he was going to miss out. We had a few injuries in Hawaii, and Kalani scraped in, and he really made his mark on that last event. Semi-final finish, his biggest result on the Challenger to finish the year, so he'll be fired up to bank a spot back at that first event at Snapper Rocks coming up 7th of May.
Yeah, and I love his approach to the waves. You can understand why he got such a good result at Haleiwa. He has the same approach in that wave as he did on that last wave there. Just pedal to the metal, just like throw the kitchen sink at every chance he gets, but it's so polished and so crisp and so confident, in his approach on the waves that he can just throw everything at it, and it never looks like he's going to bobble.
Absolutely, and yeah, he's really carrying a bit of confidence. Picked up the new sponsor with O'Neill right before heading onto that Challenger Series last year, and sometimes that extra bit of support by a brand can really build up your own confidence, and it can make you kind of drive yourself into that next year. And I know he would have been doing some work in the off-season, working on his surf and working on his equipment, and it looks like it's paying off right now.
Yeah, 100%. So the two more experienced competitors, you'd say, in Chris Saffers and Kalani Ball, holding down this heat. They've got a bit of a stranglehold on it now, but we're going to have about 7 minutes put on the clock, and this heat should be kicking off very shortly. And Marlon Harrison in 3rd, Samson Coulter in 4th. They will be looking, chuck a bit of an upset, see if they can rattle the cages of the more experienced Chris Saffers and Kalani Ball, but that's a hard job to do in those guys. They are ice cold.
Yeah, there's going to be hopefully a couple good opportunities for the men to finish out this heat, and then coming up in just after 7 minutes after we kick off, we've got a big heat on our hands. Talk us through it, Chris.
Yeah, well, Reef Hazelwood doesn't need much of an introduction. Probably the most exciting aerialist in the world.
he obviously took the world by storm when he launched himself in the air show, and he had that start in the Snapper Rocks comp, and it was all run at D-bar. And well, if there's not much of a better wave for Reef than D-bar, and those airs he was throwing in that heat, in that event, in both the comp and in the air show, was just phenomenal. And that was where he really set his mark. And then he obviously got a go in the air show in France as well. And he's just gone from strength to strength since having that confidence as well. Picked up the spawns with Hurley, and well, Reef Hazelwood in the red. Then we've got obviously Alistair Reginato in the blue. White, Nathan Hedge, and Sandon Whitaker will be in the green. So it's just a talent-stacked heat, that one.
Yeah, we've got an action-packed afternoon coming up. We've got 4 heats coming up after this one once we finish off the last 7 minutes. I'm excited. I'll be back out in the water last heat of the day. I can't wait.
Yeah, there's lots of big names left in the draw. If you just scroll through it, we're going to see the likes of Kobe Clements again. Very excited to see what he does coming off that big corrupt flip. See if he can get some more sections out there. Yourself, Sheldon Simpkins. I see, Mikey Madonna. It's just stacked back end of the day. Mitch Parkinson again off his big couple of heat score total. And then obviously Akihu Butler, the Kiwi as well. So that's just to name a few surfers that I see in the draw standing out in the back end. But every heat is stacked, and it's going to be really exciting to see what happens in the back end today, especially with the waves. They're kind of firing.
Yeah, it looks really fun out there right now. We've had a great day of waves. The wind has stayed pure all day. Light offshore, kind of blowing into the rights. That's why we've seen surfers go into the air on the right-handers. It looks like a north swell based on most of the east coast of Australia, but here in the corner, protected at Biribu, it's actually an east swell. So we've got some running lefts down the beach, a few punchy right-handers. They've been the big scorers for today. The only person that's really gone mad on the lefts is Billy Stammen. As we see, kicking off this heat, Kalani Ball. Looks like we're back in action, picking up where he left off. Big float to get around this section. And we're not going to go to break there. But Kalani Ball bouncing out the back of that one. He's still got his pocket 7s, and he'll be back out there. We'll wait to see if we can get a graphic up, if we have kicked this heat back off. Yeah, we have. And there we go. So 7.55 and 7.25, as we were saying, Kalani Ball, stranglehold on this one. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Chris Saffers moves up to first priority, 6.5, 6.25. He's looking for a big 8.3 in the excellent range if he wants to jump up above Kalani. But if he wants to better that 6.25 and make it a little bit more difficult for Marlon, that would be the goal for him right now in first priority. Marlon Harrison in third right now. He does have that 5.75, looking for a 7-point ride. And Samson Coulter picked up a 5.4 right at the tail end before we went on hold, and now he's looking for a 7.35. So third and fourth, well and truly in the heat, but they need something special.
Yeah, and I guess that's what gets really exciting for all the surf fans out there like us. We know that 7s and 8s have not been easy to come by, and if they're going to look at finding those 7s and 8s, they're really going to have to try something exciting, because you can't hold back and try to get a 7. The judges have made that very clear. This whole series so far, if you want to score over the 6.5 range, you've got to do something really exciting. We think back to the last wave of Kalani Ball that won the replay we saw. That was a 7.5. So that's going to be the kind of benchmark that Samson and Marlon are going to have to think for if they want to kind of hit that 7-point range. And thinking about that, that's exciting for us surf fans at home to see them try to, bank scores like that.
Yeah, another thing that we have to pick up on is that the judges have got to reset as well. They need to think back to the heat that's already been happening and really make sure their judges their scores dial in to replicate what's already happened in this heat. Sometimes with that 20-minute gap in between, like we just had due to some WSL protocols, can maybe make the judges take a bit of time off, reset their mind, and they have to try and make sure they get these scores slotted back in. And hopefully we get a few good opportunities as we see the last 5.5 minutes dial in come down on this last heat.
Yeah, and I'm sure they will be. Some of the best judges in the world down here. And the whole crew at Surfing New South Wales doing a great job, and the WSL to make sure everything's running so smoothly. And even if, when this heat kicks off, the last wave they're going to have in their mind is that wave of Kalani Ball. So, looking at that 7.55, I really could have seen that going into the 8.5s, but all it means is it's a benchmark. It's where the scale's set for this heat. If it's not an 8.5, then the 7.5 mark is where it's at, and they're going to compare that wave to every other wave ridden if a score gets close to that 7-point mark. So that's why it gets exciting for us to make sure these guys absolutely go for it. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Marlon or Samson throw to the air in the back end of this heat.
Yeah, if you're a coach right now for Marlon or Samson, you'd be saying, we just watched Kalani's last wave. He went bonkers on it. Only scored a 7.5. Well, only. It's still a great score. So we know Sampson and Kalani are going to have to go big. And here goes Sampson. 5 minutes remaining. Let's see what he can come up with. Nice little first snap. Coming to the end section. Knows he has to throw it. Throws for the full rotation. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on that one.
Yeah, so that was a tricky wave to ride. It kept kind of running away from him. It didn't really give him an up and down steep section to really work with, and then he kind of got to that end section with not enough speed to really huck it to the flat. So tricky wave there. He'll reset. He's under fourth priority, so he'll be just hunting around and seeing what he can find, and we'll see how Kalani Ball and Chris Zaffis kind of play out the back end of this heat. Chris Zaffis looks like he's just going to sit out there and make sure he's on the next best wave that comes into the lineup.
Yeah, Chris Zaffis sitting pretty in the second place right now. Solid heat scores, 12.75. Looking at Kalani's above him, doesn't look as impressive, but as we've seen today, 2 scores in the 6-point range has been a really solid heat score. So he's looking to book himself into finals day, which will be coming up tomorrow here at the Gage Roads Port Stevens Pro.
Yeah, he got it out finally, but here's Samson Coulter on a nice left. Unfortunately, just a bit of downtime. It's steepening up now. He tags it through the lip.
Wow.
And here's a better wave. That was a really explosive turn. So, wow, we'll have to see what the judges think, because that wave, the lefts haven't really been given the big numbers today, even though we've seen lots of good surfing on it. I haven't really seen many lefts go above the 7-point range today. So, what do you think, Coops? Take it away.
Like a little bowly, right? He could have got a snap to air, but first turn's a little bit flat. Judge is going to be critical on that. And it's just coming as a 5.5. First 2 weren't too exciting, but bang, this one was nice. And then this was one of the better fourth turns we've seen on the left. See that huge rooster tail of spray come out the back. Unfortunately, not exactly what Marlon was looking for on that one. Once again, a really solid heat. Pocket 5s, but not quite enough with the likes of Chris Zaffis and Kalani Ball out in front in this one in this last little 7 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, I feel like, probably the fan crew of Marlins probably cheering at home, thinking that could have almost been the score, because you look at the turns that he did on that wave and how long it was, and it was quite exciting. That last turn especially, obviously the best turn of the wave, but I definitely can see where the judges have kept that score in check. And 5-5, they've been doing it all day. They've been pretty critical on the lefts because they have been a lot flatter, and they've really wanted to see that big first turn and utilising steeper sections. Obviously, no discredit to Marlon. He surfed that wave probably as good as he could have surfed, but the wave just didn't offer the steep critical sections to get those big points on offer. The rights have been the pick of the litter to offer those big first sections, and we saw Kalani Ball and Chris Zaffis do exactly that.
Yeah, Marlon's had an amazing performance the last 2 events. Come up in this round of 32 twice in some really difficult heat draws, and surf great heats, but unfortunately didn't make it through the one up at Boomerang. Lost to Joel Vaughan and Stewie Kennedy in this one once again. Solid heat score, but he's come up against 2 of the top-ranked surfers in this draw, but I think he can take a lot of positives away from these first few events. He's been surfing so strong, really making his mark on this qualifying 1,000 event. And here we go, Kalani Ball just wrapping a little turn here, a bit of a victory lap, hit that Mad Max minute as we see Marlon Harrison behind him. What's he got? Let's see a big punt, Marlon. Give us a go at it. Boom, there it is. Throws the fins, hang 5.
Cockroach.
Almost sticks it. Maybe a hammy, but unfortunately that's not going to do it for Marlon Harrison. See if Samson Coulter can pick up an opportunity. Chris Zaffis will be sitting out there with first priority, sitting on Samson Coulter like a rash. But we'll wait and see if he can find a bit of space in this Mad Max minute. 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we're going to wind this one down. There, it looked like Chris Zaffis on the wave behind, so he would have been utilising priority there to hold off Sampson. And will Sampson get a chance at that score? He's looking for a big solid number, well up into the 7-point range. We saw Kalani Ball with a bit of a victory lap, just so explosive and powerful. And Marlon had the right idea behind him, but the wave obviously backed off on him a bit. Couldn't really ice that last one and just kind of throw him for the fences. Here's Samson Coulter. He's racing down the line in this one, tagging away. I don't think that's going to be the number he's requiring, so we'll wait and see. No, unfortunately, with that fall off, I don't think that'll be make any difference in this heat. So you'd have to say, officially moving through, it will be Kalani Ball and Chris Zaffis into the round of 16. We'll see them on finals day. Unfortunately, Marlon Harrison and Samson Coulter will be resetting, moving down to the Mad Max Pro down at Maroubra. And that is the wrap-up of heat number 4. After that bit of a delay, we're back into action, and heat number 5 will be coming up right after this. It's a cracker. Don't go anywhere.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. And those that visit are transformed. Almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Welcome back to the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined in the booth by my good friend Nathan. We are into heat number 5 of the round of 32. 4 heats left today. Out there in the red, we have Reef Hazelwood. In the blue, Alastair Reginato. In the white, Nathan Hedge. And in the green, Sandon Whitaker. Who's your pick, Nath?
Cracking heat. Based on Hedge's performance yesterday on those lefts, I reckon he could be a good chance. But you just never know. They've all been going down to the wire, and a couple of upsets too, so we'll wait and see how it goes. But yeah, waves are still good. We're back into competition. We've got a couple of heats to go to round out the day, and yeah, we'll be prepared for an extravagant finals day tomorrow.
Oh, great word. Love a good vocabulary. So,
thanks, mate.
Next heat as well. Don't go anywhere. The heat after this, we're going to see Micah Margus and Lennox Smith, Mitch Parker and Kihu Butler. What a cracker that's going to be. So don't go anywhere. We've got plenty of action coming to you right now from stop number 2 on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Stop number 3 on the Australia Oceania qualifying series. Everyone fighting for those spots. First event at Snapper Rocks for the Challenger Series. The stepping stone onto that world tour where all of us surfers dream of being. Been a good stepping stone for a lot of the young Australians. This series that Surfing New South Wales and the World Surf League have put together has been incredible. We've seen so many great Australian young talents march on through. There's a really strong Aussie contingent last year on the Challenger Series, and dare I say we're going to have a very strong contingent once again because we're in great hands with people like Reef Hazelwood, Alastair Reginato, just to name a couple who are out there in this heat.
Yeah, we've got a good future ahead of us. Yeah, like you said, we had amazing brigade of young Australian surfers that all made it back onto the championship tour last year. Callum Robson, Jacko Baker, all have surfed through this series the last few years. So this is definitely where to start and to get a spot on the Challenger Series to then get your CT spot. So exciting stuff, and yeah, we're here and it's pumping.
Yeah, Jacko Baker's qualifying story started right here, I believe. Last year he took this event out and he went on to bigger and better things. Came second place in the event at Irasira Challenger Series. Massive breakthrough result for him. Unfortunately coming up just short against Ezekiel Lau, who we know is such a crazy competitor.
Yeah.
Very strong Hawaiian, but Jackson was in there with the fight and really flying that Aussie flag and kicking off that Challenger Series. Big result for the Australians. Wasn't much going on at the US Open for the Aussies, but once Jacko kicked off there, the Europe leg was absolutely stellar. So here we go. The Hog, what's he got?
So up on his backhand, gets that floater. Nice one float on that one, just probably going to be a small score due to it being a smaller wave, but it was very Hedgie-esque, I'd say, that backhand float. So he's started off just with a 2.5 for that smaller wave, but he'll be happy to have the feet in the wax. I think his first... Oh no, he would have surfed this morning. I was going to say it would have been the first team. He would have been in this today to get the feet in the wax, but he's already had a surf. All these guys have surfed through the round of 64, so I'd suggest there'd be a couple of tired boys.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'll tell you about tired this afternoon. After being in the booth all day, surfed a heat. I'll be coming up in the last heat. So if you are sick of hearing me talk, you can watch me surf a little bit later. But first, we've got to get through a couple more amazing heats. So Nathan Hedge opening up with a 2.5. 5.5 minutes gone in this heat. A little bit of a sleepy start. Not too much action just yet. Hoping for a few really nice waves to finish this one off. I'm sure we're going to see some fireworks from both Reeve Hazelwood, Alistair Reginato, and Sandon Whittaker. Big 7-point ride for Sandon right at the end of his last heat to edge his way through. So I'm sure he's ready to kick this campaign off in the round of 32.
Yeah, I think Sandon's one of those competitors that probably hasn't had the results go his way in the last couple of QSs. His surfing is just absolutely there. He's an absolute gun, but his surfing just has been a bit unlucky in some of the QSs. So good to see that he's made a couple of heats here at... where are we again?
Biribu.
Biribu. I was
Reeve
about to say
Hazel.
Boomerang.
That was last week, brother. Long day. Here we go. Reeve Hazel giving this one to Alistair. First trap. Kind of missing that second turn. Don't think the judges are going to go too high with that, but getting something on the board nonetheless. It's really interesting. I actually drew a few comparisons to Sandon's surfing with Nathan Hedge earlier this morning. Sandon 7, he gave a really good little Hedgie flick turn right in the middle, and I was like, oh, there's Hedgie. And here we've got them both in the same heat. And speaking of Hedgie, he's found his left. Oh. Bang, big vertical first turn. Love to see it. Brings it around, a little bit soft second turn. Let's see if he can build a bit of speed and get something critical to finish. Wraps it around. Comes on through to the next section. Wow, finds something aggressive there. They're going to be loving that one. Somebody who was loving it out there with a bit of a strange heat, Kalani Ball. How'd you go, bro?
Yeah, a weird one, but got those two good ones at the start and was pretty confident going into that back 7 minutes. Had to end up getting into priority and then, just taking my time.
Good on you, mate. It's Nathan up here in the booth as well. Obviously, you locked away a couple of 7s before that weird little break. But what was your sort of tactic approaching the last 7 minutes? Obviously, you said you had got back into priority, but what was sort of the tactic after that break?
Yeah, well, I was third priority when I was going back out, so I just kind of wanted to stay wide of the two boys that had prior over me and try and sneak something, which I thought that first set was going to hold up a bit, but it closed out. But and then after that, I just try to get into the rotation and kind of hold down the last few minutes of the heat.
Yeah, unreal. So you've been in really good form in this event. Obviously, a goal of yours would be to take it out and get back onto the Challenger Series. Am I correct?
Yeah, definitely.
100%.
Yeah.
Good on you, mate. Well, we've been looking at your surfing, and you're looking really spicy. So thanks for joining us, and good luck in the finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Cheers.
Good on you.
That's Kalani Ball, winner of that last heat. Very impressive surfer. He was a standout in that Challenger Series last year. Huge result at Sunset. Haleiwa, last event of the year on the Challenger Series, semi-finals finish. I think we put him up there somewhere in the 30s range on the Challenger Series. So big showing by him. But right now we see out in the water, Nathan Hedge locking in a 5-point ride on his second score, taking up to a total of 7.5. Bit of a slow start here, Reeve Hazelwood, just a 1.5. And here he goes. He's having a look. Top priority, and this looks like a bomb. Talk us through it, Nate.
Yeah, so Reeve Hazelwood was our top seed at Boomerang going into that event, and jamming that first section. So he's come into this event as a really high seed, obviously with that Championship Tour experience over the last few years, and he'll be looking to qualify for the Challenger Series where it kicks off at Snapper Rocks in May, and then follow that up, and he'll be looking to achieve a good result there and get back on the Championship Tour permanently. Yeah, he really will be, and I don't think anyone would be surprised if that happened. He's such a phenomenal talent. Just a 2.2 on that last one. He's got a bit of work to do in this heat, just a 2.2 and 1.5. Sandon Whittaker, unfortunately falling off on that last turn. Great first turn, and it looked like a huge second turn. Unfortunately, catching that nose, just a 2.9 for him. And with 10.5 minutes remaining, we have Nathan Hedge up in the lead, 5-point ride, 2.5. Alistair Reginato, 4.5 to kick off his account, but now just sitting there waiting next to his good mate from the sunny coast. We heard Cooper Davies just before having a bit of a chat to us, letting us know that Alistair, Reeve, him and Taj Stokes are all staying together, so
We've got a little bit of a friendly fire matchup right now with Alistair and Reeve. We'll wait and see how the last 10 minutes of this one pans out. Bit of a sleepy start, though.
Yeah, well, we've seen Alistair in most of his heats in this event. He's been just taking his time in his heat earlier today. He locked away, I think, a couple of 6s or 7s, but waited till, the halfway point of the heat to get going. So, yeah, I reckon he's in pretty good shape, obviously, in second with priority. He's got a 4-5 under his belt as a solid foundation, and he'll look to build upon that.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what they come up with. It looks like Sandon Whittaker moved a little bit to the further to the north right now. That one's going to close out on him. We, of course, could not be here without our amazing sponsors. This is the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series stop number 2 here at Biribu Beach, presented by Gage Roads, Port Stephen Pro. We have supporting partners at this event, all doing a massive, massive job to get this event running, supporting all of this amazing surfing. We have the Port Stephens Council, Newcastle Airport just down the road from here, Destination New South Wales, bringing us all these amazing replays. The World Surf League and Surfing New South Wales, we could not do it without you guys. A massive thank you. Also, PRD Real Estate, Port Stephens, supporting the event. Great to see the local businesses getting behind this. We've got to give them a big shout out. And also Chaos Surf Shop. Love a local surf shop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got to support your local surf shop. So get out there, get down to Chaos Surf Shop next time you're up at Port Stephens. Also, we couldn't be doing this webcast. You wouldn't be listening to our squeaky voices all day if it wasn't for Volkswagen and Mad Mex. So big thanks to all of our supporting partners. We couldn't do it without you, and it's really important that we get this support because, like we said, this is such an important stepping stone for so many amazing young Australian athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. I always love all the grassroots companies that jump on board for all our events. So, they're integral to the event formation. So we've got 8.5 minutes, just under 8.5 minutes to go here. So Hedgie's currently in the lead. Alistair needing a 3.01 to go to first, and you can see Reef and Sandon in third and fourth respectively, needing pretty small scores to advance at this stage. So all 4 of the gents in this heat would be hoping to get another wave under their belt and increase their scoreline.
Yeah, and we've seen Hedgie move a little bit further down to the south, trying to find his own peak. He's sitting in third priority. See if he can pick off another one of those lefts. He would love to move up a bit further ahead than he is right now. Nobody is safe in this heat. It is anybody's game. Nathan Hedge out in the lead with a 5-point ride and a 2.5. Alistair Reginato in the blue. He's in second right now, holding on to just a single wave of a 4.5. Reef Hazelwood just a pair of 2 and a 1. Same with Sandon Whittaker, just a 2.9 and a 0.5. So can't give you a really updated update right now until we get the surfers catching a few more waves and really breaking it down. So we see Nathan Hedge down to the south scratching into this one. He never misses a wave. Lots of speed into this first turn. Bang. Oof. Let's see a square up. Boom. That's good surfing there by Nathan Hedge. And a third one. Hangs on there. Nice little Hedgy flick out. Body confidence. We love it.
Yeah, smaller wave, but definitely got some damage done. The ex-championship tour surfer. And it was really interesting yesterday seeing, we wrote about we talked about in the media releases and stuff, that it was funny yesterday seeing another chapter of the rivalry between the Okalupo Hedge matchup, obviously because Hedgie used to surf a lot against Jay Okalupo's father Mark, so that was pretty interesting to see another layer to that. But yeah, we saw a good number dropped in just then for Nathan Hedge.
Yeah, 6.25, so judges liking this one, building a lot of speed to pick up the start of this one, coming hard off the bottom, really aggressive off the top, squared up really vertically. I think the judges have realised conditions may be deteriorating a bit. The tide is quite low right now. And that right wedging back up, 3 solid turns, 6.25. Hedgie's going to be really stoked with that one because, as we can see on the left of our screen right now, everyone else having a bit of trouble out there right now. Reginato looking to back up that 4.5. He's going to edge out further in front. We see Sandon Whittaker sitting a little further north than everyone. Looked like a nice little wave there. Couldn't quite get into it. And Reef Hazelwood, bit of a sleepy start for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So Hedgie showing a bit of the QS experience. Obviously, he's been doing this for a very long period of time and seasoned competitor. So, yeah, and he's obviously sitting away from everyone too. So he's got a game plan and he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's found his own little peak down the beach there. Just scratching inside of the area right next to the free surfers. Maybe trying to hang next to the jet ski a little bit and get some bit of guidance from old Crispy over there. But Nathan Hedge, stranglehold on this one. The top 2 scores of this heat. All other surfers really struggling to get going because we saw some good scores in that last heat. Pocket 7s for Kalani Ball, pocket 6s for Chris Zaffis, and right now everybody's struggling to even get off the mark. So we're coming down to this 5-minute mark. We're going to see some tactics come into play, and we're also going to see some fantastic surfing, I think.
Yeah, And obviously, yeah, with not many waves coming through, different tactics for different people. Hedgie's obviously opted to try and stay a bit more busy, get a couple of the smaller waves, and it's worked really well for him so far. But we'll wait and see if a set does through. Obviously, the other three guys, Alistair Reef and Sandon, are going to get a prime opportunity.
Yeah, and you're going to see Hedgie paddle up to the other competitors now. He's got his waves. He doesn't need anything else. He's going to wait. If Reef or Alistair get a wave and it doesn't go above him, then he can sit and control them with priority. So Hedgie's sitting pretty right now. We're going to wait and see as we see surfers copping these ones on the head. Maybe a little bit out of position right now. They've seen Hedgie get his waves down the beach. They might have shuffled a little bit and taken them off the peak where they'd been backing themselves, as we see another wave rolling through. Bit of a closeout. So 4.5 minutes remaining. Very tense times for the surfers in second, third and fourth right now. We'll wait and see what they can come up with. But sometimes these are the most exciting heats. You mightn't see a big score to the left right now, but you'll watch this next couple minutes and it's going to be very exciting. So I'm excited to call it, and yeah, we'll see who can come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Alistair, obviously needing with only the one single score, he'd be feeling a little bit nervous knowing 4 minutes left, Reef and Sandon right on his heels, only needing two pretty small scores. But it has been sleepy, and hopefully they do get that opportunity.
Yeah, so how I'm sitting out there right now, this is my mindset. I've got a 4 point. If I'm Alistair, I've got a 4.5, and I look at Reef only having a 2.2 and Sandon having a 2.9. If it's me, I'm a big thinker. So I'm out there going, all right, if we all catch a wave, I need to make sure my wave is within 1.5 of Sandon's, and then I'm still fine. It needs to be within 2.3 of Reef, so I don't have to push as hard as those guys. He's got first priority too, so if he can put something up in that 5-point range even, he's going to make that requirement really tough for Reef or Sandon. So
for sure,
we'll see how he plays out the end of this one. I wonder what's gone through his mind. Maybe a little bit different to my little crazy mind. But I think he's going to realise that he needs to pick up something very soon.
No, you're very methodical. I wouldn't have thought about it like that. So with all the different...
I'm a weirdo. Weird's good.
Stringy numbers. No, I like it. That's good.
I'm a big thinker. When I'm out in the water, I usually hear the scores come through for everyone, and I know exactly what I need. I waste all of my mind power adding up maths in my head, but I usually know what I need before the commentator tells me. But that's the way I like to break it down sometimes. It keeps my mind in the present moment, in the situation at hand, and we see, wow, 2 minutes 40. This is going to come down to the wire. The Mad Mex minute is going to maybe be the most exciting we've had all day. Not the highest scores of the heat, but it is one of those really exciting ends to this one.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. We've got a couple of epic heats to round out the round of 32. Take us through who's surfing in the next one, mate.
Yeah, so coming up in heat number 6, we see them paddling out at the bottom of our screen right now. We have Micah Margison, Brendan Margison's son, coming up in the red. Needs no introduction, one of the most stylish surfers of all time, Brendan Margot, and his son following in his footsteps. So he'll be in the red. In the blue, we have Lennox Smith from down South Coast. He was very impressive in that last heat. Scratched through right in the last seconds, buzzer beater air reverse on the buzzer. So look for him to be throwing down some big airs in this heat. Mitch Parkinson, wow, talking of big airs, that guy threw down an 8.25 and a 7.25 in the first 2 minutes of his heat in the last one. So he's going to come out swinging. And then Kihu Butler, the surfer from over in New Zealand, an amazing talent from over there, one of the friendliest guys you'll ever meet, and he's coming up in the green. So 1 minute 35 remaining. Wow, there hasn't been any action in this heat at all, but that makes it even more exciting for this Mad Mex minute. I can't wait.
Yeah, we're getting close to it. Only 30 seconds to go until we get to it, and can see Alistair Reginato getting a 3.65, so creating a bit more of a buffer on our surfers in third and fourth, Reef and Sandon.
And look at the hog, feeling it right now. You love to see it. That's got to make every surf fan smile. Just like watching Kelly a few weeks back. Watching the guys who have been there, done that, having big performances is really inspiring for myself, and I believe every surf fan out there. As we see that Mad Mex clock spinning around, right now we do have Nathan Hedge out in the lead, stranglehold on this one. We'll wait and see what his last score is. Alistair Reginato did lock in a quick backup. Reef Hazelwood on a big looking wave, huge first turn. Looks like he's held on to that one. Big wrap, and look at the horseshoe coming back at him here. Bang, huge closeout Rio, and he loves it. He didn't get the result he wanted in the last event. He's fired up. He needs a 5.95, and the roommate, Reginato, might be making the breakfast tomorrow morning for Reef, because we'll wait and see what the last score is, but dare I say it's going to be a huge one.
What do we chat about just then? That Mad Mex last minute, just guys going to town in that last
huge
exchange.
First turn. Look at that horseshoe on it. You love that as a surfer. You go, wait, here it comes, bang, thanks for coming. So we'll wait and see. He loves it. We love it. Gave us something to talk about because this heat was very sleepy. Nathan Hedge had a stranglehold on it. We'll wait and see. Thanks to Destination New South Wales for that replay in this Mad Max minute. Reef Hazelwood, 7.5, wave of the heat. He takes up into second place and throws the big full rotation. Looks like the clock was done there. But nonetheless, it looked like he did march on through in second place behind Nathan Hedge. This is the Gage Road Port Stephens Pro. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm in the booth with my good friend Nathan, and we will be right back after this break.
What makes a place your place? Is it a place to play, learn and watch your kids grow? A place to have fun, laugh and belong? A place to work, kick back and share a beer with your mates? You can't touch it, put a price on it. You feel it. It's not about houses and cars and stuff. It's about people. The people you live with and share your dreams with. Your place might be big, it might be small, but finding your place, well, that's the most important thing in the world. Port Stephens is full of special places. We're planning for the future of our places in a way that makes it easy for you to understand and get involved. Coming to your place soon. Find out more on our website.
Welcome back to the live action. We are into day number 2 of the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro. We have the men's round of 32 in the water. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Nathan Riverland. How you going, Nathan?
Good, Britt. Good to be back in the booth with you. The conditions are still some good waves happening out there. We saw a bit of a sleepy heat that last one, with a bit of damage going down in the last few minutes, but yeah, fingers crossed we'll get a great heat here. We've got only a couple more to round out the day.
We have Michael Margerson in the red, Lennox Smith in the blue, Mitch Parko in the white, and Kehu Butler in the green.
It was a good start there for Kehu Butler, getting a couple of really nice hangers in on that right-hander. And here goes Blue, dropping the hammer. Wowee.
That was a solid man turn, that one. The surfer in blue just absolutely laying everything into it. That was Lennox Smith, New South Wales competitor. Michael Margo answering straight back.
That was a pretty epic turn there from Mike. It was pretty reminiscent of his father as well, Margo. Very just digging really deep on that with that elite rail game. So good exchange to start this one off. You can see Kehu Butler's first score is 6.75. Mike getting a 6.4. So those two getting the top 2 scores of the heat so far, with Mitch getting a 4 and Lennox Smith with a 3.75.
We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Surfer in white drives hard off the bottom. Great bottom turn, drifting into that top turn. And straight up over the lip. Bit late to that section, but he managed to get around it. Finishing off on the inside and just unfortunately unable to stick that last one.
So that was Lennox Smith. Oh, sorry, that's Kehu Butler's last number. So getting 2 strong hits in on that one. So big thanks to New South Wales Government and Volkswagen, our sporting partners, for the replays there.
We have had a 6.75 locked in for the Kiwi competitor in the green, Kehu Butler. Mike Amargo is locked in that 6.4. Minchie Parko in the white a 4. And Lennox Smith a 3.75. Still plenty of time remaining, 16.5 minutes. This is, of course, day number 2. We'll be wrapping up things tomorrow. Exciting finals day action. How are you feeling about that one, Nathan?
Yeah, really looking forward to it, Britt. We've had some epic surfing going down across the whole VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series, and it's been no different here at Biribu. Here's Mike Amargo pumping on the brakes. Big hack out of the top. Gets another good section here to hammer. Drifts the tail. Just gets towards that little sudsy inside bowl. But, another good score, I reckon, coming in for Mike Amargo. Not sure if it's going to be as good as his first number, but I reckon he'll go reasonably close.
I feel as though the work was done out the back. That last third little section, he kind of bobbled underneath his board. We've got the destination New South Wales wave replay here. Micah on a great looking right. A lot of power behind him. Cracks that first one, throwing a heap of spray. Bit of a frothy section, and just kind of catches that little bobble there. And straight up and out of that one. Got a bit of a rain squall coming across here at Biribu Beach. Coming from both directions. Right in the middle of it.
There you go. Numbers come in at a 6.55. So judges have said that's a better score than his first one. So he's got a good control over the heat with we're only 5 minutes in, and all 4 surfers taking an opportunity early in this one. We saw the last heat was pretty slow, and damage was sort of done in the last couple of minutes. But these guys maybe noticing in that last heat, going, okay, it's a bit slower. I need to make sure I'm staying super busy.
100%, Nathan. There has been a fair few slow heats here today at Biribu Beach, and those competitors that can capitalise on the first half of the heat and really lock in those scores early have been the ones who have been getting through and not really leaving those things to the last, Mad Max minute in those dying stages. Micah can sit out there now with a 6.4 and a 6.55, and, realistically, he doesn't need to take off on any waves that he deems less than a 6.4, otherwise he's not going to increase that requirement for the surfers in second, third and fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see Kihu Butler with starting off with a 6.75, so it's been the best score of the heat so far. He's needing a 6.20 to go to first, but you can see Mitch Parkinson and Lennox Smith pretty hot in his heels, only needing between a mid-2 to a 3. And here is Mitch Parkinson flying down the line. We saw his epic performance in his round 3 heat, taking to the air there. By this stage of his heat in round 3, he had 2 8s tucked away already.
Lennox Smith up and riding. Great first looking turn, straight into a second. Oh. Wow. The young man in the blue, right in front of fellow competitor in the white.
How's the control on that second hanger? That was insane.
He put himself in a position where he could have fell them, but managed to ride out of it. So great surfing there from Lennox in the blue. Wait for those scores to be locked in for both white and blue. Mitch Parkinson has kind of raced along the line, went for that air at the end and unfortunately not able to stick it. There we go. Lennox Smith, an excellent score, an 8. He's backed it up with a 3.75, so things are really starting to heat up here in round 32. Heat number 6 of the men's.
That's exactly the start or the first 10 minutes of the heat that Lennox Smith would have wanted to have, having an 8 tucked away already, knowing that he's got a 3.75 as his backup. Most heats surfers have been getting through with 12 or 13 point total, so if you can just improve a little bit on that backup, it's going to hold him in good stead for the back end of this heat.
That certainly will. Surfer in green sitting out there with first priority, sitting in a pretty good position even though he is in third place. He's locked in that 6.75, looking for a 5.01 to advance with 12.5 minutes on the clock. Wouldn't really be feeling too safe for the surfers in first and second at this stage. And Mitch Parkinson in fourth, looking for a 7.76. And you mentioned it earlier, Nathan. Mitchie today, he locked in 2 airs within 3 or 4 minutes of the heat that he surfed previously. And it was an 8, a high 8, and some type of a 7. So Mitch Parkinson, you definitely can't rule him out. As soon as he gets one of those sections, I'm sure he's going to put some good numbers on the board.
Yeah, it was pretty clinical performance he put on in his round of 64 heat in that third round. Yeah, he had an 8. I think it was an 8.75 and a 7.55 within the first 2 minutes of the heat. So he set himself up really well and didn't really have to do any more work in the last 18 minutes.
3 surfers scratching for this one, but it's the surfer in green with priority going for it on the first section, and he's not going to get much out of that one. So he'll head back out there and look for that 5.01. White, Mitchie looking further down the beach. What's he got for us?
So he's opted not to persevere with that one, getting a bit soupy on the inside. But yeah, we mentioned Kehu Butler just before. He's currently sitting in third, needing a 5.01. Great to see the Kiwi contingent travelling on this VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. You've got Kehu Butler, Billy Stearman, Safi Vetti, all hanging out together and cheering each other on, which is really good and great to have him over here on Australian soil. And had a bit of a chat to Billy Stearman earlier. He chatted about just how good it was to be sort of fostering the younger crew through it. Obviously, he's been a seasoned competitor and done it for a long time, but Kehu Butler and Safi Vetti sort of jumping in on the fun and are really enjoying this series.
It is great to see, just to have that support network, you know, like I know they're just over the ditch in New Zealand, but it's always good when you're going to different countries and different events to have that local support, you know, from home. And here he is, Kehu Butler up on his forehand, cracks that first section. He's looking for the second one and manages to lip line. It's a critical finish there for the man in the green, looking for a 5.01 to advance with 10.5 minutes on the clock. We'll wait for that score to be locked in.
Looks like White also having a bit of a look, but opting not to go there. That was Mitch Parkinson. So Micah Margison's currently sitting in first with priority. Obviously a great position to be in. You can see that last score for Kehu Butler is coming to 5.5. So he's in second, needing a 6.20 to go into first. But yeah, so he was pretty close to moving into the lead with that last score, but just not quite there.
It will be close between first, second and third at this stage. We have the Destination New South Wales Wave replay on screen. Kehu Butler in the green, the Kiwi competitor. Great bottom turn, putting that arm in the water and really holding on to it. And critical section there at the end would have been easy for him not to make that, but he managed to stick it nice and compressed and riding out of that with confidence. So the surfer in green sitting in second place now, looking for a 6.2 to take the lead from the surfer in red, Micah. 6.4 and a 6.55. However, Lennox Smith in the blue has locked in the highest single wave score of this heat so far, so he's in a good position to progress.
And here's Micah Margison, our current heat leader, connecting beautifully with that first section, double pumps it into the second one, and looking really smooth and spicy, and I think he really liked that one.
He is full of energy right now, Micah in the red. Absolutely on a flare. He's just got such a natural style, so much flair, just really fluid to watch, easy on the eye. We've got the Destination New South Wales Wave replay. Talk us through this one, Nathan.
Yeah, so Micah just gliding nicely into that one and was just loving those quick double pumps between the turns, squaring himself up past the whitewater. And yeah, he absolutely loved that, and I think that score just dropped through. I think it was a 6.85, so he's extended his lead. And he's looking pretty and in a really good spot going into the last sort of half of this heat.
He was that psyched that he just did a little bunny hop. Like completely popped himself out of the water.
He's looking super energetic, so he'd be feeling pretty good about his surfing. He's been definitely a standout of this event so far. Probably didn't get the result he was after at Boomerang in the first stop at the Calf Great Lakes Pro, but here at the Gage Road Port Stephens Pro, he's on fire and looking nice and spicy.
This event, of course, would not be possible. This is the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 1000. It wouldn't be possible without our amazing supporting partners for this event. Port Stephens Council, Newcastle Airport, Destination New South Wales, World Surf League, Surfing New South Wales, PRD Port Stephens, Chaos Surf Shop, and our webcast partners Mad Mex and Volkswagen. We, of course, would not be sitting here live in the booth bringing you all that action if it wasn't for our amazing supporting partners. And webcast partners, I will mention that this is our second stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022, so great to have VISSLA on board again for this surf series. Got a number of events up and down the New South Wales coast, giving these surfers the best opportunity they can to qualify for those bigger events and the challenges coming up.
Yeah, so we've got the Mad Max Maroubra Pro coming up, and then the VISSLA Central Coast Pro. So really looking forward to the last two stops of the series. But obviously we've still got plenty of action to come here at Biribu Beach. And yeah, we'll be crowning our event champions tomorrow. And today's actions really set us up for an epic day tomorrow. And the surfing is just absolutely superb. So really, really looking forward to tomorrow's action and the last few heats of today.
Well, we can't get too ahead of ourselves because
No.
we've still got plenty of action here this afternoon. Coming up next, heat number 7 of the men's round of 32. Kobe Clements, Mikey Madonna, Grayson Heinrichs, and Hinata Azawa. That'll be heat 7. Heat number 8, the final heat of this round, will see Sheldon Simkus, Harry Phillips, Cooper Chapman, and Caius King.
Some epic heats to round out the day. So there's no easy heat. There's never any easy heats in QSs, but jeepers creepers, we've got some epic surfers in this draw, and Kobe Clements has been a highlight of both events, actually of the year on the QS series. He had a quarterfinal finish at Phillip Island, followed it up with a quarterfinal finish at Boomerang, and he's into the round of into the round of 32, and he'll be hoping to make a dent here at Biribu.
Consistency certainly pays off. It's all come down to how consistent you are in those heats. Progressing through the rounds. Well, talk about consistency. Micah Margison, 6.85 and a 6.55 sees him in the lead. Lennox Smith up and riding, is already locked in at 8. Looking to move into an advancing position. Can he ride out of it?
Wow.
And he does, just appearing out of the whitewash out of nowhere.
That was pretty awesome. He just disappeared there, didn't he, Britt?
He sure did. Lennox Smith in the blues, only looking for a 4.25.
I reckon he's going to get that number on that one. We saw one of the smaller air reverses earlier go for a 3.75, so that's going to be much better than that. And some scores are just starting to come through, and it's looking like a pretty healthy number for Lennox Smith.
So that was a 6.5 there for the surfer in blue. That will take him straight up into... I have a feeling he might go into the lead with that.
Yeah, with an 8 and a 6.5, so wow. Back and forth heats. You can see just into the back end of this one, like we've had all day. The magnets just getting shuffled. So Lennox Smith's now taking the lead with an 8 and a 6.5. Micah Margison pushed to second, needing a 7.66 to go into first. You can see Kihu Butler needing a 6.66 to go to second, and Mitch Parkinson with priority, bit behind the 8 ball at this stage, needing a 9.4 to go to second. So it's going to be a tall ask, but we did see him take to the air in his last heat and get a couple of 8s, so he definitely has the capacity to do that.
Mitchie did actually break down this morning. He had to get a lift from the Surfing New South Wales crew in their VW Volkswagen Amarok. So good to have Surfing New South Wales on board. He called it the Surfing New South Wales Uber. Got him here to the event.
The Volksies have been epic. We've been using them all trip, and they've been absolutely second to none. So massive shout out to Volkswagen. Vehicles are absolutely pristine. Very much have enjoyed cruising around in their fleet of vehicles. So yeah, massive thanks to Volkswagen for that.
Just over 3.5 minutes remaining. So Mitchie Parko in the white. Chris Senever's just, telling me that looks as though Mitch Parkinson's broken down again in this heat. He's looking for a 9.4 to advance. Snapper Rocks board rider. Well, Kihu Butler in the green, chasing that 6.66. Up and riding, current heat leader, just a quick up and out. That was Lennox Smith.
It's going to be super entertaining next heat. You can see Kobe Clements in red, Mikey McDonough in blue, Grayson Heinrichs in white, and Hinata Ozawa in the green. That was a good little hit off the top to finish that one off for Micah Margison. So 7.66 is a pretty tall ask to move into the lead. Not sure if it's going to be there, but he's in second, getting the feet in the wax, and he's looking pretty well in control in second place. You can see Kihu Butler needs a 6.66, so it's got to be a pretty solid number to overtake Micah.
Definitely more than capable of getting the score. It looks as though Mitch Parkinson is taking off. Pedal to the metal, surfer in white. Bit of a down carve there, setting up for that bottom turn. Great looking turn there. He's waiting for this section to steepen up. So Mitch Parkinson, a great looking wave. Is he going to go to the air on this last one? And he does, just riding out of that one smoothly. The man in the white. Currently in fourth, chasing a near perfect 9.4.
It's going to be a tall ask. You can see he needs an 8.25 to even just move into second. So probably not a judge, but I reckon he's most likely going to stay in fourth place after that effort. It was a pretty awesome wave, but tall ask to get a 9.4 to go into second. So we see a replay of him here, courtesy of Visit New South Wales and Volkswagen. And with some pretty awesome surfing. He's looking really smooth rail to rail. And chucking a bit of variation in on that last manoeuvre. So you can see that numbers just come through for Mitch Parkinson at a 5.95. So he's still going to be in 4th place. He now have a 5.95 and a 4. So that was his best score of the heat, but yeah, he's still pretty behind the 8 ball.
Kehu Butler. I wonder what just went down. Surfer in green was requiring a score to progress. He's got some urgency in his paddle there, kicking, trying to get back out. There wouldn't be long left on the clock now. We're watching the competitors in that next heat make their way into the lineup. And there we have it, Mitch Parko in the white, now looking for a 7.45 to progress. Surfer in green, 6.66. Not exactly sure what he did while we're in that replay, but we are down to the 1 minute mark, the Mad Mex minute. Burrito clock.
Could do with a burrito right now. Makes me hungry for dinner. Yeah, so getting towards the tail end of this one. So Lennox Smith, great position to be in. 45 seconds to go. He's locked away an 8 and a 6.5, so he's looking pretty in first place. Looks like he might take this one out. Micah Margson in second with a 6.85 and a 6.55. But a super entertaining heat, this one. It's gone, yeah, really back and forth, and we've seen some awesome surfing, and it's been action aplenty as opposed to the last couple that have been a bit slower, but nevertheless, they've all been great heats. And blue, Lennox Smith blowing the tail on those first 2 sections. So perhaps a little victory lap there for Lennox. He's been on fire all day, so he'll book his spot in the finals day. This Kehu Butler just goes down in the whitewater, so looks like we'll say goodbye to Kehu Butler and Mitch Parkinson out of the event, and we'll hopefully see them at the Mad Mex Biribu Pro. But Lennox Smith and Micah Margson moving through this heat and into the round of 16. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of the action after this. You're watching the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro.
We are back to the live action here at the Gage Roads Bruco Port Stephens Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 1000. My name is Britt Nickel, joined in the booth with Chris Enevar. How are you going, Chris?
Yeah, mate, I'm really good. Enjoying the action. It's been red hot down here. Been an exciting afternoon, and well, it doesn't get much more exciting when you get to see the Hog Hedge out in action. And well, he's down there right now, and we're going to throw over an interview with the Hog, mate. You had a crazy hard heat that one, and you just waxed them. How good does it feel to get a couple of lefts under the board and under the belt, and you have a good heat out there against some of the rising stars?
Yeah, I think, you know, just having this series on here, you've got the best guys in Australia. It's really quite amazing to be part of. You know, I think it's kind of looping back to how it used to be, such a strong domestic tour, and then on to, you know, bigger and better things. So it's just a privilege to surf with, you know, the best guys and, you know, the next generation coming through. It's amazing. Yeah, mate. Well, you're always an inspiration to watch go into the water. How do you approach these heats? You know, you've got the likes of Reef Hazelwood, you know, Alistair Reginato, some big names, also Sandon Whitaker. It was a crazy, you know, heat of performance surfers. And then how do you stick to your guns and just kind of do your thing and just kind of get out there and just try to really stick to that power game? Well, I guess it's just about backing yourself and trusting in your own game and working to your strengths. You know, and if I get the right sections and the bigger waves, you know, my surfing will do the talking. So it's just about trying to be on the best waves. If you're not on the best waves, you don't get through no matter who you are. So just trying to navigate the lineup and trust that the waves will come, and you just never know what, have a good 20 minutes, anything can happen.
Yeah, mate. And well, looking at the forecast, you've got obviously this event here. I know you were pumped up when we were having a chat up at Boomers. Just looking at the forecast, getting a little bit excited, seeing the waves coming. So we've got some big swell on the horizon for the Mad Max Pro, and obviously good waves on the horizon for this event. And it's looking positive with the waves that are out there right now. How do you feel going into finals day and then into Mad Max Pro?
Oh, listen, mate, it's just one wave at a time, one heat at a time. But it's makes it so much better when there's waves. I mean, it's just, we'd be out there having a really good free surf right now, so to be able to put on a rashie and have it in a contest is just even better. So it's just a celebration of good timing and, a lot of effort for it to all come together, and, it's a special thing to be part of.
Well, mate, we're loving what you're doing down here. We're loving the inspiration you keep bringing to it. The Hogs fired up, and so is everyone out there in Webland. I'm sure they're loving to seeing what you're doing, and all the best for finals day tomorrow. We'll all be cheering for you.
Awesome, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
That's the Hog, and how's it not? You can't not put a smile on your face when you see him just doing what he's doing. It's almost Kelly-esque. Just bringing back the old dog.
I feel like he's holding a little bit of energy back. Like, normally Hoggy's pretty energetic. He looks so cool, calm and collected just then.
He was. I was trying to get it out of him.
You were. I could tell. You were trying to fire him up with some energy, and he was just giving him some poker face.
Yeah, no, he's holding his cards close to his chest there. But yeah, it is good to see Hedgie, diving into these events, and I know he's every heat he surfs, he's got his daughter Summer in his mind, and he loves performing for her. And like I said, I think that goal of wanting to surf snapper, he's made it pretty clear in the Challenger Series. And now it's good to see him getting some momentum through a draw here, and with good swell on the horizon, I think anything's possible with the Hog. And we've seen him, he won an event last year, one of those specialty events up at Queensland, one of the Queensland Cup events I think it was, and took down all the young guns there. And I very much thought he could have won the final in the Usher Cup as well. So there's been some specialty events that Hog's been dabbling in and getting some really good results. And like we said, he's like Benjamin Buttons. He just gets younger as he gets older. And well, in the break, we saw Mikey Madonna get a lock in a 6.75 to kick off this heat. Did you see that wave of Kobe Clements? I thought my knees would have literally exploded if I'd tried that air he did. He just did the biggest air into the flats. I don't know if we got a replay of that one of Red's, but check it out. This is kind of almost cringeworthy to watch, but Kobe Clements just swinging for the fences. He just hucked the biggest air into the flats. And yeah, tell me how your knees are feeling after seeing this replay if we can get it up.
Complete ankle and knee breaker. I'm sure I've seen Grayson or one of the competitors also do like a handstand or a headstand in that interview. It's pretty interesting to watch. Just try not to giggle mid-conversation with the Hog.
Yeah, that was a funny one there. And I guess we're going to be going rapid fire because we had a bit of a delay in the interview sector. So we're going to be rolling straight into another interview, and we're looking like it is none other than the surfer in blue, Lennox Smith.
Hey Lennox, it's Britt Nickel. How are you feeling after that heat?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. Oh, still pumped.
Mate, so it's been a good roll through this event. Obviously, mate, the waves are looking super fun out there. How do you kind of compose yourself and find the right ones? And big playing field, but how do you kind of knuckle it down and get a good tactic going into that heat there?
Before the heat, I kind of just sat like in front of where the waves were, and it was kind of like next to the lifeguard tower. So I was just eyeing off them rights out there, and hopefully like jag one within the first few 5 minutes, because heats before I was like starting super slow, and it just made me more nervous. So I was stoked to get a few at the start then.
So good to see you through to the next round, Lennox. Talk us through how you're feeling. Like, have you surfed Biribu Beach before?
No, this is the first time I've ever been here, but the waves are so sick.
So describe with your positioning. I know that there's massive sand dunes down the beach, and then you've got the surf club up the top. Just for those viewers at home, can you talk us through how you position yourself in the lineup when there's actually nothing to line up with on the sand?
Yeah, the beach is so long, and it's like full of sand dunes, and then there's a lifeguard tower like towards the north kind of thing. So I was kind of just where the Surfing New South Wales flags are. There's like a right out the front, and then down the beach there's peaks everywhere, and I don't know, kind of just was eyeing off in front of the flags.
Yeah, mate. Well, you started with a big 8-point ride, and that was really impressive. And then, obviously, to wax that epic air, that was really cool to see. how do you keep your composure? Obviously, the heat draw here is absolutely stacked for a 1,000. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, before the heat, I looked at the draw and I was like, holy crap, I got a pretty big one. But yeah, I was just kind of sticking to my guns and yeah, stoked.
Well, whatever guns you're holding on to, keep them close to your chest because, mate, it's working. And we're loving you're rolling into finals day, full of confidence. What's your tactics taking into tomorrow, do you reckon?
I just think the same as today. Keep busy at the start and go from there.
Yeah, nice, mate. Well, we're loving what you're doing down here. All the best for finals day tomorrow, and go rest up.
Yeah, thank you.
Could not wipe the smile off Lennox's face if you tried.
Very excited, Lennox Smith there, and why wouldn't he be? It was a crazy hard heat. Took down some big names in that last one, and we have seen that. There's been some big scalps going down today, the likes of Mikey Clayton Brown doing the same, and some of the young guns rattling cages once again here at Biribu Beach. And someone out there right now with some big experience under his belt. He's only young, but he's up and riding just there. The style man, Mr. Mikey McDonough. And there it is, just Mick Fanning-esque. I keep saying it. He's just got that Mick Fanning style, with his own kind of tweak to it, which is really cool to see. Just groomed his style on those point breaks up at Lennox Head. And out in the lineup right now, it is second last heat of the day. Kobe Clements in the red, Mikey McDonough in the blue, Grayson Hendricks in the white, and Hanada Azawa off a great performance earlier. He's out in the green. Been a bit of a slow start for Hanada here. Have to see if he can get busy in the back end of this heat. Kobe Clements holding on to a 6.5. And, that big old knee breaker we saw while we were in the interview with Hogg. Couldn't hold on to that big straight air, but we see his intentions very, very clear.
Certainly see those intentions, and we've been watching it all day here. The guys have certainly been taken to the air. They're spending more time in the air than they are in the water, but there's definitely been some scoring still with that rail-to-rail surfing. Judges really rewarding that strong, committed, straight up and down surfing as well. So Mikey McDonough in the blue. No stranger to a good right-hand point break, but we are on a beachy here. We have the Destination New South Wales Wave replay. Surfer in red.
And that was what I was talking about in the break we saw from Hedgie. I was really hoping he was going to come up okay, and it looks like he is. Made of titanium, Kobe Clements. He just, that was really hard to watch, and here he is up and riding now. So everything looks A-okay. Board's in fine, legs are fine, and he holds onto that one. So our cat-like reflexes, Kobe Clements. He's thrown himself off a building, and now he's just found himself a nice left. And that'll be a good backup. He was holding, that 6.5, and now he's going to drop in a second number. So wouldn't be surprised to see him take the lead with that one. Mikey McDonough holding the biggest score of the heat, 6.75, backed up with a 3.2, and Kobe Clements, he's not going to be looking for much more than a 3.5. And here's the response from Mikey McDonough. Nice looking wall, tags that one through the lip, off the bottom again, and there's that real Mick Fanning-esque fin waft to finish that one off. And very stylish, Mikey McDonough, looking very confident and comfortable on his equipment.
Just the way he drifts out of the turns, it's so easy and so nice to watch. Whoa.
And there's Hanada Zawa. So, can he hold on to that one? Oh, I think that's one of those real close ones the judges don't deem complete. And look at the control here from this end turn from Mikey. Nice one in the pocket. And then sets him up for that end turn and just drifts the fins. Tricky wave to ride. You got to appreciate the control there. And Kobe Clements getting real low.
Really critical section. He just placed that perfectly then on that lip line. Great surfing there for the young man. 3 New South Wales competitors have all come through the Surfing New South Wales system as juniors. Kobe Clements, Mikey McDonough and Grayson Heinrichs.
Yeah, it's crazy. The average age in this heat must be around, 19. They're all full youth, but with so much experience under their belt. And Hanada Zawa, I love the extension on that turn. This is what he does every day at Burleigh Head. So, just vintage backside surfing. And, Grayson just finding a tube and a big old float the boat to finish.
I don't think anyone else has got barreled yet. It might be our first barrel of the contest.
Yeah, that was pretty rad. We'll see the Destination New South Wales replay take it away. Brett
Just perfect takeoff there, the grab rail, and went straight for the floater. Didn't get real deep. There wasn't really much on offer there, but great to see the young man in the white. And here we go. Grab rail, bottom turn. He does it again here, the surfer in green. Setting himself up. Money turn was probably that second one, and straight into a third. So throwing it up there, Hinata Ozawa in the green. Currently in 4th place, but I'm sure he'll be jumping a few of his competitors.
Tell you what, if you want to know how to do a backside bottom turn, just go watch Hinata Ozawa, because he has got it absolutely dialed in. And, well, there it is, 6.25. So a great start for Hinata. Bit of a slow start to this heat, but, well, you only need 2 waves. So he's locked in at 6.25. He's thrown himself right in the heat here. Grayson's maybe a little bit behind the 8 ball here, holding on to a 4.75 and a 3.9, looking for a 6.9. Hinata Ozawa looking for a 5.41, both to take second. And, well, in second, Mikey McDonough looking for a 6.00 to advance, or sorry, to take the lead. He's in the advancing position right now, but in the hot seat, and Kobe Clements looking pretty solid out in the lead with a pair of 6s, a 6.5 and a 6.25. And we're down at 6 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock.
You can see, looks as though that might be Michael Crisp out there on the jet ski. We have Michael Crisp and Jonah Crisp on the skis from ALS, keeping the competitors safe in the lineup. So great to have those guys on board.
Yeah, Crispy out there with his carved ski goggles on, keeping those retinas intact.
It's an interesting sight when you can get close to it.
Yeah, looks like just full Disco Stewart there in those things. But 5 minutes 40 on the clock. And as we roll through this day, it's been a massive day of action. Plenty of exciting performances by a lot of these athletes. And, well, here's someone who's very exciting to watch. Nice float the boat there. All style and big carving turn there. We'll see if he can finish this one off. And that was a really nice finished wave there. Put together 3 good combinations of turns. So we'll see where that one falls. I think it's going to be a little bit better than his 4.9.
I do agree with you on that one, Chris. You can see the last turn there from Mikey, pretty much a complete replica of the previous wave that he caught. Here we have the Destination New South Wales replay. Floats over that section, comes hard off the bottom, really bringing it around for that carve, and just he really just drifts with it, compressed as he finished, and coming out with a bit of confidence. The surfer in blue from Lennox Head.
Mid to high 5. We'll see what the judges think about that.
There we go. Should be in the judging booth, not the
There
webcast.
it is, 5.65. So yeah, I've seen a few waves today. I'm in the flow state of the judges right now. Dialed in. But, yeah, that was a good wave there. Mikey McDonough just extending that lead a little bit. Just keeps adding to the requirement for Grayson and for Hinata. So Hinata now looking for a 6.16 to take lead. He's in take second. Grayson Hendricks, he's in third, but he's looking for a 7.65. That's because he's holding on to a smaller top score than Hinata. But here is Grayson, a nice hook under the lip. And a big backside hook. Very Matt Miola-esque with the deck pad, and got that real raw style to it. But 2 huge backside hooks there, and that'll be his best number, I think. So looking to reduce that requirement. We'll see if it, maybe goes around that 6-point range. Oh, it's going to go right up there. It's going to get close. 7.35. Judges loving the commitment to the lip there and the combination of turns. All set up by this big, deep bottom turn. Grab rail bottom turn. First hook in the pocket, and then the second one, he really gave it some and kicked the fins out the back. He loved it. You can see the body language. I love that close-up look. It just gave that bit of added kind of flair to it, didn't it?
It did, and this heat is really starting to heat up here with 3.5 minutes on the clock. Look how close it is between first, second, and third. Keeping in mind that the surfer in fourth has also got a 6.25 and yet to lock in that second wave.
Yeah, if Hinata locks in a 6, it could be an absolute boil over in the Mad Max minute, because everyone's going to be looking for a score, and it could be a real fiery finish here.
So it's a 7.35 for that last of Grayson. Excellent surfing there from the man in the white. Really linking those 2 turns together and just showing how much maturity he has in his surfing. It's insane, the bottom turns that we're watching at the moment in this heat.
Yeah, both Hinata and Grayson have got those backside bottom turns dialed right in. It really allows them just to coil up and spring into the lip. And I think Grayson, obviously, that was a bit bigger wave. One of the bigger sets we've seen for the rights with 2 big turns. And judges loving the combinations on the right with the steeper sections.
I loved with Grayson too. On takeoff, the first one he went for he did the grab rail bottom turn, and then on the second bottom turn he went straight for the arm in the water style. So he mixed it up with a variety, even just in that, let alone the top turn that came off the back of it. So we've got surfers looking at this one. Kobe Clements in the red, current heat leader, generating a heap of speed, getting barreled as well.
Wow, nice little drain pipe. And that will be one of the best barrels we've seen of the event, but will it score? We'll have to wait and see. Shelley loved it. Kobe's probably hoping Shell's on the judging panel, but we'll see. First barrel of the event. I mean, Grayson got a little one, but this one was kind of a little funnel, so we'll see where it goes. I don't think it's going to be anything too big. Ducks at the doggy door.
5.7. Judges liked it. 5.7.
Unfortunately, won't fall into his top two, but it's he has held off Grayson and Hanada on that wave. Well, especially Grayson. He's only looking for the smallest score of 5.05. You'd be biting your fingernails if you were Mikey McDonough. He's had so many close heats in the past 2 years, and I was chatting to, it was either you or Nathan about it in the booth before. He surfs these great heats, Mikey, and then the back end, it's just so close. And hopefully one can go his way here, but we'll have to wait and see, because he's got Grayson and Hanada chomping at the bits to try and hunt him down, and they're looking for 5s and 6s, respectively.
We're down to the Mad Mex minute. The burrito clock on screen there, making us all hungry here in the booth. Surfer in white having a look. Grayson scratching in and not able to catch it. He's only looking for a 5.05.
And where's Mikey? You can see he doesn't know whether to go for Grayson or to go for Hanada. He's kind of in two minds. Well, there's Grayson. He's going to roll the dice here, so I guess it's move your... He's just going to go for the pop shove it. And, well, we'll see what the judges think. He's going to ride switchfoot. He's having fun. He is having a ball out there. And as we wind this one down, I don't think that'll be the score. He was looking for a 5, so it all comes down to where is Hanada. He's only locked in one score so far. He's looking for 6.16, and, well, Mikey Madonna is going to dodge a bullet, it looks like. So Kobe Clements is going to take this one out unofficially, and second place it is Mikey McDonough, the Lennox Head local. Is going to be rolling on through in the finals day, and he'll be very, very happy about that. And we're going to go to a quick ad break, and we're going to come back with the last heat of the day. We've got a special guest moving into the booth. Myself, Britt Nicol. It's been a pleasure, and we'll be right back after this ad break.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. Well, that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
All right, we're back, and it is the last heat of the day, and well, what a day it's been. It's been action-packed, and this is the World Surf League Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro men's and women's 1000 QS event.
And, well, we're here at Biribu, and I'm in the booth with a very special guest, Kersey. Welcome to the booth, mate.
It's good to be with you, mate.
Yeah, it's been great. How's the action been down here? Have you enjoyed the day?
Yeah, I have. Actually, I surfed for a while earlier just to the side of the contest and had a blast out there. And, yeah, the waves are fun. The landscape's amazing. It's just very odd. There's a couple places in America in the desert have a similar feel, but to be on the ocean with it is just so sick. And then the waves have been a blast. Oh, Coop, straight from the commentary booth to punting. And then, yeah, it's been a really cool place. And also to have a weird perspective of, like, being so south-facing on the East Coast is just really odd. And it's just a really special little peninsula around here. It's fun.
Yeah, so obviously first time to this area?
Yeah, the first time, and really loving the landscape. Like I said, the vibe and the small little towns around here, little hidden nooks and cranny beaches and reefs and stuff like that in this area. And that obviously that huge bay at Port Stephens, Nelson Bay, is really cool.
Yeah, it's rad. And I was speaking to a few crew about it before. You would have done endless amounts of trips up and down the East Coast over your lifetime. And this place here, you can just drive straight past it. You wouldn't even know it's here. And it's the biggest hidden gem almost on the east coast of Australia, and obviously a huge thanks to the Port Stephens Council and, you know, all the Destination New South Wales for bringing the imagery here that we get to see. And yeah, if you get the chance, definitely come up to Port Stephens, check it out. It's in between Newey and Foster, and yeah, it's a little hidden nook on the east coast of Australia. So as we roll on through this, we have a great heat to finish off the round, and well, look at this draw. In the red, someone you know very well, Sheldon Simkus. In the blue, Harry Phillips. In the white, Cooper Chapman. And in the green, well, he's up and riding right now, Caius King.
And he absolutely belted that wave. Wow, he surfed really good on that wave. That was pretty insane. Yeah, I'm actually staying with Sheldon, so obviously hoping he does well in this heat, but far out. Caius, he looked a bit beast mode. I walked past him on the way up to the truck here, and he's looking like just a bit more of a man now, isn't he? He's like really built and really strong looking, and wow, on that wave he really showed it. He was pushing so hard on rail. That was pretty sick. 7.25. There you go.
Yeah, I really feel like he's, you know, in the same kind of ballpark as, you know, Jack Robinson. You know, you look at them, that you feel like they're Groms forever, and then all of a sudden one day you just see them and they're just units, and they're just absolutely just throwing down the biggest power hacks you've ever seen. Yeah. So here's a good replay. Take it away, Kersey.
Yeah. Wow, he just pushed on. Even that takeoff, he chipped into that wave so nicely on the takeoff and got to come right around the section and lay into it from the start. I think that first turn really just set up that whole wave, like the first click off the lip into those two big calves, and yeah, he's feeling it. He's feeling good. Those rights are just so fun how they bend back at you. It's kind of like a dreamy little way, like beach break, the way it does that, how you get that like lip line, but it feels like it's going to close out, but it kind of just tapers and never closes out, and you can just keep belting it. It's super fun.
Yeah, that's right. And, well, we saw a similar wave of that. Someone who just went absolutely mad before Kalani Ball. Two similarities I've seen. You know, Caius King and Kalani Ball, probably the quickest bottom turn transition. The way his board just responded on those two first bottom turns. I know he's been working really close with DH, getting his boards dialed in, Caius, and he's just got, obviously, a great kind of feel with his boards and that drive off the bottom. What are your thoughts on that? You know?
Yeah, he's not like surfing flat and on top of the water. He's really, when he leans over, I think that has a lot to do with just how, like you said, he's pretty built right now. His legs are definitely holding a bit of muscle in them, and he's really able to lean those boards over and just cut through the water really clean and nice with a lot of like power and drive, like you said.
Yeah, and obviously, and you didn't get to see it before, but pretty special moment happened down here today. You know, it would have probably given you goosebumps if you've seen it. Yeah, one of the lads, Kobe Clements, we'll get him on the screen as well, so we'll actually surprise him. He won't know you're in here, but, you know, got to see one of the moves you throw down in 2003, you named it, the corrupt flip. And Kobe Clements busted it out this morning. One big move, 9 points.
Yeah, it was awesome to hear. I was actually in the lineup surfing at that point. My daughter saw it from the inside. She paddled out and said, "Oh my goodness, she should have seen that corrupt flip that guy did. Oh my!" He like landed out on the flats. It was. She said she was kind of tripping like on the angle that he hit it on and stuff. And yeah, she got it got Sierra's stamp of approval. So it must have been pretty sick.
Perfect. Well, now we can surprise him because he's down there with us. Well, the man, X Factor, he's been rolling on through the draw. He's had a great result down at Port Stephens. Sorry, he had a great result at Phillip Island, a great result up at Boomerang, and now he's rolling into finals day once again. Probably the most improved surfer on the QS, Mr. Long Reef, and Kobe Clements taking out that last heat win. How do you feel, mate?
Oh, I feel good. On to the next round. Take it heat by heat and Yes.
That's great, mate. How are the conditions out there? Obviously, looked a little bit tricky to find those waves. You had that big air you went for, and I don't know how your knees are still intact. Talk us through it. That was a pretty heavy landing there.
No, I actually landed soft. I just fell because, I don't know.
Didn't lock too soft, mate.
Cat-like reflexes.
Yeah.
But, mate, you've just been surfing some really smart heats, and obviously you're doing a lot of work, you said with the high-performance crew and some training back in Sydney, to work on your heat management and just how calm you are and your confident approach. Talk us through that.
Yeah, I've been training with Dad a little bit. Not too crazy, and a few sessions with Matt Cattle, and, that's definitely helped me get through stressful situations.
Well, mate, I'm in the booth with someone who is a big fan of yours right now because he named the move back in 2003 and you busted it out in your last heat and you got a 9-point ride for it. You did the corrupt flip. I'm in here with Kersey right now. He's got a few words to say to you.
No, I'm just stoked. It's good to see you surfing, and even just in that last heat, just how you were throwing those big airs and then were not scared to just jump straight on your rail and do your turns as well, and confidence in all areas. It's fun to watch, mate.
Oh, sick. Thanks for inventing that move.
I've actually seen a few from you back in the day, some vids and stuff. You're doing them. It seems like you've had them pretty down for a few years now.
Yeah. Well, I was watching like a YouTube video, I think, how to do a corrupt flip 7 years ago, and I was like, I want to do that.
That's classic. Well, mate, you've got them dialed in, and I tell you what, you've got your heats dialed in too, and your board's looking great. So keep doing whatever you're doing because, mate, you're one of the most deadly competitors in the draw right now. And moving on through the finals day, any new tactics, or are you just going to keep it the same?
I'll just keep it the same, heat by heat, and big turns.
Yeah, mate. Well, we're really excited to have you down here, and all the best in finals day. Go rest up, put some ice packs on those knees, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, Cobes.
Cool.
What a deadly competitor. Quietly spoken, isn't he?
Yeah, I was touching a Brit before. She kind of reminds me a bit Carissa Moorish. He's so quiet and happy and chilled, but you get him in the lineup, he just...
Yeah, just swinging swords everywhere at any lip, just going at it.
I know, he's just so deadly. So, out in the water right now, this heat is rolling on through. Kais King in the lead with that 7.25. So, judges love that kind of attack mode that we saw there. Cooper Chapman in second. Well, he's just moved into first.
Got a nice wave just then, yeah.
Yeah, while we're in the booth with Kobe, we'll see this wave replay. Take it away, Kersey.
Yeah, he kind of got off the side a bit wider than, I'm not sure it was in green back there, straight in that layback in this pocket right here. It was beautiful. He slapped that perfectly. Just those pockets where they're bending back in that tail slide in that last turn, just really good surfing, kind of showed a bit of everything. And when you get those waves with that pockety bowl, you can kind of just keep laying into it like he did just there. It's been a pretty slow heat, this one, compared to some of the other ones lately, and Sheldon's still not even a wave, under 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's right. We saw this just before with Hanato. He had a really slow start. Obviously, this is going to be a really important kind of next wave for Sheldon, surfing a 9-minute heat at the moment.
Just out of position. It seems like they're all around him. Here we go.
Yeah, that's Harry Phillips up and riding. He's been just showing a really good display of power surfing. Really heavy back foot.
Yeah, it looked like that the way through that last turn up in the lip. You see how much weight he had on his back foot to bring it off the lip on that one. They're pretty identifiable, the good waves out there. I was just sitting on the beach watching for like an hour with Sheldon before this heat, and when they come, they're just so nice, and just the way they taper. So hopefully the boys get a few more. That was a good little 1-2 right there.
Yeah, that was a great little combination there from Harry Phillips. And, well, the situation is Cooper Chapman in the lead, 10.25 total. Kais King in second. Just a really small backup, so we'll wait for him to get a backup, and that'll give us a better understanding of where things are at. And well, Harry Phillips a 4.5 and a 3.10. Dare say he's going to be wanting to, drop that 3 and lock in somewhere around, that 6 or 7 point mark that Kais King and Cooper have found. And well, Sheldon, he's surfing an 8-minute 30 heat at the moment. He's going to have to catch 2 waves. He's going to want to probably get moving pretty soon because, this lineup can be very tricky at the best of times. And,
yeah, but you can get 2 pretty quickly out there, I feel, if you just happen to fall in the right spot at the right time when guys are a little bit off the peak and stuff like that. So it does shift across probably like 50-meter kind of span the main peak, so you can kind of be wider or deeper, and if you're not right on that little button to take off, there's no way someone can block you because it kind of moves underneath them. So, yeah, he's a pretty heat smart though. He knows he needs to get over a 5 to a 6 to even be in this heat right now with those scores of Kais and Cooper. So he'll probably be just kind of looking to identify that wave and get his heat started hopefully soon.
Yeah, well, being in obviously being a long-time competitor. In this situation, the longer that time ticks down, does it make you feel like then the wave has to be better and better because you've waited that long? Or
yeah, I don't know if you start looking for something that's not there, or you start going, what the hell's going on? You might get a little bit negative in your own headspace. So controlling all those emotions and just knowing you just got to find a wave, and there's multiple different ways to get a score, so you don't need the best wave to get a score as long as you're ready and prepped to kind of catch anything and do whatever surfing you can at your highest ability. So hopefully he's got that mindset right now and finds a little corner. Hate to see it, 7 minutes to go and still no score.
Yeah, it kind of gets into that mindset where you go, why is this happening to me? Honestly, like,
totally,
how am I end up in this position? Hopefully, another nice little wedgie right can come through, because I mean, the more surfing of Sheldons we get to see, the better. Everyone out there, has been enjoying the action, and Sheldon's been laying down some really good combinations and smooth surfing. It's just good, nice to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got such a purist approach and style towards surfing and kind of everything. He's kind of a bit of a golfer and has that same thing, like very purist approach towards most things he does. So, but he's got a really very mature head on his shoulders, that's for sure. And yeah, I'm just hopefully find something there. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, talk us through a bit of contrast. Obviously now coming out of competing for so many years, and now chucking the coach's hat on with Sierra and helping her out. How's the stress levels compare with the two?
Yeah, it's definitely more stressful for sure than putting the rashie on yourself. But I've gotten a lot better, and just knowing she's her own little person and she's heading out there doing a thing. There's nothing I can control when I'm sitting on the beach. So I'm like, well, I'm here for the outcome. Hugs and high fives either way, and
yeah, exactly.
Keep it pretty simple. But it's been so fun to be able to I hadn't been to Foster in probably 12, 15 years, and obviously coming here, a place I haven't been to, come to all these regional events. It's been so fun to just be on the east coast of Oz and come to these cool little communities. It's been just a special thing to kind of do with her on the little east coast road trip that we all kind of grow up and remember with our families. It's fun.
Yeah, it's sick, and kind of bring back some old memories, like the Pro Junior series we had, and big props to WSL obviously for adapting with what happened with COVID, and bringing in the regional series. The Australia Oceania series is really cool. It gives all the surfers an opportunity to travel without breaking the budget. Well,
absolutely.
Yeah, we'll dive back into that. Here goes Shelley. He's
looks
looking
like
real
a
hard
nice
this
little
one.
wave. It's kind of got a bit of got to get going. It's flattened, but then going to get steep. Here we go. Oh, spicy turn right there. Oh, Wax got a little slippery, waiting so long. There we go. Nice finish. That'll get him in the heat and give him a bit of confidence. I'm glad he got away for that second turn just then.
I feel like he just saw there's Sheldon, and then I feel like he just turned the dial up a little bit more. You could see there was an added spice into that.
That first turn was beautiful, right?
Oh, he threw everything at that one, and we love seeing that. The judges do too. Look at this one.
And he swung straight out of it in that second turn right here. Just really kicked the tail and was straight up in the lip, but almost got caught, and did really well to get a nice clean finish right there. So see where it goes with the judges.
Yeah, I think there was definitely an added 10% in there. You could see just that time elapsing, making him feel the pinch, and you could see maybe that added, add that 10% in extra, and that almost put him off on the second turn. But
yep, he got a clean 5 with that, but I think their judges might have hit him a little bit with that second turn bobble. That could have been up around a 6 or so if he got a good clean second turn.
Well, the one thing he's done, he's given himself a shot, because we've seen a lot of competitors in the back end of these heats, get iced out and not be able to find the right wave. So if he can just get on a bit of a roll here, maybe even get himself in a second. He's only looking for a 2.67, but Caius King holding on to 0.5. If he can lock in another 5, he's going to put a bit of pressure on Caius and Cooper in the back end. If he can take the lead, with a 5.5.
Yeah, I think that's him. He wants to get above Cooper in this at this moment right now, because Caius is going to put something on the board above his 0.5, and if he can get himself above Cooper and then get lucky that Cooper doesn't better his 3.5, then that's kind of the goal in these dying minutes, I think. Yeah,
because a 3.5 sometimes can feel like a 7.5, especially when the minutes in that Mad Max minute, and we've seen it be really hard for some competitors just to find those small scores. And here's Cooper having a look at this one. So this is going to be an important wave for Coop. He's definitely going to look to drop that 3.5. Fades back.
Yeah, beautiful fade right there.
Yeah, nice slashing turn. Puts him in the power source. Second tag. So we'll have to wait and see. Didn't really offer that critical section at the start. He kind of manufactured that score a bit more. And
yeah, he might just better his 3.5, I think. It looks like Sheldon got a bit desperate and tried to huck sank at the end then, which is going to put him at the back of the priority line. But Yeah, I don't think he improved by too much if he did at all.
Well, they did like it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's hard to see here in the booth that those rights coming towards the judges sometimes can look a bit smaller on the screen than they actually are. See this one from
It was a great fade how he got into the back to the pocket here.
Yeah, and then
got the little steep turn. They paid that just a nice flow from turn to turn. I feel like it might have been a bit close the score to Sheldon's, but Sheldon's did have that little discombobulation on that second turn that they were able to kind of criticise a bit more. So
yeah,
cleaner surfing 1-2 right there.
I really agree with you there. I could have seen Sheldon's being another 0.5 higher, a bit more separation between the two. But as we see it, Cooper Chapman in the lead as we're coming down to 2 minutes to go, 11.55. And Kaius King in second, holding a very small second score. So he's going to need to drop that. He's looking for a 4.30. That's going to increase any score above that 0.5. Going to make life a lot harder for Harry Phillips and Sheldon Simkus. Who Sheldon looking for a 2.76, and Harry looking for a 3.26. So as we count this one down to minute 40, it's going to be definitely a Mad Max minute coming up.
This is a pretty interesting circumstance going in the dying minute here with Caius without that second backup score. So he's starting to get desperate now, but you never know. I've seen weird things happen where you just can't find a wave, right? So
I know.
mean, Harry and Sheldon are well and truly still in this, even against Caius' 7.25.
Yeah, it's funny too because it's like it sets up with a slow heat when people don't get many scores throughout the whole heat, and you've got lots of low backups. It makes such an exciting end to the heat because it just could go either way.
Here we go. Harry might have just jumped into second right there. It looks like Caius is on the inside, so maybe he missed a wave of his. So we'll see if they get a replay of that one. But he definitely caught a wave. So
we'll have to wait and see. It might have been.
The score will come up soon if the filmer missed it either way. So I'm sure the judges didn't miss it.
Yeah, so there the judges definitely didn't miss it. Caius King moves into the lead, so he's done exactly what he needed to do. He's dropped that 0.5. He's locked in a 5 and gone ahead of Cooper Chapman. That puts Cooper Chapman in the hot seat right now. And where is Sheldon Simkus and Harry Phillips? Both looking for mid to high sixes to take this heat out. Cooper does have priority, so I dare say he's not going to let Sheldon out of his sights.
No, not too long to go. So Cooper was right there on Sheldon's case, and he'd have to do something pretty special right here to get the score.
Yeah, he does. Big huck to the flats, and that'll be all she wrote for Sheldon. It looks like, unfortunately, he'll be bowing out. Maybe hit the golf course tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it was. He just really couldn't get a rhythm going, and you can see the disappointment on his face because his surfing's been so clutch this whole year, and he's been so on point. He keeps showing up in the specialty events, but just can't get a break in the QS. But, I mean, he'll reset, go down to the Maroubra Mad Max Pro. And, it looks like unofficially Cooper Chapman taking out second, and the winner of that heat was Caius King from Byron Bay. So a great way to end the day. It's been action-packed. It's been great to have you in the booth, Kersey.
Yeah, cheers,
it's been
Chris.
very enjoyable.
Great to be here with you, mate.
Yeah,
doing
and
a good job.
Obviously, hopefully see Sierra coming up tomorrow, rolling on through the draw. She's had some great results to kick off this series and the QS region.
Totally, yeah. It's been fun to be with her and getting the results, and I feel like she's still got a lot more to give with her surfing, so that's kind of, I'm excited to see her just hopefully bring a really good heat and some really good surfing that I know she can do to the table. So
yeah. One last question as well. You look at this series that we've started so far. How's the heat draws you've seen, both the men's and the women's, for 1,000 events? Like, we look back, you obviously used to travel for a lot for 1,000s, but I've never seen draws this stacked in my life in 1,000s.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, the men's draw, there is no easy heat from like the first round. It's crazy. I'm just watching heats and there's a lot of CT level surfing going on. It's insane. And then the women's draw, same thing. There's just so much good surfing going on, and just to know there's such a tiny barrier between this 1,000 and CT level. It's insane.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of rattling of the cages, a lot of young up and coming talent taking on some big seeds, and definitely a bit of a changing of the guard almost.
Totally, changing of the guard. And it's also fun now that the pro juniors are coming back and they're under 20 again. So those pro juniors are going to be like the old days. Remember how stacked they were back then? Just so insane. So it's going to be exactly the same for them too.
Yeah, crazy times. Well, it's been epic, and we're going to round out the day here, but it's been a great day of action from the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 men's and women's. We're at the beautiful Biribu Beach, and we're going to say a quick thanks to all our supporting partners,
the Port Stephens Council, Newport Airport, Destination New South Wales, World Surf League, the PRD, Port Stephens, Chaos Surf Shop, and big thanks to Mad Mex and Volkswagen for bringing you all the webcast action. And a huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales, the whole crew, everyone down here for getting the event site set up. My name's Chris Enover. It's been an absolute doozy of a day. Thanks, Josh Kerr, for joining us in the booth. We'll be back with final actions tomorrow. It's been epic. We'll see you then.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it.